there's a universe.
Come on, just go here.
God.
Fuck you, Slicker! Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm on. Shit. I'm on a big tournament. I just remember I shouldn't be doing stuff like that. I'm so sorry.
Oh man,
Don't stalemate him.
Right. Don't take this pawn and don't take the F pawn. You don't want these two. These are.
I don't think Slicker realizes how to try to induce stalemate.
I should have captured this. He's gonna capture him.
But I don't think he needs to try to figure it out.
Are you fucking?
Checkmate in one.
Oh my god.
And so to our first contender. Good evening. Your name, please.
Good evening.
First week, your chosen subject was answering questions before they were asked. This time, you have chosen to answer the question before last each time. Is that correct?
Charlie Smithers.
And your time starts now. What is paleontology?
Yes, absolutely correct.
What's the name of the directory that lists members of the peerage?
A study of old fossils.
Correct. Who are Len Murray and Sir Geoffrey Howe?
Burks.
Correct. What is the difference between a donkey and an ass?
One's a trade union leader, the other's a member of the cabinet.
Complete the quotation, to be or not to be.
They're both the same.
Correct. What is Bernard Manning famous for?
That is the question.
Correct. Who is the present Archbishop of Canterbury?
He is a fat man who tells blue jokes.
Correct. What do people kneel on in church?
The Right Reverend Robert Runcie.
Correct. What do tarantulas prey on?
Hassocks.
Correct. What would you use a ripcord to pull open?
Large flies.
Correct. What sort of a person lived in Bedlam?
A parachute.
Correct. What is a jockstrap?
A nutcase.
For what purpose?
Yeah, laugh tracks are fine. It's like a part of what the shit is. But this laugh track is way, way, way too overtuned. Or I don't know if it's a laugh track or recorded in front of an audience, but it's way overtuned. Holy shit.
Decorator use methylene chlorides.
A form of athletic support.
Correct. What did Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec do?
Paint strippers.
Who is Dean Martin?
He's a kind of artist.
Yes. What sort of artist?
Pass.
That's near enough. What make of vehicle is the standard London bus?
A singer.
Correct. In 1892...
Even if it was recorded from an audience, you can still turn the audience down. It's way too loud.
Brandon Thomas wrote a famous long-running English farce. What was it?
British Leyland.
Correct. Complete the following quotation. I started, so I finished. Complete the following quotation about Mrs. Thatcher.
Hey, Destiny, I love the
right
content you put up. Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Thatcher, her heart may be in the right place, but her...
Charlie's aunt.
Correct.
Are you okay, Dan?
I'm fine.
Did I tell you about... I'm muted for a second.
Listen,
Okay, I might.
you would try.
So I unmuted. I'm done doing nice things for people though. Everybody takes advantage.
Yeah,
of me.
fuck them, dude.
Jesus
Fuck
Christ.
being nice, dude. Being angry is way fucking better.
Hold on. We got a key Dan alert. One second.
Oh my god.
1 second.
Follow him, yeah.
I don't get it.
Hey, you dumb fuck! How about you don't take 1,500 fucking crude, which takes 3 hours to fucking burn with you when you go do something?
You think we lost it?
Yeah,
we didn't lose it. No, we didn't. Retard.
Why did you take it with you in the
Can
first
you
place?
respond
Because
to Crowder's
we're
new
doing it.
video
We're
on
handling-
George Floyd? He says some really dumb shit.
Hold on. Okay, I said it once. I'm going to say it again. There are a few web design principles that need to fucking die. Okay? Your site should not have shit appear and disappear on the site if I make the box smaller or fucking larger. I understand that web devs are fucking obsessed with consistent design theme across different fucking windows and you really hate having scroll bars on your site. Give me the goddamn scroll bar. Give me an option. I would rather have a scroll bar on the site than when I make the window a little bit smaller. Oh, your whole fucking sidebar is gone. Oh, was that ever there? Is it supposed to be there? Do I need to full screen the fucking window in order to use your goddamn site? Holy shit, it is so fucking annoying. God damn, I fucking hate it. Okay, what did that guy donate? Hold on. Can you respond to Crowder's new video on George Floyd? He says some really dumb shit. We might.
You've done nothing, Dan. You
I'm
literally
over here working.
You
Listen,
literally
you
doing
dumb fuck.
nothing.
You're a
you
dumb
stupid fuck.
You don't need to take 1,500 crude with you when you go.
Hey, what have you done? Nothing. You sit inside
Where's
your
the
base.
crude right now?
We're
Where's
working
the
on
crude
it.
right
We're
now?
handling it. We're still smelting it.
Bring it fucking home.
No,
Okay,
don't bring
need
it
to have
home.
1,500
Actually, you know
with
what? Don't bring it home. No. We're taking that to our new base because Dan doesn't appreciate my efforts.
I'm building the fucking base.
You're doing
okay?
nothing. You're sitting inside AFK. Now listen to
I was
me.
taking a shit, you fuck!
Listen to me, geriatric fuck. I want you to huddle your ass in that fucking base, and I want you to start crafting some fucking ammo. Not 64. I want you.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just, I can't play Rust with this
another
one.
key Dan alert.
Oh, well, if it isn't half of my people. All of Dan's
Look,
quit.
shut the fuck up, alright? You small dick fucking loser.
All of Dan's quit? Look who's left. Just mine.
No one fucking loves you. You know why? Because you smell like cheese and it looks like you're wearing mascara all the time. And you know it's fucking true, okay? And you try to wash it away and you can't.
Oh shit, there's people.
Dan's literally in there with 1, 2, 3, 4, oh, 5. 5 of my people, and it's just Dan and another. Wonder who's taking over the squad.
Jesus Christ.
Stop, okay? Listen, it was a bad day in Rust. I can't take it anymore.
Am I the asshole for not wanting my dad to walk me down the aisle because he's in a wheelchair? About 3 years ago, my dad was injured in a really bad hit-and-run car accident. He broke just about every bone in his body, left him paralyzed from the waist down. Our relationship has always been really good, but I hate seeing him in pain and merely try to avoid seeing him because it makes me uncomfortable. Jesus, what a piece of shit. In November, I'm getting married. I've been with my fiance for 4 years, and he and my dad got on really well. Naturally, the discussion of who's going to give me away came up in the family group chat, and I kept silent after I realized my dad would be in a wheelchair. We always talked about him giving me away and having a dance at my wedding, and I just don't want to be reminded of what could have been at my wedding. I messaged my mom privately and told her I want my uncle to walk me down the aisle as we're incredibly close. She naturally asked me why, and I told her my dad being in a wheelchair would add complications to the wedding. The walkaway would have to be widened to accommodate his wheelchair, and he wouldn't be able to hold my arm or give me a proper hug. She was outraged, calling me an ableist piece of shit, and removed me from the group chat. My aunt has since called me, telling me my dad is absolutely devastated. Am I the asshole? This person is literally like subhuman trash. Holy fuck. Oh my god.
Are these even real? They're
I don't
not
know.
real.
This one is actually, this woman is such a sub-fuck piece of shit. This is unbelievably bad. There is no fucking way. The thing is that, like, I don't believe that anybody's mom, this might be my bias, but I don't think in the real world anybody is calling someone ableist. Also, I don't even think I would call somebody ableist. Like, I would run through so many different insults for this person before I would even get to ableist. I don't even know if I'd make it there before the like.
It's fake.
This is your dad that loves you, and you're gonna like destroy like your whole family and everybody at the wedding because you don't want to slightly water because you're like being a bridezilla, you're being a horrible fucking daughter, you're being horrible to your fucking family, being horrible to your fiance who apparently likes your dad as well. Like you're being like, why would you put your uncle in this position? Like there are so many things that I would get to before even calling this person ableist. Holy shit.
Chat, if you're calling someone ableist, you've made a wrong turn somewhere down the line.
Well,
all right?
It's okay to call someone ableist. I didn't need to read your post before saying to myself, yep, you're the asshole. Wait, what do you mean? Maybe there are good reasons not to. You have to read the post first. Oh, let's start by controversial. Oh my god. This is a nuclear take. Not the asshole. Your father must be somehow responsible for raising an awful person like you, so this is retribution. Holy shit. Or everyone's next here. You for being such a horrible person, your parents for raising such a horrible person.
Can we get some cotton? What? I'm feeling it.
Hold on.
That's rare.
$196 amulets of glory, guys. 2 Legal Eagle videos.
Thanks to Curiosity Stream for
June 6th.
Hey, Legal Eagles.
We've already watched this one.
It's Devin from the future.
Wait, June 6th. No, wait. This is another one?
Charges against
oh, he made it.
By
all right, we'll watch these later.
Doing good. You got my 2 McChickens? Yeah. Appreciate it. Hey, appreciate it. Hey, you forgot the tip. You forgot the tip. Tip of this penis. Ah! Drive off. Drive off. Bro, drive off.
Oh, damn. Oh, my God.
Appreciate it. Hey, appreciate it. Hey, you forgot the tip. You forgot the tip. Tip of this penis. Ah! Drive off. Drive off. Bro, drive off. Drive off.
Holy shit. No, guys, what are you doing? What is this? Lenin, Martin Luther King, George Floyd, Malcolm X,
Hi.
Angela Davis. Time to change the world. What? Okay, I'm getting on, Dan. Fuck you. Dun 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 dun. You should VOD review your Jungle Games from Moot earlier last night. Dude, I destroyed with Mootin this morning. I couldn't carry the third one. This first and second one, god damn. We were tearing up the Rift as Warwick.
Tab for a...
I'm gonna fix your sleep schedule. Listen, okay? I went out last night. I got home late. Chill, alright? Who is that in my chat? Who are you? Furrow Key, staff. Are you here to ban me? Show yourself. What are you doing in my chat? Destiny commented on the Hassan comments. What are the Hassan comments? Oh! New rule! Hold on.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, sweetheart.
Dan's Rust Squad revolted.
Just shut the fuck up! Thank you. Go ahead, Steven.
Did they really revolt?
No, it's fine.
Yep. He's left with my fucking scraps. My people.
Yeah. You know...
Okay, Rem...
Banned from the subreddit. We're not talking about him at all. That's the best way to punish him.
Rem,
he thrives on attention.
Vosh, and Hassan stuff is all banned from my sub from now on. Okay?
Oh, coming. Okay. What? Oh my god. Okay, that's it. I'm coming. Oh my god. I'm deleting threads right now.
There you go. That's number 1. Okay.
I love you. I fucking love you.
Do you love black people though, Dan? Nope, guess not. Fucking bigoted.
What did Vosh do? Vosh didn't do anything. His community fucking hates me. I'm not giving free coverage or free airtime or free clout or whatever to people whose like communities literally only post about me to shit on me relentlessly. That's stopping right now, okay? We're gonna start playing games more, okay? Because shit just irritates the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I love you. You're such a smart guy.
You're
smart.
So smart.
So smart.
You know
How do you do
Politics just isn't worth it. Yeah, true. Hey, political cucks.
Dan, join my party.
Yes,
Stands, get out.
You know, I'm very impressed you came up with this on your own. True. Just true genius, I must say. You know, they thrive on you, right? They only exist
and we're not gonna
in
let
your
it happen
shadow.
anymore, okay?
God, what a just true
You came to
genius.
this on your own.
It's amazing to be in your presence, I must say.
Is it fine to talk about your comments about them? Yeah, 100%, because then I can usually weed out their defenders in my community and permaban them, so I always invite that type of discussion, sure.
True. Someone make a post, say they're banned from the subreddit, and we'll stick it. Whoever the first karma whore is.
They can go back to being 20 viewer Andes. Can't wait until they come crawling back to you.
What? I don't think any of them. I think Vosh and Hassan are both really successful in their own right. That's not going to happen.
Wasn't talking about them. They're fine.
Rem doesn't even stream. Rem is just fucking...
True.
He's very attention hungry.
Can't disagree with you.
Hassan shitting on you.
Ooh. The problem is, I believe you when you talk about these issues. I just don't trust other influencers anymore. Trust a certain streamer and they could be fucking dipshit. You on the other hand, really care about these issues. I mean, other streamers have openly talked about not caring about these issues and only caring about debate, spirited debate. So, I think it was you who filled in the gaps and assumed that there was genuine kindness there and genuine interest in like. The problem is, I believe you when you talk about these issues. I just don't trust other influencers anymore. I used to trust a certain streamer and then he proved to be a fucking dipshit. You on the other hand, prove and truly care about these issues. Thanks, man. I mean, other streamers have openly talked about not caring about these issues and only caring about debate, spirited debate. So
I just want to give big props to Hassan. I didn't know that two 15-year-olds on the street would actually be able to convince him to go out and protest. I thought he would need a porn star to accompany him to actually get him out of the fucking house. So I will give mad props to Hassan there that he was able to drag his ass out because he realized how fucking horrible the optics were. And we all know that this is all about aesthetic for him. He doesn't give a fuck about any of these things. So props to him there, okay? I will give him that. I'll concede that.
I think it was you who filled in the gaps and assumed that there was genuine kindness there and genuine interest in like the issues themselves and solving those issues. I also was duped into believing that.
Remember, talking about duped into believing it, remember how many times Hassan fucking LARPed as a liberal early on because he didn't have the audience and he was scared that he would be too, like, fucked to have such extremist views? He constantly said how much of a liberal he was. Oh, yeah, no, I'm a liberal. No, I'm a sock dem. No, blah, blah, blah. Even in real life, he LARPed. I don't know if he was lying to himself or not, but even in real life, we went to, like, the Michael Brooks taping and everything. It's like, oh, these are DSA guys, but they're cool. Like, even though I'm not, like, a socialist, like, these guys are cool, blah, blah, blah. Until he got, like, a bigger audience, then he felt like he didn't have to hide his power level as much. All right, I'm ready, Dan. But that's okay.
Wait, why did you jump? Did you?
I clicked back into the game. I don't know why I jumped, but right here, I guess. Good luck, Dan. We're pretty late. The real meme is I'm surprised Hassan didn't get banned for advocating the murder of police officers on his stream the other day. That's a pretty surprising one, but. Clip? Where was the clip of him of seeing the of the cop and he was saying like, yeah, drag the piggy through the streets or whatever?
Listen, I'm just telling you, I may have been drinking this evening.
Dan,
I'm just saying
just
I'm not. Okay? I may not be on my best my A game. As I'm going through buildings right now, I can see my reactions being slightly.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I always forget to change my shit.
Moving.
Oh, was it this one?
I thought all you chuds wanted equality. What the fuck happened? That's the unironic squad W right there, brothers. That's some squad W ass shit right there.
Get it together. You wait till I get my loadout. I did so much research. I got the perfect
sadness
loadout.
in your heart.
Can't be better than what I got.
These little piglets.
It's just not possible.
Like this. If you feel sadness in your heart,
Is that the end of the contract?
These little piglets get dragged like this. If you feel sadness in your heart, just remember, who do you think? Who do you think threw the first punch? Who do you think? Who do you think dove into a fucking crowd of people? I thought all you chuds.
Nice, good one. We have enough for a loadout. I don't think anybody landed there. There's still a lot of contracts there, meaning no one picked them up.
It's possible.
I don't really care about Destiny. Doesn't care. I care, and his intellectual rigor helps me make better arguments for my cause. That's because you're a fucking loser, my dude. Intellectual rigor is for losers, okay? It's all about aesthetic now, baby. That's where we're calling people retards again and shipping them back to Turkey, all right? Fuck that shit. We're all about aesthetics now. Boys are going full gamer. Watch my epic gamer move. I am taking this SMG because that bullshit, whatever I just dropped, is a garbage ass fucking gun. Don't use it. It'll just trigger you. It'll trigger the fuck out of you every time you try to shoot somebody with it. That shit is more jittery than.
You have to press shift, dumbass.
What does that do?
Change here. Look.
Oh,
here,
changing the scope? No.
Yeah. Okay. That gun is Pog. You're just wrong.
Whoa, why is there an enemy vehicle right next to us? Oh shit, I just fell. Hit him twice, but they're gone.
Not enough.
Okay, well, how do you get on this stupid shit again?
Oh
my god. Just give me an hour and I'll figure it out.
Got gas moving in.
Well, time to go walk around the whole fucking building. We're not leaving this area until you figure out how to get on top. I'm getting triggered by this.
I've been drinking. Like, why are you leaving this to me?
Wait, that vehicle's coming back. No, wait, no, they're just...
Movement.
Okay, it must be on the inside.
Ah!
Are you being shot at?
I was, from south.
Dumbass.
I see him. Downed one?
Good job, Dan. Let's see, Dan goes down in 3, 2...
Nope. Not happening. You know why? Big penis.
How do you get on the roof, guys? Please.
I don't know.
Trophy system deployed.
Okay, we're gonna go kill those people.
Enemy team is tracking your position.
Did you get them?
Well,
we're not gonna kill them. They're gonna kill us because we don't have our fucking loadout.
Yeah, that's true. Can we stop fucking around and go get the loadout? What are we doing?
I'm trying to get on top of this building.
No, fuck this building. Let's go. Loadout. Buy station. Stop. You're gonna die.
Could only be so lucky.
Go, 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 go. Fast.
Where are we going? Oh wait, the buy station.
DGG chat. More like
this
small
one's probably
PP
safer.
chat ducker.
Okay,
Z.
that's 300 meters away. That's a many meters.
Let's go. Twitch chat and DGG chat, you guys need to start respecting each other more, okay? You guys are pissing me off. Can you please armor up? Why aren't you fully armored?
Because I didn't have any more armor.
Oh, armor box.
Whoa, that's a fucking sick drop, my man. You want to drop that puppy now, or you have full armor already?
I have 8 armor plates. Why the fuck would I drop it now? How many do you have?
Okay. I have... Oh, there's a loadout straight ahead. You see it, right?
Yeah.
You see the red
We're
smoke?
fucked. We're gonna die.
No, we're gonna have to fucking shoot them. We're gonna go pew pew pew.
Please kill him. Okay, there's one more. There's one more.
Yeah.
Helicopter. Hit him once. Armor broken.
Dead. Dead.
Fucking.
That's right.
E to the Z.
Fucking executed like the bitch that he is. The bitch boy.
Get all the armor. These guys are so mad, dude. They just got
Good.
fucking fully decked out and everything. Go buy like UAV and everything, and then drop your shit.
Yes, sir. Oh my god, this new loadout. The fucking god tier loadout.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Did you buy UAV?
Yeah.
Can you drop money for me?
Wait, hold on. Feels good. You want my money?
Yes.
There you go. Beg.
Okay. Ready?
Friendly recon's online.
UAV entering the AO.
Okay, losers. Wait, whoa, what? Oh, he's dropping back down here. Wait, what? No, never mind, he's gone. Okay, let's go. See where I ping? There be campers there.
They're doing a recon contract there.
Oh, good. We're
inside
gonna
that thing.
Yeah, I see him outside. Get ready to jump. Jump, 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 jump.
Jumping is the...
Bitch chat is for losers like Momo.
I did so much damage.
Down 2.
Hey
Down
friends
2.
in Twitch chat.
What do you mean down 2?
Just wanted
Oh,
to
they got
invite
self-revives?
you all to log
Killed
into
both.
Grand Theft Auto and run into traffic.
Fucking
No big deal.
easy. Go run
God
into
damn, this fucking loadout
Riot.
is
His
murdering
name was
motherfuckers. Wait, why are you going in there?
Glaucoma streamer
What's wrong with you?
Malpeepo.
Can we loot him?
Stop.
Riot.
Oh, let's go back to the people we killed before. And get all the armor plates, okay? Or I need armor plates. They let me out. They just needed 95% of damage? No, I'm pretty sure Dan did this time. Oh, no, never mind. We're doing okay. Clarify the new Roll Destiny. Is it only posts or does it include comments as well? Yeah, if comments relative to the post are okay. I don't want any of these people getting any more like positive publicity from me. That's the thing.
Or negative publicity. No publicity at all. Fuck them.
No, they can get some they can get some negative. That's okay. But no positive publicity anymore.
They thrive off the negative publicity, man.
No, I
'cause
don't
they,
think so.
you know
I
what
think
do?
they unironically.
I'm telling you.
Wait,
know
real
what
quick.
they do? They what?
I'm gonna get an SMG. 1 second.
They spam their fucking Discord saying, "Hey guys, everyone go upvote this," and you're like,
Yeah, and then
that's
I
a
ban
fact, right?
everybody in there that takes their side. So helps me weed out, clean up my own community. It's good.
Okay.
This was the story we were at before. Is it?
I don't know.
Or was it that story?
Disregard that.
Listen, I'm just here to get frags, okay?
If that's true, go pick up that bounty. Oh, I got it. Fuck it.
Obviously, you weren't really in the military.
Oh my god, it's Lycan.
Good one.
Any cringe jokes to make?
I literally just made
Maybe
one.
you can
Good
eat an
one.
ice cream with your hand again? Real
What?
original Lycan.
Oh my
What?
god.
Load bitch chat ducker Z. Load bitch chat ducker Z.
Are you guys okay?
Get ready 5, 4, 3,
No, I don't
2,
get the
1
joke
bitch chat
about
ducker
eating ice
Z.
cream with
Bonus
your
meme
hand.
Pepe wins.
Vendor marked.
You
Wait,
know,
where do we kill
elaborate
those
more?
kids? It must be over here. Wait.
You let me know
take this
when you
vehicle.
want me to be UAVing. Wait, no, vehicle's bad.
We're taking this vehicle.
Got a vehicle.
Hey, sniper!
No, that's the sun, you dumbass. Let's go.
No, it's not. There's a sniper over
It's
there.
the sun.
I don't think so.
It is. Let's go.
Why would the sun be there? Explain
That's
that
what
to me.
suns do. Okay.
I'm UAVing.
Yeah, go. We're getting out. They might be going to the store. Oh fuck! We should have drove a little closer. They are going to the store. You see them running?
Yeah.
Fuck. He's at the store right now buying. Pop him when he... Oh, wait. They're both inside. Are you fucking kidding me?
Got movement.
Oh, see him to the right? Armor broken.
Downed.
Okay.
He's behind that tree, right there.
Yep.
Dead.
Looting this. Oh, we got money now, Dan.
I need this guy's ammo.
Sure. Is that coming in?
I see.
Yeah, it is. Fuck, let's go back. We might have had time. We're going here next. Let's get self-revives. Get out here. Oh, we got people maybe in the block.
I hate people in the block.
Yeah.
Destiny, are you afraid at all of creating an echo
UAV?
chamber with the new rule?
Nope, don't care.
Don't know derps to me.
Somebody else probably scared of creating an echo chamber. Echo chambers seem awesome. Everybody else has one, so I think I want one too. Okay, I'm making a UAV right now. Using it.
Requesting recon.
Oh shit.
Do you want the rest of my? Oh, I won't make a difference now.
Oh, I see one. How did I not get that?
I got it.
There's no way.
Oh, there's one more right there, right there. Oh, I got sniped. Here, pick me up. I'm self-reviving. Pick me up now.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. Our team is for resupply. Copy that.
What? Oh my god, do you see where I'm getting shot from?
Yeah, another house.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Armoring, hiding, and armoring. Yeah, you're fighting on your own right now.
Killed one. This guy's dead.
Like team wipe or?
No, it's one dude. I don't know if it was the same guy.
Well, if you... Can you UAV, just in case?
I don't have a UAV.
Oh, shit. Oh, you bought a self... Okay. Wait, so did it say team wipe or no?
The guy instantly died.
Okay, so then that's a team wipe. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's the same guy that was over here or not. I'm guessing so.
Okay. I'm hopping out here. Can you cover me?
No, I'm not there for long.
Alright, I'm just fucking running it, dude. We got another stupid access cards.
Yeah, I got one too.
Yeah. Oh, gas mask over here. You should get it.
Yes, sir.
You have full armor still?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we're not playing to win right now.
No, we're not.
Because we're
Playing to
not
frag.
in the center of the circle. We need to slowly make our way to the center. Let's go.
Yes.
If we could get like $300, we could buy 2 more UAVs.
Get that money.
Fuck it, let's go. I know you're gonna hate me, Dan, but...
Listen, I'm an easy kitty cat right now, alright? We're fine.
And please don't describe yourself as an easy kitty cat.
That's true.
Easy, Percy.
I'm moving.
If I hear a rocket, I'm bailing out of this bitch instantly.
Love you, Ego Death Andy.
Thanks, man.
How?
Okay, we're about to jump the fuck out of here and go up this building. We're jumping out. Okay. Do you think there's people upstairs here? No! They're two upstairs.
Yeah?
Come back down immediately if you can, otherwise you're just gonna die. Can you...
I killed one. One's down. I have reload now.
Sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy.
Oh my god, it's gonna take me an hour to walk this shit.
Killed my guy in Gulag. Oh my god, I need to drink more often. I'm a fucking legend. I'm landing on the roof. They'll never expect it. They're so dumb.
Can you slow it down a little till I'm a little bit closer? I got like 10 more flights of stairs. No, you're just gonna...
Well, I may have died. I did fuck him up though. There's two on the roof.
Micro Dan no Japan Jamstany.
Aim higher. That's stairs.
What? Stop armoring! Why would you fuck our whole run up doing some retarded ass shit, Dan? Oh my
Listen,
god.
I've been drinking. What do you want
Oh
from me?
my
all right?
god, we lost to shitters. These guys are garbage. I should have reloaded my SMG. Okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here. Time to earn your freedom.
Yeah.
What building
Kitty
did we
cat
die at? What building?
reflexes.
Stand by for redeployment.
You died in this building.
They are moving this way.
I call this my Dan move.
Hey, that's my body there.
How was he on top? Whatever. Okay, get me out. Oh, he was
Sorry.
he was literally on the top of the fucking building.
That's right. It's warm up. Easy.
Okay, that was
easy
our kill
peasy.
game. We got our action. Now we're gonna play a fucking pussy game where we're just gonna sit on a roof all day and get a W. Okay. I'm gonna do some
pussy
emails.
games.
Yep, we're gonna get an easy win. Okay.
I love pussy.
Okay, Dan. Didn't you always say you didn't want your community to turn into an echo chamber? I don't get why other people have one makes you also want one. The problem is that the annoying thing is that if I have an honest community that keeps me honest and every other community is a massive fucking circle jerk, then anytime I get posted on every other fucking community, all of them are just relentlessly shitting on me. And then their communities are circle jerking the fuck out of them. So I'd rather just have like a hype club. If everybody's community is just a big ass fucking hype club, I'll just fucking do that shit then, and then who cares? Like nobody, like something I've learned especially over the past like month, nobody gives a fuck about any of this shit anyway. Whether the F word or arguments for whatever, like it's all just aesthetic. It's all just meaningless bullshit. So I don't care anymore. Fuck it. I'm not gonna like run a rat race that like nobody else is and then try to evaluate myself on it. Like that's stupid. I don't care anymore. So everything is justified now. Glad to hear you don't care about hypocrisy anymore. Yeah, no one else does, so why the fuck should I? Have fun in Hassan's community, my dude. I'd dox you if I wasn't streaming right now. Another Moot and Dan Key alert.
Just stop. Okay, I don't want to watch these. I had to experience them.
Hostile dropping into the area. Moving over here. Have some target practice while you can. We're deploying soon.
Did Russ give you drinking? Yeah, I did. It's a bad game. I don't know why people play it still.
Drinking Dan. What happened to Russ?
I don't want to talk about it.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you need help?
So all of your beliefs are based on if other people believe it too? Yep, that's right, my dude. You got it. Correct.
Steve, are you doing okay?
No, I'm actually really triggered.
What's this all about?
I think that Trump is right. I think that all political discourse should be banned on YouTube and Twitch streams and Twitter. I think that these people aren't worthy of having political discussions. Most of them probably shouldn't even be allowed to be voting. Okay? 100%. That's what it's about. Trump made me see the light. Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. Politics should be banned from all of these platforms.
750.
Woof. What does 750 mean, Dan?
You wouldn't know, Lycan. That's advanced pro MLG strats.
It's really weird. It's almost like saying, hey, what does 750 mean? Like I didn't know. I was asking.
Look at this. There's lots of rats here, Steve. Lots of them.
Any gun? Any gun?
I got one. I got one.
Oh, I got one.
Wait. All right, I'm holding the stairs. These fuckers, you know they're coming up here. And when they do, I'm gonna ass blast these motherfuckers.
Oh, I got an Ellen. Oh no, it's a sniper.
Steve, hold the other stairs.
Wait,
over
okay,
there.
hold on. No, you gotta wait. I need a real gun. I have a 2 bolt action fucking. Oh my god. I don't know if they're downstairs anymore, Dan.
This is the ship I subbed for.
Thanks,
Bonus
Valerie.
me,
Welcome to the tier
Tabitha.
4 circle jerk. Oh, he's just waiting. Yeah, he's around the corner to the right. Yeah, I don't have any real guns. Sorry, it's all like 2 sniper rifles. I should have got my pistol.
Pay attention, you'll be out there soon. You can practice your aim while you wait. Taunting your enemy is an effective way to get inside their heads. Stones will replace stone.
Hassan is playing Red Dead Redemption right now. The people protesting on the streets need to matter with them, but had rather lack of little piggies in a video game.
You can do it, Dan.
Coolish, of course.
Wait, did you win?
You lose, your fight is over.
Not this time, you fucking bouncing bitch.
God damn.
Your team can still buy you back if they have the cash.
Do you think doing this now is going to make a lot of your arguments irrelevant? All my arguments are relevant anyway. It doesn't matter. Everybody says anything about me anyway. It doesn't matter. Like, literally. Every large content creator online thinks I rape kids, like, say the N-word all the time to people. Like, nothing, none of it matters. It's all
like
aesthetic.
No good
Everything
deed
online is
goes
aesthetic.
unpunished sort of thing.
The fuck is this? Oh my god, This is not where I was supposed to be. Okay, next game, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Where was that fucking guy? I came up there running around and he's just there, like, being silent. Oh no, I'm not done. I need this, okay?
Great
I want
to
kill
see
people.
you have no principles.
Thanks, my dude. Thanks for the donation. I really appreciate it. Don't need principles when you're making money, right?
Yeah, it sounds accurate.
It's funny that you criticize me for not having principles, yet I live in a society with no principles. Why would you expect me to have, right? Wow. How intelligent that you condemn me for not having principles. Well, I'm in a society that has no principles, my dude. So of course, okay? Duh. Allow me to present to you a convenient argument for why I don't have to live or do any of the things that I believe in, and really it all exists on paper, okay? You're the one that's actually stupid, not me, dumbass.
Check your gear and weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment.
Honest question, what the fuck can actually be done to stop people from latching on to random bullshit that disagrees with their political agenda but has no factual backing? Well, I mean, it's like, honest to God, the lefties were right. It's all a matter of capitalism, my dude. Like, if people can make money simping for certain online positions, then they'll just do it. That's probably where most people's political positions come from. It's either because they need a community that they feel like they belong to, or they're just making a lot of fucking money, like, saying dumb shit online. I think that explains, like, 99% of, like, YouTubers, like, political opinions and shit. Is usually just whatever gets you the most fucking cash. And that's why they don't change their views over time either, generally. Or if they do change their views, it's suspiciously in time with, like, people not having certain views anymore. So, for instance, like, oh, wow, June is, like, not being such an anti-SJW dipshit anymore. Armored Skeptic's going, yeah, because there's not as much money in those audiences anymore, as we all see with people like Sargon. Like, the money's drying up there. That didn't kill him? Holy shit.
Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off.
Look at this circle. Holy shit. Steven, I think we just try to hold the... Oh my god. Everyone's gonna go to the prison. Or maybe no one would go to the prison because it's too hot. We have to hold the prison, Steve.
Sure.
A circle like this, you gotta try.
Were some actual leftists that actually care about their beliefs? I don't think any of them online do. I literally don't think a single one does. I think most of it is done as a means to show people like how good they think they are.
I've owed you this for a while now. :
Thanks, my dude. Deepak is not a leftist. Deepak is a based liberal.
Do you think people should be expected to obey orders from the unmarked officers in DC? Isn't it reasonable to assume they could be some random gun nuts?
I mean, if they show a badge. Do you think Shonehead has bad faith? I think everyone has bad faith now. Every single person online has bad faith. I don't think YouTubers or Twitch streamers should talk about politics, because they're all bad faith. Me included.
Ooh, quite a few people going to prison there, Steve. I may regret, and I'm far behind you as well.
I might have to go through.
Go below. Go below. Go below. Go below. To the right? Right there.
Go in here.
We'll go underground. We'll come at them from the bottom. Let them die up top.
Clear to engage all targets. target identified.
Alright, we just need to loot and be chill. Alright, make our way up.
Wait, is there not like more loot?
Enemy UAV overhead.
Alright, let's push up.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, I got a heartbeat sensor. There's a sniper here if you want it.
Found a sniper rifle if you need it.
Oh yeah, dude. This is just what I wanted. Thank you, Dan. I can't wait to miss 2 shots.
Oh, they're fucking waiting. What a bunch of fucking beta bitches.
No. Oh my god.
I killed one of them, yeah! He was like, oh my god, oh my god. Those guys were literally camping out there waiting for days. Maybe someone will come walking up from the basement.
Here we go. While you wait, feel free to give these wankers a proper jeer.
Can we just go back to the
I'm
StarCraft
going
2
back there.
days?
I want you to know.
Every day it's this shitty COD game war.
Did you finish the guy you
Watching
killed?
you mauled
Yeah,
in League of
course I did.
Legends
Good.
while listening to you have an
Killed him.
existential
That's how I
crisis.
hear the voice. Yeah, because we never raged in StarCraft 2. Hey guys, here come the sentries. Here come the force fields.
Where is this fuckboy?
I feel like all these
Oh, he's in-
former anti-JWs
Oh, I can't ping him. He's like hiding in his
suddenly
spawn.
leftists.
Right side.
Now they're
You're
really
right. He's moving through to the center now.
Difference between their reasoning then and now, and they're just going with what people
Now?
I can't see
want
him.
to hear.
Wait, you let this fucker get in the middle?
I said I couldn't see
Oh.
him, Dan.
I'm never trusting you
I
again.
tried to move. I wasn't even ready to scout for you, baby.
You're the last one on your team. Finish the job.
Oh, baby, baby, I still believe.
Yay, well, at least you didn't fucking suck at that game like every other game you played.
I'm better than 99% of you guys at League. Almost every single one of you at League, I'm better than. I know that upsets you. I know how mad you are. You wish it wasn't true, but it is. As you
That was
sit
the
there,
worst game ever.
furiously queuing games on your gold 4 account, like, there's no difference between gold and diamond and Destiny. I know how upset that makes you. That as shitty as I am, as much as you watch me run it down every day, I'm still better than 98% of you at League. That's how mad I know you guys are. It's all good. It's all good.
Nope. It was a shit circle.
Good.
Why would these fucking losers camp in the
True.
fucking door?
True.
Why did you do this?
You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Imagine camping before the first fucking circle. Just
Give him room.
Doing here.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
That's the worst execute I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, what is happening?
You know how I'm better than you at League?
Because you don't play?
I don't play it. Dumbass.
True.
Shout out to
True.
my man Duhawk. Also, Twitch chat is bitch chat. Also, goshagasm.
We're going here. We're camping the whole game, Dan. No, we're going right here in the middle of nowhere. We're gonna camp, and I'm gonna do emails. That's what we're doing, Dan. You can pop back another White Claw or whatever basic bitch drink you want to drink, and we'll do this.
Listen, first off, I won't be slandered by the guy who won't even drink at all. Thank you.
Wait, do you actually drink White Claw?
No.
He does. Dan is a White Claw connoisseur.
I'm a gin and tonic man.
What's
wrong with White Claw?
I don't know. I only ever see certain types of
Yeah,
people
who
drink
do you
it.
see drinking it?
Sorry if anyone is listening that. I didn't mean that. Don't let him get that contract in front of us, Dan. I broke his armor in the air. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god.
I got the contract. Oh my god, don't let this fuckboy finish me. He's right in here.
How many people are here? Oh, 2 different teams landed. I'm sorry, Dan. I look at the damage done, Dan. What more can I do, okay? I'm one man with a pistol.
Sorry, I have Gulag now.
Good, me too. We're both gonna win, and we're gonna go back there. We're gonna get our contract. That's what we're gonna do, Dan. And then we're gonna camp.
I got the contract.
I know. We're gonna finish it. We've turned on storage since after my storage usage. Why? I don't want that shit or whatever.
I won my Gulag. I'm going straight back. I'm going for it. I don't care.
Time to earn your freedom, soldier.
They're mad. They're mad because they didn't get the contract. You know what? Tough shit. Stay mad. I'm gonna kill these fuckboys now.
All right.
Loser! You suck! You suck! You should have killed me, and you suck because you didn't kill me.
Contract updated. New objective identified.
I'm landing on that next crate. What?
Contract updated. New objective identified.
My slams aren't as good. I need like a desk microphone so I can really feel my slams. Here you go, Dan. Your favorite weapon.
I don't want a fucking bazooka.
You're mad as fuck, Dan. That's your problem. Work it out.
Hey Steven, I won't even pretend to understand the shit you have to go through, but if it
Spending that
means
together
anything, many
from
of
now
us,
until
including me,
forever.
look up to you.
Big mistake,
Why?
my dude.
Because you have the strongest spine on this platform.
Big mistake.
So don't forget to check your posture.
Waste of
Love
time.
You.
Okay, Dan. I've got this window covered.
We're just staying here with no loadouts?
Yep. We're waiting for the loadout to drop on the map. Why would we buy one? Sweden's coronavirus. Hi to Sam, 20-year-old psych student from Norway. I was watching a guy. This guy doesn't have completely strong amount of load. No, especially compared to Norway's response.
Enemy helo.
Good. Summer is here. Don't care about this.
Be advised, there's an enemy team hunting.
No one is hunting us. Visa update. Hey, just wanted to touch base and inform you guys that the U.S. Embassy is still not allowing visa appointments at this time. Thanks. Thanks for the email, lawyer guy. Dan talk shit about FAO. I know this is old, but I want to challenge Dan on FAO being overrated. I think his position is privileged. He has no idea what he's talking about. I will give you 20 Pepe loads to make this happen. Dan, do you hate Vietnamese stew?
Yeah, it's overrated. It's a bunch of fucking college kids. They're like, oh my god.
True. True. Dan, you're dropping some BTs today. Some big trues, okay?
It's just fine. Never in my life have I ever been like, oh man, I gotta have some of that shit.
True.
Never.
Josh is a well-known actor with quite a lucrative career, but pursue maritime law. I meant to actually make this connection sooner, but I've been listen, you're both exceedingly brilliant with significant reach, a prominent, independent young voice on the left. It would be criminal if you two couldn't get a... Who is this? What? Who's Josh Rush? Is this just some random fans emailing us together? He's an American actor who began his career as a child actor. He's 18. Okay. Cringe. Can you leak the sushi memes? Which sushi memes? I'm really close. I'm really tempted to just do a bridge burning stream today.
Oh, do it, dude. That's excited shit. What do you got? Who would potentially... You know, let's just start easy. Ready?
Yeah, who?
Who would be on the bridge burning stream? That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying to burn the bridge.
Oh, how many can we burn? I don't know.
I'm just saying who would be on it. That's all.
Yeah, but just saying that would be... Oof.
I don't mean to be the guy that ruins the fun, but tell me about your mood, Steve. Like, talk to me about what bridges you would really want to burn.
I feel liberated. I had a lot of fun last night. Back home streaming today. Got my Terraria to look forward to. We got some Legal Eagle videos queued up. I'm good to go. I'm really happy right now. Actually, I'm feeling great.
Okay. Why would you want to burn streams? Because you know that after the fact you might regret it.
Lycan, shut the fuck up.
I'm a man with no regrets.
Dan, you know what? You're like Timo. I just killed you. The end.
Good one, Lycan.
Debate one.
What?
Steven, you know you're coming back.
I mean, I'm just curious.
Please do a bridge burning stream. Holy fuck, I've been waiting for some decent content from this shit stream since the last bridge burning shit happened with Trihex and all that.
The enemy lost track of you. You're safe.
Ah, we almost have enough for a loadout.
Only reason I bring that up is because I like most of the people that Steven still interacts with online. So I can imagine that if he's like, I'm going to burn a bunch of bridges, that there might be some casualties a lot of people in chat wouldn't like.
Nah, you can burn them all.
Like, how upset were you guys? I'm not saying it would be, but was it suddenly, Lily Pichu?
I am like 20 years old, and I try to tell people around me that they really need to vote.
Use your critical thinking
voting really
to
does
think,
work
is one of the bridges that's going to get burned fucking Lily?
Lost the
Bro, I don't know. I mean,
I know you can put two and two together here, okay? I know you can do it.
I actually have no idea what other bridge might get burnt right now. I must have missed something.
Yes,
I have no clue
hence why we remain silent while he informs of us this fact.
What? Oh, I'm doing emails right now. What's up?
It just sounded like multiple bridges were about to get burned, not one specific bridge.
Steve, what did you do last night? A lot of us are actually worried about you. Chill out, my dude.
I was just hanging out with a friend. Nothing bad happened.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Loadouts. You ready to go, Steve?
Yeah, do we get... Wait, are there loadouts?
Yep.
Care package marked.
Whatever the rules in the sushi bridges burned probably isn't as funny as the reason being Minecraft. Oh, no, it was burned way the fuck before that. It was burned in Texas.
See? This is the interesting data that we can get. I'm getting so much analytics right now.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Super analytics.
Is there one or two? Oh, there's two. Alright, so we have to get it and get the fuck out. Back to our house. What the fuck?
Oh, looks like they outcamped us. What are you gonna do? He's just sitting up here. This guy, the 12,000 IQ take.
Dude!
What a great player. Phenomenal. Just A+. Well done.
What a...
Just a great player. Like, what are you gonna... Did Susha lie about anything in Texas? Wait, has she talked publicly about it? If so, she probably lied about almost everything. What a great player. That guy was just phenomenal.
The two of them. There's two of them together there.
She talked about it on stream. What did she say on stream?
What's going on in here today?
Hey, Raj. Raj, I'd like to make money off of your brand. How can I do that?
How about $500,000 cash?
And for what? If you were taking investment, you'd come to me to counter first, correct?
Yes.
Good. That's all I want. I just want the right of first refusal. That's it.
I mean, I didn't sign anything.
I know. I'm just saying I would like to have it.
Tied me into a contract. They've already clipped it.
I mean, verbal contracts are binding.
Wait, so fill me in drama. What's going on?
Nothing. No, actually, well, technically, you would be part of the problem, so nothing right now. I want to talk to you about.
What?
Nothing. I love you, buddy. You're fine. Yeah, I don't have any qualms with you.
Raj is fine.
Is my bridge getting burned?
No, I can never burn my bridge with you, buddy.
Oh, good. That's just what somebody would say before they fucking light the match.
That's true. Fucking true.
Oh, man. He's about to dump a bunch of gasoline out and light the fucking match.
So how have things been going, Raj? You thinking about getting a new car or anything?
No. Damn, why would I buy a new car?
I mean, if I was making as much money as you, dude, I'd buy fucking new cars every day of the week.
No.
Why would he? There's no reason for him to buy one when he's already got the Lambo leased.
Yeah, that's right, baby. I got the Lambo leased. I gotta message you something about something that you used to make fun of me for at one time. I got it better. It's better now.
Oh my god. Hey Raj, do you know how handsome you are?
Do you know how handsome I am?
Yeah. Do you know? Are you aware? Are you incapable of fathoming the pure beauty that is Raj Patel? Or Raj now, just Raj.
I don't use that P word anymore. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ah, that's right. New change, new adjustment.
Yeah. New year, new me.
Can you explain what this means? J.K. Rowling is most likely a turf. Okay, that's what it means. Sure, Dan. Let's go.
Good. Raj, you play Warzone?
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yep.
That's a big no. That's a big no.
Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
Raj's fucking Call of Duty gameplay is just like his streams. He needs to be carried by other people.
Oh no!
Man, that was a good one. You're fucking right. You're fucking right. I really don't have anything else to say. I can't say. You can't disagree with him, really.
You absolutely disagree with that, man. Raj, you provide a valuable service to the Twitch community.
Yeah,
I don't.
It's carried by other people.
Someone else would have done it long before you, buddy.
Well, it's a show, so it requires other people. So it's like, duh.
Sure. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's like, duh. Of course, that's what it's about. Is it's a show. That's what you do.
The Tonight Show wouldn't be the Tonight Show if there weren't guests to come on the Tonight Show. But guess what? I mean, there are guests. And Jay Leno's a fucking legend.
Very rich.
Oh my God, Jed Lincoln, shut the fuck up!
Yeah,
okay.
It's my fault you can't shoot for shit. Fuck you, Dan.
I just hear you blathering in my fucking ear. I'm over here trying to make goddamn plays.
Uh-oh.
And money.
Uh-oh, Dan's mad.
I had a fucking armor box. Fucked it up because of you.
Uh-oh. Tell him, Dan.
Hey, Dan, do you know anybody with a multi-million-dollar flight simulator?
Let me put my thinking cap on. I don't know. Would that have to be level D certified?
I don't know. I'm actually seriously. I want to do a stream from a simulator that moves.
Yeah, me too.
Love simulator.
Like, and you're not my type.
Why did you think that was gonna work? You fucking idiot.
Okay.
No, it wasn't like I just.
Oh, sorry. I was laughing at somebody on game, not you.
I wasn't trying to be mean. I was just.
Who are you being mean?
No, I get it.
Who are you bullying now?
Am I too skinny? Am I too fat? Which
no,
one?
You're
So I
just
know
not
what
my
to do.
type. I don't know how to really explain it.
Sorry, that's okay. You don't need to explain.
Does that mean? Well, Dan's not my type either. If it makes you feel better.
Why not? Raj, okay, let me be real with you. Okay?
Uh-oh. You're what?
No. I think we should talk about this for a second. Raj, I would be an excellent boyfriend.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
I'm being attacked right now. I need help. Why are you running in? Wait, is this guy hacking?
Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay.
No, he's just got an SMG.
Well, I died.
Oh, wait, what is this? Wait, what gun was that? I thought that was some weird shit, but he had like a weird shotgun. That thing looked awesome.
Where was I? Oh, Raj, I would treat you well. I would support you. Right? Unconditionally. That's what I do. Alright? Me and you, Raj. Together, we're a fucking team against the world. Okay? That's the type of commitment that you need. Do you get that from anywhere else? No. Like, it's like literally...
Yeah, but
You're
Dan,
my world,
I like to have sex, Dan. I can't provide that. I'm sorry. Shout out your channel.
Wait, who just screamed? Was that you, Lycan?
No.
Oh, that was a guy in game then. He's real mad.
I'm not a screamer. Sorry, Raj. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, Raj, if you're that shallow that that's the most important thing to you, I don't know what I can say.
No,
okay?
it's not the most. It's not the most.
It sounds like it's the most. It's the first thing that came out of your mouth. I mean, I don't know
Well,
what
it's the first thing I think about. To be
Yeah, well then it sounds like it's really fucking important to you.
It really is.
Wait, what's really important to you?
Sex.
Raj just wants to fucking fuck.
Oh.
That's it. I was over here telling him I'd support him for thick and thin, for sickness and in health, and he's like, "You got a good pussy?" It's like, bro.
I think it's called pussy, right?
I don't need the dick. I mean, I have it. I mean, yeah, I do.
I admire the integrity.
I do need it.
So Raj is the type of guy who will leave you if you can't put out anymore. Just FYI. All right, for anyone who's thinking about a Raj
you're like
relationship.
leaky of cock.
I mean,
yeah, it's the type of guy you are, Raj. Just kind of, to be honest, I'm thinking a little bit less of you here. Right? The most important thing to you is fucking.
Do you still invest, Dan?
I don't know anymore.
Come on. Sure, you can put your morals aside for a couple $1 billion.
Are you Weinsteining him?
Wait, Lycan, get the fuck out of here, Lycan, with that stupid shit joke. What the fuck was that?
Raj is triggered. Uh-oh.
What the hell was that?
A little close to home.
But anyway, yeah, so, Dan, a couple of $1 billion.
So that's what it would take for you to fuck a Jewish guy?
No. That is not what I was even referring to, Dan. Oh, my God. Dan.
Yeah?
Dan.
Dan
Listen,
has
Raj, I'm not sure if you can say anything to take this back a step from where we're at right now.
You're putting words in my mouth.
I mean, that's what it sounded like. One's in chat if it sounds like Raj is like basically one step away from joining the fucking clan.
Oh my God.
Dan, we're taking a vehicle. We're driving out to where I marked. I got a recon. That's the end game spot. We're throwing up a W. Don't pick up any guns. We're just going to get a loadout. Let's go.
I'm just going to float over there then.
Oh, go. The orange mark that I pinged on the map.
Yeah. Well, Raj, it's okay. I can be friendly with racists. It's fine. I mean, I think it's odd that someone who is a homosexual would be so racist, but
Dan,
I mean,
that's not
different strokes.
what I said. I just don't want to have sex with you individually.
Yeah, that's anti-Semitic.
No.
Dan, Raj, you can't. You can't. Dan has the Jew
No.
card.
What is it about me that you hate?
Ready to plot any moment.
What is it about me, Raj, that you hate
Dan,
specifically?
if I'm being honest, it's because you're like, you're just a little bit outside of the age range that I feel comfortable with dating.
So you don't like older Jewish people, is what you're saying?
No, my preference older
is what, like white
people.
Christian boys?
Has nothing to do with your anything. It's just literally the age part. That's it.
Interesting.
And I'm not ageist. I'm just saying.
You know, age is a protected
too
class.
For this shit, Dan. My back's against the wall here. What's going on?
Is that what you'd like?
Yeah, is that what you like? I can do that for
you. This is a great spot. I'm going to do a few more emails. Hold on.
Oh.
I cook better than Dan. So I'm just saying, if you were to choose between Dan and I would be a far more suitable lover.
Yeah, but Dan could hire a chef that would outcook everybody. So who cares?
Yeah, but I mean, who's going to look at you and pour your glass of wine while you sit there at the counter looking cute?
Whoever we
Not
hire.
Dan. Dan just doesn't give a fuck. Is that as meaningful to you? Jesus, so you are all about.
I'd rather be looking at them in the eye while they were getting their glass filled.
I'll fill your glass, Raj.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I do not have a lot of ammo.
No, I'm just kidding. You're right, Lycan. You would have a more personal touch. No.
We have a heli landing here,
No.
Steven.
What? I'm not. Oh, load up. Let's go. Oh, 2 helis.
I like twinks. Okay, twinks. Lycan.
So lose weight is what you.
You see, there's a heli landing there,
There's
right?
2.
I have 20 bullets and 2 shotgun shells.
Shave my face, lose.
We have to kill. Go in the belt. Go in the house. Go in this house.
No.
No, what are we doing? Just get the loadout. Did they get shot at by anybody?
Can twinks be
Oh, there's people
called?
on the roof.
Yeah, of course.
All right, get your loadout and come back, and then I'll get mine. Just come back
You
in
would-
this house after
You
you're
would
done.
be kind of considered something else.
Wait, Dan! I can't cover you. Good luck. You're gonna die. You deserve to die.
Would I be an otter?
I don't know what you'd be. I think you'd be more like a. Never mind.
All right, I'm in
Was
the
he
house.
in there?
Safe.
I
That
literally
would've
can't
been a
fucking stand through it at all.
joke.
I don't know.
Are you armored up?
I don't have any armor.
Okay, I'm dropping all my armor right here. Pick it up.
No, come where I am.
No, I'm
Come
safe.
inside the
Come
house.
out here.
Oh god,
That's not safe.
It is safe. Come out here,
Did
Dan.
you see what I said there? Like, I can't say.
Yep, I had to Google that though. I know what an otter is. I don't know.
Wait,
what a
actually,
seal
I don't know what the. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
is. Pull out the incognito tab for that.
I'm gonna die right here, Dan. Thank you. Good pickup spot. Yeah, just let him snipe me. Let him kill me, Dan.
All right, run.
Wait, why are we fighting? We're supposed to be camping to the end.
Yeah, I know. You wanted to get the fucking loadout.
Oh, well, we got it. I feel good about that.
I fucked him up.
Oh,
Like
good.
the bitch he was.
Good one. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the perfect shot. I'm gonna take out that roof guy. Never mind.
I assume you have a lot of ammo with the amount that you're fucking wasting right
Yeah,
now.
I got 56 bullets left, motherfucker. That's 56 kills. Just kidding. Headshots don't kill in this game.
Oh, I got sniped. Nice.
Cool. All right, let's
Nice.
Let's wait in here. Found the house. Let's go. Right here. Good house. It's a strong house. All right, back to emails.
Raj, what's your favorite dessert?
Ice cream.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I see all these people making you cakes, you know, like celebrating Pride Month with you and all that, and I feel a little like I need to step it up. You and me and cake have a relationship, and
Yes,
I'm
one I'd like
obligated.
to forget.
Raj, let me tell you what. Whether or not I'm good content, that was a fucking amazing attempt to get on your show, and no one has ever put that kind of effort into it. I am confident saying that shit.
It was fine. Yeah, it was great.
Oh no, fuck you.
No, it was great. It was great. It was. I remember it. I remember it. That's good.
Well, you remember it because I am an annoying prick who has burned himself into your fucking mind.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, I don't think you're a prick. I think you're a nice guy.
Thanks, buddy.
But you had to hook me really aggressively for that. You were fishing hard for something. Like if you demean yourself that much in front of somebody, eventually they're gonna be like, "Hey, whoa, you're not
Me?
that
What are you
bad."
talking about? That was
Shit.
funny as fuck.
You put me in a very awkward position here. I have to say something, or I'll look like an asshole. You know.
Sorry, I was talking to my roommate. Yes. Yeah, I mean, well, so it used to be Twitch where I just message someone and be like, hey, man, you want to get dinner? And then we're like, yeah, we get dinner. And then we get dinner, and then next thing you know, we have a podcast. it has become way more difficult to network. So now it feels like the only way to keep on someone's radar, because Discord messages pile up like a motherfucker, is it being an annoying prick.
I mean, I think it's a very, very delicate balance.
It is. I concur.
Yeah, it's a very delicate balance. What I've found is if somebody doesn't want to do something, they'll ignore you a lot. And you basically want to choose whether you're going to try to burn a bridge and just push them. Or
no, absolutely. Because it could just be genuinely like, I don't want to, like, it keeps getting lost, or it could be, I don't want anything to do with this, and I also don't want to respond to it. Yeah, 100%. So you have to take the gamble and guess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Like me.
There's still talent show auditions open?
No.
Damn.
Yeah, there is tomorrow.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll go get me a guitar.
Yee.
I'll sing you a song, Raj.
Would you shut the fuck up for one goddamn minute?
And it's up to you, Georgie, to recover them.
I just like to watch DGG go Ducker Z. It's funny. I like it. You're a nice guy, Lycan. Where's Dan? Hey, Dan.
I'm here. Hi.
Dan's more of the silent type these days. When he sits on his porch and drinks his whiskey sours and then broods over his poor Call of Duty play.
This is why you'll never be on another Raj show like him.
Okay, done with the emails. What's up? You want to do recons?
We're in the final circle here.
Are we gonna?
Bitch is gonna be pulling into us.
Gas is moving. Proceed to the marked location and secure the area.
How far? That's too far.
Yeah,
we can't
fuck
do that. Wait, actually, it's not that far, but
That's on the other side of the building we were fighting.
how much 5.5 do you have?
56 rounds, none to toss because it's literally only what's in my current mag.
Okay.
Head him this way.
Everyone's gonna want our building, Steve.
What in the fuck is happening? Are you sucking dick?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Come to...
He's actually, we know that he's not because he's disgusted by the thought of being a bottom, so don't worry, guys. You never have to worry about Raj doing that.
We're not going into this again, okay? I would love to bottom if I had the opportunity to do so.
Okay.
I would.
Just by a person with a very specific body.
There's times where I just want to get fucked. You know?
Sure.
I can never be president. There's no way.
I'm sorry, shit. Why do you have those, Dan? They're bad.
Mine are better than yours.
Oh, you got the magnums. Oh, let me see how big yours are. Hold on.
You want to check these out? Look.
He needs a haircut.
Look at those. Those are way better than yours.
Oh, yeah.
Those are shotgun shells, kid.
You know what they should add to this game? They should add zombies. If you stay in one spot for more than 2 minutes, zombies spawn up out of the ground and fucking kill you. That's what they should add. That would fix this whole fucking game. And the higher the zombies are, the more godly they are too, because higher, closer to God, you know? So if they spawn on a rooftop because you've been up there for more than like a minute, you get super fucked. These losers, these guys are the real champs, okay? Their form of camping has been 2 people flying around choppers the entire time.
I mean, so your only problem is like the city area camping, though, right?
No,
Because...
this whole game is a camp fest. We like.
Wait, how
so
didn't you have
stupid.
that in the other one?
No,
Because
I don't know
these
why.
kinda-
For some, Blackout just didn't have the map for it.
Okay. Well, but they still had these kind of, I don't know, these buildings like in the country and shit.
Nothing. I don't know why, but Blackout was nothing like this. This game is the worst game for camping I've played of any of the battle royales. Way worse than Apex.
Oh,
I'm down. And are you gonna pick me up?
Hello, hello, hello.
Get ready.
okay.
Thanks, Raj. Want to just play Apex again? I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know why I stopped. Oh, because Denim's an imam.
Yeah.
Raj, how terrible was Ming's cake?
That's a good song, though, isn't it?
Wait, there's duos in Apex? Is that true?
Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there?
Oh, shit.
It's not if you can hear me. Is there anyone at home?
That's my favorite Linkin Park song, I think.
No, it's not the band. Come on, come on.
Oh, was that just a Shinoda like solo project or whatever?
No. You know the song? There is no pain, you are receding. You know that song?
Yeah.
A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. Come on, Dan, you know that one?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I become comfortably numb.
Yeah, I can't feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. That one or whatever, right?
No, no.
Isn't it?
No, it's the...
Wait, how did you change your scope from green to red? Oh, you're just not going on.
This is Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd. You mean the guy that just got killed by the cops?
No.
Oh my. Steven doesn't like music, so he wouldn't know.
Get on one of those choppers, Dan. Dan, when are you gonna buy me back?
Yeah. These fuckboys are right below me.
No, they're not. Jatura, 8 out of 10, babe. Good job. Do you think it might be more fruitful if you engage with more academics in the future? I don't disagree with any academics. When I bring an academic on, it's usually just us circle jerking each other for like 30 minutes. Because we don't generally disagree on anything. The only people that disagree are the edgy fucking aesthetically like obsessed YouTubers or whatever that want to show how sexy and cool their dumbass either fascist or socialist ideas are. Burgess is not an academic. That guy's a fucking hack and a fraud. That guy's fucking degree is probably faker than Tara Reid's. You're gonna have to go in eventually, Dan. Be careful.
Ben's one of those, what's that? He's with that other guy, Sam Cedar.
Who? Ben Burgess is some loser on his own that probably got kicked out of his college because he's a shitty fucking teacher because he barely understood the material himself. Now he's online LARPing as a fucking fat socialist loser. Good luck, Dan.
No, I've seen him on Majority Report. Is he not part of that?
I'm sorry. He's LARPing as a socialist loser. He's actually fat. I don't know. I don't think he's an official part of the show. I think he just calls in. Oh my god, Dan. Be careful, Dan.
Right. That sounds right. What a fucking bitch. What a bitch.
That guy waited the whole time, dude. What a god.
You didn't deserve that, Dan.
What an absolute god.
Raj, when's the next Royale? I don't want to go on. I just want to know when you're doing it.
Well, if you don't want to go on, well, shit, he was about to invite you, Lycan.
No, good one. See, I said I didn't want to go on, so none of you can make the joke. Anyway, continue, Raj. When's your next Royale?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
We have the talent show. It's very nice and wholesome.
It is.
Dude, does the trapped guy want to debate? What is that? Burn a headstrong or take you on? Is that the guy or whatever?
Does he want to debate you?
Well, I don't even know if it's the same lineup now. That's
no. Pink Floyd, Comfortably Numb.
No, I'm talking. Apparently, like some guy in the trapped band or their Twitter account is saying they would debate me.
Shit, I was still on that song from earlier.
Steven?
I've become...
You know, we've had like fucking 3 shit games in a row. And I'm not going to say that it's your fault, Steve, but it's your fucking fault, okay? You're sitting there doing fucking nothing.
Do you ever
emails.
find it
You need
hard
to concentrate.
to express intense emotions to others? Sometimes
Yes,
I
Steve.
feel like it's impossible to
You know,
let
Steve is
someone
a
else
bitch
understand
name.
how
You ever
I
met
feel
anyone
in
in real life
situation,
who was a
whether it
fucking
be
real player that
gratitude
was named
or
Steve?
otherwise.
I haven't.
Steve McQueen, you dumb fuck.
Oh yeah, you've met Steve McQueen?
Oh, are you saying Steve McQueen wasn't a
I
player?
mean, I said people that you've met. Have you met Steve McQueen?
Doesn't matter. You're appealing
QED.
to that. None of these people have actually met Steve. So the people you're appealing to in these
They
comments,
have met Steve.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Oh, man. Alright, guys, well, I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my evening.
Goodbye.
You deserve it, Rush. Enjoy it.
Thanks, Lycan. Goodbye.
If you're Stephen
Play
Kenneth
this.
Bonnell, too,
Try not to
who
join
is
any
the
rallies
first
on your way
Stephen?
out. All right, let's see. One where we don't get instantly blown the fuck out.
Dropping now.
Hey, what?
Dropping.
RTBA
Oh,
is a cuck. Also, Pepe wins. Six months of memes.
A lot of rats coming here.
It's dog whistle, Dan.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Let's see. Dan's dead in 3, 2.
No.
Oh,
You know what?
really?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm proud of you, Dan.
for now.
Contract updated. New objective identified.
All right, Dan. Ready to go fight?
Yeah.
Next objective located.
All right, let's go. We hear him fighting over here. Or do we?
You need armor? I have like fuck ton.
Got 5. Okay, let's go finish your contract. Fuck this. If the chopper's still here, we're gonna contract and then chopper back. Chopper to the middle of the map.
Trey, to your right, in the plane.
Good call out. I was definitely reading chat, so thanks. That dude is super mad.
Guy up! I'm down, on me.
Don't worry, mate.
Inside, this guy still dropped armor plates.
Armor's here. Armor's here.
Okay.
That's a real nail biter, Dan.
More tacticals here.
I'm full armor now.
Primary objective accomplished. All supply boxes found.
Okay. Loadout, and then chopper.
Vendor marked.
That's gonna be a spicy loadout. You wanna go the one behind us?
Nope.
You sure?
Don't make me repeat myself. There's a guy right next to me. Just stand right fucking front of me.
He's right. Did you kill that guy?
Yeah, of course I killed that guy. Oh. Are you shooting?
No, sorry.
Jesus fuck. Let me know when you're about to go full random fucking dipshit again, okay? Holy shit. Okay, you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Trigger the fuck out of me right now, Dan.
We should head to the safe zone.
Do you need armor?
I'm okay.
I'm dropping armor. That means yes. When you say I'm okay, what it means is you're not even close to full. How many do you have right now? Do you have 8?
I don't have a satchel.
Oh my god, that's gonna fuck up. Oh no. How bad is it gonna fuck up? Alright. Ready?
Yeah.
Get... Oh, you don't have a satchel. Fuck, how do you not have a satchel, dude? Alright, good luck. Comfortably down. Oh wait, this is the King Camper spot.
No, we can get sniped.
From what?
Right here. That's the sniper. That's the end zone. Right here.
Hey, I'm moving this way.
Micro Dan, no Japan. Micro Dan. What are you doing? Why are you shooting at me? Micro Dan, no Japan. Micro Dan, no Japan. Micro Dan, no Japan. Micro. Your last tweet. What was the last tweet even? I don't even know. Micro Dan, no Japan. Micro Dan, no Japan. Oh, it was a blackface guy? Yeah, it was just random shit. Yeah, get him, Dan. You want to go down there? Is that what you want, Dan? Yeah, Dan. Fuck him up. I'll stay still for you if that's what you really want. Can you shoot him? Oh, shit. He's going to rocket us. Oh, shit.
They went in the building.
Bro. Oh, there's a guy right beneath us, Dan. You see him?
No.
He's like right down there, Dan.
Oh.
Why would you shoot at him? Oh, there's 2 of them.
Broke that armor? Right here.
There's a guy sneaking up in the building. Jump off with me, Dan, please. No, there's another fucking loser camping in here on a third team? How many fucking morons are in? Oh my god, dude. What an unreal game. How shit is this game? It's unbelievable. There's like 4 teams just camping in this area. I shouldn't have jumped off. My bad. We should just sit on the building like fucking dipshits and camp it out.
You can always have a go at these.
Oh my god.
Give them some choice. Smash their mugs with a
Do you play Apex Legends, Dan?
No.
You should start. We should switch to that game. It's so much better than this.
Time for a bit of argy-bargy. Get yourself sorted. You're up next.
Perfect.
Damn, what happened? They snipe you?
They're just being pussies.
What does that mean? That killed you?
Win here and you return to the front line. You lose, your fight is over. Time to earn your
He's going to your left.
Don't. I don't.
Don't
need
what?
You.
Don't
I don't
help?
need you to tell me anything. Correct. Don't help.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I don't lose gulags, Dan. Okay. Do you understand? I just don't lose them. You know what I do lose though? Is when I go for loadouts right here and I just get insta killed.
Well, I lost the gulag because you wouldn't shut the fuck up.
You lost the gulag because you didn't deserve to win the gulag. Oh, 3 people. Everybody camping in the whole game. Yes. Oh my. Oh, a whole team of 2. Oh, picking each other up. Cute.
Just inbound.
That's not that guy, is it? There's another guy between us.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, yeah, UAV me, baby. Oh, yeah, there's so many people.
You need to get inside a building. Sniper to your right, on that building, on that thing to your right.
Was he pointing at me?
No, but he's on top of that thing. You see him? Yeah, there you are.
What a loser.
Go in that house. Straight ahead.
Hold on. There's 2 people in this house right in front of me.
Yeah, go in there.
Oh, maybe there's only 1. Holy shit. This guy had no armor? Wait. Where was this guy? Hold on. You think that guy's still up there?
Yeah. Sneak up behind that motherfucker.
True, Dan.
And put the long dick of Steven.
You're speaking the BTs right now, Dan.
Straight inside of him. Sneaky kitty cat style.
Micro Dan. Where the fuck is he?
Did you jump off?
Oh. No one here has any fucking money or armor. You know why?
Because they're bitches.
Because they've just been camping here the whole fucking game.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Holy shit. Oh, that was that guy, I think. Another camper. Jesus Christ.
He's in that house.
Yeah, thanks.
I think I saw him.
Yeah, I did. It's all just people camping. Wait! Why didn't it let me parachute?
Yo, is the R word back on the menu?
I don't know, dude. I don't care about anything anymore.
Oh!
Wait, was there a person crouched in here? No way, right? No. Oh, it was a plant.
Why do you say that, Mooden?
What? This guy had no fucking armor or money either.
He had money.
He had like $1,000. Do you think there's still people over there? Oh, yep.
Hostile.
Cringe, bro.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Got this.
Okay, Dan. I'm so sorry. I need to buy armor, and then I'll get money to buy you. I'm trying. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, actually, let me see if I can loot.
Try going downstairs.
Yeah.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, never mind. That's one of those vaults.
Oh, sorry, guys. My response to the R-word stuff is, well, I personally wouldn't do it. That's the strongest response you'll get from me. There you go.
Yeah. Do you not think I personally wouldn't do it as a reasonable response?
No, it's as stupid as fuck. It's a cowardly, spineless fuck response you give because you know that you can't defend your position, but you're too much of a little virtue signaling cuck, and you're worried about losing a part of your audience if you don't come out like in favor for or against. So you give this little weasel answer that lets you dance on both sides of it without having to actually take a firm position that you have to defend.
Then say it.
Hold on. Okay. Do you think those people are still over there, Dan?
It's possible. Why? What do you need?
What?
Yeah, I just saw him in the center.
Mm-hmm. Do you think they have loadouts? Oh shit, there's a loadout right there on the bridge. I'm not feeling too good about this one, Dan.
You heard him. The gas is coming. They're going to be going to the left. Yeah? Assassinate the back one.
Camping fucking losers.
Get their money.
Yeah, I'm trying. We just cleared this place the fuck out. Okay? I don't give a fuck if I die. We sent a message this game, alright? We cleared these motherfuckers out.
Oh, they had a UAV?
There's
a UAV on that bottle. Oh, there you go.
Mark some gear. Friendly recon's online.
UAV entering the AO.
Moving out.
Fuck these kids.
The only buy station is where I marked.
Yeah. It's 45 for you though, right?
Yeah.
And I got at least one.
Heading this way.
Oh, lucky. Inside that thing.
Yeah, here.
RTB for resupply.
Come on, just a little bit of money.
Supply box located. Move to secure.
Fuck. Check that house in front. Because you're going to lose the buy station once the gas comes in.
Yeah. There's people.
That's fucked.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Dude. I got fucked on that container so hard. Whatever, fuck it.
Objective located.
Buy me in the gas.
Oh fuck, I have to. No, I can't. It's gonna come in. No, fuck, I can't, Dan. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I'll get you, Dan. Don't worry.
There's only one buy station left on the end.
Yep. Oh my god, I shouldn't have run up here. I have to get out of here. Fuck. We made
Keep going up. Keep
no,
going
no, no,
up.
no, no! It's I have to climb a whole fucking ladder. Fuck that. Good shot, Steve. That guy's gonna ream me coming in.
Enemy UAV overhead. Support the contract. We lost the objective.
Above you, maybe?
Good one, dude.
25 remain. The enemy.
Okay, I got one more of these left to me.
Alright.
And I'm proud to be an American.
Nice.
We're holding for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up. Enemy soldier incoming. Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off. Battle Royale. Mark a drop point for your team. You'll lead them in. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the
Stand by
safe
for
zone.
deployment.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy soldier incoming. Located a supply box. Secure that position.
I love getting killed by the helicopter. It's fucking awesome.
Dude just fucking kamikazed into you, Dan.
Just wait for your turn now. Be ready.
I'm just running straight at him. I don't care. This is the last one.
Good, do it.
Get yourself sorted. Up there.
Good. Oh, I'm done. I can leave the game once you die. Great.
Well, the problem is, I'm not gonna die. The problem, Dan, is I'm gonna. Not only am I gonna crush this fool in the gulag, okay? Firstly.
I can't wait until you die. Alright, perfect.
All right,
Outstanding.
Have fun, Danny boy.
Bye-bye. Well, I mean, bye from me.
No, goodbye forever.
Okay.
Okay?
Quit the desktop.
It's been fun. Go ahead and ban him. Mooten, get him out of here. We're done with you, Dan. I might see you someday in the future. Probably not, though. Probably never again. And then, Mooten, when you're done banning him, ban yourself.
No loose ends.
True.
Play that song I sent you if you're a real gamer now.
No, let's not.
He hasn't come over, chat. He's not ready yet.
Be right back, 1 sec.
Where's Dan?
Dan is.
Dan, play this song while he's gone.
Huh?
I damned it to you.
I got you.
Don't actually do it. No.
And the bass keeps.
Oh, okay.
I mean, who doesn't love Fergie, you know? Mooten doesn't like Fergie. What you doing, Dan? Jojo stepped away. But this is just us, chat. Shut.
Alright, shut the fuck up, Lycan. I'm playing a song. Be quiet now.
I asked my woman, what could I do to make her happy and keep her true? She said, darling, darling, all I want from you is a tiny little piece of your big bamboo. She want a big bamboo, get up big and long. The big bamboo get up big and strong. The big bamboo rise up great and tall. The big bamboo pleases one and all. So I gave my lady a piece of sugar cane. It's very, very sweet, she did explain. But she handed it back much to my surprise. She said she liked the flavor, but not the size. She want a big bamboo, get up big and long. The big bamboo get up big and strong. The big bamboo rise up great and tall. The big bamboo pleases one and all. Then I gave my lady 2 coconuts. She said, darling, darling, that's okay, but the only thing that really, really worries me, what good are the nuts without the bamboo tree? She want a big bamboo, get up big and long. The big bamboo get up big and strong. The big bamboo rise up great and tall. The big bamboo pleases one and all. I know a Chinese man named Lik Wang Lu. He married a Jamaican and called her Wang Lu too. But she divorced him very quick. She said she want a bamboo and not a lousy chopstick. She want a big bamboo, get up big and long. The big bamboo get up big and strong. The big bamboo rise up great and tall. The big bamboo pleases one and all. You know, when you go to a Calypso show, it's a lot of fun. In fact, Calypsonians are able to extemporate. They look around and they sing, they make up the song on the things they see in the audience. And if you sit in the front row, you could be picked on. For example, you see this gentleman with his legs crossed, sitting there looking like he's a real big boss. When I tell you this, he won't sit at all, because I hear that his bamboo is very small. She want a big bamboo, get up big and long. The big bamboo get up big and strong. The big bamboo rise up great and tall. The big bamboo pleases one and all. See, Bill here from New York has the glasses on his eyes.
All right, Dan. We're done.
True, it is very tall.
What? What the fuck? That is... That's not... I'm not 4-1. That's it. That's...
Look how fucking tall my fucking doors are.
True, it is very tall.
This is harassment if you're standing in front of my face like that. Yeah. Well, apparently this is harassment if you're standing in front of my face like that. That's some real harassment right there, bro. Recorded this, bro. Go ahead. Why are you harassing me? What am I doing to you? Because I looked your direction? Sit there. Because I looked your direction. No one's moving. No one's moving. I never moved any direction. Well, then stop. What are you coming at me for? I looked that direction. Who's touching you? Who's touching you? You're in front of me. You're in my personal space. What do you mean? You have touching? Yes, I do. It's my constitutional right to have my own personal space. What do you mean I have no personal space? Keep mad dogging me. No one's mad dogging you. They're looking your direction. Keep mad dogging. If you know what that is, then you need to fucking go black classes, you retard. Excuse me? You heard me. Turn around. For what? Turn around.
What's he getting arrested for?
Turn around. What am I getting arrested for? Turn around. What am I getting arrested for? I'm asking you.
Let him know.
What am I getting arrested for? Turn around. What am I getting arrested for? Turn around. What am I getting arrested for? No one's look. Hey, what am I doing?
So you say he's...
Okay, I don't know if this guy, maybe he did something before to get arrested. This is kind of what I'm talking about when I talk about, like, escalation versus de-escalation, though, right? Like, the police officer in this circumstance is only escalating the situation. Like, you're not accomplishing anything by being here. If this guy has a knife or something, like, the cop doesn't even have his hand on his gun. Like, if this guy did have a knife or something, the cop would be getting killed. Like, there's just so much stupid shit going on here. Like, why would you stand this close to somebody? It's so dumb. Other than, like, a power play. It's stupid. What happened to these all being propaganda videos? What do you mean? What did I just say that contradicted what that statement? Ace Gecko. We'll wait for you to explain, please. You want a true drop?
Yes, please.
Police officers are just internet mods in real life.
So you're saying every one of them's just power hungry, looking for a position?
Yep.
Beyond their...
They were losers in real life. They found one realm where they have power and control. Because listen, as we're growing up, we want areas where we have power control, you know? Not all mods are bad. Not all cops are bad. But...
I was going to say, you don't think that's a little ACAB? To like just kind of...
Fuck off, I'm not ACAB. There are people that power trip like a motherfucker, though.
Absolutely. 100%.
The problem is you don't see any good cop encounter on video because nobody video records those.
Apparently
people think this clip shows abuse of power. Every single clip you are seeing on the internet over the past week is all perfectly tailored to show whatever message they want. Some tweets are showing cops being really good. You probably don't have the full story. Some tweets are showing cops being really bad. You probably don't have the full story. Some tweets are showing protesters being good or bad, or shop owners being good or bad. Everything is just being highly tailored to fucking the exact message that somebody wants to show you, okay? All of these tweets are bullshit. All of these videos are bullshit.
I am not a member of the group that I'm about to speak about. And while I definitely would recommend that you listen to the voices of this marginalized group, I do have to say that now is exactly the time that people like me should be speaking out against discrimination. Recent events have made the issue of discrimination come to the forefront of everybody's mind. It's easy.
The Muslim ban is going into effect. This is so scary.
Damn. You know, now is the time that we all need to step up and do something.
Now?
Yeah, now is the time.
I mean, marginalized people have been oppressed for ages, so we should really always be stepping up.
Can you explain the statement that all these videos are just propaganda? Like, does that discount them? To some extent, here's what I'm saying, okay? Well, here, actually, we can just go by real videos, I guess. What was the video we watched of the racist cops pull only black people or whatever? Does anybody have that Twitter video? J.K. Rowling, at this point, guys, is probably a TERF, okay? There's like a good chance that she is, all right? I don't care about her, fuck her. I was more charitable to her in the past. I think she made some kind of weirdish tweets or whatever, but she is basically like just like regurgitating TERFy talking points at this point. I don't know if she's doing it intentionally or she's just so fucking stupid. It's hard to say.
Do you think TERFs have any good talking points?
Yeah, of course. I'm sure there's a couple that are okay. Like some people, like I'm sure that there are probably some people online that do like trans stuff for attention. I mean, it's probably possible. This is true of literally everything, of every possible thing. The problem is that they'll take like a handful of examples, or they'll have a certain ideology that basically discounts the existence of like entire groups of people, which is usually where the problems run into, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it's when you ask, do you think somebody has some good points? Is kind of like, it would kind of be like if a building fell over under its own weight on a windy day. And somebody's like, man, that building was designed fucking horribly. And then somebody's like, don't you think there were like a couple cool things about the building though? Like, yeah, there might have been, but overall, doesn't really matter. I'm sure there were probably some fucked up Jews in World War II's time period, maybe, but that doesn't make Nazis okay.
No, right. But isn't like, I could be completely wrong, but isn't one of the big things about the people that I guess we're calling TERFs and all that, is the same thing that we put on a lot of other marginalized groups, or that other marginalized groups say, which is that lived experience is incredibly important to being a figurehead in the movement.
Yeah, of course, but I don't think there are any trans women that say like, oh, like I've had the lived experience as a woman growing up, so now I'm included in these feminist circles or whatever. Like, I don't think that happens if somebody that transitions when they're like in their 20s or whatever.
Oh, then why did TERFs even exist?
I don't know. They're threatened. They feel like their space is threatened by trans people.
Damn. You know, she has a point.
Damn, yeah.
Now is the time that I start listening to people that are different than me.
Were you not doing that before? You should always listen to people that are different from you. Not just now.
But now, too.
Betsy DeVos got confirmed. She's awful.
Damn. You know, now's the time that we really have to start stepping up.
You said this before. Did you not step up?
I would have, but now I see that now is really the time.
Trap. It is always the time. There is never a time where we shouldn't be stepping up.
Damn. I really see that now.
This healthcare bill is horrible.
Damn. You know, thought it was the time to stand up before, and even once before that. But now I see that now is the time.
Yeah, I mean, we all thought this would go away on its own, you know?
No, we didn't.
Totally.
But I've really been thinking about things, and it's starting to dawn on me how dire everything is now.
It's like newsflash, Reika. The country's divided.
Damn. He's right.
Damn.
I know the country is divided. People have been protesting for ages.
Damn. We gotta step up now.
That's so true.
So true. Damn.
Trump won't even condemn white supremacists?
Damn. You know, I think it is finally time for me to call my senator.
Were you not doing that before?
I mean, we all thought this was gonna go away on its own, you know?
Totally.
No, we didn't.
Oh, this is gonna be a whole thing. I don't want to disturb anyone else in the office.
We live in a fascist country, boys. We're all doomed.
Damn. Things are out of control now.
Yeah, it's getting real now. Now. Action.
You see this article? Things are nuts now.
I hate to drop this bomb.
Drop it.
We're really in crisis now.
I may even have to register to vote now.
Damn,
I know. I'm not saying I will have to, I'm just saying I might.
Things are so bad they're not even funny anymore now.
Who knew we'd actually do all those things? No one till now.
Newsflash, white supremacy exists. Who knew?
No one till now.
It's crazy that we're the first ones to see this.
Who knew we'd be the peacemakers ahead of our time?
It's crazy that it's already not even funny anymore now.
Yeah, it was funny, but already even more not.
Everybody shut up! So many people have been saying what you're saying. It was never funny and it was always bad. Trump and people like him have been oppressing marginalized people forever. Forget now, boys. The time is always.
Damn.
You know, I'm glad Reika finally decided to say something now. Things are awful, and they have been awful for a long time. And I am finally, really ready to stand up and do something. Oh, not now, though. Later. Guys, is this hat working? I feel like I've been wearing it for a while and no one's said anything.
Good job.
Now I understand why they had to lay so many people off.
Like distraction, you didn't finish your thought about the video's credibility. Oh, the problem is that like you can clip anything you want and say any message you want, and it doesn't matter. You just follow the video because you have no fucking thoughts outside of whatever's being shown to you in a 20-second clip. That's the problem.
Hi.
Hi.
What's up, Dougie Poo?
Pretty good. Good. Gala work done. Dealt with a maniacal boss who so surviving that. About to form an LLC for a project, so I'm kind of debating the name right now. On that. How are you, Lycan?
I'm super swell, my dude. Are you filing the papers yourself, or are you going to do it through LegalZoom?
I figured I'd just do it through LegalZoom. I've done it before through there for other projects.
Find someone else to be your trusted agent. Don't go through LegalZoom, because if you ever want to dissolve your company, you still have to go through them. It's a big pain in the ass. If you ever want to get the automatic, like, what is it, $200, $300 a year fee to not auto renew, it's a pain. So don't use them as your trusted, whatever it is.
Well, I normally would just reach out to my cousin who does this stuff, but right now with COVID, it's a little hard to. I feel a little awkward asking him to do work while he's busy with other things involving PPE stuff.
Oh, he doesn't need to do jack shit. He just needs to receive your mail.
Still, I don't want to just surprise this. I want to at least like call him and ask him over lunch or something. I feel bad just you know, it's the family. You gotta follow the rituals of such.
What is on your politically driven mind this evening?
Not much. It's been nothing but like work the past few days, which is my not again. I like to keep my professional life separate from this, but it's mostly, despite my various skills, it's mostly a lot of spreadsheets and coordinating Zoom meetings. Unfortunately,
it is unfortunate. Zoom meetings suck.
Yeah, I got like a campaign that I volunteer with, switch to Discord, and apparently it's been quite effective. So it's kind of entertaining. But
fuck yeah, dominate those boomers.
Yeah. No, the boomers like their Zoom because they like that. It's just I send them a link and they can click on it and that's it.
Yeah, I like Blue Jeans for the same reason though. I have a lot of mixed feelings about Blue Jeans.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder about
1,
my boss.
5.
They're really great. I'm fairly sure they're just a boomer with undiagnosed ADHD, so it's starting to make sense now when I say that, because they're extremely unprofessional, very competent, but extremely unprofessional.
And who's this?
My boss.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's been fun. If you're curious, for everyone in the crowd, the perspective on the protests in the hearts of power in the Democratic Party is really interesting. It's a very mixed perspective. A lot of people are like, "Oh, why are these people protesting? They should just be voting," which is a fair theory. There's some. Thankfully, only a few people of a certain age were saying to send in the riot cops to smash and grab everyone. Most people seem to be on the side of the protesters, which was quite interesting.
Do you work for a representative?
I work for a certain very large political campaign.
Okay.
That is working on national level. That is not a Republican Party. So do the math on that. But I prefer to keep it separate.
Yep. Understood. Yeah. How are you feeling about current events? How are they factoring into your sentiments about your work at large?
Well, right now that there's been some interesting work among doing, like, trying to capture these people capture the various protesters and their interest for getting them organized, which is good. Some of it is kind of mismanaged. Like, some people think, like, oh, we need to send people out with clipboards to get people to register to vote, and which isn't probably the best strategy in the modern era. And some people
voting?
No. To register people, they my boss was like, oh, we need to get all the young interns and everyone together and just send them out to the protesting, have them get people to register to vote with clipboards and such. And the reality is you can register to vote online, and you don't need to be sending interns out.
I think what you need to do, I think if you want to make change, what you need to do is, I think it's possible to poll. You can query a database to find out if people have voted in states, right?
Yes.
Yeah, what you should do is, if you really want to make change, what you should do is you should create a Twitter account that's connected to a database on the back end that automatically connects Twitter social media account names to real life people, to as many as you can, and then anytime somebody posts keywords that show that they're involved in politics, this account will come out and say whether or not they voted or not. That's what you should do. That's the easiest way to get people to start voting. So if you start tweeting about politics or whatever, and you feel real passionate about some issues, but you don't vote, then you get named and shamed, and then everybody makes fun of you until you delete your social media account and stop posting online forever and maybe do horrible things.
So the one catch to that is voter data is protected, so it might be a little irresponsible for me to use either the party's data or state data in that way.
I thought it was publicly queryable, is it not?
Well, party registration is not voting history.
Oh, I thought there were places where you could check if somebody had voted, not tell you what they voted for, but
you can check to see if they voted, if they requested a ballot, and that usually is a good indicator if they're voting.
Sure.
But you can't specifically see what they voted on, when they voted.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see that. That's fine, but just find out if they actually vote at least. Yeah.
You can only check if they've requested a ballot, which doesn't include people who just show up to vote on certain days.
Mm-hmm.
And it varies by state also. That's the hard part. Now, that data exists. I do know, if I'm looking from the perspective of a campaign, I get that voter data and I can analyze that and know who votes like that. But even still, there are pretty robust laws around, well, in theory, there are pretty robust laws around non-abuse or non-market use of voter data.
Oh, I mean, you'd make it this an account hosted in Russia or some fucking country or whatever, and do it.
Well, so famously, Newt Gingrich famously used campaign data to email people miracle water and stuff like that. So it's
well,
not
yeah. I mean, you
law.
obviously shouldn't do that, of course. Yeah.
Well, it would be a violation of my job as a data scientist to abuse this data for such personal goals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are other ways you can do this, though, if you're curious. You can just I think something very interesting that has recently happened is there's been a lot of I was listening to a political talking head who I respected very highly, who I'm not going to name because it's not my role to call them out, who said that this year was their first year ever canvassing for a candidate.
Mm-hmm.
And that really disappointed me. That really you've been involved, you're a political talking head, you've been around for a while. This is the first time you've ever canvassed for a candidate. That really surprised me.
No. I mean, I guess it depends on if it's in terms of who they are. Canvassing is another step further. I think canvassing is good if people do it, but at the very fucking least, voting should probably be a thing. I think voting is a bare minimum. Canvassing is good, but voting is definitely the starting point. That's where I'm at right now. People just need to vote. What the thing that here is where I'm at, Doug. Here is where I was. Okay,
go for it. Give it to me.
Level 1, when you're in grade school, is you learn about how voting is, and you're like, oh, we just have to vote on our elected leaders, okay, and then everything works. Level 2, okay, is oh no, leaders get voted in and then they lie about what they're going to do, and politicians are mean and evil. And then level 3 is oh, no matter who we vote on, corporate interests and everything control everything anyway, and it doesn't matter, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? I was sent it to level 4. You know what level 4 is, Doug? Level 4 is
That's level 4.
Level 4 is actually our democracy works perfectly. People that vote are the people that are catered to, and that's it. Like, I think it's unironically, I think it's that simple. Like, Garcetti is the mayor in Los Angeles. That's the guy that fucking chooses, the chief of police or whatever. That guy won with 20%. 20% of people voted, and 86% of the 20% voted for him. That's it. Like, it's as simple as that. So right now, all this shit about like, oh, we're going to change this bullshit with the cops, blah, blah. No, they're not. They're going to pay some lip service, maybe do 1 or 2 policies. But guess what? If the only people that show up are old, white, rich people, these people don't give a fuck about marijuana laws. Do you really think fucking John Henry down the street, who's 74 years old collecting Social Security, gives a fuck about how police treat minorities? Of course not. Like, this guy's voting on shit. These guys are always going to side with the police or whatever, because these are people that are more scared of criminals than empathetic towards young people who don't vote. Like,
No, of course. I would like to point out that incumbent governments, whether we're talking local, federal, state, etc., have a lot of motivation to discourage people from voting. Like, that's
sure,
why,
of course,
for example,
yeah. But we're not at 20% voting because of gerrymandering and voter discouragement. We're here because of voter apathy.
Well, it's a lot more than just voter discrimination. In California, it's a little bit better outside. But like in other states, like for example, voter ID, kind of a big discouragement. Like there's certain ID is okay, other ID is not. And if we're on specifically talking about Los Angeles, like specifically, there's not a lot of interest in like encouraging people to understand what district they live in, so they don't know where to vote. Famously, the most recent state council elections, not enough voting places. Their lines were out the door.
Yeah, 100%. I agree, and that shit happens. But like that, the rhetoric we get isn't usually like we need to do like the only thing that people ever talk about related to this is okay, maybe like voting day should be like a day off, maybe that should be a national holiday, sure, and then that's all you hear. And then everything else is like, how many people have you heard, how many times have I heard the phrase, the reason why we're doing this is because our voices haven't been heard, we tried voting and that didn't work. No, you didn't, motherfucker. Nobody fucking votes in local elections. They don't. What do you mean?
I mean, it is a pretty consistent thing in history for certain politicians who vote on certain issues and not following up with that. Like, that's pretty common.
What do you mean by that, though?
Well, I can name certain examples, and some of them are more quaint than others. But yes, look, not including Congress, but a lot of like local governments, fairly long terms in terms of for elected office. Like city council in LA, a 6-year term. That's enough time to get your job, to make your money, get your connections, and leave. It's a pretty good paying job on top of that. So you can make all the promises you like, and then just not follow up with them. And it's even harder because it's really hard to recall a politician in California. And in other states, there's not even recalls. You just can't replace that person unless they do a criminal act and you can impeach, and they get kicked out or they die. I mean, I think we've had a discussion. Like you think you distrust democracy. I think it works. It's just the problem is not enough people participate.
No, I'm fully on board with you. I'm 100% there. Cool. I think democracy works really well. I think that's the problem. But this has been my position for the past 2 months. Although initially I thought that people were stupid, but now it's actually they're stupid and they don't vote. it's twice the problems with democracy.
Well, further though, there's a lot of reasons you could vote and have your ballot thrown out for various reasons.
When you say lots, my guess is going to be that this is less than like 2% of all ballots cast. Like, I'm sure there are reasons why it could happen, but
2% of all ballot cast adds it to a lot of people.
Yeah, it could, sure, but this is not like the number one huge reason like why shit is so fucked.
1 second.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
It's the man coming to shut him down.
Mail-in balloting increases voter turnout. Yeah, I saw a few studies for that. Mail-in ballot stuff seems like a pretty good idea. It seems like, based on what I've seen so far, like it doesn't seem like it over-selects for certain populations, which is what I would have been worried about initially, that like only wealthier people would have like a stable address or be more likely to like use like mail-related shit or whatever. But it seems like mail-in voting is a good idea.
I agree. In my opinion, I always think it's interesting to like, okay, what's the most radical way to solve the not enough people voting problem?
Mm-hmm.
And then if it's too radical, you work backwards from that.
Sure.
So
most radical.
It would be more. Well, what would be like? What's the most radical?
Most radical is it's a federal law felony violation to not vote, and then if you don't vote, officers show up at your door and execute you and your family. Yeah, that's the most radical.
So that might be a bit much. But if we go down to like the Australia rule, like you'll have to pay a fine if you don't vote every year.
Sure.
If you don't vote in every election, would that be reasonable? Should we implement that?
I don't like that. On a well, I don't know how I feel about it on a pragmatic level. On a philosophical level, I feel like you have a right to vote just as much as you have a right not to vote, and it seems kind of weird that you literally have to be forced to vote. That's just how I feel like philosophically. Maybe pragmatically, maybe it should be compulsory. I don't know, but
I mean, you can abstain. Like you could. I mean, imagine the power if on an election, like
5% of people voted. Yeah.
Well, 5% of people voted for the candidate. Everyone said both these people are terrible. Like that might trigger. Like we could build into a system that might require new candidates in new election. Like that would be incredibly democratic.
Yeah. Well, although realistically it wouldn't happen. I mean, like everybody should write on something instead. Yeah. But no, I agree. Like that. I feel like you should have the right not to vote as much as you should have the right to vote. So I don't know, or maybe what it should be is it's compulsory voting, but you don't have to vote for a particular person. So you could go in.
Yeah. That's the Australian method.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. That actually, I think that sounds okay then. Yeah.
Yeah, and for the record, I don't think it's even a fine. I think it's if you vote, you get like a couple $100 tax write-off.
Cool. So yeah, that's even better. Yeah.
So I think that's the way you do it.
I think that if we were to implement that one change, I think you would see the most radical change in politics in all of U.S. history. I think it would be the biggest shift in politics to the left or whatever you want to call it in all of U.S. history. It would be unprecedented.
I agree. Mm-hmm. Well, in the same way, surprise, surprise, when we allowed change this country to allow African Americans the right to vote, surprise, surprise, some decent stuff happened.
And when women could vote too, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, more people opposed the war. It was great. Mm-hmm. Something I think is really interesting, and this is like the means tested version of your idea, and I'm in favor of the Australian method, but I think this is more of like in terms of like interesting policy proposals. I always found this interesting. The federal government gives states a certain amount of money every year. The theory was you cut money, like if your state only has 25% voter turnout, your budget gets slashed by upwards of 75%.
Fuck yeah.
It's allocated into registering people to vote through everything from advertising to whatever.
Sure.
And that was the means tested version of that policy. And even then, it's like, that sounds great.
It does. Yeah, it does.
Now, of course, when we get into where it gets complicated is we get into the uncomfortable reality that, yes, based on polling, the Democrats have a slim majority to take the Senate, either through the presidency and a tiebreaker vote with a VP, or just a straight up majority, which would be really interesting and exciting. But it gets into like, well, unless a Democratic president is willing to pack the courts, or enough conservative Supreme Court justices die in the next couple of years, it's highly unlikely, based on just the general perspective and politics of the current American Supreme Court, they would shut this kind of bill down unless it became a constitutional amendment, which would be nearly impossible based on the current state makeup. So what do you do about that? Maybe this is a good policy. Everyone even supports it in a general popular sense, but the incumbent entrenched governmental powers are opposed to it.
Wait, in terms of like the federal thing tied to your voting or guarantees or whatever, or how percentage of voters?
Here, I get you an interview with Biden. You present this idea. He's like, "That's a great idea. We're gonna put that as a plank in the policy platform." The Democrats win the presidency. They win the Senate. They win the House. Incredible landslide victory. Unless a couple Supreme Court justices die, it will be immediately shut down by the courts.
How?
Because they would say it's they
don't have. Fuck that. You can pass legislation through Congress to do it. And then they don't have shit to say about it. The only reason why the courts have become so fucking powerful is because Congress is so fucking worthless. So we've had to rely on the courts to get anything done because we can't do shit in Congress. But you know what? After McConnell, baby, if we have a majority, all we need is a simple majority in the Senate. We can do whatever the fuck we want. Take that vote, end cloture, and fucking do whatever the fuck we want. Now we only need 51 votes to do it. So go through and ramrod that legislation through. Pelosi is a fucking monster when it comes to getting legislation out of the House. Like if we have the Senate, we can do whatever the fuck we wanted. No.
So the scary part is like, and this is a condemnation of most Democrats in the Senate. Most of them are opposed to like the nuclear option. Like, what's his name? The senator from Nevada. I'm forgetting his name. before McConnell, I'm like whatever his name is. Unfortunately, like, including Bernie Sanders, including
hold on, real quick. Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, real quick. Pelosi isn't going to go crazy with bills. Pelosi and the House have had an immense amount of legislation passed. I think it's been one of the most productive legislative sessions in like U.S. history in the House. That all dies on the Senate. On the desk of McConnell. So don't say Pelosi won't go crazy. They'll get legislation. We can get legislation out of the House. Pelosi's incredibly effective at doing it. We just can't do anything with it. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, the big test will be what happens when the Senate is in place. Like, because right now it's a lot of performative stuff, and it's great that they're passing policy. It's currently a lot of performative policy because the Senate's going to shut everything down that isn't.
Well, yeah, we can't get anything. Yeah, we can't get anything done right now because the Senate is owned by the Republicans who won't let anything go through. Of course.
Yeah. But the reality is, like, for good or for ill, many senators, definitely Republican, but a lot of Democratic senators, including Bernie Sanders, including Cory Booker and Kamala Harris, and all the famous moderates, are all against the nuclear option. They're all against ending the filibuster. Because it would actually break a lot of their personal power.
Well, we'll see when certain legislative issues become like politically relevant. I don't know if that'll be the case. So, for instance, like if something like Roe v. Wade were to be threatened, I think Democratic senators would trigger that nuclear button in a fucking heartbeat to legislatively like codify that into law. I don't think that they'll take these weird principled positions on not triggering the nuclear button, especially after McConnell's raised it to the level of betraying or denying Supreme Court fucking justices, which is like an expressed role of the president. It's unbelievable. It's unconscionable that the Senate, in a historically unprecedented move, basically just revoked that power from the president of the United States. Say, you don't get a Supreme Court pick, actually. Sorry. Like, it just has to become like a politically relevant thing. Now, the reality... Actually, I take back fucking everything. You are 100% right, Doug. Because Americans are too fucking stupid to know anything about the Senate or how bills are passed or what the nuclear option is. So you know what? It probably won't become politically relevant, and they probably won't do anything about it. So never mind. You're right. I take it all back.
Well, I don't think it's people. I think it's more of like, look, if you assume everyone is a rational actor for their own personal power and hour, then yeah, like even if you're Bernie Sanders, at your heart, you know that if you give up the nuclear option in the Senate, like that's a decrease to your personal power and your role in the Senate. Like, famously, if you want to check this, if you want to check this, during the presidential primary of the Democratic Party, a lot of those people running were senators, and a lot of them were asked if they'd abandon the filibuster. Warren would not refuse to abandon it. Sanders refused to abandon it. He did later.
Well, but these were when they were in a minority position where, like, the filibuster was empowering to them.
It was asked if they would do it if they won the presidency. It was specifically asked in that situation. If like the Democrats have the majority in the Senate and it's presented to them as
we'll see what happens when like shit actually rolls around. I would be shocked,
of course,
after losing Garland, after losing an expressed power of the President of the United States, after just losing that to fucking Senate gentleman's rules. I would be shocked if Democrats are like, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and yeah, fuck that. Especially if Republicans start obstructing the fuck out of lower court picks as well, after other federal court picks. It wouldn't surprise me if they did it. I mean, the Democrats have already triggered the nuclear option in the past for lower court picks. I'm pretty sure. So I don't see them. Yeah, I don't see them.
Who I was thinking about.
Yeah, Reid. Yeah,
Reid famously triggered the nuclear option for lower house.
Yeah,
picks.
Harry Reid. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything because I was worried the name would be wrong and I'd look down. But so I would be super shocked if they. But I mean, they got rid of Franken, which was surprising. But I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Schumer is an interesting political leader. He's got some interesting strengths and some disappointing weaknesses when it comes to Senate policy. And there's a lot to criticize there.
Sure.
Really, we don't know. Like, Biden is such a cipher politically. Like, he's sometimes weirdly radical on certain policies and weirdly really conservative on certain policies based on his current presidential run. Like, we don't like the final policies haven't been ironed out.
I feel like most of Biden's positions I think are like pretty understandable at this point. Or do you think there are some political positions that he has that are just like, what are you doing, Biden?
He has repeated multiple times of wanting to form a unity government with moderate Republicans, and that's very odd in this environment and climate.
Why do you say that, or what do you mean by that?
It was Obama tried that, and it seemed to have been a big failure. Like the people that he kept on from the Bush administration, I think most people agree, were big weaknesses in the Obama government.
Mm-hmm.
And further, there's been so much antagonism towards the Republican political leadership who were just completely and totally all the most radical conservatives that Donald Trump could appoint.
Sure.
Like there was no moderate. There was maybe if you bend my arm, I guess you could say like Mattis was a compromise.
Mhm.
Maybe Kelly.
I feel like of all the people that were floated around at the time, Kavanaugh was, considering it's Trump, Kavanaugh was like an okay-ish pick. Like
it was kind of known that he was. I mean, it wasn't an open secret, but it was kind of known that he was like kind of didn't respect the privacy of women, sort of thing. Like it was kind of a known thing of why he did that. And there was a good paper about it. There was a good article written about it back in the day about how like Trump related to these kind of criticisms of Kavanaugh.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
sure, yeah.
Kavanaugh is not the most reactionary Supreme Court.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a lot worse. Yeah.
Well, yes, but so far he is the worst at the moment. But yeah, it's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, like it is disappointing if he tries to keep on like some sort of Republican moderate governance. Like it would be one thing from like the shake hands and wave of Mitt Romney, but it's another for like, yeah, I'm going to form another coalition. Like I think that's not recognizing the mood, the general mood.
For sure. I don't know if he'll do that. It seems like most of the policy positions that Biden holds are like pretty far left in terms of like what we're used to historically in the U.S.
Well, there's policy and then there's leadership. Like was like the classic, the good example is Bernie. I think a lot of people clicked on it. Like Bernie, was he the most like woke leader, like personal politician? No, but his base and his policy and his the people around him, his like leadership councils like that, were pretty woke, is a good general term for, or something like that. And that kind of prevailed through his presidency. Is Biden the most woke person? No, but he's got a big quote woke team around him, and that kind of changes the tenor of that kind of leadership.
Mm-hmm.
The policies are guidelines when it comes to running for office. It's something you put there to get people to come out and vote for you and show up. So like a few months ago, remember how everyone was talking about, oh, Warren's going to be his VP as like a big rallying cry. Like, well, I would put strong money against Warren being the VP personally.
Mm-hmm.
My money, I think I've mentioned this on here or somewhere else. I don't remember. My money's on Val Demings.
Yeah, you've said it before. Yeah.
Okay, but like it's the same way. Like we don't know who the VP is going to be, but a lot of people are going to be like hinted as being implied as the VP.
Vetted, yeah.
It's going to get people to support him, to give more support and more attention and more money. A lot of these policies, they're very fluid until the party platform agreement. From there, they're a little more solid. But until that point, look, he's talked about some great ideas. Until he like repeatedly makes one as his policy positions. Like,
well, I mean, like to be
tied to his idea.
I mean, like as president, you have no policies anyway. It doesn't really matter, right? Like at the end of the day, or at least what it feels like to me, is that like what the president's quote unquote policies, these are the like broad or are supposed to represent the broadest like baseline agreeable policies of the Democratic platform or whatever party you're running under, right? Biden himself obviously can't pass legislation or whatever, right?
Well, like the big thing is, who does he appoint to his cabinet? Like,
yeah, of course.
Most people on this listening in and in the chat are vaguely going to know who a guy named Robert Reich was. But like Robert Reich, when he was appointed as when Clinton appointed him as labor secretary, basically some people thought that made Bill Clinton a communist, because like Robert Reich was like an incredibly politically radical candidate at the time period in terms of general perspective when it came to things. And that was seen as like a big compromise, because he was the big, strong labor guy. And I think it was Clinton's Treasury Secretary who was pretty moderate to conservative. So that's what's going to happen. We'll have to see what happens, who he appoints to the cabinets, and that's a really strong signifier of what the policy positions are.
Sure. I made a bet with a guy a few days ago. I think you actually might have been in the call. Do you think there's a chance? I really do wonder. Do you think there's a chance that Trump refuses to accept the election results if he doesn't win?
Oh, I bet money on it.
Like, when I say refuses to accept, I mean, like, tries to mobilize, like, the army or something to maintain his power while he, like, gets things looked into or some crazy shit.
No, that's different.
I know for a fact he's going to be on, illegal immigrants, blah, blah, blah. But I wonder if he would attempt, like, something.
To not abdicate in any way.
I mean, it seems, based on all the reporting now, it seems like there was a plan back in 2016 to start Trump TV.
Yeah.
I wonder how much he'll just default into that. Because it seems that I don't buy into the whole thing. A lot of people imply that, like, oh, Trump doesn't want to be president. Like, I don't know about that. I think for good or for ill, the power seduces everyone.
I think he
Everyone wants to be
loves
president.
that. Yeah. I mean, you have to admit, Trump is going down in history as one of the most successful, influential people. Like, to be a literal billionaire already puts you there. To be a billionaire plus hold the most important office in probably the history of the world. Like, holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah. If I had to bet, he'll put up a bit of a fight, but he'll give pretty quickly, because he'll get a soft promise of not being, like, no one's going to call for a public execution of him, essentially.
What do you think about, like, the charges that New York are holding against him for the Cohen stuff? Do you think
that will be the agreement? He'll basically hold out until he receives a soft promise from the federal government to.
Well, but that's not even up to the feds, right? That's literally up to the state of New York.
He'll go live in Monaco or Florida or something like that. I don't know.
You've got to be. We have to have extradition agreements. There's no way you can break laws like that in New York and just walk away with it. No.
Well, like, everyone thought, like, Barack Obama was going to hold, like, a public execution for, like, Bush and Cheney and stuff like that for the Iraq War, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, but like as much as I hate saying it, that's probably a good thing. Like, trying to hold leaders accountable for, like, wartime. Like, I don't know. I could go back and forth on that. Maybe he should have, maybe he shouldn't have. But, like, Trump is in a whole other world of that. We're not even remotely close to, like, did you potentially commit war crimes based on, like, foreign intervention in certain areas? We're at, like, Trump, like, literally is, like, breaking, like, fucking campaign finance rules, like, bribing people and using campaign funds to do it and paying lawyers or whatever. Like, these are, like, just clearly illegal things. I think that's what the New York charges are about, right?
The military is loyal to the Constitution, not the president.
My gut tells me to be incredibly cynical when it comes to the punishments of the politically powerful.
Of course.
So if I had to bet, what would be narratively ironic, they'll fight it out, he'll keep, like, half his money, and then he'll make more money after that before he dies with a TV show. But, like, before that, he'll have to sell, what was his Florida property?
Some Trump Tower bullshitter. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Mar-a-Lago. He'll have to sell Mar-a-Lago or something like that. Something ironic. They'll be like, oh, look, he lost his fortune. This is being sold or something like that. So, like,
Jesus. So apparently, this was an hour ago. It says former President George W. Bush will not support the re-election of Donald Trump. How many like fucking security chiefs or like head like not Secretary of State, the military guys?
Twitter the day Biden takes off his bonus.
The commander. No, you're talking about the chiefs, the council, not the Council of Chiefs, the various leaders of the armed forces.
Yeah, have come out like there was Mattis. Jesus.
Esper was a really interesting one. That was the really interesting one because if you want to do a military takeover, you need him to do it.
Yeah.
At this point. So.
Oh, don't talk about that.
Yeah. No, I understand. Yeah.
I'm really curious how the military would work there. Historically, I don't think the military is. We don't have like precedent for like the military being involved in like U.S. coups or whatever, right?
Well, that's why we have the separation where we have a civilian head of the military. It's to literally prevent that.
Yeah, but the problem is that like Trump has blurred so many of these lines of separation. Like the DOJ, to my understanding, isn't supposed to serve at like the pleasure of the president, right? Like the DOJ is supposed to be a relatively independent institution. But holy fuck, this shit with Barr and like the charges against Flynn are unbelievable. Like this is clearly not a separate body at this point. So yeah, I don't know. Everything is like so weird. There's too much in our government right now that I think operates on like gentlemen's agreements. I think some of it needs to be codified. That'll never happen, of course. But
I mean, part of it ends up being like if there's two versions of the quote, the military takeover of the United States. Either they just declare the president is now in charge regardless of the upcoming election, or they replace the current president with someone because they think he's too dangerous or he's breaking the norms of America. And if I had to bet, if you took gun to my head said there's going to be a coup, what happened, I would say like, okay, Trump did something really dumb, and the military highly recommend he retire.
I love butts.
That would be the version of that coup. Like, what I think is interesting, people like point out, if you follow, like, if you look into like a lot of history, recent modern history, and look at like these coups, it's like a lot of these like tin pot dictatorships like have like a specific like a branch of military that's really loyal to them as like their personal guard. Mm-hmm. Like famously, I think in South Korea, it was like the paratroopers really tied to like the South Korean dictator. I want to say it was like the Marines were really tied to. I don't remember, but like it was a very specific small little portion of the military that they had like a direct control over, essentially like that, like the Palace Guards, like that. And what we've seen is like you don't need to see the Army or the Marine Corps on Fifth Avenue to make it feel like a military dictatorship. Turns out you just need the the Park Security Force to make it seem like that. Is that what it was? That's who Barr sent to go break up the protesters. It was like the
for
DC
Trump's photo op or whatever.
Yeah, it was like the National Park Police or something like that.
Yeah, holy fucking yikes.
So it's like it's not an army per se, but like it looks like an army from a distance.
Yeah, I mean our police do. So I mean,
yeah. What scares me is like I think everyone's seen the picture of like.
What if? Holy shit! I think I just saw everything together. I think Trump is planning on having a coup, where he becomes the leader, the armed forces, and he's going to use one branch to do it. You know what branch that is?
What?
The motherfucking Space Force. He's going to launch a rocket into space and he's going to rule us from a new space station being made. Holy shit. That's the future plan.
Well, like 2 years ago, he was talking about trying to have the government pay for his personal bodyguards, which kind of spooked people for a bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he already has like the Secret Service and shit staying at his personal properties and whatnot, which is...
but he wanted a personal bodyguard, which is what spooked people.
Do we? Is it called the emoluments clause or whatever?
Emoluments clause.
Do we just not care about that anymore? Is that just whatever? Or?
I mean, it's only a law if it's enforced, as they say.
Yeah. Okay. So that just is something we just don't give a fuck about, I guess. Because it seems like at this point, like Zuckerberg could become the president of the U.S. and say, like, all U.S. citizens are required to use Facebook, and be like, okay.
I mean, don't you remember? Like, there was a solid like month. He was taking visits to Iowa to like sit down and take pictures like that. He was planning on it. He was totally planning on it.
It was Zuckerberg?
Yeah.
Oh, Zuckerberg was running for president 100%. That dude was posting the cringiest shit on Facebook. Like, well, like I remember seeing random posts and was like, "Wow, I'm out here in Michigan, and the workers at these auto factories are some of the hardest working Americans I've ever seen." But like, yeah, it was 100% like so fucking obvious that he was gearing up to run. But then I think the whole Russian Facebook shit and everything started, and he was like, "Ah, fuck this."
Cambridge Analytica killed his.
Yeah, the Cambridge Analytica shit. Yeah.
And now notice where he is now. He's all tied up with the Republicans
in Congress and everything.
Probably not because it's a not a Republican Russian conspiracy, but he realized that's the length of his power. Facebook only really works for like people over the age of 50.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, which are the only politically relevant people. So I mean.
Well, yes, but it's a little obvious. It's starting to get a little obvious now. I think like after Cambridge Analytica, it became a bit obvious.
Cringe, man.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Got him.
I mean, it does reconnect into your comment about how like people see a video and it could be clipped from everywhere, but like it could be the same action between an officer and a person, and depending on how that video is clipped and who it's shown to and who it's re-shown or distributed by via automated algorithms, Twitter, social media motivation, etc. You could see same video,
and see two very different stories.
Exactly,
which drives me fucking crazy that people take these videos as gospel.
Well, I mean that's why we've talked about this. Like, for good or for ill, like truth might not be a thing anymore. Essentially, like it's a post-truth world, and that's real though.
It's like, an aesthetics world. That's where we're at right now.
Exactly. You and I talked about this. Exactly.
Yeah, I believe I'm here now. Don't worry.
Well, like, look, if you wore a beret with a red star on it, that's all you need to do, man. Yeah. Most of the people that like most of the lefties would consider you a communist because you like wore the right iconography and appeared on the right podcast.
Yeah,
that's all that matters. It's the same way with the right wingers a year ago. Like, is Sargon Akkad really a neo-Nazi? He might be a racist European, but he's probably just a dude who wouldn't have a job doing anything else.
Yeah.
So you're saying Sargon isn't a racist?
I mean, he's probably a bit
really
racist. He's probably racist.
He just seems dumb or a grift. Like he just does whatever he can because it makes him money. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, if I said I pay you $500 every time you said the F slur on Twitch, how often would you say it?
What's my limit per month?
As much as you like.
Oh, at my viewership, I could get away with it for a while, so I might. Yeah.
Well, let's look here. Every time you see the Esler, I increase your Twitter follower, YouTube follower, Twitch following, whatever, by 1, and you get $500. Then it gets interesting because that's effectively recognition of what these algorithms. But this is a recognition of how the market works. Like this is how these programs are designed. You create content, you get a percentage of the money advertising and data collected. People get content. Like there are various ways to get people's attention. Sometimes you say the F slur out loud. Sometimes you make a deep and passionate video analyzing Russian history in the modern 21st century. Naturally, because there's some ways that are more efficient, we are motivated to choose certain action. That's the internet's all about hate because hate's really easy.
True. I've considered becoming a right-wing grifter.
I know, like all of us have, who are a little tech savvy and understand how this stuff works.
It's just annoying, man, because like all you need to do is say it, and it's like these people get off like, oh my god, someone's saying the same shit that I fucking think and feel. Oh fuck yeah! And it seems that the right wingers are way more susceptible to that little bit of grift than the others.
Nope, I'd say everybody is pretty equally susceptible to it. Seems to be the case.
I guess the threshold for their standards of quality are lesser than the right wingers.
Nope, it seems it's all about the same. it's more or less the same in terms of how dumb people.
I think there is an interesting quality commentary. Like it's funny. Like for some reason, I found in an old liked thing was like, I think I found like an old Thunderfoot video. I liked when I was like 16 or something like that. And then I'm looking at how he does it. Like, wow, he's literally just sitting in his living room talking to a camera. Right, like it's like, where's the lighting? Where's the script? It's like there's nothing. Like the microphone sucks. There was a lower barrier to that kind of thing than there it is now. Like now, if you were to do that kind of grift now, you're competing with PragerU, who at least has like a sound stage.
Mm-hmm. PragerU, that's a just online educational content creator, right?
Good one.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. I used to have a very negative opinion about the whole parasocial relationship theory about social internet communities. But now I've kind of changed my mind on it. And I think that while parasocial relationships are maybe not malicious, they can be toxic. In a weird way, I think at least when you understand a person, if they go through change, you can go through change with them, essentially like that. Like if people see you as someone they can relate to you, or like if they see a content creator they empathize with, they see as like an avatar or someone they can relate to, and that person changes, like they go from reactionary to liberal to, I don't know, like you can change with them. Like if their choice of content is like PragerU, well, PragerU can literally replace PragerU, Dennis Prager, with someone else if they don't think he's profitable and doesn't motivate the change they want to see in internet communities. If that makes sense.
Can you explain that again? What do you mean by that?
So I think it was definitely 2 or 3 years ago. There was a lot of criticism, like the whole parasocial relationship when it came to like internet communities.
Yeah,
like it's because it was like, oh, you're going to create cults of personality because through YouTubers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if a content creator becomes quote like a friend, quote unquote, of like their audience, then they can change for the better or for the worse of their audience.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of a parasocial relationship, kind of, right?
But there's that potential, and there's that human action. Like in theory, like, who was the really shitty one? Was it Logan Paul who did the whole interesting video content that went viral? Like he talked about
Suicide Forest shit or whatever.
Yeah. Well, he that was his thing. But recently he was at a protest and like talked about like he talked about BLM and stuff like that, and that was considered decent. Or am I thinking of someone else?
I think he did, right? Yeah, he has like a little podcast where he was bringing it up, and people were like, "Whoa, he's
so like, is it all performative? Potentially. But like people are now changing with him, and you can, and why? Yes, there's probably layers of.
Well, yeah, the criticism of parasocial relationships isn't whether they make you good or bad. It's just that they have so much influence over you as a person.
But would you rather deal with Logan Paul and all his inaccuracies and weirdness and personal relationships, etc., or a monolithic or PragerU? Because PragerU, until or unless they are like sued or like have their revenue stream changed, they are always going to maintain the same perspective, even if like one actor or script writer or Eder quits because they're disgusted by the work they're doing, or they have their opinion change.
As opposed to influencers that you think are more responsible or don't change or aren't susceptible to monetary streams or whatever for their political opinions?
Well, influencers like I mean, yeah, a lot of them, especially larger ones, have like teams of people working under them.
I don't even necessarily mean like, I don't mean like teams. I don't mean anything that conspiratorial. I just mean the idea that like, so for instance, like I truly wonder sometimes how much people believe what they say versus how much they know that if they change their opinion, they're going to lose a large fraction of their audience doing it. Like, I think that drives a lot more internet content creation, political talks, than I previously thought. That there are people that are just like, I'm way too bought into this. Like, if I change my shit, I'm going to lose half my audience. I legitimately think that drives a very large amount of online political discourse.
Yeah, I mean, go for it.
Oh, I've seen you say that a lot, Steve. Like, how confident are you that people like do change their shit because of their audience? Like, I think you made a comment about Shu earlier.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure people like her or like Armored Skeptic are the reason why they've started to change. Is it because they've come woke to issues or because they see the light or whatever? It's because that like anti-SJW content is just drying the fuck up and they're just following the money. So they just follow their fans, what their fans say. They know types of videos they make that'll get certain hits and how much money they'll make, and they'll stick to the videos that are the most profitable. There's only one person I've seen online that genuinely seems to, like one of the old anti-SJWs, that genuinely seemed to have opinions and a spine, and that was Thunderfoot. Because that guy was a massive anti-SJW, but that doesn't mean that he sold out to Trump. Like, he like would make a video shitting on Trump, but you'd see how mad his audience got doing it. But he was one of the few people that would like do it and be like, "Yeah, fuck it, I fucking hate Trump" or whatever. And I respected him for that, even though I think his anti-SJW views are dumb as shit. He didn't seem like a grifter. But I think almost everybody else, like, I think they see where the money is, and then they'll do what they need to make the most amount of money.
Like, I might be projecting, and just because I don't rely on this for my income, like my opinions and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it just seems really like for a lot of people to be doing that. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't.
Yeah, it seems like it wouldn't,
just because.
I think a lot of people do. Because the thing is that, especially when I listen to some of these people talk, right? Like when you can't even explain basic tenets of what you believe, it's probably not because you're dumb. Well, you might be dumb too, but it's probably more just like you don't really need to learn them because you don't really care. You don't actually give a fuck at the end of the day about some particular positions you hold. You just kind of like say whatever like everybody else is saying. Like you get your opinions from like Twitter threads and news article headlines, and then you just kind of repeat it, and everybody like circle jerks you and it's like, oh yeah, like this is working. Like I got a ton of money doing this. Like why would you change to anything else? I think it's more that kind of idea.
I mean, we live in a capitalist society.
Yeah, of course,
if we allow the market to determine the best kind of cell phone or cereal, why not let the market determine the best kinds of marketable opinions for the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
This same thing happens at like the NGO level, at the lobbyist level, every level of politics. This happens. Like, there's a reason that there's a lot of money lobbying for oil interests because oil interests have a lot of money. Like, this is the reality of this market system. Now, you could debate if that's wrong or not, but regardless of that, it's a recognition of the situation we are in.
Mm-hmm.
I like you, Doug.
Thank you.
You're a fun guy to chat with.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Doug, where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Have you ever been to Animal?
I have.
The bar?
No, it's like a very hip restaurant.
Was it hip? I don't feel it was too hip.
They serve like fucking like bone marrow pig French fries or whatever.
I think I've been there. If not, I definitely walked past it. Or I think I was at a party they catered. That sounds really familiar.
I don't know. I liked it. Like, it didn't feel super pretentious, but it was very good.
No, there's a really good restaurant I liked to go to before obviously all this COVID shit. It was this like mixed Asian fusion restaurant that just evolved like the eras of America. Like they were originally like a hamburger place that also sold Asian food, but then they started doing like sushi burritos. It's just like they have anything in terms of the entire like fusion software itself. And plus, it's all super cheap because it's like next to a major university. It's like,
how do you feel about sushi burritos?
Well, cultural appropriation, as long as it's not done in an offensive or demeaning way, I think is a healthy way to create new things for their general good
And to normalize the acceptance of like, yeah. I don't think that the cultural appropriation shit is so dumb. It's cringy.
Yeah, well,
God, I just meant from flavor.
I think the ones I've had are pretty good. You?
I like it. It tastes really good. As long as it's more fish than rice. But I agree with the cultural appropriation shit is cringe.
Have you ever been to Lucy's El Adobe?
I have not. Steve, have you?
Nope.
It's great. It's like this famous old school 80s Mexican restaurant. It's kind of, you might have seen like it in movies. It became a movie set for a lot, but what's famous is like Jerry Brown and a lot of politicians like famously got like food there at the middle of the night and stuff like that. So it's kind of interesting. Really good food. Like they still have like, they're famous for like keeping their prices the same since like the 80s. So like you can get like a really good like carne asada burrito or something like that for like $4.
I dig that.
Yeah.
If you ever go to Pensacola, and this is for everyone else in chat too, if you ever go to Pensacola and you go to McGuire's Irish Pub, first of all, don't drive and get what's called an Irish wake. It's basically like a rum runner, but it's green and fucking intense and served in a collectible mason jar. But also, if you order dinner, you can get their soup, their navy bean soup for 19 cents, which is the price they've always had it at. So they kind of have a little thing like that.
I think I made Irish wakes when I was a bartender at the bar I worked at.
Dude, is it so fucking good?
I think our food coloring was like super cheap, so it didn't taste very good, in my opinion. But I think we just had really crappy food coloring.
Dude, you ever taste like red food coloring in something? That's the worst.
Oh, it's gross. Yeah.
I just drink bottles of food coloring.
Well, so like something I learned in bartending, especially once I started doing it independently, was if you would need to really food color a drink, don't use food coloring, just use Gatorade.
Wicked smart.
It's already all food coloring anyway.
Plus, I think Gatorade would mix with most mixers and not be too distinguishable.
It's decent. Plus, it's cheap often for a mixer, and you can reuse like some of the larger balls or something.
I just don't like the really sugary.
Oh yeah, well that's why you like. It's really weird. Like a lot, like for certain drinks it doesn't work, but for most drinks you need to have ice in a drink, so some of it melts and kind of waters down like a really sugary mixed drink or something like that.
Like blue curacao in every drink that requires some form of blue or green. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you open this door, you dumb fuck? You're a dumb fuck.
Dumb.
Oh, okay.
Is it megalomaniacal if I name my LLC as like a play on words for my own name? Is that kind of cheesy?
Just do it, dude. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Nah, dude. I ran an entire tournament for a year called the Lycan League. Like, sometimes you just use your name, man. Builds brand recognition.
But I hate that shit. Like I know I could have gotten a promotion at my job if I had a podcast, because I know the guy who got it, and the only difference between us was like he had a podcast, and I know his podcast. It's pretty mediocre. It's just a recorded version of Google Hangout discussions with like his friends, quote, doing interviews. And it's just like, really? I need to create something like that just to get like stupid, like, you're a go-getter. You know how to create content. It's just like, it's not even, he's got like 100 followers. It's not that impressive. But,
Dog, create that fucking podcast. Don't let your dreams be memes, or memes be dreams.
I don't want to, though.
Don't you enjoy this? Coming on, having a chat?
I do, but I also enjoy like not having to edit it. I also enjoy not having to like manage it, or it's like that. Like part of it is like so much of my real job is this kind of stuff. I feel like I would get really frustrated having to make it my other job hobby. Like I like that my other job. Like I like that my other job hobby is like working on like startups and like doing development work. Like that's enjoyable because like the job that pays the bills is just like explain how the internet works to boomers so they can like spend money on actually winning elections. Which is like, look, I love boomers. Like when you actually like explain it in like fairly simple terms, they're like, oh, well, here's $1 million. Like, oh, well, thank you. Let's go win an election. Or like, if you're nice to them, they're like, oh, I wish my grandson was like you. He's in jail right now.
I hear a really stupid story.
Oh, real quick. Every single person right now that thinks that Kanye is some secret LARPer or whatever is a fucking moron that doesn't know anything about Kanye West. That just as a quick, if you see any political commentators that are unironically like, oh, Kanye West is just hiding the whole time. Fuck, you're so fucking stupid. You have no fucking idea anything about how Kanye thinks or what he's done. Kanye is legitimately fucking unhinged. He's not some secret fucking LARPer dude or whatever. Jesus Christ, it's cringe. Sorry, go ahead.
What I was going to say is nothing compared to that.
Well, come on, tell the story.
My mom had a friend who, during the 2000 election, used to go on AOL forums, political AOL forums, and say that his name was Swift Boat Willie, and say that he was the guy that John Kerry would jump off the boat, and John Kerry would pretend to rescue him so he could get medals.
Oh, my mom believed that shit. That all of Kerry's medals were faked, and there were like videos of him like being on like a ship or whatever, and people or like a little boat, and people were like, "Oh, like yeah, this is where Kerry like faked getting all of his medals." You know, he got his friend to shoot him in the butt or fake shrapnel or whatever. You know, Swift boat veterans or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it really goes to show you just like this is going to happen to every candidate. Like some of it, there's always a grain of truth in it. Like yes, John Kerry was on a boat sometimes during his service in Vietnam, but it's after all this stuff after that is a lie. Same thing with Obama. Like, yes, he spent some time in Indonesia, but he wasn't born there. Clinton did have a server, but to our knowledge, it did not have child pornography on it or anything of that nature.
That's what you think. They didn't need child pornography because they were raping real children constantly. Nice try, though.
I am kind of curious what's kind of interesting about Biden is they haven't really locked down on like a real like attack conspiracy thing yet. Like
it'll be support over the crime bill is going to be the thing that Trump will probably try to hammer the most on.
But see, the thing like that might work to like suppress some of the vote, but you need something a little more solid. Like there was real power in Hillary Clinton on the corruption thing because like a lot of people felt that about her. It's like that she was kind of like the Iron Woman of America, and people didn't like that kind of approach.
I mean, like, crime bill will work on like the very, very far left dumb fucks, but for the most part, I don't know how many people will care about it. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah, if it was that good, they would still be hitting him on it, and I don't see that anymore. Like,
well, because we're not quite at the general yet, maybe, right?
Maybe, but they've tested out a bunch of things, and none of them seem to have stuck so far. Like, I honestly thought the attack about like his brother working with a Chinese company might have been the thing that stuck, but that didn't stick even.
I mean, it's kind of hard when you're Trump to think of a good attack to stick on somebody, right? When like this guy's
well, the thing that makes Trump smart is to recognize that hypocrisy doesn't matter in American politics. Like here's a secret: most anti-abortion American politicians, not all of them, but a statistically significant amount of them, have probably paid for an abortion. Like. That's the reality.
Do you think the Lindsey Graham stuff is real?
So like, look. So okay. Like, look here, everyone. It's been an open secret since like the early '90s, guys. Mm-hmm. It's
yeah, but there's a difference between like the guy is like a gay versus like the guy is like paying for a ton of fucking gay prostitutes and shit. Like that's pretty crazy for like a Republican. I guess it's not that crazy Republican, but
well, yeah. There's Dennis Hastert. Like there's Hastert. Like literally like. There is worse than that.
When you say worse, to be clear, we don't mean that it's bad to pay for gay sex, but just that.
No, but well, like Dennis Hastert was like propositioning people in bathrooms. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying is worse than the implication of Graham hiring sex workers. Do I think it's real? He hired sex workers. I that's the thing that I don't know about. Like like I could believe him having a boyfriend or it was someone on his campaign. I could totally believe that if it was like something like that. For my gut says like I don't know. I feel like a man of his age would have had something worked out by now. He wouldn't be an escort.
Or wouldn't be so stupid, knowing that something like that would be leaked. But these days, I don't. Everybody seems.
Well, I mean,
crazy.
Sex workers, a lot of high-end sex workers sign NDAs and shit. So
it doesn't matter when you're at that level. NDAs mean fuck all. Like literally. Like look at fucking Stormy Daniels. Like she had an NDA. Like at this level of like political influence, I don't know if an NDA is gonna keep somebody from going public with shit. Like what are you gonna do if somebody goes like public with your shit? Like the next thing, like day one, like sex workers come out, accuse Lindsey Graham, blah blah blah. Day two, Lindsey Graham takes sex worker to court for violating NDA about like gay anal sex. Like no fucking way is that ever going to go.
Well, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, I can't think of, other than Stormy Daniels, anyone that's ever broken an NDA like that. Like on a politician, and I guarantee you, hundreds of politicians.
That would be my guess. Is going to
had a couple, if I recall.
What's that?
I believe Hastert had some. I think it was one or two escorts who suggested that. The reason it's coming out is because if you look at the polling, a black Democrat in the 21st century is within 5 points of Graham in South Carolina. That's insane.
Yeah, and it looks like the other Arizona seat is going to get flipped too, which is pretty crazy.
Oh, you know, the Arizona seat, like it's more of is killing him by 5 points or 15.
Yeah,
like that's
which
gone.
is that's Jesus. And then also some of the polling. Now this is just popularity polling, not looking by district or whatever. Is starting to show that like I think Biden is within 5 points in Texas. Which is
Texas is complicated. You
Sure.
need, in order for presidential races to be successful on a state level, they really need to have a strong state level ground game. And because Beto didn't run, there was so much complication. Like I don't know about Texas because there's not a really strong local race to rally around and double up on support.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's why I think South Carolina is interesting because there's. That's why I think Georgia's interesting because there's 2 Senate races going on, so they're really doubling up on support between each other. It really goes to show, like, Beto probably could have tried running against, I'm blanking on his name. Beto could have tried another run at the Senate and then potentially won if he stayed, but he didn't for some reason.
If Texas goes blue, does that mean that the Republican Party is going to have to radically shift, like, everything policy-wise, or?
I mean, if Texas goes blue, the Republican strategy of suppressing the vote has failed. And the question ends up being, what do they do to change it? Well, they've got a couple options. And essentially it's going to be, go for it.
The real scary thing, too, is that, like, if some of those states start to flip blue, and that was despite voter suppression, that if some of the gerrymandering stuff starts to get, like, overturned, Republicans are going to be ultra fucked, and they will never take back some of those areas again. Because entrenched interest would be to have most people voting for like Democrats, and then
the big test would be if Biden and his team and the Democratic Party could survive a 2022 midterm. That would be the big test.
Yeah, because Obama sure is fucked in.
Oh yeah, Obama like came in with like a near 10-point victory on average.
Yeah, and then got
the first time, then got demolished. So like. Yeah, if he can push through constitutional reforms in 2 years to guarantee the right to vote, sure, he might be able to maintain that. But if it's that or trying to save the economy, well, who knows where the country will be in a year.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about voter suppression.
Go for it.
All right, so do you think that every Republican that wants to create some sort of like voter ID law is doing it because they are actively thinking in their minds, this keeps a certain type of vote away from my constituency, and therefore it enables whatever agenda I have?
Republican voters, no. Republicans like that work in politics, absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about. Like the people, because I used to be a person that was like unaware of the damage that those kind of laws actually have.
Some voters might be okay with it, but the reality is people never talk about this unless I'm totally misunderstood. Like Trump literally put together a commission to find voter fraud. And he disbanded it after a year. They found nothing. Like Trump literally put together like a group of people to like look into all of the voter fraud, and they didn't find anything.
I'm just partially a steel man in this. I'm a little torn on this, but I will try to defend. I think not all, but a statistically significant, potentially the majority of Republican voters do know voter laws reduce the vote of people they disagree with. Like the constant argument is like, are Republicans racist?
Well, I mean, like, but the thing is, like,
minority-
if you're a politician and you know voter fraud just isn't really a thing, why the fuck else would you push for these laws other than to reduce the turnout?
I mean, everyone knows that climate change isn't real, but we still push it.
Wait, what?
I mean, the Republicans all know that climate change is real, but they still go against it. Like,
well, yeah, because of political interests, right? So that's the same thing here. Like, the only reason you're pushing these voter ID laws is because of political interests, not because of
exactly.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was the whole point, right?
Well, I do think there's an element, like, does everyone who opposes climate change, are they ignorant? No, some of it is probably there are people who really do work and they know it in natural gas and oil.
Oh yeah, to be
this.
clear, this was the question, right? Is whether politicians know it. Ordinary people, I even of course would agree. I don't think every single person that's in favor of voter ID is like a racist or trying to like suppress the vote, but every politician is. I don't think the average person is. Yeah.
Well, so that's why I was curious, because I think that politicians can have the same bad takes for the same like illogical reasons that the average voter does, right?
Nah, but the thing is that they have staffers, they have access to this data. They should know like what's true or not here. Like no politician is being fed data saying there's a fuck ton of like illegal votes being cast. Because you know how you know it? Because if that data was out there, Republicans would be screaming it from the rooftops constantly, and it's just not like it's just not a thing.
I would like to steel man a little bit the argument if voters know or not. Like I recall a famous interview with, I want to say like just a Republican at a Trump rally, who when asked why he opposed immigration was various racial terminologies, but also they don't believe in freedom. Like I think he literally said the Mexicans want to take our guns was like literally the phrase he said.
Sure.
So, like, do they suppress the vote of minorities because they know they politically disagree with them, and thus they are racist, or are they racist because they don't like have this commonality of political ideology or agreement or whatever, thus they suppress the vote?
Yeah, it could be a combination of both. That's the whole argument. Like, whenever somebody says like changing demographics, right? Like that's that whole argument.
But are they afraid of changing demographics because they know that decreases their political power?
Yeah, that's the reason. That's the stated reason. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a combination of those two things, but yeah.
Well, like, I'm trying to think. Like, let's pick a minority from another country that agrees with the Republican Party. And I'm trying to think of one that's
ironically enough, it's probably Hispanics.
Muslim.
No, it probably would be like Hispanics and even African Americans. When it comes to a lot of the things that Republicans are big on, like social stuff or religious stuff, like most minority groups in the U.S., save maybe for Asians, are usually a lot more conservative on like social issues. So things like abortion or traditional family values or whatever. And then Muslims especially as well. Yeah, for sure.
Well, part of that is a generational thing. Like most young people, regardless of their ethnicity or religion, see like even if like whether we're looking at the Muslim Syrian refugees in France, or we're looking at young African American men, most people are now like not homophobic if you're under the age of like 40.
That's true, but we're not talking about like most in absolute values, and just in terms of comparing like population size to if you compare like if I were to take like a random black person, a random Hispanic person, and a random white person in the United States of America, my guess is that white person is at least 50% more likely to be cool with like LGBT stuff or like women and men equality stuff. That the other groups, the Hispanic people, the black people, are going to be more likely to be more conservative on those beliefs. That would be my guess.
I'm waiting. There's a poll that Pew is doing on religiosity in modern America, and I'm really curious with that poll. I know it's coming out because the big thing they're trying to figure out was if Catholicism was decreasing in popularity.
Catholicism or Christianity?
No. Well, specifically, their question was Catholicism decreasing in Latino communities between like generations versus in the same way it was decreasing in white communities between generations. Like that's a specific element of the poll they're looking at. I'm really curious about that because it would seem to suggest certain things about like, well, like, is it generational? Is it socioeconomic? Is it like, how does that play into things?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
So with the COVID thing and the current situation, how are you feeling about November?
All right, cautiously right now say that Biden is going to blow the fuck out, but we'll see.
I'm not sure if I would say Biden's going to blow the fuck out, but I lean pretty strongly that I think Biden's going to win. I don't know if it's going to be a blowout. I think there's enough voter suppression that's going to prevent that. Like, the joke I've heard is, sure, Graham might lose the election or might come pretty close, but mysteriously a lot of polling centers will be closed that day.
Graham, or you mean Trump?
No, Graham in South Carolina. Like,
oh, okay.
Like, there's enough voter suppression tactics out there to where the Republicans will hold on to things, but I think Biden will win. Like, the narrative would suggest, like, oh, Biden wins, might even beat Clinton's popular vote numbers. Mm-hmm. He wins the states in the Midwest again, and locks down Arizona, makes it close in Texas, and maybe the Democrats win the Senate with like one vote in surplus, mm-hmm. and maintain their control in the House, potentially. If not, maybe there's some irony if like it's an exact dead even split in the Senate, and you need the VP to split the vote to give the Democrats the victories they need in the Senate.
Mm-hmm. If I'm going full speed and I run into a slime, guys, will that slime get like killed, or will it just fuck with me?
One way to find out, Steve.
It'll hurt.
All right, Dad. I have a question. It might be too complex. All right, so not too complex, but two complex questions. On a national level, so like for the presidential race, and then for a local level, mm-hmm. such as state or congressional, is mm-hmm. there enough voter suppression? I guess how impactful at the national level is voter suppression, and how impactful on the local levels where Black or minority communities exist as Democratic voters in enough capacity to actually influence an election? Like, how effective are those at those two different levels?
So part of the discussion is what you define as voter suppression. Anything that prevents people who want to vote from having their votes counted, or
I say anything is like an active measure that has been taken, whether ID laws or something like
anything that makes it harder to vote.
Okay, so if that's your rule, there's a lot of debate on how effective it is on the national level. Some people estimate upwards of 5%. It might be less than that. It might be more than that, depending on the state. But the general rule of thumb is 5% on the national level, from what I've read.
So, like, if you said, the Democrat, it was like Trump got 67 and the other candidate got 33, you could say that 5% of Trump's vote is because of voter suppression.
On the high end, yes, maybe a little less. Like, I think, like, if I recall, like, Clinton won by 3 million votes, which equates to 4% of the population. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. 2% of the electorate.
So it sounds like, unless we're dealing with like a Bush 2000 situation, that's not hugely impactful on a national level.
Well, most elections are only won or lost in terms of electoral vote by less than 2% of the vote. Because remember, we're not talking about the popular vote. We're talking about the electoral college.
Yeah, the problem is that, like, I've heard different numbers, but I'm pretty sure that, like, with less than 50,000 votes in different places, like, Hillary Clinton would have, like, steamrolled Trump. Like, it all comes down to where these votes are.
Oh, so that was from the electoral's perspective, not for
popular vote.
Yeah, because popular vote,
popular vote mattered. And in my personal opinion, we should determine the president by the popular vote.
Yeah, fuck the popular vote. Fuck California. Hell yeah.
Okay, cool. That answers my question from the federal. Got it.
But on the local level, it's more complicated. It varies bit by state. But I can use LA as a good example because I worked a lot there, or I can talk on more general terms of the rest of the entire country. Do you have a specific question regarding local politics in terms of how often voter suppression occurs?
Not really. I was just thinking, like, you brought up Lindsay, and I know you're from LA, so I was just curious, like, if you knew in general across the United States how areas like that are affected by voter suppression, like how serious it is.
So, for example, in LA, as Destiny famously commented, 20% of people vote for the mayor. Now, why does that happen? Well, part of it is the mayoral election does not line up with your typical national election. It's an off year. There's a lot of money spent. Now, there's been a lot of really good reforms recently. Like this year, there's been a lot of reforms. forms. But like, there's that. There's a lot of like the state might strip you of a ballot if they think you might be doing something fraudulent with it. If your signature isn't that properly, you won't even know that until after the election. People obviously, it's hard for people to take days off. In certain states, ID laws limit. Or for example, there's some weird examples. Like for example, in Texas, for a long time, in order to canvass for votes, you need to be deputized by the sheriff of the county.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So there's a lot of ways to suppress the vote in creative and non-creative ways. The classic example is like, yeah, mysteriously there's not enough voting machines. And then they all discover they're all in a warehouse somewhere completely unused. That's the classic example. But there's a lot of ways to do it, like just changing the days, limiting the polling stations, limiting mail-in voting. Like, if mail-in voting
so
occurs,
the best example of this is if you've ever seen like what North Carolina did. Those guys they tried North Carolina. Sorry, I think it was North Carolina. Those guys did everything they could. So what they did was, one, they changed early voting, I think from 13 days to 7 days, because black people tended to do early voting more than other groups. They closed down different polling stations that were specifically used by majority black people. And then there was one other reform they did too. I don't remember it. One was the early voting. One was closing down specific polling stations. And then there was one more.
So North Carolina was famous for like having very like they already had voter ID laws, but they had extremely weird ones. Like famously, like a hunting license would be considered acceptable ID, but a student ID would not be accepted.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing they did. They went through and they randomly made like different IDs that like were used to be okay, now were no longer okay. And all of these things, I think the way that the North Carolina court said it was that they surgically targeted, was the quote that they used, black people in terms of the types of reforms that they put through. And a lot of these things were just like bizarre. Like why would you make early voting like at different times? Like how is this helping like voter fraud? Like it was so random, but it was pretty transparent what they were trying to do.
Or for a more famous naked example, remember Stacey Abrams versus Brian Kent in Georgia? Mysteriously, there was a whole thing of like, oh, in order to transport voters to the polls, and the famous like souls to the polls style that became famous for like African American voter turnout. Mysteriously, they declared you need a license to do that,
Yeah.
so they would pull these buses over. It's like that.
Yeah, and then you weren't allowed to like basically bus people to the polls anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, real quick, just because we're on that sidebar, like, what are some other voter suppression tactics that happen?
I mean,
also, has there ever been a smoke, like within the last 10, 15 years? Has there ever been a smoking gun for voter suppression? Not where we have to rely on just
the smoking gun in the North Carolina case was that the state legislature specifically requested voting breakdown by race before they started to implement their changes. That's as close to a smoking gun I think here. You're never going to find, like, behind closed doors, some senators like, I want to get these N-words to stop vote. You're never going to get that, right? Even Hitler doesn't have orders on paper to kill the Jews, right? Yeah, that's never going to happen. But, like, I think that, like, that is the closest thing you'll get to a smoking gun, I think.
So, like, famously in 2018, there was a case of, like, people from a campaign collecting ballots and changing the and voting for people without their consent. Like, do you remember this? I think this happened in 2018.
Yeah,
I want to say it was like that was monumental. That was incredibly because it was so documented. People discovered it really quickly. But like, there are several historians and political scientists that would suggest, like, guys, this has been happening in the American South for the past couple decades. The Brooks Brother riot, famously in Florida, based on the general estimates and the counts, it probably would have been gone to gore, based on most generally accepted estimations at the time. What's really interesting is when you look into like voter fraud outside the United States, because there's been some really interesting examples of how it happened. It was exposed because of like fairly interesting and random reasons. Like I don't remember, but there was a famous election in Mexico where it was the first time they were counting the votes digitally, and they would literally just like add multiply one party's votes. I think someone might be able to find it in the chat, but like there's some fairly interesting national elements of how voter suppression or vote manipulation has affected things. Of course, there's famously gerrymandering, but there's a lot of stuff that goes into this, like the fact that we are going to have an incredibly uniquely high level of vote by mail might really demonstrate like what this country actually looks like from a democratic perspective.
I like to hope so. I personally think that the coolest thing would be federal holiday for voting.
Yeah,
and then
there's
some kind
just
of
no
requirement around it.
excuse. There's
Yeah.
just no reason why not.
I mean,
we have
a
so
big
many
part-
already, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, a big part of it is like it's weird that it's on a Tuesday. It really should be like a Friday or maybe even a Saturday or something like that. Like that's something
Wrong,
obvious.
impossible. Because no offense, but lazy ass government fucking employees would never fucking work on a weekend. Those motherfuckers
So it
are
can be a
bank
Fri- so it
hours
can be a
all
Fri-
day.
So it can be a Friday or a Monday then.
Yeah. But if it was at a
Tuesday's
Friday, the booths would close at 3:30. Fuck them, dude. No, but I agree. Like at the very least, if it's not on a weekend, it should be like on a weekday that's like a national holiday, and that shit should be open late. Yeah. Although I think to be fair, I think the poll station is usually open pretty late, like till like 9 or whatever on weekdays, or at least it was in Nebraska, I think.
They're supposed to, but there's a lot of inconsistency when it comes to this. Like, and it further gets the complicated. Like, I mean, everyone. You two are old enough to remember the whole hanging Chad situation. That's an incredibly common thing. That's incredibly common. Like, there's even still reports coming out about how, like, oh, it turns out this voting machine would just like count abstentions every third vote or something like that for some reason. Like,
one thing that I just haven't read at all about. Because I have like the understanding, the really basic understanding of like was it the Kerry Bush elections and the Supreme Court stuff?
Yeah.
It sounds impossible. Like. It's like the Supreme Court literally was just like, nah.
You mean Gore Bush?
Was it Gore Bush instead? Yeah, it just sounds unbelievable. There must be some argument or good reason why the Supreme Court stopped the recount or whatever. Like, is there a steelman argument of that? Because
there is none. I mean, like, look,
it seems unbelievable.
I mean, like, look, I could have thrown that Bastille in our conversation about what power is and constitutionality is in America, but like, yeah, that's a demonstrable example that it's just power, and there you could be in. That's an incredibly depressing realization, but there's some honesty to that. Like, it's just power.
Wait, somebody was saying that it was like the third or fourth recount. Is that actually true?
I don't know.
There was any behind these.
That sounds pretty important if that's true. That's why I said I want to read into it a little bit. I've just never actually formally like looked up that issue. Huh.
Well, like famously, like here, let's tap a controversial thing, which will of course rattle some Bernie or anti-Bernie people.
Rattle it. Baby.
What happened in Iowa? What happened in Iowa? That's been happening for every modern election, and there's no paper trail. For all we know, there hasn't been a super legitimate Iowa primary. Like, based on the fact that there's no paper trail, the fact that there's so many inefficiencies and inaccuracies, like this wasn't a uniquely like messed up primary.
Yeah. This is something that I talked about a lot, and because people were asking, like, this is the first time we've ever seen this. It's like, well, yeah, that's because this is the first time we've ever had any transparency into this ever. We never actually saw. I think it was like first and second alignment. Those numbers were never reported publicly before. But this time, I was like, oh, well, we're going to report all of it. It's like so we can all see how fucked up your process is. Because yeah, Iowa has always worked this way, and everybody's known it too. The dark secret for that, though, whether they'll admit it or not, and there's video recordings of a lot of these people saying it specifically. Bernie bros were actually okay with Iowa being super fucked up because the process benefited him greatly. But prior to this election cycle, when it was versus Hillary, Bernie loved caucuses. But this time around, they did not like caucuses.
I mean, there's local caucuses, but also like, still, the fact that it wasn't being recorded is quite questionable. And you can look back at various primaries in history. And like what extreme role the Iowa caucuses cause.
Well, it's not that
it's quite questionable. In fact, that there's no documentation of this data. That's
not the questionable part. The questionable part is that you would ever even have a fucking caucus ever. That's the questionable part.
Oh, sure,
because these things are so fucking stupid.
Oh, sure, most definitely. Like if you cross over, but if you've already crossed the Rubicon that they're going to have a stupid caucus, then yeah. I mean, if you want my opinion, like really, what like. Something I will offer in defense of Bernie, and I will offer as a criticism of Clinton and Biden. So everyone, all the communists in chat, perk up your ears. I think there's a little bit of concern that we give so much electoral power in primaries to states that we know Democrats really are unlikely to win at the moment.
Sure. Actually, this is a very valid case. It was one of the only reasons why I thought maybe Bernie is a better general candidate than Hillary.
Yeah.
Because it's like Bernie crushed Hillary in the Rust Belt, and Hillary cleaned the fuck up in southern states. We're not winning those states in the general. Like, do I
exactly?
Really? Although my understanding is that doesn't the DNC weigh swing states and non-blue states more heavily, or blue states more heavily, or whatever?
No,
I'm almost positive they do in terms of how they assign delegates.
No. So what they do is they give superdelegates to, and one of the super ways they give superdelegates is they give them for each sitting member of Congress. So in theory, the way like blue states are more rewarded is because they have more superdelegates in them. Now you could debate if that's superdelegates are right or wrong. Personally, I'm against superdelegates because I don't think they're very democratic.
I think they got rid of superdelegates this time around, didn't they? They didn't have any.
It's complicated.
Okay.
It's very complicated. The fact is, they probably should be gone, not like kind of gone.
My understanding is that there were either no superdelegates this time, or that if they were superdelegates, they had to vote with the popular vote. That was my understanding. I'd have to go back and look it up. But
it was first ballot was the rule, but even still, like in my opinion, because of full credit, there's been a lot of like in 2016 there's a lot of work into examination of why, and like there's no reason for the superdelegates outside the fact it makes certain elder power players in the party feel special and important.
Yeah, my understanding was that superdelegates existed to kind of like protect the interests of the Democratic Party. That if there was like
we haven't needed that.
Well, yeah, but that's why they exist, just in case.
well, but it's like they weren't needed for for Clinton or Obama to secure it, like the popular electoral vote did. They weren't needed for Gore or anything else. Like again, like it just seems to be like a undemocratic check on the democratic will, which you can debate that all you like about whether we do need a check on the democratic will. I would argue that.
Let me put it this way: superdelegates seem like a bad idea. The Democratic Party has them. The Republican Party doesn't. After Trump, the Republican Party wishes like motherfuckers they had superdelegates. Okay, let me put it that way. All right, like superdelegates exist in the DNC to prevent people like Trump from becoming president. Is basically what. Yeah.
I think that's I would disagree. I think
that's the only reason why they could possibly exist, right? Or sorry, go ahead. What were you saying? Republicans what?
No. Superdelegates are literally just like it's a reward you give to people in the Democratic Party. It's a promotion. That's what it is.
Yeah, the promotion exists to protect the interests of the Democratic Party.
But again, we've never had a primary that was so close that we needed the superdelegates to decide it.
Yeah, of course, but a lot of laws and regulations and shit exist where you've like plenty of airplanes have never deployed their like emergency breathers, but that you still have them on the plane, right?
Sure. But again, again we've discussed this. I lean more radically in the favor of democracy than you do. It's a professional disagreement.
No, I'm not arguing for or against superdelegates. I'm just saying this is the reason why they exist, right?
Oh, yes. This is the reason they exist. Yes. To offer an additional point, the Republican Party, through their various bylaws, could have easily thrown Trump out at any moment before he was elected as the nominee.
No, they potentially could have, but once we were down to just like Trump and a couple other guys like Rubio and Cruz or whatever, and then I think was it not Lindsey Graham? What's the name of the other guy?
Kasich is what you're thinking about.
No. Yes, no, yeah, it was Kasich, right? Yeah. Once we were down to like those four and we were getting towards the end, at that point, there was no way the Republican Party could take the nomination from Trump because there would be full revolt. They let it go too far.
Well, sure, because the reality is he more resembles their party than the majority of Republicans do. Like, Trump is their political party.
Yeah, maybe. This is something I want to spend a lot of time thinking about in the future. I've heard this a lot. I don't know.
He polls at 90%. He polls higher with the.
Yeah, his favorability is unbelievable. But it's just when somebody says like Trump represents the Republican Party, it's just I don't believe that all Republicans are as hateful and racist as Trump is. I think they just like his personality and his aesthetic more so than necessarily his political positions. I think that would be my guess.
Well, sure.
I hope.
But look. If I liked a band, that'd be one thing.
Mm-hmm.
If I liked that band and one song in every album was a song about like murdering minorities, I don't necessarily have to like murdering minorities, but I like music about murdering minorities, which should reflect upon me.
I reflect upon you. 100% agree with that.
Yeah,
but I don't think that I don't think that every Republican is quite as hateful and evil as Trump is. I don't buy into that.
As Trump, I don't know about that. Generally speaking,
so this goes back to my question earlier, which was, do you think that when they do these things that they have the knowledge of, oh yeah, this will totally affect the voting in my district, and therefore I want to take that action? Or do you think they are ignorant like every other Republican that refuses to accept that there is a problem?
It depends on if you're talking about the politicians or the voters. I think that I think that a decent chunk of voters, I'll qualify this, and I'll say 65% of Republican voters that want voter ID genuinely believe that there is some amount of voter fraud happening. That would be my guess. Like, I do genuinely believe that. And then maybe 35% or some large chunk, like, literally just want to do it to fuck over Hispanic voters. That would be my guess.
Well, right. But I'm talking politicians. And if I understand correctly, you were talking about whether or not the Republicans are as evil, quote, whatever, as Trump is.
I think every politician knows. It's just so hard for me to believe that politicians don't, like, they know that voter fraud doesn't exist. Like, I think that things related to voting are going to be some of the few things that politicians know about, and I think that if voter fraud legitimately existed, you would see a fuck ton of, like, legislation or pushes from politicians to deal with it, but you just don't. Like, we see it sometimes around election season because it might be, like, a voter ID is a hot topic or whatever, but I don't think politicians are investing all these times, like, securing voting booths and voting, like, areas and whatnot, like, because I don't think anybody believes that it's actually as big an issue. Some people make it out to be.
So my thing is, go ahead.
Go on, go on, Lycan.
Oh, just like let's say I had left the military and I ran for Congress, and I ran like right off, and my district was one that had a hard on for military, so it was an easy win, right? And someone said, "Hey, Lycan, we're putting a bill up, and it's going to be we're going to do voter ID laws. We think that Ohio should have strong voter ID, so we want to pass this resolution or this bill or whatever." And I say, "Oh yeah, that fucking makes sense. Yeah, why would I want someone not voting?" Like, I believe that there can be people in there that don't know about the issue, and that to just then they're like, yeah, that makes sense. Fuck fake voters. Let's fucking do it. I think you can end up in those offices.
The reason why I don't believe that is because, like, any politician that would be in that position would be like, okay, well, like, now we're talking about our political strategy for this year, guys. Okay, now we need to worry about this voter fraud shit. It's real, right? Like, what are we going to do to secure our poll? Like, I don't think people have these conversations because, like, most politicians know that, like, that's not going to, voting fraud isn't going to make or break my election. Like, I don't think people actually think that. Politicians, I don't believe so.
So the other argument is voting fraud is real, and the only people doing it are Republicans. Like, the reason they're so gun-ho about enforcing it is because they know they're doing it. And this is joked about, but like
what came up? What was it?
It would explain actually why sometimes the Republicans mysteriously do super well in some places.
There was something that came up around the presidential. Was it presidential election? I don't remember. That was like really weird. In some like Western state. I don't remember. Fuck. What are with these random boulders?
That doesn't narrow it down at all.
No, yeah, I know. I wish I could remember where it was.
The illegal quote, like Trump talking about like quote illegal immigrants voting in California sort of thing.
No.
And I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. It's more just
of course.
I can see that, like, I don't like ascribing evil or bad to
every Republican. I agree. I agree completely.
Yeah. Like, so, and not just with voter ID stuff, but just in general, where it's like, hey, if you looked into it a little more, like we could talk about implicit racism, systemic racism, things like that, right? Like, I could see it where it's just someone where an aide says, well, sir, we see the study that says, and they go, no, that's not true. I'm aware that of the talking point there, and that's just fake, right? Like, there could be just the same thick-headed person as the voters.
Part of it is there's a lot of money and power to maintain the Republicans as a political unit. And so the reality is there's just so much stuff saying that there's a strong motivation to maintain that system. In addition, I've always had this opinion when it comes to like talking about, quote, the voter or the American. In my opinion, like the American people, there's two things going on. The American people are potentially either honestly ignorant or ignorantly honest. Like, if you tell them, if you are a person in a suit on TV and you tell Americans that, and you say it in a strong voice, in a solid voice, and you look like Bill O'Reilly or Walter Cronkite, you say, my fellow Americans, people with left hands want to eat your babies. Maybe not all Americans, but definitely 20%, maybe 30% would believe you and actually would believe that left-handed people want to eat their babies. And on one hand, that demonstrates kind of like an almost like strange like parody of the classic situation that suggests like a lot of Americans don't trust don't trust authority figures. Well, it seems to suggest that some people trust authority figures so much that when they're told left-handed people want to eat their babies, they believe them. So there's that potential, because that means, like, in theory, if it comes to the right position of authority, the right arguments, the right tone, they could be convinced to change their mind. Like, you have to kind of wonder if Bill O'Reilly, actually we saw this recently, like, famous, like, Bill O'Reilly, Bill O'Reilly, like, changed his opinion on the COVID-19 stuff. Like, Fox News is starting to back away from that a bit. And
Bill O'Reilly?
Not Bill O'Reilly. Who's the big talking head?
On Fox News Sean Hannity or
Sean Hannity. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I mixed them up.
Keep in mind, though, for a lot of these people, I'm going to bring up my YouTuber argument. I don't think these people's opinions are genuinely changing. I think they're just following their audience on that.
Well,
I would say that, like, as it reaches a certain, that's why I feel like, especially when you look at things, people bring up about, like, Trump, like, oh, like, the reason why Republican senators and Republican congressmen follow Trump so much because that's what they really think. No, I think it's because he's politically popular. Like, as soon as the Republican voter base no longer buys into Trump, then politicians are going to, like, abandon him, like, in force.
So here's my example. Sean Hannity, like, Fox News now has a competitor. It's called OAN News. Like, have you seen it?
Nope.
Yeah, Trump sucks its dick a lot. It's fucking terrifying. I've seen it.
It's terrifying. It's like the news network of like
V for Vendetta,
like a fascist America. Yeah. That's Fox's competitor now, and it's like known that like the talking heads of Fox News are actually concerned about OAN. Recently, Sean Hannity and certain Republicans on Fox News are starting to back away from the COVID-19 is fake, and and if there's a vaccine, it will turn you into a slave of Bill Gates. They're starting to back away from that slightly. Now, you could debate if that's because they don't want to get sued. You could debate if that's the simple fact that more Americans believe COVID-19 is real and it's taken seriously. But part of it might be just their opinion. They have calculated it's no longer the risk that push as hard on that as they did. And that is changing minds. Like, we can trace it now. Like, we know, like, people who watch Fox News, when Tucker Carlson and O'Reilly changed their opinion on that subject, it changed their perspective on it.
Maybe OAN will be the fucking savior, right? Like, that's like the One American News Network is so far right and so fucking up Trump's butthole that the people that instead watch Fox will eventually get pushed away as Fox tries to differentiate themselves.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, if you didn't believe, if Sean Hannity says COVID-19 isn't actually eating your brain, it's not going to turn you a slave, you could just jump to OAN. But from what I've seen, number-wise, Fox's news numbers haven't changed dramatically in the past couple months.
Well, that could be good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's it's a small point of optimism. The other thing, and this is where it gets another way to examine this, is, and this is where you get into the touchy subject for non-quote lefties, is there might be a lot of material conditions that go on here. It might be a reason a lot of poor white Americans in this country are deeply racist against non-white people, is because they can feel that if there are more people they have to compete with in the job market, more people they have to compete with for welfare benefits, more people they have to compete with for college placement, they are concerned by that. And that could explain a lot of the culture war stuff. Literally, they're seeing themselves less on TV, and they feel threatened by that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they took our jobs thing is pretty real, isn't it? Like, it's a South Park thing, but it's also a genuine concern for a lot of people, even though they don't understand the dynamics of those industries.
Yes, it's not a real thing. It's an emotionally felt thing, which is then seen. Like, part of it, like a large part of the thing has been like there's less room, like there's less factory workers, but there's more nurses. And what causes issues, though, is those factory workers don't get jobs as nurses.
Mm-hmm.
The people who are willing to get jobs as nurses don't look like those factory workers.
Yeah, of course.
And that's what's starting to cause a lot of frustration, disagreement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, is this a material condition? Like, does this demonstrate the, quote, lefty perspective of, if we just lifted a lot of Americans out of poverty, we might not solve racism, but we might heavily reduce a reason for people to use it for political gain.
Mm-hmm.
A theory that was explained to me, which makes it a really good, strong argument, I think, for this line of thought, is it's one thing for a man to want to kill me because of my race. It's another thing for a man to want to kill me for my race if he has more power than me. And I think we've discussed this, but I think the simplest form to understand what class is or wealth is or all that stuff, I think it's all about power. So how do you reduce cops from killing black people? If you raise the average income of the average black person, it means more of them can afford a lawyer to countersue and bankrupt the police when that happens. And
I mean, well, this is kind of true though. Like, there's still like a lot of stuff that there's literally like even controlling for socioeconomic factors and everything else. Like even wealthy black people still get screwed by the legal system more than like wealthy white people, right? So like even if the class stuff was completely abridged, like there are still issues of racism that you have to deal with fundamentally. Hello?
Do you? Yeah, I'm on.
Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, I don't know. Okay.
Do you think we could solve, like, in the same way we could, in theory, like theoretically, we know how to solve poverty in this country. Like we know how to solve hunger in this country. You just put enough food or housing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, do you think we could solve racism in this country?
Yeah, it just requires like multiple systemic reforms relating to like education and criminal justice and. Yeah.
So like you do agree like we could solve racism in this country without like great acts of violence or great forced migrations or anything like that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I firmly believe that. I think tragically there are some people in this country that think racism can't be solved, and I feel like that's a very dangerous path to go down, and that scares me because essentially I know a lot of people in power like that, and not like saying that like, oh, my boss is like that. It's more of it's people who have just given up the fight on that and just think it's more about beating down on racists, which I don't like. I have met people who are like, and I admit I had this position once. Like, we just need to Ruby Ridge unironically all the racists.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like, look, I mean, who of us would shed a tear over a Nazi? It's like, well, they're a Nazi. On the other hand, is this really the most effective way to do it? I'm like, and it's like, yeah, well, in the same way we recognize that, like, if you kill one ISIS terrorist, you might, all you do is motivate. If you don't do it right, you probably just motivate his brother, cousin, sister, ex-boyfriend, whatever, to become a nice member of ISIS.
Mm-hmm.
In theory, like, if we machine gunned all the Nazis or the Republicans or whatever memetic joke you want to make, there's still probably going to be racists in America.
Yeah, of course, but just fine. Like, there can be racists. The problem is just that when that racism exists, like, within systems that, like, systemically impact entire classes of people. That's, like, the problem, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because for the most part, like, you have, the KKK and, like, the neo-Nazis, the explicit racists, right? But the problem that everyone's trying to deal with is the implicit racism. Like, not just the stuff within, systemic things, but, like, preconceived notions about different races that, we all have to, I guess, grapple with, if you're aware of it.
Sure, but even those don't, fuck that. Like, there's always going to be racist people. I mean, like, we should work against that. That's important, sure. But the reason why systemic racism is bad is because it involves the oppression of entire classes, and it doesn't require any bad actors. Like, systemic racism doesn't exist because a lot of people in our country are racist. Like, it's a system where, like, if you snapped your fingers right now and you got rid of, like, all racist thoughts, but everything else stayed the same, you'd still wind up with a lot of, like, bad outcomes for, like, African Americans. Like, the fact that African American communities are disproportionately policed because of things like broken windows policing.
Well, hold on, but that would be like that kind of systemic stuff is still fed by the implicit racism that the people serving have, right? Because if you snapped away all racism, including implicit, they wouldn't be those people that look at the black person on the street and assume the worst about them, right?
But I mean, it depends. So, like, for instance, if you're in a district that heavily polices certain communities, and those communities are African American, you're going to wind up with a city that disproportionately criminalizes and arrests African Americans, even if no one else is racist. Like, that's just what's going to happen by default because of that type of policing.
Yeah, it's like there are unfortunately in the like unironic woke people, there was a moment where, like, if you ask them if an Asian police officer arrests through broken windows policing an African American man, is that racism? They might have said no. Now most people would agree that's probably racism. The question ends up being, like, if you have an African American police officer abuse an African American man for questionable legal reasons in a city that in theory has, like, all the right stuff, is it still systematic racism? Is it still or is it or not? And that's where it gets into the complicated, like, how much of this is a discussion of power, how much of this is a discussion of poverty, and how much of this is systematic racism.
Can you repeat the analogy again?
I'm sorry, I talk. I'm used to talking fast. In theory, if we have like, it's one thing to like say like defeat the racist, quote unquote. Like I firmly believe like our country doesn't do enough to like say fight the Klan, but like if we like there right now there's a lot of talk about how we need to increase the number of representation in the police force, but the reality is that what that's going to lead to is we are going to see African American or minority police officers potentially doing abuse of police powers on minorities.
While that's true, it's probably still less likely to happen, right? If you have like a community of police officers that closely resembles the community that they're policing, you're probably more likely to have like a better relationship with the police and better outcomes with police, if that were the case.
So one of the big issues with that is residency requirements were once a big thing in the LAPD.
Mm-hmm.
They were shut down by a court ruling. And it makes sense from a constitutional level. Your work can't say you have to live in certain places to work for us. That's kind of questionable from like a legal perspective and a rights perspective.
While that might be true, I'm sure that there must be some reasonable exception that would even be legal that could work for like police officers.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I wouldn't claim to be or dare to suggest I was. But if I recall, that's one of the big issues about the community policing laws or attempts at laws in California. There was there was some attempt to do it, and famously the court case just shut it all down. Like, if you know LA geography, like a big issue is like Santa Clarita, which is a separate city, like a kind of a suburb or an exurb, depending on what you define it as, has a lot of the LAPD living in it, and they're not even in the same city as the.
That's like really far north, right? Or pretty far north.
Yeah, if you're looking at a map of LA, it's in the northeast quadrant.
Yeah, okay. I go there sometimes.
It's in LA County, but not LA City.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a common issue in a lot of cities across this country. How do you do that? Do you take the right of police officers to live where they want away from them?
Mm-hmm.
Because some police forces were, because like it's hard to live in San Francisco.
Oh,
like
This is true. Have you read about the Camden, New Jersey reforms or whatever?
Yes, I have. Yes, I think that's the model personally.
Yeah. So the way that they did it, the way that they got around all this was like, oh, okay, well, we don't have a city police force, we just have a county police force now, and then,
yeah, and part of that was the mayor of the city had to give up some control over the police and essentially allow that power to go to the county, which is of course something a lot of mayors aren't in favor of.
Of course,
the additional reform, which I don't see is talked about as much, but I'll find the source just so people don't think I'm crazy. I'll dig it out after this conversation and post it on the Reddit. When police officers know they are being internally investigated, they perform better, and they know, and they do. There's less crime and there's less acts of violence by the federal government. When the FBI, I think famously, when like the FBI tells police forces that they have an anonymous operative working on the inside of the police force, like investigating them, all of a sudden everyone performs properly. But you recognize, like, oh, so like any other institution, when there's actual internal review, not just everyone decides what happens, there's actual like oversight. Like if you just have everyone like we investigate ourselves, turns out we did nothing wrong. Surprise, surprise, there's abuse of that luxury.
Mm-hmm.
I think, unfortunately, that might be something we need to look into. Like we need to have the FBI placing internal investigators inside police precincts.
Well, not just that. I think that there should be like the powers of the Department of Justice where they, will occasionally go in and specifically investigate a certain thing. I think should be extended to an entire branch within that organization, where that is their responsibility, is to provide internal affairs sort of oversight, like where their job is to keep track of all the different statistics, everything down to like how many times someone pulls someone over, the race, their age, their gender, whatever, right? Things like that, to kind of give that perpetual oversight.
Yeah, it's, as a data scientist, it's incredibly disappointing and depressing how limited data was on this. Like when it came to data about policing, like it only started to become a really like consistent thing after Ferguson. Like we still don't have like really solid data on like how many people did the police kill in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. Like, we don't know. We have some general numbers. We have like coroner's reports that we're fairly sure are accurate, but like we don't have that data.
There was that guy who shoved that girl who was kneeling or something. Did you see that article? It was during
was that recently?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Yep. So during that, like I saw it, and there was like a little rundown of like all the times he's drawn his weapon in the last 8 months or something like that, and they talked about like what the types of incidents were and just different aspects about it. But they had a lot of data, and it was really good data. And like when you dug into it, it's like, yeah, he's drawn his weapon in a bunch of times, but here were the circumstances. I don't know. I think that data could be incredibly important and looked at more often. And also, by the way, I hate police unions. Can we say that?
I'm pro police. I'm not pro police. I'm pro union in most cases. But yes, it seems pretty obvious that the power structure that police unions play is quite dangerous, and probably there needs to be reforms in what roles they play in terms of relationships of disciplining of police officers.
So wait. I have a question for you.
Go for
it. Do you acknowledge that a lot of the problems within police unions are something that unions in general are and have been documentedly susceptible to?
This is a really interesting question because essentially there's mixed data which complicates things. But what typically is the way that you can like unions discipline themselves is they essentially have like a general knowledge that they're fighting just to maintain their current budgets. Typically, like most major like teachers unions, they know, okay, this round there's gonna be a round of cuts. What do we fight for? What do we keep, etc. And typically, like they have their agreements, they fight for that. Police unions have the rare benefit in America of often being one of the few unions that are consistently negotiating up for more and more benefits, and thus they have a motivation to like maintain the ground. It's like there's a saying in the military of like I think it's use it or lose it. I think it's famously like the thing. Yeah, it's the same thing except if you think of it, it's specifically in human capital. Like if you lose an officer, you're not going to get a new one in that spot until you negotiate again. So again, this same thing is felt in the LAPD and police unions. The same kind of thing is felt in like any kind of union organization when they're on the upswing. But when they're on the downswing, it's like, okay, we have to regulate, we have to recognize, we have to agree, okay, we'll let this guy go because he's really bad, and union is going to agree for the common good. In order for everyone to keep their health care, we're going to let go these 3 underperforming guys or whatever. Police unions don't have to do that. So the issue, I think, in my opinion, is we need to re-examine the power structure that police unions have on local electoral process, and thus limit that, which means there'll be more times that the city governments will be willing to cut their budgets or threaten to cut their budgets,
right?
Which will motivate the police unions to discipline.
So
now, I will fully agree with you. One of the big weaknesses of unions is they have this self-maintenance of like cancers, essentially like that.
I think that unions are an easily corruptible institution. I think that what's his name in the trucker union? I can't remember his name.
The Congress candidate.
I can't remember if he trucker union guy Jack Nicholson. Can't remember who played him.
Hoffa,
Jim Hoffa.
Yeah,
Jimmy Hoffa. Yeah. So like, that's like the quintessential example is Jimmy Hoffa and the trucker union, right? But I also grew up near Youngstown, Ohio, and I think you know all about that. I'm assuming with your background in politics. Yeah.
Yes.
So, like, I'm very critical of unions. I have heard horror stories from teachers' unions. I was just listening to Kitchen Confidential the other day, and I had listening to Anthony Bourdain talk about like asking once when he was elected the head of the restaurant to be the union rep or whatever, that when he asked for the union contract, he got visited by some mobsters that said, hey, maybe you should let the other guy have the union job back. Like, those kind of things. It's just something that seems to have run rampant throughout unions. So while I understand the history of unions all the way back to the Molly Maguires and the coal mines, and their importance and the role they've played, I'm also like, these organizations are fighting for their lives when human resources and federal and state legislation are starting to actually do the work they do or did, and they become more and more reliant on the lesser, I guess, people-centric aspects. So I don't know. That's my problem with unions, and I think people are starting to acknowledge that issue, like like that they're caring more about the people and keeping the organization going rather than actually like being concerned with the impact they have on the industries they're touching. So when police unions are fucked up, people die, and then the people responsible don't get in trouble, right? When the cook union fucks up, like someone loses a job, but no one's really concerned about it, right? But regardless of the social impact, those same fucking issues people are having to deal with. So while most people aren't going to give a shit about what's happening in the cooks union or the trucker union or the cab union, because people aren't dying on camera for it, those problems still exist. There are still workers suffering for those issues within the union.
Yeah, I think you find this at all power structures. Like I remember working on a startup that had a very similar issue. Have you ever heard of the iron law or the iron rule of institutions?
I have not.
The institutional powers within the institution will always maintain themselves above all, even at the loss of the greater institution. So essentially, the theory is, if you are running a company or an organization, and your options are to give up your power within the institution for the general institution to win or benefit, or for you to maintain or increase your power at the loss of everyone else in the institution, it seems that people rather maintain their own personal power within an institution that's dying than benefiting the general. The classic reign in hell or serve in heaven sort of situation.
So why would a person that's in charge of a local union, if not the head of the union on a national level, why would they, give deference to the institutions like human resources, which are coming up? Yeah. And exactly. Why would they do that when it comes at the cost of their impact?
Exactly. Now, this happens often because when you put people in tense situations, like it causes issues. Like, one of the benefits of democracy is we agree that regardless of the effect on an election, we are not going to publicly execute the loser on the lawn. You can argue from a pure power politics game theory perspective, why is Vladimir Putin so brutal? Because if he loses an election, he's not waking up the next morning, probably. Like, that's his perspective on things. That's the reality he lives in. Thus, he has to be brutal. Now, we could debate moralism, determinism, and a lot of things. Like, as we saw, like, turns out you don't need to be a fascist. You can transition from monarchy to democracy a la Spain. You don't need to maintain institutions above all, but you understand why people maintain things. Like, I'm sure every company you've ever worked at or every organization you've ever been a part of, you can feel that same kind of energy. Like, there are people that rather maintain it, aim it at the general loss than lose at their own gain. People feel more comfortable with those kind of changes when the institution is more stable, when there's more power. In my opinion, it's the whole theory. Like, the reason unions or some labor historians, some lefties will argue, to some credit, like, the reason unions got corrupt is because they were on the downturn. So, like, why did the truckers union get kind of corrupt and tied with the mob? Well, because the federal government, specifically under RFK and a lot of other institutions, were really trying to crack down on the truckers unions, on the Teamster unions. And thus their reaction was, okay, we need extra firepower to maintain ourselves, so we'll team up with the mob. Same thing with teachers union. Like, I imagine if the Republicans were less willing to, like, murder teacher unions publicly, there were probably a lot more teachers who'd vote for Republicans. Like, I certainly know a fair number of teachers who were quite reactionary in their politics, but voted Democrat and were hardcore union members, because if they didn't, they'd be out of a job that had healthcare benefits.
So, I think this might be a comparable situation. I have a friend who works in the Maryland State House, and has told me, like, from firsthand from the people she's worked for, is that the reason those speed cameras exist is because the state of Maryland gets millions of dollars from it. And the reason that no one is stopping it is because they get millions of dollars. So they put these speed cameras in front of things like construction sites during non-construction hours. We're talking, 6, 7 p.m., well after people have gone home. They're not keeping them safe. And the only reason they have that car sitting out there with the camera on top of it is because it's a shit ton of revenue for the state. And so the state's aware of this. The congressmen are aware of this. The senators are aware of this. And that they still allow it. They're fucking robbing their people, as far as I'm concerned. Like, those aren't set up for, the sake of helping anyone. Like, do you know why the average speed limit across the United States is 55 miles an hour?
I know this one. I don't remember the exact phrase, but I know where you're going with this.
It was set during one time of fuel famine where we were concerned about, and it was believed that 55, or it was proven that 55 was the most effective, fuel efficient speed that we could have on the highways. So that was set up, right? So like when people are enforcing that law with the speed camera, it has nothing to do with the statistics and the facts on safety nowadays, or with the cars and the way what they're capable of handling. It's entirely just because, well, that's what the law says, and we can set up this camera.
Mm-hmm. Well, part of it is like if you look into like certain places, and for that matter, Maryland, there are a lot of places in this country which I wouldn't say are poor, but aren't really economically comfortable and stable. Like, famously, the Ferguson police were a very important revenue generator
Okay,
for
chat,
the city
it's
of Ferguson.
just you and me.
Because the city of
I
Ferguson,
think you guys are cool,
not
no
doing too
matter
great
what that
economically
other
speaking.
chat says,
They
Pepe
didn't have a
laugh.
lot of money. Now, we could debate why they didn't have a lot of money. There are certain parties that would argue one reason or another why they didn't have a lot of money, but didn't have a lot of money. So they needed revenue. So the way they got revenue was policing and fining various members of the Ferguson community.
Joke, okay? It's
and
a
that was that.
nation.
Same way, like in the same way, Maryland, not the most economically stable state. Not a lot of heavy industry, not a lot of tech companies, not a lot of maintenance of the stability of its tax base. Thus, they need ways to make money, to pay for schools, to pay for for political salaries, etc., etc. So if the options are that or to legalize casino gambling, I suppose it's choose what the lesser of the two evils are. I mean, like, it's the same concept. I've often look, is gambling moral, amoral? I don't know. Who am I to judge? But is it a useful revenue for taxes? Yes, and that's why it exists in some places, doesn't exist in others. Like, the classic theory is if you why gamble in Las Vegas if you could gamble in Santa Barbara or Hawaii? Well, because Hawaii and California don't need the tax money from gambling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I love you guys. We're gonna watch Legal now. Okay.
Okay. Pleasure.
Yep. Be careful, guys. I love y'all.
Bye, guys. Nice talking to you, Doug.
Pleasure talking to you, Lycan.
Keeping Legal Eagle in the air, which now comes. This video was made possible by Tab for a Cause. Raise money for charity just by opening tabs, which you were going to do anyway. Link in the description. In the wake of the death of George Floyd, the whole country has erupted into protests and riots. But with the charging of the officer who placed his knee on the neck of George Floyd for over 7 minutes, it really raises more questions than it actually answers. Such as, what's the difference between second-degree murder and third-degree murder? And why was the police officer who had his knee on George Floyd's neck for over 7 minutes initially charged with third-degree murder, but now recently the prosecutor has upgraded that to second?
Wait, did we watch this yesterday? He updated it. It's for June 6th. Is there really going to be like a big difference?
Degree murder. And what about the other officers? Do they face liability? They've been charged with aiding and abetting. What is that? And what penalty? First-degree murder, except homicide, where you don't have the same as the killing itself, it doesn't necessarily make sense. That's why you have other things like murder in the third degree or intended the specific death of any one of those people that would still give rise to a second-degree murder charge in Minnesota. Hey, Legal Eagles, it's Devin from the future. I want to amend and update this particular video because the first video that you have been watching is a combination of clips that I shot before and after the Attorney General of Minnesota upgraded the charges against former Officer Chauvin. Now, I cover the felony murder rule in a second in the section that deals with the other officers who were charged. But part of the analysis regarding second-degree murder made it seem like Chauvin was charged with traditional second-degree murder as opposed to felony murder, because in Minnesota, the felony murder rule is wrapped up in the second-degree murder charge. It is both the traditional homicide where you have the specific intent and also the kind of homicide where you don't have specific intent because of the felony murder rule. And because it's a combination of clips from different times, it made it seem like Chauvin was charged with the traditional form of second-degree murder, when in fact I was merely trying to explain what that general type of murder constitutes. But in reality, Officer Chauvin was charged with felony murder, which I'll talk about and explain. I received some comments from viewers that were confused by that, so I greatly apologize for that confusion. There's a lot of news going on, and in an effort to try and get things out quickly, sometimes things like this are not explained.
I love you in chat 3.
So the issue here is that the Minnesota statute on second-degree murder contains both the traditional specific intent required second-degree murder and also what's called an intentional killing, where a death occurs during the course of another felony. Here, it seems the Attorney General is arguing that Officer Chauvin was engaged in potentially some sort of assault, which constituted a felony, and during the course of that felony, George Floyd died. Thus, he was engaged in a felony, a dangerous felony, and someone died. Therefore, that meets the requirements of the felony murder rule, which we've talked about. It doesn't require specific intent to commit the murder. It requires specific intent to create the underlying felony. In this case, it would be probably some sort of assault. That's sort of an issue because there's this doctrine called the merger doctrine, where in most jurisdictions that have felony murder, you can't use the underlying crime that has basically the same elements as the death itself to form the basis for the felony murder rule, because you can imagine that the exception would swallow the rule, where if you engaged in any kind of dangerous felony, that would automatically be upgraded to a murder because the felony murder rule kicks in. So most jurisdictions have this merger doctrine that prevents this sort of upgraded charge, because sometimes just because someone dies as a result of a felony being committed at the same time, when it's exactly the same as the killing itself, it doesn't necessarily make sense. That's why you have other things like murder in the third degree or manslaughter that generally cover unintentional killings. But Minnesota doesn't have this merger doctrine, which allows prosecutors to have the discretion to upgrade the charge for an unintentional killing up to the status of murder in the second degree. Now, whether that is a good thing or a bad thing is a policy decision that I'll leave up to you, especially under these circumstances. So I'm sorry I caused confusion with the first version of this video. I should have gone into more detail about the felony murder rule, and I'll try to do better in the future. Back to the original video. So now that you know the difference between first, second, and third degree...
Cool story, bro.
Comes with Nebula for free when you use the link in the description.
This is the story of a coward and a commander. The coward Trump dodged the draft. Jim Mattis led American troops for 40 years. While a frightened Trump hides from protesters in a deep bunker, firing off tweets, Jim Mattis does what he's always done, leads. While Donald Trump angrily attacks, General Mattis's words deserve to be heard by every American. Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who does not try to unite the American people, does not even pretend to try. Instead, he tries to divide us. We know that we are better than the abuse of executive authority. We must reject and hold accountable those in office who would make a mockery of our Constitution. Militarizing our response, as we witnessed in Washington, D.C., sets up a conflict, a false conflict, between the military and civilian society. It erodes the moral ground that ensures a trusted bond between men and women in uniform and the society they are sworn to protect.
Who do you trust, the coward or the commander?
The Lincoln Project is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Wow.
The men who followed this flag 150 years ago knew what it meant. Treason against their country. The death of the United States. America defeated the men who followed that flag. Those with honor surrendered and cast it aside forever. So why does it keep showing up today at events supporting Donald Trump? And why does he call the folks who carry it very fine people?
I think there's blame on both sides, but you also had people that were very fine people.
What does it say that they're all in for Trump? What does it say that he won't condemn a flag of hate, division, and losers? For us, it says this is a time for choosing America or Trump.
Wow, edgy. All right, let me get a drink. Has that trap guy got back to you? My friend tweeted at him, but I don't know if he. He's not responded yet. Be right back, 1 sec.
No.
What?
No.
Wait, what is this?
So after giving it some thought, I've decided that I really don't like the way Season 8 went. I mean, it all...
How Game of Thrones should have been it. Fuck, wait, I gotta wash my hands. Amiya goes psycho. Videos posted by her ex-boyfriend. Wait, what the fuck?
The fuck?
Yes, can you tell them to take, like, can you, like...
You should tell them to take the...
Wait, we've already seen these videos, haven't we? Yeah, we have. She goes out to protest, leaves at some time in the morning, locks her dog in the closet, and doesn't tell me. I get home at 5 and she's nowhere to be seen. She really locked? Is that actually true, do you think? This is why I never live with streamers, by the way. Okay? A lot more streamers' house look like this than you actually realize. She says it was a walk-in closet with air conditioner. Oh, nice. Jesus. Do you have a theory on why they're so messy, filthy? I don't know. I mean, if you never live on your own, if you don't give a fuck about it, maybe. You're used to parents cleaning up after you.
Welcome to the third and final installment of the Primaries Project, a series about how we nominate presidential candidates. Last week, we looked at the real-world consequences of our primary system. For that, we examined how it came to be. If you haven't heard either of those episodes yet, you may want to check them out first. This week, we're looking at...
Yeah, I'm good for now. Yeah.
Obviously pissed me off from, the finale.
Should we do this or Legal Eagle first? We'll do this one.
Even before that. But now I'm at a point where I just can't go a day without thinking about what could have been. So yes, I'm doing a rewrite video. I'll also say right now that this is still very much a film channel. I know I've been doing tons of Game of Thrones videos lately, but this will probably be my last one for a while.
Oh, holy shit. How many parts are there? We'll just watch part 1.
Also, special thanks for my friend Tim for doing a lot of the artwork. I think it's pretty outstanding. Before we begin the rewrite, let's establish a couple of rules. The structure of the episodes will remain mostly the same, and I will also be limiting myself to 6 episodes, so it will be fair to D&D. Also, I'm giving myself the same amount of money that I assume Season 8 got, so I won't be writing in a battle per episode or adding more dragons and elephants. Also, this is all my opinion of how I wanted the show to end given all the limitations. I did get some ideas of other how it should have ended videos, but most of it are my ideas. It's how I think the show should end while still staying somewhat true to the structure of the show and the certain, major beats. However, if you disagree or think it's complete shit, then feel free to say so. I'll also say that I haven't read any of the books, so if I get anything wrongs in terms of the magic and the greater lore and stuff, feel free to correct me. I just wanted to do this because, like Tyrion says, a great story does have a lot of power, and personally I think my version is kind of better than what we got. Hopefully you guys agree. So episode 1 is basically the same, except the dragon riding scene is cut slightly shorter to save some CGI money for later. In place of this is a scene where Varys tells Daenerys that he's gotten word that Cersei's army isn't coming because he's Varys and he knows everything. It also gives Varys a bit more to do because he does virtually nothing in the first half of the season. The final scene is still the same, with Jaime arriving and seeing Bran. Episode 2 is the same with 2 big differences. When asked about the Night King's motivations, Bran says that the Night King was created by the Children of the Forest from the beginning. He has been cursed and connected to them and has been building up his army to face them, which he successfully does back in this episode. He killed the old three-eyed raven and is now coming for Bran because Bran's magic derives from the Children of the Forest. Now that was the one bit I wasn't so sure about, so book fans can correct me. So if he kills Bran, that connection is broken and he'll be more powerful because the Children of the Forest magic is now completely gone and there's no longer anything restraining him. Bran says this could mean Valyrian steel and dragonglass will no longer work on him, so if there's any hope of killing the Night King, they have to do it while Bran lives, heightening the stakes for the character and making his safety even more important. The other difference is that during this planning scene, Tyrion realizes that putting everyone at the crypts is a bad idea, and that they should burn the bodies. Jon says that he and his siblings will do that themselves because it's fitting for the Starks to do so, and that will give Jon a small moment between both Ned and his mother Lyanna. The burning scene can be implemented into Podrick's song, and at the end of this, Sansa and Arya leave and Dany comes in for the same kind of scene, and the episode ends in the same way. Okay, so episode 3 is different, and I mean very different. First of all, almost everyone is within the walls. If you wanted to make a siege comparable to Helm's Deep, then you actually need tactics that are smart, and write it like an actual siege. There is a barricade of spikes, just like there are in the original episode, with a small opening by the gates for a retreat. The opening can be closed, just as Grey Worm does in the real thing. Behind these spikes are Grey Worm and the Unsullied. They are the first line of defense. Within the gates are the Hound, Beric and his Brotherhood, Tormund and the Wildlings, Ed, Sam and the remaining Night's Watchmen. A portion of the Dothraki who have been established as very skilled archers are on top of the walls, like the Elves are in Helm's Deep, along with the combined forces of the North. Arya is up there with her bow as well. We'll also have many of the primary characters up there like in Helm's Deep. We've got Jaime, Brienne, Podrick, Gendry, Jorah, Davos. The women and children are in the crypts. By the Weirwood tree is Bran with Lyanna Mormont and her men, and Theon with the Ironborn. Dany is on the same hill with Drogon and most of the mounted Dothraki overlooking Winterfell. Jon and Rhaegal are on a hill opposite to Dany with the Knights of the Vale. Now that we have all our main players set up, let's begin. The episode starts pretty much the same. We have that awesome tension building moment that establishes all the characters. However, during this bit there are shots of soldiers trying to light the trench. Attempt after attempt, it just doesn't catch on fire because the winds are too strong. Melisandre arrives a bit later and successfully lights the trench in the first triumphant moment, allowing us to see everything from the beginning, but we still can't see too far into the distance to maintain the tension in the scene. Arya shoots a flamed arrow into the distance and her arrow reveals the army of the dead charging towards the trench. Brienne then tells the archers the whole knock draw loose thing, and a barrage of flaming arrows and flaming balls from the trebuchets hit the whites. Jon and Dany arrive on their dragons, decimating legions of whites, followed by a Dothraki and Knights of Vale charge from both sides to pick off the remaining whites. This is one of the high points of the battle. They've taken out the first wave. We are winning. Cavalry on the ground suddenly hear more footsteps approaching them. The Dothraki, who are still fueled with adrenaline from their first victory, charge in first, completely demolishing a bunch of whites as they hit the giants. Men on horses are no match for giants, and there is a shot of a giant picking up a rider on his horse and throwing him into an archer on the wall, who then gets knocked off the wall onto the floor where the combined forces are. This will be a useful moment to establish the distance between the characters in the battle, similar to this shot from the Castle Black battle. Dany and Jon fly down to burn the giant.
Okay, I don't actually care about this that much.
Well, the president has now gone to war with Twitter because Twitter is applying warning labels to some of his tweets. It's 2020, so that pretty much checks out. As you may know, President Trump is a fierce critic of speech that disagrees with his own viewpoints, and don't take my word for it, take his.
See, I don't think that the mainstream media is free speech either, because it's so crooked, it's so dishonest. So to me, free speech is not when you see something good and then you purposely write bad. To me, that's very dangerous speech.
But as president, he believes that he has the power to shut down private companies who distribute comments that he doesn't like. He tweeted, "Republicans feel that social media platforms totally silence conservative voices. We will strongly regulate or close them down before we can ever allow this to happen." And President Trump has toyed with issuing an executive order targeting online tech companies for years. But now that Twitter has started putting warnings on some tweets that the president tweets out, the dam appears to have finally broken. The American president issued an executive order purporting to dictate how online platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram regulate speech online, which of course brings up the age-old debate between platforms and publishers, the Communications Decency Act, Section 230, and the First Amendment. So the question is, what did the president just do, and can he do it? And does he understand the First Amendment? Hey, Legal Eagles, it's time to think like a lawyer, because there may not be a single topic more misunderstood than freedom of speech. So let's start at the beginning. The first one, the First Amendment. As you may know, the First Amendment protects freedom of speech, among other things. Now, the biggest misconception about freedom of speech via the First Amendment is that it restricts what the government can do to private individuals. The key phrase in the First Amendment text is that Congress shall make no law. This means that the First Amendment is directed at stopping the government from censoring speech or compelling speech. Private companies, generally speaking, can do whatever they want as it regards speech. Now, of course, there are exceptions to this, carved out by the Supreme Court for some limited categories of obscenity and creating imminent lawless action, but these are the tiny exceptions to the general rule that the First Amendment prohibits the government from restricting private individuals or private companies' speech. And the term freedom of speech has a specific legal meaning. Freedom of speech is a negative right against the government that prevents the government from punishing most kinds of speech. Freedom of speech does not apply to private companies, generally speaking. And also, generally speaking, it prevents the government from forcing individuals to make speech. That is called compelled speech. So, as a general rule, as one commentator put it, the Constitution protects Twitter from the policing of a president. It does not protect a president from the policing of Twitter. And similarly, that gets into censorship, which is a different side of the same coin. Censorship is when the government restricts or prohibits certain kinds of speech. speech. It's a governmental action. Private companies might delete comments or moderate content, and you might think that that's a bad thing, and you might have great arguments for that, but whatever that is, it's not censorship, at least not in the legal sense. Nor is censorship facing the repercussions of one's own speech. The First Amendment and freedom of speech doesn't shield you from the social consequences of the speech that you made. So, with that very general background about the First Amendment and freedom of speech, that takes us to the Communications Decency Act. Now, you might have heard of the terms platform or publisher before. Generally, that comes from a certain section of the Communications Decency Act, Section 230. So, if you've ever heard someone refer to 230 or Section 230, what they're probably talking about is the Communications Decency Act, including the president who just recently tweeted out that we should revoke 230 without providing any context. Now, if you've ever read the First Amendment, you might notice that it says nothing about platforms or publishers or responsibility for defamation. That's because it relates to the CDA, which was passed in 1996. Now, we'll talk about what the CDA Section 230 does in just a second, but I think it's worth going over the history of the Communications Decency Act, because the history that led to the founding of this particular law is incredibly fascinating, and it harkens back to the very beginnings of the internet. Now, in the early days of the internet, there were no laws regulating the content on the internet, and it quickly became apparent that if people posted whatever they felt like saying, some inappropriate and illegal things could make their way onto the web. Someone could post child pornography. Some people could post incredibly defamatory statements. And not to mention people posting things that just violate someone's copyright. And lawyers and legislatures had to grapple with whether there would be liability attached not only to the person that posted that information, but anyone who hosted that information. Now, traditionally, content distributors were not liable if they distributed something that ran afoul of one of the areas where speech is restricted or has legal liability. And I'm using the term content distributors incredibly loosely. Here, we're talking about historically stores and newspapers. Now, in the 1950s, the Supreme Court overturned a Los Angeles ordinance that said if you have obscene material in your store, you can be held criminally responsible for selling that paraphernalia. In particular, a bookstore owner was convicted of violating the ordinance by selling a novel called Sweeter Than Life, which tells the story of a, quote, ruthless lesbian businesswoman. The store owner was sentenced to 30 days in jail for simply selling the book. The Supreme Court said that the bookstore couldn't be responsible for reviewing every single thing that was in the book or magazine that it happens to sell. Fast forward about 40 years with the invention of the internet, we now have a similar but different situation involving ISPs and people that host content on their websites. Now, two of the first ISPs, CompuServe and Prodigy, were both sued for hosting forums where users posted defamatory content. Prodigy, for example, billed itself out as a family-friendly ISP. So it moderated comments that were hosted in its forums, removing things that it thought were bad. Now, CompuServe, on the other hand, didn't moderate anything in its forums, and as a result, the courts found that this distinction was important. But both CompuServe and Prodigy were sued for the allegedly defamatory content that was posted in their respective forums. Now, the case against CompuServe was dismissed because the court considered that CompuServe was merely a content hoster and a distributor rather than an author or a publisher. As a distributor, CompuServe could only be held liable for defamation if it knew or had reason to know of the defamatory nature of the content. But since CompuServe wasn't moderating its forums, it had no reason to know what material was posted to those forums. But things turned out differently for Prodigy, the company that wanted to be family-friendly. A post appeared on a Money Talk forum claiming that the investment firm Stratton Oakmont committed criminal fraud in connection with a stock IPO. Yes, that Stratton Oakmont, the one that gave rise to the film Wolf of Wall Street.
Gentlemen, welcome to Stratton Oakmont.
I can't imagine why someone thought that Stratton Oakmont was committing fraud. But the firm Stratton Oakmont sued not only the anonymous poster who posted the allegedly defamatory content that, in retrospect, was probably not defamatory in any way, but it also sued Prodigy for hosting that content. And a court held that Prodigy was liable as the publisher of the content created by its users since it exercised editorial control over the messages on its bulletin board. And unlike CompuServe, which was compared to a bookstore, Prodigy was considered to be more like the editor of a newspaper's opinion page. In essence, Prodigy was liable because they created content guidelines, proactively enforced those guidelines, and used software designed to remove offensive language. And under this reasoning, Prodigy knew or had reason to know that the content was quote-unquote defamatory, since they had those guidelines in place and were exercising their discretion. Now, it's worth noting that these weren't Supreme Court cases. These outcomes aren't necessarily dictated by the Constitution. These are lower court opinions about the interaction between ISPs and defamation. So these cases aren't necessarily set in stone, but early internet companies drew a very clear lesson from these lawsuits. They shouldn't do any moderation at all, since that was the best way to avoid liability. There didn't appear to be a middle ground between absolute lawlessness and some kind of moderation. But before any of these cases could go to the Supreme Court, Congress actually stepped in. Congress didn't like the fact that businesses were being held liable for the acts of their users. When Congress finally enacted the Communications Decency Act, they were doing that in response to the moderation dilemma. Lawmakers wanted online service providers to be able to moderate content. At the time, they were especially worried about things like harassment and obscene material, so they gave online providers immunity from lawsuits if they moderated their content. And as an incentive for internet companies to create basic standards, the law granted them immunity from liability if they simply adopted standards and enforced them. The Communications Decency Act was specifically created so websites didn't need to be neutral. So that takes us to the controversial Section 230. The relevant portion of the CDA Section 230 is actually very short, clear, well-worded, and an understandable piece of law. If you go to Section 230, subsection C, it's called Protection for Good Samaritan Blocking and Screening of Offensive Material. Sub 1 says, treatment of publisher or speaker. No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. And the term another information content provider is incredibly important. That means another user, a commenter, a tweeter, a person on Facebook, a person posting to Instagram. So that's the general immunity that protects not only Twitter, but someone that happens to have a YouTube channel or a blog from being liable for the postings of other users and content providers. But then subsection 2 goes a little bit further, and it specifically allows for people to moderate content on their platforms or websites. It states that no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be held liable on account of A, any action voluntarily taken in good faith to restrict access to or availability of material that the provider or user considers to be obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable, whether or not such material is constitutionally protected or not. Or B, any action taken to enable or make available to information content providers or others the technical means to restrict access to material described in paragraph 1. So let's talk about these two provisions. Section 230C1 establishes the immunity for third-party liability, under which a website is not to be treated as the speaker or, let's say, publisher of the illegal or otherwise offensive content posted on a website by a third-party end user, or what the CDA refers to as another information content provider. We'll summarize that as you're not responsible for what a different user posts to your site. Now, Section C2 also protects websites against any civil liability should sites engage in self-regulation or make good faith efforts to edit the website by blocking, screening, or restricting access to basically any content that they don't want on their website. So in other words, platforms like Twitter or Facebook or blogs or YouTube channels can't be sued for defamation on the basis that they had knowledge of defamatory or otherwise illegal content, on the basis that they moderated their content and were going through comments or other postings and removing ones that they didn't like and didn't want on their website. And it's hard to overstate the importance of Section 230 in the development of the early internet, and really as the internet has
Why would Biden want to
developed
revoke
today.
Section 230 as well?
Whether you agree with
what did he
or
say
not,
about it?
It is a powerful tool that provides immunity and shields internet service providers and websites from liability for content that they host. And we'll certainly get into the differing opinions on whether 230 is a good thing or a bad thing. But as a legal matter, decades of court decisions have affirmed the robust immunity that is provided under the CDA Section 230. And here are a few recent examples that show how Section 230 has been used as a shield by content providers. For example, a man sued the Grindr dating app for negligence, products liability, and related claims after someone impersonated him and posted fake profiles on the app. The court found that Section 230 barred claims against Grindr for the design of its platform as within the purview of protected traditional editorial functions. Similarly, in Wisconsin, a plaintiff sued a classified advertising website because the plaintiff wound up buying what turned out to be a murder weapon from a private seller. seller. The case was dismissed because the plaintiff sued the website, claiming that the website was responsible for what someone else had posted to the website and ultimately sold to that person. But the website didn't sell the gun, it just hosted the ad for it, so it wasn't responsible for what happened to go wrong with that sale. But here's a key point that's often misunderstood. In both of those cases, the person that wrote the posts that ultimately was misleading or illegal, they're responsible for the legal repercussions of those posts. Just like anyone that posts defamatory content on Twitter is responsible for the defamation that they may have done. The only thing that the CDA Section 230 does is it exempts the platform or the website from being legally responsible for the posting of some other third-party content user. But by the same token, websites and platforms want the flexibility to be able to remove those kinds of postings if they so choose. If they find out that someone is trying to sell a murder weapon in a classified ad, they want the flexibility to be able to remove that post if they find out about it. So if you've ever wondered why websites have these incredibly long terms of service contracts that effectively allow websites to do whatever they want and remove whatever content or users they want to, that's why. But obviously Section 230 has received criticism on both the left and the right. There are many people who claim that Section 230 discriminates against certain kinds of viewpoints, in particular political viewpoints. And ironically, my Twitter feed is full of people on the left who claim that tech companies are biased against their views, and people on the right who claim that tech companies are biased against their views as well. Certainly, it's not surprising that when websites moderate their content and their users, that people are going to claim viewpoint and political viewpoint discrimination. But as a practical matter, the vast majority of people probably don't want true neutral platforms. It's a place of anarchy that's ruled by extremists and the hecklers. There's this concept in First Amendment law called the heckler's veto, where, for example, you're not allowed to discriminate against a speaker coming to, let's say, a public forum based on the reaction of the people that are going to view that speech. So, for example, if there was going to be a speaker at a college campus and you knew that the college kids were going to riot or create violence in response to this particular speaker, if you allowed that violence to dictate who can and cannot come to the college campus, the hecklers are allowed to veto any kinds of speakers. And so that's not a valid basis to discriminate against someone's viewpoint in a public forum that, again, has nothing to do with a private forum. But you can imagine that there's an analogy there to where if you're not allowed to do content moderation, that it's the extremist and the loudest voices that are going to rule all of these different platforms. Now, there's a time and a place for a 4chan or an 8chan. I just don't want to hang out there, and I don't think most people do either. And the ultimate irony is that if Section 230 didn't exist or it was revoked, and Twitter was liable for anything that its users posted, as a result, they 100% would delete Donald Trump's account and would not allow him to post, or they would vet all of his tweets before allowing them to go public. And we focus on the big tech companies, but it goes far, far deeper than that. It's every YouTube channel, every blog, any website that hosts comments. I asked my fellow internet lawyer Richard Hogue to talk about what would happen if Section 230 were revoked or
everything would shut down.
Hey, Legal Eagle, it's Rick from Hogue Law. You might remember me from such YouTube videos as COPPA, I Just Can't Quit You. COPPA, it's not you, it's me, and other things. As you rightly point out, CDA Section 230 is a foundational piece of the internet superstructure, and as a foundational piece, it's important not just to the Apple, Facebooks, and Googles of the world, but also to places like Reset Era, if you're interested in talking about video games, or Reddit, if you're interested in talking about video games. The language of Section 230 makes no distinction between large operators and small, which means it protects everyone, but also that a change in that law will affect everyone. And not to put too fine a point on it, but the FTC most recently, while discussing COPPA, has intimated that YouTube channel runners like you or me are responsible for the content that appears on those channels as if they were YouTube itself. So what does removal of Section 230 mean? It means that places like Reddit or your channel or mine might have to be responsible for every comment that appears on them. You might have to be responsible for the comments that appear on your YouTube videos. I don't want that. I know you don't either. Now, I'm not trying to pretend that Section 230 or DMCA or COPPA descended from divine writ and that we need to hold fast to every bit of the language that was offered. But I do think that we need to be very cautious about any law that affects this many people.
I think Richard's right. The stakes are incredibly high, and revoking 230 could destroy the internet as we know it. Definitely check out Richard's YouTube channel that has great analysis about internet and entertainment law. So that's the basics about the Communications Decency Act. But misunderstandings about Section 230 abound on the internet. So let's take some time to dispel some of those misunderstandings. The first is, of course, what about publishers and platforms? Journalists, politicians, and internet commentators frequently make a mistake when they talk about CDA Section 230 immunity. They often say that these internet companies or websites either are publishers and are responsible for the content that their users post, or that they should be treated like publishers and held responsible for what their users post, regardless of what the law currently is constituted. But that's not really the key distinction. Websites are already liable for the content that they create. A website like Twitter or Facebook or a newspaper like the New York Times can and often does create content. And when they do that, they are responsible for the legal repercussions of the content that they create. A website can be both a publisher, an author, and a platform at the same time. As the law stands, they just aren't responsible for the content of the users or other third parties that post to those websites or platforms. Nor are they liable if they choose to moderate their users' content. The law currently recognizes that some internet providers share some similarities to edited print publications like newspapers in certain contexts, which are, under some circumstances, held liable for third-party content. However, they also have attributes of common carriers like telephone companies, which serve as passive distributors of third-party information. Under Section 230, websites are held responsible for the content that they create themselves, but not for the content of other people that's simply posted. So this division between publisher, platform, or distributor is kind of a red herring. And the terms platform and publisher get very, very confused. Really, when you think of this distinction, you should think of it as the distinction between a host and an author. Hosts aren't liable for other users' content, but authors are always responsible for the content that they author. Sometimes a website can be an author, and sometimes a website can host other people's content. And sometimes a website can do both at the same time. You have to look at the particular speech in question to determine what applies in which context. And there are two other concepts that are continually made part of this debate that sort of get lumped into it. One is neutrality and the other is the fairness doctrine. Now, neutrality can mean different things in different contexts, but in this context, Senator Josh Hawley has introduced legislation that would amend the CDA Section 230 so that internet companies would lose their Section 230 immunity if they did not apply their rules in a politically neutral manner. This is obviously a response to the perceived anti-right-wing bias of certain tech companies. This is one of many amendments that are on the table that haven't passed, but potentially could in the future. Query whether this sort of viewpoint discrimination, in other words, not allowing viewpoint discrimination, passes First Amendment muster, because the government generally can't mandate that certain viewpoints be allowed or disallowed. The First Amendment has been around for a long time, and the Communications Decency Act has been around since 1996. So to take this action to change it is anti-conservative because you're changing the status quo. But that's a question for another time. Now, the related concept of the fairness doctrine harkens back to the days of broadcast media like radio and TV, which once had a legal duty to air balanced content covering both sides of a politically controversial issue. This was called the fairness doctrine. The idea was that because you were using the broadcast spectrum, of which there was only a limited supply, the broadcast networks had a duty to present both sides. Now, Republicans fought for years against the fairness doctrine because they argued that the balance requirement had a chilling effect on the delivery of the conservative message. And finally, in 1987, President Reagan repealed the fairness doctrine. This was considered a huge victory for freedom of speech because broadcast networks were no longer mandated to carry certain messages, and it actually led to the flourishing of things like conservative talk radio, since stations were free to broadcast views without offering other sides of the story. And while the original fairness doctrine only applied to broadcast media, those generally on the right who are detractors of the current makeup of the Communications Decency Act want to basically instill a new fairness doctrine onto the public platforms that host users' content. So with that context, that brings us to the war between President Trump and Twitter's Jack Dorsey. During the last few weeks, the president has gotten into several Twitter wars, first calling MSNBC's Joe Scarborough a murderer of a former staff member, prompting both Scarborough and the family of the deceased to speak out against Trump's comments.
Vile people driven by hatred and petty politics.
Though, ironically, since Trump's comments could get him sued for defamation when he leaves office, Twitter probably would not be responsible because they're immune under the Communications Decency Act. Second, the president has been bashing states that are promoting voting by mail during a pandemic. And as part of this feud, the president has made some wild statements about predictions of voter fraud that would come as a result of voting by mail, which are most likely false. Now, after considerable public pressure, Twitter decided not to moderate the tweets about the alleged murder, but did add some context to the tweets about voter fraud. And then recently, President Trump spent some time rage tweeting about racial tensions in the U.S., threatening to sic the military on protesters and effectively threatening to shoot looters. Twitter labeled those tweets as promoting violence and added a warning gate that you had to go through before you could actually view the president's tweet. And however you may feel about the president's underlying tweets or Twitter's response, it's more or less Twitter's decision to make. And I would argue that the language of the labels that they added to these tweets would constitute something that was authored by Twitter. So the language of the labels that were applied, if, for example, those are defamatory, which I don't think people are arguing, but if they were, then Twitter would be liable for a defamatory statement because Twitter did, in fact, author those particular tweets. But that's a statement by Twitter itself as opposed to the statement of a third party. But regardless, this action by Twitter pushed President Trump over the edge, leading to the long-threatened executive order against social media platforms that he doesn't agree with. So let's look at the executive order of the president. Now, remember, an executive order can't change the law. Now, sometimes an executive order can be very powerful because the president is in control of the entire executive branch, which includes the military and the entire administrative state. But where Congress has written something into law, a presidential executive order cannot change what Congress has done. But that hasn't stopped the president from trying. And this particular executive order goes straight at Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. The executive order starts by making policy arguments about what it's trying to accomplish and makes some statements about freedom of speech and the First Amendment. And remember, when we started this video, that this largely is not a free speech issue. This is speech that comes from a private party. Freedom of speech relates to a negative right against the government. So, for the most part, makes the classic mistake of talking about freedom of speech when we're talking about the speech of private individuals. Now, the executive order goes on to attack the good faith requirement of the moderation of websites and says that because effectively websites are making viewpoint discriminations related to political ideals, that they're not operating in good faith. Now, that is the president's opinion about what the law says, an interpretation of good faith. That is not how courts have interpreted that requirement, and that's not how courts have made requirements for websites that actually moderate their particular comments. So this executive order does not carry the effect of law with respect to what courts are going to assume about Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. And it's possible that Congress could change that requirement and adopt the Hawley Amendment, but at the moment they haven't, so this portion of the executive order doesn't really accomplish anything. But the order does go on to say that all federal agencies should adopt the president's understanding of this requirement and effectively curtail Section 230. And it asks the Department of Commerce and the FCC to adopt rulemaking to effectuate that decision. The FCC is supposed to be an independent regulatory body, so it's not clear whether they will adopt this or not. And generally, the FCC has said it actually doesn't have the power to police the internet in this way. So we'll see what happens with respect to that. The executive order also asked the FTC to consider website moderation an unfair trade practice, which might result in some action, but I have to believe that if the FTC punished websites for viewpoint discrimination, they'd run headlong into a bunch of First Amendment lawsuits. So not clear how strong that action would be. It also purports to create a mechanism for public complaints about violations of neutrality and moderation, and asks for a working group related to state attorneys general to be able to use state laws to prevent this kind of moderation. Though traditionally the Communications Decency Act has been ruled to preempt state laws as well, so it's not clear what, if any, the state AGs can do in this particular context. Now, interestingly, the executive order also relies on a legal theory that internet platforms are the functional modern equivalent of a public forum, and therefore it's everyone's right to be able to access that public forum. The theory is that the importance of social media in public discourse means that social media sites should be treated as government actors subject to the First Amendment rather than as private entities. And if websites were treated as state actors, then they would need to follow the First Amendment just as the government does, and just like the government, they couldn't ban, block, or delete content based on the viewpoint of that particular content. This, of course, is the antithesis of Section 230, which encouraged private companies to moderate content rather than let the internet collapse into anarchy. But at the heart of this debate is whether websites like Twitter or Facebook are the functional equivalent of a town square, or whether they're like a private house. Now, a town square generally has been a physical location that generally was a public good, publicly owned, and thus you couldn't restrict people from being able to access it. Whereas a private house, when you own that house, you can restrict as much speech as you want. So it's a question of that. And there are some cases that in very, very limited contexts have applied the sort of town square analogy to private places. For example, certain malls and company towns that were more like a traditional physical public location have, under some circumstances, had those restrictions applied to them. But in the vast majority of cases where you have a private company or a private individual, whether it's a restaurant or a commercial building or your own private house, you're not bound by the First Amendment, and you can restrict or promote whatever speech you want within the confines of your own private property. And sometimes those lines get blurred. There are no easy questions in law. So, for example, when a government entity rents a hall for a public forum, they can't engage in viewpoint discrimination, even though it's private property, but it's sort of been commandeered by the government. Or when a governmental official uses Twitter as the official mouthpiece of that government agency. There have been a few cases that have said you're more like a government than a private entity in this particular limited channel or username. But it's certainly been interesting to see not only Twitter's response to the president's tweets, but the president's response to Twitter's response.
The choices that Twitter makes when it chooses to suppress, edit, blacklist, shadow, ban, are editorial decisions, pure and simple. They're editorial decisions.
After having some of his tweets be warning gated, the president apparently backed down a little bit and reversed course on some of the statements that he was making. And, lost in this whole shuffle is that Twitter actually has a First Amendment right to express its opinion about what Trump is expressing in his tweets. Now, like any individual or company or person, Twitter will be responsible for the content that they actually author. But it is, of course, related to this larger context about content moderation on websites and platforms, and when a website is responsible for that content and not. And there are certainly advantages and disadvantages to having Section 230 on the books. It is largely responsible for how the internet looks today, whether you like that or not. And while it's probably a bad idea to repeal Section 230 entirely, what we really need is a law that prevents YouTubers who give great legal analysis from getting demonetized when they talk about sensitive subjects. But since that probably isn't going to happen, my creator friends and I teamed up to build our own platform where creators don't need to worry about demonetization or the dreaded algorithm. It's called Nebula, and we're thrilled to be partnering with CuriosityStream. Nebula is a place where creators can do what they do best, create. It's a place where we can both house our content ad-free and also experiment with original...
Oh, that's a good one, my dude. Destiny, click.
There's a universe...
Come on, just go here.
God.
Fuck you, Slicker! Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm on. Shit. I'm on a big tournament. I just remember I shouldn't be doing stuff like that. I'm so sorry.
Oh man,
don't stalemate him.
Right. Don't take this pawn and don't take the F pawn. You don't want these two. These are.
I don't think Slicker realizes how to try to induce stalemate.
I should have captured this. He's gonna capture me.
But I don't think he needs to try to figure it out.
Are you fucking
checkmate in one?
Oh my god, dude.
Oh. There's a universe.
Come
on. Nice. Nick Fuentes came to my local protest with an I can't read sign. What spinelessness? Nice. Did you go over this yet? Oh, no, not yet.
Nick Fuentes came to my local protest with an "I can't read" sign. What's spinelessness?
Jesus. Hold on one sec. And then we're going to talk to the book smarts guy. Hashtag drawing while black. Okay.
What do you think of Legal Eagle's take on Section 230? Seems to be at odds with your previous thoughts. Hey chat, I can count really high. Check out this number I reached. 777 Octovigintillion 777 Septen Vigintillion 777 Sesvigintillion 777 Quinquivigintillion 777 Quattuorvigintillion 777 Tresvigintillion 777 Duovigintillion 777 Unvigintillion 777 Vigintillion 777 Novemdecillion 777 Octodecillion 777 Septendecillion 777 Sexdecillion 777 Quindecillion 777 Quattuordecillion 777 Tridecillion 777 Duodecillion 777 Undecillion 777 Decillion 777 Nonillion 777 Octillion 777 Septillion 777 Sextillion 777 Quintillion 777 Quadrillion 777 Trillion 777 Billion 777 Million 777,777 777 Octovigintillion 777 Septen Vigintillion.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hi.
Oh, your mic is completely fucked.
Oh, is it? My bad.
Oh, wait, no, I can hear you
Is it any better now?
Yep, wait, it was okay.
Okay. I don't want it to be super bad, so if it's really bad, I could move to my computer.
Okay, I'll let you know if it changes.
Okay. So, you know that, like, my main focus is going to be on your rhetoric and optics. So, arguments aside, obviously, there's been some things on your friend's Twitter account that's kind of, like, a little bit crazy. Are you okay talking about that?
Yeah, knock yourself out. If you're talking right now, I can't hear you at all.
No, I'm on push to talk. Is it working fine, or should I switch to the computer?
I would say cautiously you should probably just switch to your computer, but
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Who's talking? Oh, it's the book smarts guy, the essayist dude.
These people really scare me come November.
Okay. In a week of disruption, we've accomplished more than decades worth of voting. Wait, what has the 63,000 likes? Is it this tweet that he's quoting, or is it actually this tweet? This stupid fucking tweet. Thank God, dude. Black people everywhere are clapping with tears coming out of their eyes now that the U.S. Marine Corps has banned public displays of the Confederate flag. You did it. You won. Nice job.
Okay. Can you hear me now okay?
Yeah, what's up?
All right. So, first of all, I love you, and my focus is mainly going to be on your rhetoric. I don't really care, like, what your, take necessarily is, but are you okay with talking about your friend's Twitter?
Yeah. Keep in mind that my response for a lot of these things is going to sound like a cop-out because I'm not necessarily focused on rhetoric, but yeah, go hit me up.
Okay, well, that's interesting to start with. So if it's not rhetoric, then, like, what are you aiming to accomplish with such, like, inflammatory tweets?
Sometimes it's just fun to vent. Other times it's fun to bully people to bring them on because sometimes they want to come on and argue about it.
Okay. And you don't think that's problematic at all?
What do you mean by problematic?
So I've spent a little bit more time on the platform and talked to more people, and I'm starting to get the sense that, like, Twitter is like a special place where people behave very differently. Particularly, yeah, for like talking to people or whatever, or to, make people upset. So I'm having to contend with the idea that people act completely differently on there. And that's a bit rough. But I mean, this is with people that, like, take you really seriously. Like, I feel like Rem in particular is going to continue to take you seriously no matter what platform it's on.
I think Rem will always read into things as he wants to read it, and I don't take him very seriously at all, whether it's a voice conversation or not anymore, so I don't really care.
Okay. Do you defend any of these tweets? Are you willing to talk about all of them, or are you just going to say...
Yeah, give me any tweet. Yeah, we'll go into it. Go for it, yeah.
Okay, so what about this found the lefty thing?
Oh, the white dude in blackface or whatever?
Yeah.
That's a good-ass meme. Yeah, I don't know. I like the way that people when I say lefties in this particular conversation, I think you're from the U.S., right?
Yeah.
Okay, when I say lefties in any of our particular conversations, I'm referring to, like, socialist types, not like Democrats or progressives. I find it's one of the things that's been kind of like a reoccurring theme is how disgusting I think lefties use, like, black people for their issues. So, for instance, the idea that black people are uninformed or low information voters, and that's why they didn't vote for Bernie Sanders, or there's no other possible excuse. Yeah, stuff like that. So I'm always going to rail on lefties for, like, anytime they're involved in, like, trying to co-opt certain movements to make it about class struggle or some dumb shit like that. So that's essentially what that tweet is in line with.
Sure, but that has nothing to do with somebody wearing blackface and then you calling them a lefty.
Well, sure, but like metaphorically, it's the idea that you go on representing black issues when in reality you're a white person and you could give a fuck less about them. It's kind of like the metaphor that guy stands in for. I mean, in terms of like actual lefties doing blackface, I don't know if there's a lot of that. Well, ironically, it's probably more lefties that do blackface than or Democrats because they tend to be in entertainment or whatever. But that's not relevant to any of this. Like I don't know like who actually does blackface anymore.
Okay. Do you think it's problematic that you attack lefties so much on your Twitter?
I mean, I mean, a little bit, I guess. Yeah. I mean, like, unfortunately, I've said this a million times, but like, I am in like a broader political conversation, or I'm sorry, I'm in a narrower political conversation because of where I exist online, and unfortunately, online politics doesn't really represent like real life politics. But I think it's incredibly unreasonable to expect me to have a generalized focus on politics when I'm consistently attacked by this group of like toxic fucks online. Like, it's going to shape like what I talk about. Like, I'm not just going to sit and only speak about Trump or like online or like real life political things over and over again when I'm constantly attacked by these like inbred fucks like online. Like, it's just not going to happen. I can't do it. I'm not a saint or the Pope.
And if you're being wholly honest, would you say that? Because and this is something from our last talk where you're upset that people clip you out of context or they attack you, but then you give them all this ammunition to do that with.
Yeah. So people say that, but like the problem is that like they attack me regardless. So like whether I give them ammunition or not, like they make the exact same.
That's like a total cop-out.
What?
That's like a total cop-out.
It's not a cop-out. It's an acknowledgement that they're going to post hoc or they're either going to post hoc. So for instance, here's an example, right? Like. Sure. Destiny's racist. Destiny calls all black people the N-word. Destiny's racist. Destiny's racist. Like, people say, everybody on the left says about me. It's ubiquitous at this point online that people say it about me. And then when I make a comment like, Hassan, why don't you go back to Turkey or whatever? I told you he was actually racist. Like, we proved it all along. Like, okay. Like, it's such a waste of time to, like, care about what my optics are to a group of people that are going to accuse me of all these things. Like, why would I give a fuck? Like, I just don't care. Because I can work as hard as I can. Like, all of my positions are painfully clear. If I had a conversation with any mainstream American about politics, I would come off as an extreme leftist to any of them. An extreme left, like a fringe leftist to any American in the real world that I had a conversation with. But online, I'm literally painted as, like, a right-winger, like, conservative. It's unbelievable. Even in Europe, for most European places, I would come off as like an extreme left-leaning person. But for some reason, like online, like they call me like a conservative right-winger. It's like, well, I don't really care about optics at that point to these people.
I know that like emotionally you're tied up and all that, but I'm trying to speak from outside of that. That like, but the moment you attack them this way and you do it in such like a blunt and like detached way from like the way you actually talk or your actual positions, then you do get a bunch more people that are going to attack you because that's what they see of you. I mean, or they hear something and then they check your Twitter.
It's easier to be unfiltered because then at this point, I don't give a fuck. Like if lefties want to say like you're racist, okay, sure, whatever, dude. I don't care. I care a lot less mentally than when like I have legitimately made like every facet of my existence goes against this and people still say that I am it. So like I'd rather like fuck it. If people want to accuse me of it, then yeah, I'll play around. I guess like I don't care as much. It's easier mentally, I guess, for me to deal with that.
But do you see how it signals to other people that you definitely do care when you lash out like this?
What, did I care about like getting a fuck ton of harassment online or getting deplatformed by other figures? Like, yeah, of course I care. What do you mean?
You care about the lefties?
Dude, I care about them like shitting up or trying to turn my entire subreddit into their weird like socialist LARPing shit, or I care when I have to waste so much time when these people are trying to like build careers off of being reply guys to me on YouTube. Yeah, of course. It's irritating as fuck. That's why I spend so much time talking to them, especially when I used to consider a lot of these people somewhat reasonable, like Sean and Jenner H. Bomber guy or Philosophy Tube, only to find out that they're just as irrational as any Nazi I've ever talked to. Yeah, of course that bothers me.
I guess because there's going to be a lot of lefties that would otherwise agree with you or would move over from the people that are influencing them if you provided opinions and like general rhetoric that was more agreeable.
Yeah, and I've gotten some of those. Like, I've gotten people that have emailed me that said, hey, like, I used to be a socialist. I used to really follow these guys, and I appreciate it. Like, I'm not quite as extreme anymore. Or after I used to be an alt-righter, like, I got converted, but then I was, like, a full-on tanky, and now I've, like, watched your stuff. And, you know, after that, like, and that's cool. But, like, as a human being, like, I can only deal with so much. And, like, these people are literally, like, the scum fucks of the earth, and I just don't care to trying to, like, appeal to them anymore. I don't know. It's just, it seems like such a waste of my time and energy. Like everybody else panders. Like why shouldn't I? Like it's so much easier to do it, and like you feel better and easier doing it. Like you have your nice little echo chambers, your nice little circle jerks. Like nobody challenges you. Like everybody loves you. Like why wouldn't I? Like it just seems like such an easy way to live online, and there's not really much of a reward, I guess, at least materially, or even psychologically or emotionally, to try to play like a more honest side.
I thought you appreciated being principled.
I mean, I do to some extent, and I mean, I do in my personal life, but like everybody can only take like so much, right? Like my principles say that I would value like one human life, or I'm sorry, I'd value 10 human lives over one. And then if somebody holds a gun to my kid's head and is like, oh, well, I'll either kill 10 people or your son. And it's like, man, fuck, I kind of want my kid to live. And like, I thought you were principled, you fucking moron. Haha, got you. Like, I mean, yeah, like I appreciate being principled, but like almost none of my principles show online in terms of like how people treat me or address me. Like very few people even perceive what any of those principles are. And my principles are things that I constantly get attacked over, like regardless of what I even fucking believe in. Like people invent my principles all the time. It's like in terms of like online life, like I don't know, why the fuck would I even care? Like this won't change how I treat people like privately or whatever. Like I still live those principles on like 90% of the people that I interact with. But I mean like publicly, like Jesus Christ, like what the fuck is the point? Like there's so much trouble in trying to have like principled positions for anything. Like it's so much easier to just pander to a group of people and focus on aesthetics over like principle, which is what not everybody online does anyway.
Yeah, well, talking to people about rhetoric, like I said, since I've kind of been talking to more streamers, that's a recurring issue, is that people understand that what they're doing is, you know, not in line with their morals, or that it's detrimental to like the general discourse, but they engage with it anyways because other people are. Like you, especially being such a large creator, I feel like you're one of the people that, you know, creates this environment and kind of sets the example for like how people talk to each other. Like I think you're a big reason why people take like logical approaches to stuff. Or
yeah, but like where does that get me, right? So like when I literally took a person, okay, that like was pretty small presence on Twitch, and then built them up to such a level that they were able to like accelerate their growth on their own, and then as a result of them being big, like I literally get deplatformed on like a massive like Black Lives Matter related podcast so that they can LARP about their dipshit white kid socialist issues. Like what? Like how in the fuck does that benefit me or anything I'm trying to do at the end of the day? Like it's way easier. So like now the rule on my subreddit is I'm no longer hosting any content from any lefties. Vosh, Rem, all of these people's threads are going to be fucking banned. Like, why would I help to contribute to any of those like communities if all of these people relentlessly fucking shit on me and attack me? Like, it's such a waste of my life to do that.
Shitting on you and attacking you because of these things that you're doing.
Wrong. No, you're engaging in the same post hoc bullshit that they do.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, go.
I don't know a lot of like the background of the drama, so don't.
Sure.
I honestly don't know.
Okay, sure. Well, yeah. Then that's no. Actually, then that's fine. Then you're like you're the second wave that comes in, and you see the memes, and you actually believe them, right? And which is what happens as part of like internet memeing.
I don't believe this. That's why I'm talking to you.
Well, no, you believe that like people have like legitimate arguments against like my positions, and maybe I've given them a lot of ammunition. But
your positions, these posts, all I'm caring about is these posts. I think your positions are fine. I wish your posts reflected your position.
Yeah, but I get attacked for posts like that whether I make them or not. That's the problem. Like, all of these communities right now that are attacking me because I told Hassan to go back to Turkey, which is a reference to an older stupid fucking thing he said about how Trump is going to deport him, so he definitely cares if he gets elected or not. So even if he is a Bernie or Buster, really dumb thing he said, right? But people are like, oh, well, you're xenophobic. All of these communities, all of these lefty communities consistently call me a gusano. They say that, like, I'm part of, like, the Cuban aristocracy, and just by virtue of, like, my ancestry, like, I was part of some ruling, and none of them cared about that, right? And Hassan's community flipped that on the second.
To all of them. If people did that to your audience, they would think poorly of you too.
Except I police the fuck out of my audience. That's not true at all. I take so much responsibility for my audience, and I even get flack from my audience sometimes.
I'm not saying you don't police them. Remember that I'm probably not going to reflect arguments that are like commonly levied against you by these people. So don't.
No, I understand. I'm giving you like the general point of view. Like, for instance, like not every other, most of the other lefties that I engage with have a generally positive representation of my community. Hassan's not so much as of recently, but even after me and Hassan had a massive falling out, my community still overwhelmingly liked Hassan. My community overwhelmingly likes Vosh right now. My community overwhelmingly supports like most of these other left. But when I'm posted on those other communities, holy fuck. Even Vosh, who's somebody that I actually like and would consider reasonable most of the time, who gets along with me pretty well, anytime a thread is posted to me about in his community, they fucking shit. They go crazy about how I'm like a right-wing conservative. Like, it's like insane.
But I don't think that that's because of your honest positions. I think it's because of these hyperbolic things you post. Like, I don't think they're being rational either. I think Vosh is far more rational than, like, the people that follow him. Same with your following.
Sure, but, like, the problem is that, like, so the reason why this all started was because for a long time, I don't know how much background I can give you, right? For a long time, I argued against conservatives. That's what I did from 2016 to 2018 and a half, or 2019, I guess, early 2019. I basically argued with conservatives all the time. What I didn't realize was that underneath all of that, I had like this undertow of like communists and socialists that were unironically bubbling up. Now, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, like Destiny, you're almost a socialist, LOL, you believe in redistribution of wealth. Like, yeah, sure, whatever. But there's like this unironic, like underbelly growing movement online of like socialists and commies and tankies and shit that I didn't realize was part of my community. Now, when it eventually came out that like, okay, guys, like this is funny memes, but I am a capitalist. Like I am a SocDem, a social democrat. I'm very much a capitalist. The revolt was unfucking real, and there was a huge schism in my community where a lot of people left because they're like, "Oh, Destiny, he's like a bootlicking, right-wing, poor-hating, minority-hating, disgusting fucking shill just because I'm capitalist." But I wasn't giving any like ammunition at the time to these people. Like it was literally just like, I'm a capitalist. Go.
Can I pause you there?
Sure.
So at this point, what percentage of the community of that community do you honestly think represented that belief?
What percentage of that community represented that belief? What do you mean by that?
So, to give you like what I'm thinking, I think you're being uber hyperbolic about that position and then like applying that to the community as a whole.
So I'm literally just going by like Reddit threads that get posted, and these are like the massively, overwhelmingly upvoted 1, 2, 3 comments. I don't think these are fringe positions or fringe minority positions.
But then you attack those with an attitude like that, and it gets to the creator, and then the creator sees that, and then they like it's a whole bad cycle the moment you start engaging with those people who otherwise wouldn't have had a voice.
Yeah, but like
have had that opinion.
But that's the problem, is that like even when I engage directly with these creators, a lot of creators themselves are spineless, cowardly, fucky, snaky, backstabby fucks. So here's an issue that I had with Rem, is even when I have a friendly conversation and we have a big talk, we get everything out, we're not even fighting, we like come to like some whatever point, the second we're done talking, they jump on Twitter and they start shit talking me, or they start clipping shit like out of context, like, oh, so that talk that I had with Destiny, he's actually a secret racist, he's a colonizer, blah blah blah. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I have had this interaction no less than fucking 10 times. Like, so many people, and you can ask my community if you don't believe me, have like observed this weird thing where I'll talk with somebody, we have a reasonable conversation, and then either like that night or the next day at the latest, they'll be on Twitter like massively shit talking something I said. It's like, why didn't you bring it up then? Like,
yeah, because they're upset, they're emotional.
Okay, then fuck them. Then this is my reaction to them being emotional. That's it. This is my version of a period then. Then fine, fuck it. I'm allowed to have my emotional response, and this is my emotional response then.
You're definitely allowed it. It's just when we last talked, it sounded like you were interested in identifying like habits or problems in rhetoric and optics that you could improve upon. And this is like a really easy one. Like you're criticizing these people for these emotional outbursts that, you know, other people can't help but perceive as their honest to God beliefs, and then their community attacks you. But you're doing the same thing in response. You have this emotional outburst.
Yeah, it's not just their communities attacking me, it's them themselves. And like, yeah, I mean, you say like, well, now you're doing the same thing. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, sure, yeah, I am. Because there's no reason not to be. There's literally no benefit, and there's a world of pain associated behind not doing it. So at the end of the day, what's the point of... I mean, I don't know. I care about the principle, but only to a certain extent, right? Like, I want to say that I would like, so I would want to say that like I speak.
Don't believe in the principle.
Sure, then no, I don't. Then I don't believe in any principles whatsoever. But nobody does then at that point.
I'm not saying that, Destiny.
Okay, I believe in certain things, and I would want to say that I would speak certain things to power. Okay, but if Trump showed up at my house today and he said, "I'm going to fucking kill you and your family if you don't stop criticizing me online," I'd probably stop criticizing Trump. That's the truth. I probably wouldn't want to fucking die for that opinion. So there's a level that I believe, or maybe everyone out here is way more fucking patriotic or whatever than I am. There's like a level to where I'll stand for my principles, and I have in the past more than any other motherfucker online. I've lost tons of sponsorships. I've been kicked off teams. I burned so many bridges more than any other person on this platform. But what have I gotten for that? Like, what is the trade-off? Like, it feels like you
had an audience that backed you for like the right reasons, right?
Yeah, but like it's a minority of people online. It's a minority of people even in spaces that I exist at. Like, what's the point? And it's at such a massive personal cost to myself. Like, I'm not here as like fucking a social service to people. Like, here I am to martyr myself for like the average viewer on YouTube or TwitchTube, or so I can show everybody like how fucking like nice it is to like throw yourself into the fucking fire. Like, fuck that. Like, that's not worth it.
I don't think you're throwing yourself into the fire. I think you're more than capable of arguing your way out of that. Even if they're coming
I would bet my life that 99% of people would have severe emotional responses to what I would do in regards to like self-harm or stopping what they do completely. And I would bet money that like 10 to 20% of people would kill themselves in my position easily, probably greater than that. So I don't think that like, and I'm not saying this to attack you, but I don't think you understand what the extreme amount of like online shit does to the average content creator. I am the only person on this platform that has not had like an emotional breakdown that's led to like weeks-long vacations. Like every other Asmongold, Forsen, XQC, every single other Recfall, every single other large content creator, Lily Pichu, My Fedmeister, every single other person, Greek Godex has dealt with like massive problems related to this. I'm the only one that hasn't. So like, I think I deal with it better than most, but I don't think most people could. And I don't think it's fair to expect me to deal with it as well.
So you think that the venting is like key to your ability to handle the criticism then?
Not so much that it's like key to it. I just don't think that like one thing that I run into as an issue is that because I can deal with some things really well, people a little bit feel like they take that for granted. Like, oh, like Destiny is basically a fucking robot, so like these things should be okay and we should treat them as such. Like, to some extent, I think I do deal with online shit better than most people for whatever reason, whether I'm disconnected or emotionally cold or whatever. But like, even I have my limits. Right? And like the limit is like when I'm helping other people grow their shit and the only thing I get from their communities is accusations of being Cuban aristocracy or a 13-year-old child rapist, like at some point it's like, okay, well fuck this is stupid as fuck. Or if I go out and I make like a million different fucking arguments that are in favor of redistributive wealth, higher taxation on the rich, reformations of immigration, universal health care, and people call me like a right-wing bootlicker, like this is like the common trend of thought online about me, well fuck, like at what point is like the personal sacrifice of like my mental fucking fortitude worth it? Like, why?
Like, the difficult thing is I do feel where you're coming from on that, and I do feel bad that happens to you. Like, I empathize with it. I don't know if the way to solve that or diffuse that or even like help yourself emotionally is to lash out at these people and like perpetuate that.
Sure. So when you say solve or diffuse, right? So diffusing is impossible without converting completely to their ideals. That's number one.
So I guess when I mean diffuse, I guess I'm talking about like the negative impacts it has on your own mental health. Because right now I'm just thinking about you. So if I was in your position, if you venting is honestly one of the ways that keeps you sane, that's one thing. But it sounds like you're saying that's not like a key part of that.
I mean, like, it's more fun to just massively shitpost and rile people up online than it is to make, like, coherent, reasonable arguments that we, like, are willing to intellectually defend. Yeah.
Fun.
Yes.
Yeah. But is that really tied to keeping your emotional sanity? Because it sounds like it's not. I just want to...
It is. I mean, maybe I misphrased that. So, for instance, we've just recently gone on a You're White arc, and it has been the most fun I've had in so long, and it mentally cleans me, too. Because the idea of just telling somebody they're white and watching them get so mad, it calms me and relaxes me in a way that no amount of meditation ever could. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Like, I don't doubt that bullying is fun, and people that are bullied feel better when they bully other people.
Yes.
I don't think that that's like a healthy way of handling it. And it
maybe
seems
not.
Like you could find other ways of...
I don't know if there's any healthy way of dealing with the amount of stuff that somebody like me has to deal with online. I'm willing to bet that like most like therapists or psychologists are like, this whole interaction is not healthy and shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And you're uniquely in this position because of your ability to handle it. I just don't know if your ability to handle it is like wholly tied to lashing back at these people.
I feel like going on in the current path that I'm on doesn't feel very fruitful to me. And I get more, like, all throughout my life, since I turned probably, like, 16, 17, like, my view of people in general has gotten worse and worse and worse. And it, like, continues to do so with every online community I interact with every argument that I present, debunk, and then hear presented at a later point in time by people that I thought were my allies to defend some dumb shit they're doing. Like, every single time this happens, it just sends me further down this cynical hole of just horrible thought. And, like, I don't know, like, it's easier at the end of the day to just shitpost and not give a fuck at all. And then if somebody wants to hate me for some bullshit, like, fuck me. But if somebody wants to hate me for some bad shit I did, well, fuck, at least I fucking earned it. Like, if people are going to say that, like, oh, you're like this horrible blah, 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 like, well, fuck, like, I don't even get the fun of being that horrible person. Like, I just get attacked for it, you know? Like, if people are going to accuse me of some fucked up shit, well, at least I might as well do it and enjoy it. Like, fuck.
And you don't see any problem with that?
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of problems with it.
The thing that you didn't. Okay.
Yeah, it sucks. I agree. But like, I mean, like to some extent, like, I understand it. Like, it's all part of the game. I guess
you could so easily not do some of these things. Or like, like there are things you do that I understand and I'm like okay with. Like when you said that I don't want these creators' content posted here, I think that there was a way that you could have handled that would have been really mature and like responsible. But I just worry that combined with your Twitter and combined with the way that you talk about like lefties in general and you make these like sweeping generalizations, that the way that that's interpreted is completely different. Like I think there are healthy ways that you can like hedge this kind of behavior, but I don't think that one of those is these Twitter things.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, like, if you're looking for, like, is this the most mature response? Like, of course not. Like, I mean, like, I'm not going to say, like, oh, yeah, so these tweets are the epitome of my political maturity. You can see what I've learned insofar as optics and murder goes. No, of course not. Like, this is just shit posting on unprecedented levels.
But they're so detrimental to the body of your work that I just feel like I don't know if you've conceptualized, like, how much...
Yeah, but, like, this is the problem. When people say they're detrimental to my body of work, like... what like everything already is like I legit will talk to girls that I meet on Twitch that will say things like, oh, like I've heard that you're like into like really young people, which is like everybody I've dated up until like my current girlfriend has been like my age or 1 year younger. Like there's like really fucking weird shit that like everybody says about me or whatever, like super crazy. Sure, and it's like at some point like who the fuck cares then about like online optics? Like people already think what they want to think about me. Like people already believe what they want to believe. Like why the fuck am I gonna like work so hard? It feels like I'm screaming into the abyss. Like I'm fighting the void. Like why? Like why not just throw yourself into it? And what is it? Oh, unironically, I made my new Twitter as part of that quote. Like, when you gaze into the abyss for long enough, it gazes back at you. The idea that you become the thing that you're... Yeah, of course. I mean, like, that's unironically what it feels like.
So, maybe it's more helpful to go into, like, how could I handle, or what would be a better way of addressing these kinds of things, where, like, people go on to this, and then they act this way, or their communities attack me in this way. One thing that I preach, and I kind of told you about the last time we talked, though I understand a lot of Twitch people don't do this, is taking an approach of empathy. So maybe going to those creators and not from a place of like being super argumentative, which you normally are, but honestly like, hey, like your community is honestly like bullying the shit out of me. And like they're, you know, talking all this shit. They're saying stuff that's not true. Like, I thought you cared about being truthful, and I thought you cared about this and that. And until you get your community under control, I'm not comfortable.
But the problem is that, okay, a lot of your advice is geared towards real life people, and I respect that and I honor that. But the fake fucks that you see on this platform are totally fucking different. Like these are for instance, so like with Hassan, like I actually did that. I sent him a really big, nice message, like, hey, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like a paragraph long, like blah 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 blah. And like I think for the most part, I think we were kind of cool. But then he saw an opportunity to win some favor with the black community that historically he doesn't give a fuck about or has anything to do with, and he jumped on to try to ambush me on some podcast, and he got so fucking ass blasted by it that he went on another tirade against me. That's why we currently hate each other. It's because of the absolute fucking ass smashing that he got on those conversations. And so, but like that was after we were supposedly cool. And I believe that every other, like especially political content creator on the platform, on YouTube as well, they look for opportunities to like get points, and they'll do it at your expense regardless of your relationship. Like I can't think of any other way to explain, for instance, like this is so weird because I debated alt-righters for so long. Like I had the FBI called on me 3 times. I've had people come at my kid. I've had people do like crazy fucking shit. But I'd never actually had like somebody attack me for my race. Except for Nick Fuentes, who is an actual literal Nazi, and then lefties, unironically, who are like post like Gusano over and over again when they describe me because I'm half Cuban. Now I don't know if you call it racism, xenophobia, whatever. That like discredits all of my positions. Like I don't see how any person. And I had a long conversation with Mike, another like ex-political commentator that's hopefully on his way to being a fucking homeless loser. I had a conversation with this guy, and he was unironically like contemplating, like, well, I don't know if it's racist or not. Like, I don't know if blah blah blah, like blah blah blah. And meanwhile, his whole chat is spamming like Gusano, like go like Cuba, Gusano, like holy shit. And it's like there's no fucking way any normal human being would try to justify this. He was just scared to go against his audience because he's desperately trying to hold on to subs and relevancy. But I think that most people are like that. If they see an opportunity, they'll take it. Like levels of empathy don't work here with these types of people. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's take a step back for like 2 seconds. So we're saying that when they engage in these like fallacious attacks on you that are like clearly racist or clearly awful, and then they gain a bunch of followers for that, the way that I personally would conceptualize it is that those followers and those people are interested in that kind of content. They don't care about principles. They care about that kind of drama, that kind of like entertainment aspect of it. So if what you want to do is speak to the people that care about the other half of things, then I think you just have to continue to be consistent in that.
Yeah, but what happens if you do that? So there's two things that I worry about with that, and you can speak to both of these, okay? Sure. If I'm ever talking long, feel free to write things down and you can respond so that I'm not like Gish Galloping and cutting off responses, okay? So there's two big problems that I run into. Is one, I don't even know how much of my audience is like that. Like, I know for a fact, obviously, we both know this, that there's some percentage of my audience that only watches me because I own people in debates, and that's it. And they actually don't share any of my principles when it comes to fact-finding or research, and they literally are just parroting shit that I say without understanding it at all, which is exactly what I advocate against, right? I know there's a percentage of my audience. That percentage could be anywhere from 10% to 85%. I honestly don't know. But it's somewhere in there, and it's a huge rate. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was closer to the 85% mark than the 10% mark. Number one, okay? That's the first problem. And then number two, what was this in response to? I had two big things for this.
Oh, shit. This is in response to me saying that maybe like the best way is to target the followers that actually are interested in.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so number one is I don't even know how many of my own followers like that. Number two is what do you do if that viewpoint becomes increasingly marginalized? If like let's say that right now online, it is so goddamn fucking sexy to be socialist. Like, it's cool, it's revolutionary, you get a lot of fucking viewers saying shit about it, you get a lot of fucking retweets, engagement on social media. It's so fucking fashionable right now to be socialist, and everybody online fucking loves it. And these are the people right now with the leading voices on a lot of these issues. And because they become leading voices, they become reinforced by other people that want to, chase clout, have more viewers or whatever, and then it becomes like self-perpetuating. Well, now you're a quote-unquote principled position, now you have no voice. Because, like, you've decided to, like, take some fucking position where, like, oh, well, I'm going to try to, like, have fact-based arguments. I'm not going to run around just screeching, like, abolish all police because I'm a fucking moron and I have no other positions to talk about. I don't even know what that means. Like it seems like, so at that point, like, what? So then now your principal position is literally, like, hurting your ability to get your message out, no? Or how do you deal with that? Go.
Yeah.
Both parts of that, yeah.
So for point number one, how much of my audience is like that? You're saying in my heart of hearts, it's maybe closer to the 85 than it is the 10%. I would say for that, like, okay, let's put that aside for 2 seconds. That obviously there are people that are here to be entertained, and it's a site for entertainment. So that's kind of it's going to be what it's going to be. I think that a lot like how plenty of people like wine, but not a lot of people have like the taste set up for it. I think one thing that you can do is be the person that shows them like better ways of engaging or like entertaining ways of still like remaining principally consistent. And that kind of brings me to point number two, where if something like socialism is becoming popular, though it's something you honestly disagree with, do you honestly believe, is it possible that you can talk about a perspective you disagree with fairly and to sell it to people in so much as how those people tend to believe in it?
So 100%. Like,
okay.
The ironic part is that, like, I think that I can advocate, and I have in the past, advocated for socialism far more effectively than any other socialist online ever could. 100%. There were so many times in the past where I was on a podcast where other large streamers would give some dumb fuck, completely disconnected take regarding socialism because they don't understand it and they don't know how to make it acceptable to other people, and I would have to like reinterpret it to a way that like a normal person can understand. I think I do that very well, and I think I can do that very well for almost every viewpoint that I disagree with, whether it's alt-right, racial-based ideologies with ethno-states, or whether it's far-left, abolish all capital socialists. I think I can do that 100%, yeah.
And you don't feel comfortable giving your like full and honest take on socialism with, this is what people honestly believe in it. These are the things that seem to appeal to them. For the people that are uninformed, these tend to be the slogans and populist, rhetoric that they tend to agree with. But ultimately, here's where I stand on this. And I don't agree with it because of this, but I would agree that these certain principles could work out. I think ways that they could improve moving forward is to do this.
Yeah, I've done all of this. Yeah, there's like been so many times where I've given examples of like, if you really wanted like, you know, socialism or co-ops or whatever, like why don't we implement like this policy or this policy? Like I do this at the end of every conversation I have with a socialist, where it's like, listen, if you really cared about this, why wouldn't you try to you know, like why wouldn't you try to push legislation for banks that make it more favorable to give loans to co-ops or whatever? Why wouldn't you create more competitive environments? Like I can do this all day, and it's even fun to do it to some extent.
Why that doesn't make up the bulk of your criticism of these people?
Because nobody engages with
like,
that.
White people.
Because nobody engages with that. Nobody likes that. Nobody cares about that. And I still get attacked for being a capitalist bootlicker at the end of the day anyway. Like nothing matters. Like I've done everything you're suggesting so much. Like,
well, yeah, but I think that like. But you don't accomplish anything by changing your strat to the other thing, though. You just make more people upset and you get more targeted harassment at you. I think that you could be just as inflammatory as you're being now, but ground everything in like honest-to-God criticisms of what's going on with the other people, not obfuscate it so much that you're like retweeting blackface and saying, haha, lefties.
Yeah,
like,
but the problem is like twofold. The problem is that one, people just fucking ignore me because they'll just focus on whatever the fuck they want to anyways. And then two, like the content creators I actually talk to will just walk away ignoring every fucking thing I said and then just go back to whatever afterwards anyway. So here's a phenomenon that's happened a ton of times.
I don't think they do ignore you. Can I step in and say that?
Go.
You say this a lot. I don't think that's the
truth.
They
absolutely do. I've had so many conversations.
Okay.
Well, I've had so many conversations where I bring somebody on and I know their view. They're pulling a little Mott and Bailey on me. They won't be as extreme as they really are, but I'll bring them on. I'll have a conversation, and I'll be like, "Hey, listen, like, don't you think that, like, you know, maybe talking about like how we need a violent revolution, you know, when black people are the minority and you're white, or you know, maybe these things are like not the best way to approach this. Maybe we should be more incremental. Maybe we should talk about that." And they'll be like, "Yeah, those are good points, Destiny. I agree." Now, meanwhile, their entire chat is spamming that I'm a racist, right-wing edgelord fuck who hates black people, and that's why I'm an incrementalist. They'll be really nice to me. Their audience and their chat will fucking hate everything I say and shit talk me relentlessly, talk about how I abandoned my fucking kid to go fuck preteens in fucking California, whatever, that's cool. But the person I'm talking to will be chill with me, and then the second I'm fucking done, they're on Twitter that night. "Tonight is the violent revolution, my brothers. Like, let's go. Like, but not too late because I got to be back to the burbs at 11. Like, literally, like that same fucking night, they'll be out tweeting their crazy revolutionary shit right after a conversation where they agreed with every single thing I said. Like,
yeah, I see that. I agree that happens.
So why, like, this is such an intellectual and emotional and psychological toll that I take. Like, when I watch this happen, I'm like, holy fucking shit.
I think it's more so the last two. I really think it's emotional and psychological.
But it's intellectual as well, because it hurts. So, like, for instance, there are people on this... So, Lumi is somebody that I like a lot on this platform. I respect them. I think they're a cool person. I have no personal problems with them. They're probably going to see a clip of this and think that I fucking hate them or whatever. I don't give a fuck at this point, okay? I don't hate them at all. But, like, this person... have you heard of the whole insult Karen that's come up recently? This has been like one of my tipping points.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Karen it's a pretty misogynistic way to attack women, middle-aged women. More or less, that's kind of like how it works. All the like Karen starter packs, all the women that get posted as Karens, you know, like it's basically kind of, it's a pretty kind of fucking weird in terms of like attacking a woman, calling her a Karen because women are entitled bitches. That's essentially what the meme is. Now, people, when I've gotten into arguments with this, like, you know, I don't really know if it's like, now, like, you know, people use it. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, that's the same as the N-word or whatever. But, like, probably not, like, the best in terms of, like, going that way. But when it's okay, because Karen are generally white, and then when I start arguing with these people, dude, these people wheel out shit arguments to defend slurs that are, like, at rapid fire that I used to use to defend saying the word fag in the past. Like, these people will say, like, oh, one, well, we can reclaim it, right? Well, maybe Karen did mean that originally, but actually what Karen could mean is, like, a second thing. We can reclaim it. Like, no, people made the same argument for the F word. People made the same argument for the N word. Like, why are you using this argument for Karen when we literally, everybody knows what Karen means, right? Or people will say things like, like, that's not really what Karen means. Maybe, like, a lot of people use it that way, but, like, Karen could refer to anybody. And it reminds me of, Louis C.K. has a skit where he says anybody can be an F word. Chris Rock had a skit where he says, like, well, anybody can be an N word. And it's like, we never accepted these arguments for slurs in the past. Why are we using them now to defend Karen? It's almost like there's no actual argument, no actual principled position behind anything. It's literally just all aesthetics. That's what it feels like to me. This was, like, a big tipping point for me recently, and it's where the "you're white" thing came from. Like,
but then you jumped on their team and behaved that way after criticizing them so heavily for doing it, and then because of that you lost all credibility in your arguments against those people because then they point to that stuff.
But I already have no credibility. Like, all these people think that I'm literally racist anyway. Like, so, like, every argument that I make.
Actually believe that.
What?
I don't think they actually believe that at all.
Really?
No.
Okay, maybe then I might be too lost in my own world then, and I do think that people believe that, but I would be shocked if there weren't a large amount of people online that genuinely think that I'm like a racist, horrible person. Like,
this might be helpful to bring up. So remember when we were talking about the Hassan thing, and he basically, super in passing, nobody would pick it up, nobody would think it's worthy of the way that you responded. But he made fun of you for being a gamer. Or he said you're using all these gamer examples because he knew that would trigger you while not having the audience pick up on it.
I don't think he was conscious of that. He's not smart enough to be conscious of all of that. I think he was just reaching because I'm 100% positive of it. He doesn't
People
have...
in general
as somebody that knows him like decently well, I
Earth.
know that he doesn't have the wherewithal to do that. Like polling for the gamer example is just like a subtle way to like make fun of like gamers in politics, which to be fair, most gamers in politics are stupid as fuck. Like that was what that insult was. It wasn't some...
a gamer in politics?
What? No, not traditionally. He was a frat boy in politics.
Isn't that a silly position to begin with?
No, because gamers have horrible fucking politics, and it's absolutely true. Gamers are fucking horrible. They're like gamer bros.
You like doing this group generalization thing that you lean on so much?
Do what?
I feel like you lean on like group generalities a lot, and that's another thing where it's yikers.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, like, when you talk about, like, gamer bro politics, you can characterize a large majority of gamers based on certain political opinions, maybe just because of the demographic. But, for instance, like, the whole, like, Kotaku in Action movement spawned from, like, gamers. And gamers, quote-unquote, traditionally have anti-SJW viewpoints. So, like, they might be Democrats, they might be Republicans, but the idea of, like, women in gaming and, like, equalization, equal rights, blah, 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 and all, like, getting rid of try-hard spam when people talk about blah, 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 like, generally there's, like, a gamer bro viewpoint. Now, it's gotten a lot more diverse, especially over the past 5 years, but especially, like, 10 years ago. Man, if you were trying to find all the people in America that still said the N-word, like, you just needed to hop in a Call of Duty lobby. Or if you were looking for people that said the F-slur all the time, like, hop on Battle.net. Like, there were a lot of that shit going on, just because it was all, like, straight white guys in their early 20s,
But
late
do you
teens.
think they're all racist, or do you think they just didn't really give weight to the words that they were using? Or they thought it was okay because everybody else on the platform did it, and then they engaged in it.
No, I mean, I don't think most of these people were genuinely racist or homophobic. I mean, like, I was one of these people. I don't think I was genuinely homophobic when I called everybody an F-word.
Those people with Twitter right now, I feel like it's a completely parallel situation.
Yeah, of course.
So then, if you have that kind of like, oh, in the moment I realize that this is going to be a hindsight thing, why don't you just choose to be on the right side of the line?
Because I don't think that there is like like the right side of the line. It's not like people are going to come around to this. Like, oh, well, these arguments were dumb.
It's bad.
What?
But you recognize it's bad.
Yeah, but like nobody else cares. So like I'm literally like in a rat race.
Nobody else cares doesn't mean you don't have to care, though, right?
Well, it means that you have to. It means that you bear a certain cost for it at the end of the day, and I guess it's up for you to decide whether or not you want to bear that cost or not. And like at some point, like I don't know if I want to.
Okay, but what you're gaining, I don't think you're focusing on. I think you're looking at this cost thing like, oh, it would be really fun to act this way. And
yeah.
If they're just going to call me this, it would be really funny to just act this way.
Yeah. Like, if I go on to, like, argument after argument where I've argued in favor of maybe even reparations, where I've argued in favor of a dramatic restructuring of education, the criminal justice system, of universal health coverage, if I've talked consistently about how after 2007 black families didn't rebuild their wealth, if I talk about how systemic racism and all of these institutionalized racisms can exist without racism, like when I've done like all of this work and people still come out and say like, oh, you're racist, like that's really irritating to me. But if I go online and I start telling everybody, even black people, bro, you're white, no one cares, and people call me racist, yeah, well, fuck it. At that point, yeah, I guess I kind of am being. But I don't care at that point because it's like, fuck it, dude. Like, what are you criticizing? It's like playing an actor, basically.
People misinterpret that all the time. I mean, that's going to happen.
No. You're being so unbelievably uncharitable or charitable to that side. It's not a misinterpretation. It's an intentional reframing. What?
So I guess we could generalize these kinds of attacks from audience members and from people online as just generally harassment, and that harassment's going to take different forms depending on the streamer you are. Like you talked about how Greek got enough to, hurt his emotional state and his psychological state, and plenty of other streamers.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the flavor of discrimination or harassment or whatever you're going to get is going to be political in nature because you're a politics streamer, and they're specifically choosing things that they know will upset you. Because every single time one person with like 5 followers on Twitter calls you racist and they contribute to this, and the moment you talk about it on stream, you give them the payout.
You're so wrong, and I understand why you're saying what you're saying. There's always going to be small, irrelevant people on Twitter saying things. That's not what bothers me. What bothers me is that it's the actual content creators themselves that are saying these things. If it was just some rogue members of an audience or whatever, I would care so much less. It's that the people that I'm actually talking to are the ones that are like fomenting this type of activity. Like that's the problem. So for instance, I had a big argument with a guy where they were trying to argue in favor of socialism. Him and his little Vietnamese whatever came on and try. I say whatever because I don't know if they're wife or girlfriend or friend. I don't know. Yeah. Where they came on and they were like, oh, like, well, would you rather be socialist or capitalist? Blah blah blah. Like every single time a socialist country comes up, capitalist countries will show up and destroy them or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, honestly, if I had to choose between being like a capitalist country or a socialist country, I'd rather be the capitalist country. I don't want to have my country fucking destroyed. I don't want to die. And people clipped that to say Destiny believes America was justified in napalming Vietnam. And that was the guy himself that I was talking to. That wasn't just a renegade fan. That was literally the guy that I talked to. And it's like,
but he's wrong.
Sure, but it doesn't matter. Everybody runs with that narrative. And now now when people talk about me online, when I get people posting threads about me, people bring that example up. It's like, oh, Destiny, that's the guy that justifies bombing countries to make them not socialist. Like,
I just don't see how you solve that by feeding more into it. And
I'm not trying to solve that. My my maturity or whatever, the opinion I've matured to is that these problems are unsolvable, and trying to solve them is like screaming into the void. So rather than trying to be proactive about people that are intentionally spreading misinformation to me, not 5 follower Twitter accounts, but actual content creators I talk to, I might as well just play into it. And it's more fun for me. It's more fun for my audience to shitpost it. I don't have to give as much a fuck about it. If you want to call me racist because I call a bunch of black people white, oh, fuck it. Maybe you're right. I don't care. Like, it's so much easier to just let it all roll off my back and not give a fuck. Because...
So... The way that I see this, though, is like if a bunch of firefighters pull up to like a tire farm fire where all these, car tires are on fire, and they're like, we can't put this out. Like there's no solving it with water. Mm-hmm. And then they went, well, I guess we should open up the tanks and dump all the gasoline onto the fire is essentially what I feel like you're saying.
Yeah. So to make that analogy more applicable, it would be like if there were 100 fire precincts in the city, and 99 of the fire trucks were running around, and every time they came into a fire, they were like, oh shit, like this is fucked, better pour some gasoline on it. And you were like the one firefighting precinct or whatever. It's like, oh, maybe we should use water, and everybody else shits on you for it. You work like 20 times harder than everybody else, and then at the end of the day, like everybody just calls you dumb fuck. And it's like, well, and then, like at some point you'd be like, well, what the fuck am I doing out here? Like everyone else is doing like this fun shit. Everybody else has communities that circle jerk the fuck out of them. Like everybody else has communities that spread all these like complete lies. Dude, I've talked to so many people that will just fucking lie to me. That will just lie in my fucking face about shit that like I'm informed about. I know you're wrong about this. Like on that podcast that I'm referring to, like 2 of these guys are literally talking about like, oh, Amy Klobuchar, like, oh yeah, she didn't even prosecute the guy that stepped on George Floyd's neck. That's not true. She wasn't even in office at the time. She was already at the Senate. Like you're literally just lying. And like this is your job, is supposedly politics. Like one of these guys runs a podcast, one is a Twitter. Like what the fuck are you doing? So like at that point, like if nobody else gives a fuck about being factually correct, and these are easy things to look up. This is like less than 2 minutes of reading past the headline of an article or a stupid Twitter thread, right? Like at that, like why the fuck would why would I bust my ass putting out fires when nobody else seems to give a fuck about it?
You don't think you're able to like bury the creators that are engaging in these activities?
Absolutely not. No way. I wish
you've done that with like a few other people, or at least really, really hurt like their professional lives because of it.
No, it only comes down to audience size. I can bully the fuck out of people smaller than me, maybe make them disappear. But at the end of the day, it's not about whether or not I'm right or wrong. Like even like the big, like I had a big like blood sports arc on my stream where, in my opinion, I think I ran through and I tore through sometimes 5 of these guys at a time, unironically on a podcast, where there'll be like 4 or 5 of these fucking morons that are just so knuckle dragging, mouth breathing, 45 IQ, this horribly stupid fucking people. They're so dumb. And after that, even like a lot of these people went on. The only thing that actually got them to destroy themselves is when they just started infighting. Like, and that was what eventually took them down. But otherwise, otherwise, like, these people just go on undeterred. They don't give a fuck if they're factually right or wrong, because a lot of these people don't care about it. Like, look at somebody like Sargon of Akkad. This guy, I don't even know legitimately if he knows how to fucking read. That's how horribly he misinterprets studies on stream. I don't know if he has like a caretaker that prepares like summaries in the background for him and then he pretends to read it on stream. It's possible. I don't actually know. He's got the NHS in the UK. Maybe they provide for those services for special needs people like that. And so he's on stream, and this guy will just say factually incorrect shit, like in rapid fire, and no one in his audience calls him out on it. They're all there like clapping him along. And it's the same of every single other online content creator. People will just say dumb thing after dumb thing after wrong thing after wrong thing. They'll even confidently assert things that are completely incorrect, and their whole audience like applauds them. So like,
well, that's why I don't focus on logic. I feel like you focus on logic all the time, so you're bound to be upset about all that.
Well, yeah, sure, but like, if nobody cares about the logic part, and that's like the most enjoyable part for me, then at the end, like, it's all aesthetic, and I don't care about aesthetic. That's boring.
I don't think. Well, you're saying if it's not 100% logic, then it must be 100% aesthetic.
Well, it could at least be like 60% like reasonable arguments. Like, it could be some percentage. Yeah, right now, it's like 3 or 4%.
But your tweets that you're making are 100% the aesthetic, and you're criticizing people for doing the 100% aesthetic.
Well, yeah, because at this point,
there are more clever ways of being inflammatory that you could engage in too. Like, I'm waiting to shift gears to that because I was hoping to just get you to like understand.
I don't think they're like, you can argue that there are clever ways to do it, and like, yeah, I like I've said in the past, like, I've tried to be like a little bit more clever about it, but as soon as you try to do that, man, dude, people will come out and they will nuance the fuck out of any critique you have, and then go back to their crazy echo chambers where they would just like go off the wall or whatever.
They're gonna do the same thing with your inflammatory one though, and they're gonna have a field day on it.
But the inflammatory one is so much more fun for me. Like, for instance, like, I'm overly critical. I'm overly critical online of like white affluent male socialists. And online, like, it's been studied, like, people that are online tend to be overrepresented in these arguments. And even specifically, like, political Twitter has been analyzed. And when I come out and I make fun of that, and this is even a problem that communities online have recognized. BreadTube has posted about how, like, oh, like, there's a lot of white people in our community. Like, maybe we should do something about this. When I, like, try to poke fun at that, dude, people come out with their goddamn abacuses, like, fucking loaded. Like, hold on, bro. Just because 27% of people are overrepresented in this, if we look at the actual percentages and break it down, there are some marginalized voices, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, okay, so like this is like the hyper nuanced thing, and then like in the next breath, like all liberals are evil bootlicking cowards. Like,
well, yeah, because their positions are not coming from logic; they're coming from somewhere else.
Sure. So if everybody else is rolling around in the mud, why the fuck would I walk in and try to like wade through the shit, you know, with clean boots? Like, at that point, I might as well just go roll around with them. Like, why would I go through all this trouble? There's literally no fucking point.
So, when you say things like rolling around, I feel like you immediately want to go to the it's 100% aesthetic thing.
Yes.
And I just really think it's like of a great detriment to your argumentative abilities to go there, when you could like go, okay, well, obviously this is going to be a different split for different people. And for some people, the logic is going to work and some bits of logic are going to work. And for other people, I have to like dive deeper down. And for the people that have deeper down stuff, sometimes just exposing that to their audience or exposing situations in which that doesn't produce results they agree with gets the audience to start disagreeing with them, or being clever and constructing arguments that are going to bring out beliefs that that person's crazy audience would disagree with them on.
Yeah, but
like,
I don't know if
we talked about that.
I don't know if I want to deal with 95% of audiences being a certain way just to try to reach out to those 5% of people. Like,
oh, I'm not saying it's 5%. I'm saying like, so somebody has a belief that's held because of some like deeper principle that they have, or like it's because of money, or it's this or that. I think constantly pointing that out and making that like visible to everybody is of great detriment to that creator.
But it's
like,
not.
Like
nobody cares. Look at
you just said this guy's almost homeless. Like that guy in particular.
Yeah, Mike is because he's an idiot and he's unlikable on top of being a fucking moron. But it's just because nobody likes him because he's a little fuck. Like, there's a difference though. That wasn't because I damaged him. That was because he.
But you're good at making people look unlikable.
No, but
like,
it's no. I'm no.
What you're good at.
Like, oh god, I just had an example. Oh, okay, so like, fuck, I hate to focus on one creator because I know there are other examples, but like, there are so many like egregious examples. So here's something that I believe, okay? I personally like it when investors are not investors, when workers are invested in their work. And one of the ways that I think is a really great way to do that is through rev share. Every single motherfucker that I've worked on for almost every single project has been some form of rev sharing. I rev shared on my merch, I rev shared on my YouTube channel, I've rev shared on like video video projects and stuff I've had people work on. I pay really good fees, even sometimes for art I don't use. I paid a guy $1,000 to do a 1-minute animation that I didn't even really like, and I didn't use my shit, okay? This is how I live my life, okay? Because I think you should live your principles, right?
Yeah,
now,
I think it's good.
Sure. So, in one of the most clear-cut, shitty things I've ever seen in my entire life, okay, there was another large content creator that was basically stringing a guy along in his Discord to make him make free videos for him for his YouTube and his Instagram. Yeah, this was one of the most... Now, this isn't like the worst thing in the world a person can do. It doesn't make you a racist, doesn't make you Hitler, blah, blah. But this was one of the most clear-cut things I've ever seen in my life where it's like, wow, dude, you're like you're in a massive position of power over somebody, you're being a massive piece of shit. Like, holy fuck, you make like probably over $1 million a year at this point, and you're actually fucking this dude out of a few $100s. I can't believe it. Like, this, and it was a super clear-cut example of like, this is just like what a really shitty human being would do. And nobody in his community cared. Like, there were some people that posted, but these were massively downvoted comments. The vast majority of people were saying things that people accuse me of saying. That worker is stupid. That guy strung himself along. That guy was so dumb. What was he expecting? Like, he should have been more clear. It's like, holy fuck. Like, these are all the guys that say that capitalists constantly abuse their labor, who are now making the same arguments that I would expect out of Sean Hannity talking about teachers that couldn't make a successful union. Like, what the fuck?
So I'd corner him an empathy approach. I really feel like where you get stuck are places where I feel like the empathy thing or using that approach to bring that out of somebody can make their audience.
But nobody can not. But look at what happened though, right? One, nobody in his own community called him out on it, and two, because this person has played the aesthetic game so well, he also couldn't be called out on it from any other platform because he was friends with the hosts and they had explicit commands not to bring that up on a public platform. So the person has essentially made themselves immune from criticism. So
yeah, and when you brought that up, it made them look really shitty.
I couldn't bring it up on that. I could talk to my own little people about it, but in the broader circle of things, like the person is fine. They're relatively untouched. Nobody brings this up. Nobody cares about it. Like nobody brings this up like I'm a pedophile or a molester or a racist, evil, like capitalist bootlicker that hates workers and hates poor people and hates Vietnamese people.
But I'm saying that's where I would keep my criticisms to, is like the things that are honestly atrocious about that person don't line up with their beliefs at all. Because then every time I see them, it'd be like, well, hi, like imposter. Like, what are you doing?
Who cares? But who cares? Nobody cares about this. Like, I just look stupid.
I feel like that's your job, is to figure out how you can sell that to
but people don't care about that. What they care about is the aesthetic.
You can make them care.
I don't think so. I mean, I tried, I like as well as I could, because the problem is even that, like, when you go, like, even right now, there are people watching this conversation that's like, oh, bro, you're obsessed with that person. It almost becomes similar to Trump, where like you can call out Trump every single day for something dumb he says. People are like, oh, you have Trump derangement syndrome, right? It's like, okay, well, like I could sit here and rail on Hassan for certain things, but like even when I mention him like a single time, if they're not talking about him for like weeks or whatever, like people are like, oh, you're obsessed with Hassan. Oh, you're so obsessed with him. It's like, well, okay, I guess.
Because they know it upsets you. I feel like it's easy to figure out what upsets you. Like, if I wanted to upset you this whole conversation...
It's not about what upsets me. It's about the fact that it's ineffective. I think that... I don't know how old you are. I would have agreed with you 5 years ago. Maybe I'm just too cynical now because of my... I feel like you have a much higher opinion of people's standards for political discourse or any kind of discourse in general than what I believe people's standards actually are.
I think that you can reach those people that are not driven by logic or like are not like comparing their principles versus the outcomes of them. I think that you can get those people to realize that there's like an inconsistency without doing it the way that you're doing it. I think there's clever ways of doing that. It takes more thinking to do that, to like plan a conversation in which you make that person look that way. But I think that that's just like the direction you should head into, and you should take all this energy and like put it into that rather than like silly tweets and stuff that I don't feel like accomplish what you want to do at all.
I guess, but like, at the end of the day, that's like a borderline martyrdom position, and it's like it's such a toll to do it, and it's so, I don't want to say thankless, because like I make a lot of money doing this, which I'm grateful for, of course, but like at the end of the day, like to be hated in every single fucking internet community, to have like one day lefties posting that you're a capitalist shill bootlicker, and then the next day conservatives posting that you're literally a communist socialist fuck, like it's like it like at some point it's like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I wasting my fucking time on this shit? I don't even know if my own fucking fans are following me because of facts and logic rather than just because they're they're happy to see me dunk on some rando online. Like there's so much work involved in something that seems to not really be cared about that much online. And like I can do the aesthetic part really well, maybe even better than the argumentative part. That's why people followed me in the beginning, is because I made fun of people really well. Like it all boils down to that. Originally, that's why people follow me. Is I'm really funny when I make fun of people. Like maybe I should just go back to that and just do that, and that's funny. Maybe I can sneak in a couple good arguments every now and then. But like trying to stick on like the reality-based side of shit, like what the fuck is the point? It's like such a losing battle, and it has such a mental toll. Like what?
The charm is the balance between those two things.
Yeah, but like right now, I don't know. Maybe I just disagree.
Well, like we can look at like Hitchcliff or whatever. Like some of these other like asshole-ish logic people, and I think that is the appeal of them as they walk this line. That there's this balance of like, at the end, the principles are there, but the way that it's being portrayed to people is easily digestible and funny and rude and whatever. I think you dip too much off of the balance of keeping the principles in place when you do tweets and stuff like this. And I think that you could just as easily like do a little bit of restraint, but still lean that direction if you want to. But I think you can accomplish both. I think you can remain principled while also like having super inflammatory criticisms of other people that kind of crank up as you feel is appropriate. I just think that you've hit like 95 or 100% towards one direction, and you only have 5 to like 2% the other way. And all I'm advocating for is like a move closer to the balance you were at, in my opinion, before.
Yeah, but like that balance was wholly ineffective. Like, and
you had a big following.
Yeah, but like, look at how fast when somebody comes on and only plays the aesthetic side, that guy grew his audience like 10 times. And now can deplatform me off of a larger platform. So like, holy shit! Like, I could just do like what I did yesterday. Yesterday, I tried like, let's just watch YouTube videos a day and let's see what we can do. And I could put like 8,000 viewers doing it. Like, maybe I should just go the aesthetic route, make fun of these motherfuckers, watch a bunch of fucking YouTube videos all day, grow my audience up to some size, and then I'll just play I'll play the aesthetics game and I'll just make fun of everybody, call them retarded or whatever horrible shit or white or whatever, and then just play that game. Because at the end of the day, it seems like people appreciate that more than any other thing. I feel like we're kind of like looping in circles. Go for it.
Well, because what I'm advocating for is balance, and you're interested in going wholly one direction or the other direction. What I'm saying is like these other creators that have managed to get these people to their side, yeah, they've tipped more towards aesthetics, but they still remain balanced in their principles versus
I wholly disagree. I don't think they're balanced in any principles. They don't live their principles. They even have excuses to shield themselves.
They don't have to live the... I'm saying that they've lowered the percent of principle that's in their thing, but there's still a balance between that and the aesthetic.
I don't think so. I think they go full aesthetic. I don't think there's hardly any principled arguments at all.
Who is full aesthetic? Hassan is not full aesthetic, so if you're saying
100% he is. 100%. 100%. Dude, if you try to get this guy to explain anything beyond what he's read in a Twitter headline, he'll fucking fall apart.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that his messaging is not...
his messaging is aesthetic based. There's no rational arguments behind anything. It's all just aesthetic.
Yeah, there are.
What? Like what? Well,
he's still appealing to like foundational ideas of socialism and other stuff.
Honest to God, I don't even think he knows what socialism is. I think his conception of it is like slightly better than a conservative's. There's a reason why every single time we were on a podcast together, I had to explain every single thing he was trying to talk about, right? If he didn't learn this in a frat house 4 years ago, he doesn't know fuck all about it now. Like, it's painfully obvious whenever you listen to him talk about anything related to it.
You have to talk at his level, for sure.
Yeah, but his level is like 8th grade before socialism is even introduced. So to say that
everybody will see that.
But they don't. More people like it because aesthetics are sexy. Like, that's the whole point about this. You look at somebody like Sean and Jen or H. Bumgarner. Look at these guys. Oh my God, look at Philosophy Tube that was tweeting out about how like he was going to join a rent strike while he's like in the top 1% of earners in the UK or whatever, talking about how like he can't afford his apartment. When he was
rent strike is not an inflammatory. It's not leaning towards aesthetics.
It is, though, because the implications that are made from that are so disingenuous. The idea, one, that every landlord is a large company, or two, that he's earning less money than every landlord, or that even the average landlord is dramatically out-earning median wages in the UK. It's based on all of those assumptions. Only a few of those are ever...
Did he say that?
No, he doesn't, but that's the implication. The implication...
Do the people that agree with him believe that?
Yes,
is that
100%. I'll bet my life right now you can draw and quarter me. If the majority of left Twitter doesn't believe that the average landlord is some decked out multi-millionaire fucking guy that is just like shitting on fucking renters looking for an excuse to evict him. That's the general idea of a landlord. And most of these people can't even explain basics of like how housing markets or rent work. Like 100%.
So playing the the same game of realizing like, okay, people don't really care about this, or they're not connecting these ideas, but if I present this, this, and this, I'm able to reach them and like get them here. And I think if you ask a lot of these people, honest to God, they do think that they are benefiting people by exposing them to ideas that are less radical or that are more grounded in like the principles that they personally believe that they follow. And I agree that in practice, a lot of them don't, or like a lot of them do things that are really shitty, or they're manipulating people for sure. But I think if you honestly ask those people, they think just like you, that they're doing that, they're being inflammatory, whatever, because they're hooking people in and then they're going to tell them something else. They're telling them like these better things or whatever. Or at the end of the day, if I'm moving them to the left, it's a positive thing, or, you know, things like that. Or they think it's better if they're in my chat than in somebody else's.
I will use my platform to boost you as much as possible so that you can run through these same loops, because I would love to see your feelings about this after 1 to 5 years of being in this arena. Like, I would have agreed with you so many years ago, but like
reconsidering it, because I've talked to a lot of people and we end up getting to a point where they're like, oh no, I let go of my principles when it comes to like Twitter and talking this way, or like, oh no, like I let go of those principles when I'm upset with somebody. And I just feel like my position then is going to be to tell these people to realize that when you let go of them like that, it's detrimental to your larger cause. Either accept that you don't care about that part of things and rebalance everything and your understanding of your own position and the way you portray it to other people, or, you know, be open to the idea that like you need to learn more about this or move yourself on it or whatever. Like I agree with you. A lot of these people are really shitty when you talk to them in private, and it turns out that like, oh no, I don't really, you know, believe in this, or no, I don't really stand behind that, or yeah, I realize that's awful. Like even with you about this, like that's the way you're at. But I mean, you've moved here because you said other people were doing it, and you've gotten sick of like, you know, like you said, being the one fire truck that's doing things correctly. But I don't think that means that you should go the other way. I honestly think you're able to, because of how good you are at talking with people and arguing. You could move the whole general discussion over. Like, I think that you
I don't
could,
think
like...
so, though. I think that, like, what will happen in the future is I think that I'm going to become more... I think I've survived for, like, 2 really important reasons, okay? One is because I do think I'm really good at what I do in terms of, like, doing fact-based research and making, like, good arguments, especially in real time. I think I excel at that. But 2, I think a large part is just because I was here first. I was the first person doing this online. I built this space on my own with no help from Twitch or any other large content creator, and I think that gave me a big advantage early on. But it wouldn't surprise me if in, like, 5 to 10 years, like, I got crowded out of this space by other people that were far more focused on aesthetics. That wouldn't surprise me at all. If, like, in the future, like, I'm, like, the 10th or 15th most popular political streamer on Twitch, and, like, the top 5 or 10 guys are all people that are just, like, wearing fucking communist hats, and then there are a few fucking Nazis or whatever, wherever Twitch's policy is in the future, and that'll be, like, the predominant, like, political voices, because that type of stuff is way more sexy, it's way more cool, feels hipper, like, it's easier to understand, like, you can rally with your dumb fuck sayings. Like, I see, like, that direction of things happening in the future, like, 100%.
So why don't you use those surface level arguments to drive people to conclusions that you feel are okay?
I have. That's what I've done up until now, more or less. Like, but like, I found out there have been so many different times in my life where I found out where even like I thought I was doing that, and in reality, like, I'm actually just a useful idiot for people that sort of kind of believed in my conclusion but didn't actually follow my thought process at all. And I can't even distinguish who those people are.
But Hassan and everybody else are just useless idiots too, for people that already want to believe what they want to believe. This segment of the audience that you're talking about that just moves around based on the aesthetic.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being a useful idiot when you're trying not to be and just embracing it and living it. Embracing it and living it is so fun. It's so easy on the mind, circle jerky communities, no real work involved, tell other people to read when you don't. Like, that's so much fun and so easy and so cool to do. Like, to be a useful idiot when you don't want to be a useful idiot, it's a way different thing. Like, it's 2 very, very different things. It's like saying, like, everybody's out there having sex or whatever. Like, it shouldn't be a big problem if you have sex with somebody you don't want to, right? Like, well, if that guy is consenting to it, right, there's a huge difference between that and rape, right? Like, if somebody wants to be a useful idiot, that's way more fun than somebody being a useful idiot if they don't want to be, right? These are 2 totally different things, right?
I guess the way I view it is like the people were into that relationship for very different reasons. Like, one person's like meh on doing something and the other person's like super down to do it and they're very happy for it. But I don't think that like having that where like the 2 people are in different wavelengths of like why they're in the situation, I don't think that that's like a bad thing.
What do you mean?
So, like, if people are coming to conclusions for different reasons, or people are, putting themselves into a situation or finding themselves becoming a certain person for reasons that are different than like what they wanted to do, as long as the conclusion and the situation itself and the outcome is like aligned with what you were getting into doing, I think that's fine. Like if people want to use a useless idiot for something you honestly believe in.
I understand you, but like the problem there is like when we look at everything scientific, right? We're looking for predictiveness. Like how well can I like shape a person's future belief? The problem is that when you're the guy that thinks you're making the waves, but you're actually only the guy riding the wave, as soon as you try to go in a different direction, you're going to be thrown into the ocean, right? This is the problem. So I can give you two really good examples of this, okay? I personally, for whatever reason, okay, when I talk about myself, I think I'm really exceptional in some ways. I mean like an exception to the rule, not like really great. So I'm not trying to like jerk myself up, but I genuinely believe that I have views that don't align with a lot of mainstream people. One of those views is that I'm not like a group person at all. I don't care if everybody around me is fucking black or Asian or speaks a different language or plays whatever. I don't care. Like these things just genuinely don't bother me. I don't think that most people are like this, but for me, it's true. And for whatever reason, I don't know why I don't care. Maybe I had abandonment issues as a kid or whatever the fuck. A long time ago, stop me if I've told you this specific example before you can. I used to make arguments where it was like, hey, listen, okay, minorities complain all the time about main characters not looking like them in video games. This is a stupid argument. It shouldn't matter what people look like in a video game or a movie. You should be able to relate to them because we're all humans. It's stupid that you need them to look like you. I made this argument for a long time in my early Gamer Bro days, and I had a lot of people that were following me on that quote-unquote logic. Like, I was a super big Gamer Bro. I made really good Gamer Bro arguments back in the day because I thought they were relatively reasonable, and people follow me for it. And when I started to see this game came out, it was like a FIFA game that came out, and the main character was Hispanic. And people were so fucking mad. White people lost their minds. Like, how am I supposed to relate to this Hispanic kid in this video game? Like, this is fucked up, blah, 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 blah. And then, like, these huge gaming communities. I think I had one of, like, the highest posts on Kotaku in Action of, like, all time because fucking Gamer Bros loved me and my fucking Gamer Bro arguments. When I saw that whole community shift to being pissed off that they were, like, Hispanic main characters, well, my argument the whole time was I don't care what the main characters look like. Now, they all happen to be white at the time, which seems like it would benefit me, but really, if they were Asian or trans fucking women or non-binary space aliens, whatever the fuck, I really don't care. That's cool. I'm chill with it. But a lot of the other people weren't. But I became like a useful idiot. But I wasn't able to like persuade people out of that. It was just as soon as the tide changed, I was cast aside into the ocean, and they all went their own way. And I was like, oh fuck. And the same thing has happened recently with me with a whole bunch of communists and socialists in my community. Well, I didn't realize it, but I was riding a wave of people that were following me because they were becoming socialists and communists, and I was attacking capitalism in a lot of valid ways. But then when I try to redirect, I was like, hey guys, I mean, like, capitalism is still really important and really powerful. Whoosh, like everybody went the other way. It's like, whoa, you're crazy. And I was like, oh fuck. Well, I was just a useful idiot for those arguments as well, I guess. Like, at the end of the day, it seems more like you're riding waves of popular current rather than actually directing the flow of the water. And like that's not a good feeling, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Can I think about that for like 2 seconds?
Yeah, no problem. I talked a lot. Go for it.
So you care a lot about being one of the top people, at least for politics, right?
It's hard to say that, like, yes, but that's more of like it's more a result of like I obviously, if I have a political voice online, I want it to be somewhat relevant, and you're not really that relevant if you have an audience of 10 people, whereas if you have a larger audience, like, you're effecting some sort of like change in the political discourse, which is my goal, right? I want people to think about things in a different way, and I need an audience in order to do that. So in a way, yeah, I want to be like a large political voice, because if politics is power, then power is going to be informed by the number of people that listen to you, right?
But earlier, the reason I'm asking is because earlier it sounded like you were uncomfortable with the idea of being like top 15 when the people at the top are like representing really awful opinions. And so what that almost implies to me is then that like I would rather give up these principal things to be at the top and influence all those people than to have the correct position that I honestly agree with and be at like 15.
Yeah, maybe. Like if I had to like endure like a great cost. So like, for example, like one of the things that I see in almost every other community is people can say whatever they want. Their audiences are never critical of them, and they have great relationships with other creators who audiences love them. Whereas for me, like, my relationship with every other community is incredibly combative, and that extends to my own community as well. Like, if I say something incorrect, my community will fucking call me the fuck out on it, right? That, like, other people might be able to say, like, oh, okay, well, this guy did something shitty, mistreating this worker, but nobody's going to call him out on it. Everybody's going to circle jerk for him. Everybody's going to jump to defense. But, like, my community is literally calling me racist because I told Hassan to go back to Turkey. like at that level of like that difference in terms of how communities treat each other. Like, why would I try so hard to have like a community that keeps me honest when I could just have a circle jerking community that'll like shield me from all criticism? Like it seems like that's more fun. It's easier to maintain. Like, it makes you feel better when you go onto your own platforms. Like, all of these people have that comfort. Like, well, fuck it. Why shouldn't I just do that for myself? Like, what am I gaining by not doing that?
I kind of like where this is going. So the audience is like an interesting aspect to this. So like I think that you do like the idea of having a larger audience, irrespective of the way that audience behaves. Is that accurate or not?
I mean, kind of. I mean, it bothers me if they behave in a way that like, if I find out like a bunch of people are just following me because they like to watch me dunk on people, but they don't take anything of what I say to heart, then that bothers me.
But aren't those the people you're trying to appeal to in this new change of behaving this way? That you're trying to attract those very people?
Well, no. In terms of like, in terms of like just being inflammatory as fuck online?
Well, yeah, because those are the people that you attract. That's where
but like, I know that I'll attract those people. That's more like a byproduct of just having fun, because people like to watch people dunk on people. So like, that's just like, that's literally just
byproduct.
Yeah, like.
But you do care about the audience size. That's what I'm saying. Is I wonder if it is a byproduct.
Well, no, I care significantly less. Like, if I was the 15th highest like political streamer or whatever on the platform, and it was just because like I'm insulting people all day, I would be okay with that. I don't care about that. I don't care as much at that point, because I would say like my political voice is irrelevant regardless. It's not like I'm affecting like any great change in people's thought processes regardless.
Okay. Wait, hold on. I like this. Okay, this is fine. So, so if you can have that kind of fun, then why don't you, instead of changing your opinion on being principled generally, why don't you change your principle about managing your audience, since nobody else seems to be interested in managing theirs?
What do you mean?
So one of the principles that you have is this idea of like, I have a responsibility to kind of like police in some ways my audience. And that's something that you often like echo to other people. And it sounds like a lot of the problem with this harassment you're getting, and why these people are saying these things, is because they like that segment of their audience that will go and attack you, and they don't care that they attack you. And I feel like that is like the central conceit of this entire thing. So if that's the case, then it would seem like instead of abandoning all of your principles and becoming super hyperbolic and whatever, it would seem like you would lose a lot less principled ground to just remove your principle about like keeping your audience in check, and to just be like, well, if you guys are going to be like that, then I'm going to stop policing my audience. And if you're crazy people that love inflammatory stuff want to come over here or want to harass you or turn on you by
the problem is that like part of my principles prevent a lot of those types of attacks. So, like, for instance, this is something that I did a long time ago. Do you remember Sarah Huckabee Sanders?
Yeah.
SNL, there was some comedian that did a skit that made fun of, like, her eyeshadow. And, like, a whole bunch of people on the left started jumping in, calling her a fat fuck, saying that her face looked fucking horrible. And I was like, okay, like, this is really shit. Like, Sarah Huckabee Sanders is a subhuman piece of shit, but it's not because of how she looks, and it's not because she's fat. Like, these are literally just like, you're just like being so disgusting in your attacks. So like, I start to ban things like this in my community. I don't think that like we should attack. So like, this was like a year ago, I think, where I was like, we're not gonna like, no more posts calling Ben Shapiro short or Sarah Huckabee Sanders ugly or shit like this. Like, I don't think that these are like effective ways of communicating. Now, if I still say like you can attack other people's opinions, like that's fine. But if other content creators have far lower standards insofar as like what they'll attack me over, well, like there are still things on the menu for them that like wouldn't be for me. So like, I wouldn't want people in my community like using racial slurs at other people, but every other lefty online loves it when people call me like Esteban or uses like Gusano was an insult against me. And it's like, okay, that's like really fucking weird. But it's not because they're like, they want their communities to attack me. It's just that they're like way less stringent about what they consider like racial insults or whatever.
So I guess like, how come you can't just limit the principle changes to like the way that you moderate the audience to go like, well, if you're not going to do that, then I'm not going to do that either. And don't come crying to me like about people attacking and doing
because
this
like
and that.
because at that point you've abdicated like all of your like. I'm
not all
sure. So like maybe this is irrational for me. I don't believe in like picking and choosing your principles based on like what's
but you
most
are
convenient.
with your tweet stuff.
No, this is a total abdication of all of it. I don't want to keep half of what I believe in and get rid of the half that causes me the most problem, because at that point nothing means anything. It's so arbitrary. So I'd rather just dump all of it and say I'm just going to do what doesn't get me banned and fuck it. I respect somebody with no principles than somebody that uses a principle toolbox where he picks and chooses what he needs for a particular job and then puts it away never to be seen again. I respect chaotic anarchy far more than the careful man that chooses, which moral he wants to wear at any given point in time for maximal gains.
Well, remember when you told me that being on this platform for this long, I think I've like changed this position and that's why I'm behaving this way. Mm-hmm. I would look at it the same way as changing this one part of your principles to be like, honest to God, I believe this, but in practice, that just doesn't work in the real world. So like,
but the thing is that like, but that's the problem is that like for generally like up until now, like I'm in a position where I can have it in the real world. Like I reject that bullshit argument of just because you live in a society doesn't mean you can. Like I think for a large part of my career, I think I hardcore fought against the grain on a lot of these things. I think I'm probably
appealing to that in being this way on Twitter. That's why like when you keep doing that, I don't understand how you can go back to that.
Well, yeah, because at some point it's like just not worth it. Like it feels like it was like it's all for nothing. Like who cares?
You don't have to give it all up at once. You can just like
I don't want to give up. No, why would I cede a little bit? Like you're either a principled person or you're not. There is no in between. I don't believe that. I don't believe there's a partially principled man. Like you either are or you aren't. If you're picking and choosing, then you're gonna drop whatever moral you believe in. You'll drop it the second it becomes convenient to you. If you can't hold on to things when it's hardest, then you can't hold on to anything when it's hard. In my opinion, I believe that. I really don't believe in picking and choosing. Like everybody got mad at me when I said that. Like, oh, like yeah, of course I choose principles over friends because if you're gonna change up like what you believe in based on who you want to keep close to in your life, well, you don't really believe in anything. You just want to be comfortable.
This is really interesting. So it has to be an all or nothing thing for
Absolutely. You, there's no partially principled person. It doesn't exist that way.
But if you're okay with the nothing, I would argue you were never principled to begin with. You just made up rules that you arbitrarily followed until you were sick of them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's the way that you want to take it, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, everything is arbitrary. I mean, I would say, like, in terms of principles or whatever, like, you could argue that. But I mean, like, I think that even
be 99%.
Even when I was the most principled in my life, you could still come up to me and you probably could get me to say something online like, I really do hate gay people. If you're going to write me a check for $1 billion, like, I'll probably break at that point. Like, I mean, like, at some point, sure. Right? Or if you threaten to, like, kill a family member of mine, I'll probably come out with some fucked opinion to, like, save said person. Sure. So, like, I mean, like, even my principles are some, but, like, there's got to be, like, there's a breaking point somewhere, of course. But, like, for as long as I am principled, I'm not going to pick and choose which ones are the most convenient to me.
Not necessarily that they're convenient, but like you said, that there's a reality of this behavior on Twitch and that the Twitch environment, like you said, with the situation of somebody putting a gun to a head of a family member, I would argue that the situation of being a person on Twitch changes the way that you have to engage and changes the way those principles take form. Like when I'm telling you with the empathy thing, you're like, yeah, that works with real people, but it doesn't work here.
Why
and
not?
I would agree.
But the only reason it doesn't work is because I'm not strong enough a person or whatever, I guess, to deal with it. Like that's the only reason why it doesn't work is because I don't want to just sit and get abuse in every single fucking community that I'm a part of, while my own community is like super nice to those other communities. Like I just don't want to deal with that. But that's not because of like some like physical law of the universe, or it's just because it's something that I personally can't deal with. Maybe somebody better than me could. Maybe like a literal fucking Christ-like figure could come out and deal with shit like that. But like I can't.
I would argue the same for the person with the gun to the head of the family member, right? It's just we're at a different level of that.
Sure. So when other people see that like it's an effective means of breaking somebody's principles to like engage in a certain type of behavior, so you make a concession to that crowd, well, like at that point, like it's just a matter of time before you start tearing them all down.
That's a slippery slope, but sure.
I don't agree. Maybe. That's a slippery slope at all. So slippery slope fallacy only works when you can't draw a connection between A and B. I think that very clearly if somebody sees...
I don't mean it as like a fallacy.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Usually slippery slope is used in the context of fallacy. Yeah, I mean, it is a form of slippery slope, right? But I believe that you could easily see it going from one to the next. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you definitely could. I just worry because And this is something I noticed. I might be wrong, but I have this. I'm noticing that there's this like 100 or nothing thing that you do with a lot of like your opinions or like your approaches to problem solving, and I wonder if that's like the best way of handling this one in particular, where the nuance of it does seem important, because it's like all these people and these audiences and this and that, like all these things coming together. I think it does create an environment where like you probably shouldn't be 100 or nothing, and it is a weird situation that other people aren't normally in. Other people could follow your principles through their whole life, yeah, if they're not like an influencer, or they don't, you know, like you said, have somebody put a gun to the head of a family member, like that all of a sudden changes things. And I think likewise, you being this Twitch person, and then you being a Twitch person with these beliefs about audience size and whatever, this all has created like conditions under which you're going to change the way your principles actually, you know, happen in the real world.
Yeah,
the
but
same
like
way
up
if
until
somebody,
now,
like
like
took Melinda hostage or something, like you would, or Melina, like
yeah.
that would change the way
But
you
like
would act.
up until now, I'm pretty sure that so when I say all or nothing, I mean like all or nothing on like what your principles are and what you like strive for. Now, I am not my ideal, right? I make mistakes, of course, right? So I'm not going to say that like, well, I've been a perfect person, but I have tried to be like 100% consistent with my principles up until now. Like, I don't think there's ever been a point, maybe there has, I'd have to think about it, but I don't think there's ever been a point in my career where I've been like, you know, I have this principled position against this, but no, I'm gonna go ahead and just put that to the side now. Now there are times where I've made mistakes or whatever, where I've done dumb things, where it's like, okay, I shouldn't have done this. This was stupid. And they're mistakes, but they aren't like conscious choices of like, well, in this particular case, I think it's okay to eject my principle. Like, I don't know. Like up until now, I've never been that way. Yeah. Do you understand like why I feel like principles are a 100 or nothing thing? Do you at least understand my?
I think that if I were to reword it, the way that I would say it is, in order to be what you would consider a principled man, it requires you to be 100. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I guess like,
because I think I could agree with that if your definition of a principled person needs to be somebody that follows this 100%, then I think at some point you do have to let go of that idea or that definition of a principled person. I would encourage you to change the definition such that it's more inclusive of like normal people.
So my problem is that like for most people, ethics are aesthetics, is what it feels like. Everything is aesthetics. I think, was it Plato or something that said that? I don't remember. But like here's like a big one that I've had personal experience with in my life, right? There are so many people that are opposed to abortion until they knock up somebody that they didn't mean to knock up. Now, what does that say about that principle for 99% of people? It's not actually an ethical position. It's a position that you hold out of convenience. And that's not an ethical position. That's an aesthetic. And it feels to me like for most people, the vast majority of people, like their positions are not ethical positions. They are aesthetic positions that they hold out of convenience that they will drop immediately. How many lefties out here were criticizing Zuckerberg and other celebrities for only donating $5 million towards charity, saying that's only 1.1% of your net wealth, blah, 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 who then went on to brag that they donated a couple $1,000s to bailouts when they themselves are making high 6-figure, low 7-figure salaries, right?
They made a mistake.
No. That's not true. Those aren't mistakes. Those are just, they don't have those principles. They don't actually care about it. That's not a mistake. That's like a deliberate, like, I literally just pick and choose my positions based on what looks good at the time. I don't agree that those are mistakes. You can't like
that's fair,
yeah. Like when times are trying, I think that's when you find out what a person really is. And I believe this in every person. Like somebody can tell me like, oh, well, I'm this or that or that. And it's like, well, that's cool, bro. I guess we'll see. Because I don't know who the fuck anybody is until times are trying, right? Because a lot of people will talk a lot of shit. I just had this thing on my stream like a few weeks ago where I said like I don't believe in apologies. I don't know if you read this or whatever or heard about this, but like I genuinely I discard every single thing a person tells me. I don't give a fuck what you say you believe or what you feel or blah blah blah. I don't think I can know any of that until I see how you like deal with a difficult event, because so many people have so many things that they feel so strongly about, and then when they're in that position they completely fucking collapse. They totally buckle. Yeah. So I mean, so if I'm going to start to selectively do that, well, like at that point, it's almost like you're playing like a trivia game, like flip the card. Like, was this a real principle or was it just something you held on to until it became inconvenient? Because if I start flipping some cards, I might as well flip all of them, because at that point you never know, right?
I don't know if you flip all of them. I think you flip them as you find that they're incorrect or that they're not congruent with like the way you actually would act. And then you come to terms with that. You learn that like, I had this principle, but when it came down to it, I didn't follow it. So now I have to like rethink that. Like, do I actually hold that? I guess not, because I didn't behave that way. And at the same time, I think it's worth noting that some people could still believe in those principles despite not acting them. And there's plenty of people that are like that. And they're, you could say they're awful. I would agree on a lot of stuff where they're not following it. It doesn't mean they don't believe in it necessarily. But when push came to shove, yeah, they didn't end up acting in it. If you say that's not a principled person, I would agree that they didn't follow that there. But I think plenty of people are tested in these ways, and the way they respond to the test is, it shows the persistence of that belief, whatever that belief is,
I don't see it at all. I've never seen, I think it's incredibly rare. I very rarely see people stick up and take like difficult principled positions when it comes time to like deal with like public feedback, at least on this platform and on YouTube. Almost every single time, I think people buckle and fold in the most predictable ways that will garner them the most amount of either public praise or sympathy. Consistently, I believe that.
Well, because you have this maturity and you've seen it before, and you have enough memories and whatever to go, that person's going to buckle. The same way like older folks all the time are like, young people believe this thing until, it comes down to it, and then they don't believe it. I think that's just like a fact of things, yeah. But I think your measure of maturity or principledness or worldliness or whatever is knowing all that and then changing your beliefs to reflect that. And I think if you have to change your beliefs about, the way that you voice yourself or whatever, I think that's reasonable. And I think if you realize that other people are acting this way and you're sick of it and you honestly can't stand continuing to be a martyr for these causes that you don't feel compelled enough to like do that for, I think that's fine. And you'll find like a middle ground, a choice to like change that one part while still keeping everything else that you worked so hard to create. And I don't see why you would toss away the whole system and throw out like the baby with the bathwater when you spent a lot of time on this thing that I do think is really good. And just because one part of it doesn't exactly correlate with like the real world, it doesn't mean the whole thing's wrong. It means that you have to edit that one part.
But I'm not editing this part because I don't agree with it or because I think it's bad. Like argumentatively,
it's just not practical.
It's unbearable. Like I guess we could argue that that's not practical, but like I don't think that like an ethical position isn't like, I don't know how much it plays into like practicality. Like
I think that when I say practicality, it does tie very closely to what you're saying about unbearable. I think when it becomes unbearable, it's all of a sudden impractical, that you can't hold that position anymore because you can't bear it.
Sure, but then at that point, like, I don't know. Maybe
then you just edit that one little part, right? And then you go,
like the problem is
that you teach people maybe
it's like just a personal problem that I have. I mean, like I had this problem when I worked jobs like earlier in my life before I was a streamer. Like usually, like if I go into a job, I would be ultra hyper fucking motivated. Like I would want to learn every part of it. I want to do every part of it. But as soon as I started to figure out that other employees didn't care, that hurt a little bit. And then when I found out that management didn't really care, I lost all interest. Like half-assing shit is just, I don't know, it's like really, really hard. Maybe that's just a personality type that I have. It's really hard for me to have like a half investment in something or to like partially care about something. Like when I find out that other people don't really care or that like I have to discard parts of it and not care, and it's like, well, fuck. At that point, like I don't really give a fuck about it at all. Like it feels like so arbitrary and so stupid to pick and choose like certain values because some things are like, well, this is just a little bit too inconvenient for me. Like fuck this. Like at that point, there's so much I might as well toss out at that point. Like
I feel like you adjust it. Like once you become a manager and you see how management works, then all of a sudden the way you view work is different. Now all of a sudden you don't have an employee mindset. Now with the experience of a manager, now you have a managerial mindset. Then once you become an executive, then all of a sudden you have an executive mindset. And I think it's okay for all these people to have different ideas of the way that the system works because each of these people have ideas based on their experience of it. I don't think any of them are wrong or right, and that these like principles and things actually just serve like to, give them guidance on the decisions they make. And employees thinking that they should act really hard, think is beneficial because then they'll move up to management.
Sure, like I'm more like maybe like I was just giving that as an example of like being like totally bought into a project or not. I mean, I wouldn't hold employers or employees more accountable to this type of thought because you're literally a cog in a wheel, and I can understand being demotivated or motivated to some extent.
You're kind of a cog in the Twitch wheel, though, right?
Absolutely.
To, like, say that.
It's way, way, way different. I have way more freedom in this job. I mean, to some extent, we're all cogs, right? But I have way more freedom in this job versus any other job I worked in my life. So like
100%.
Yeah, so like if I was offered like a shit job when I was a carpet cleaner, like a horrible like a pet cleaning job where I'd have to tear up a carpet, get rid of the padding, seal the subfloor, all this horrible fucking stupid shit, right? I have to take it. I need the money, right? Like you're on the edge, like you're not gonna be able to pay your fucking mortgage. Yeah. So like in that case, like well, how much freedom do you have to say yes or no to certain jobs? Whereas here, I throw away tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year easily because I don't do gambling sponsorships, right? I get hit up all the time for like CS:GO shit, for blackjack shit or whatever. It's like, no, I don't do gambling sponsorships. Like I can take like principal positions because I'm wealthy enough now to have the option to be like, hey, like I don't agree with this particular thing. I'm not going to do it. And every other person in my position, regardless of what stupid fucking meme comments they want to like make or comics they want to spread, like regardless of what they say, they're actually in the exact same position as me. That if they actually truly believed in something, they could live it. They could actually show it. They could demonstrate it 100%. But nobody does. So like
maybe.
No, 100%. Every other,
they would be
every
a martyr
single,
like you.
They don't even have to be a martyr. Why doesn't every single socialist on the platform, like if they're going to order food, why don't they order from like a local small fucking restaurant? Like why don't they make friends with them and show them there? Like why don't they wear clothes that are like fucking like from like some other small town distributor? Why are they wearing like name brand fucking fashions? Like why doesn't every single small like lefty streamer like promote certain businesses online that run themselves as co-ops or whatever? Like nobody does this at all. But supposedly,
they don't go 100%.
No, they don't even go 1%. They don't give a fuck about any of it. They only go for the aesthetic.
Hold on, they don't go 1%. They don't go 0%. But they're certainly not 100%.
This is like 2% effort. Like I could do 1 week on my stream as living as a socialist, and I could outperform every single one of these guys with minimal effort. Like for me to get on Google.
Funny. Why would you do that? Would that be fun?
No, it's fucking pathetic, and it makes me sick. Because none of them will follow. Like it's horrible. It's not.
But you would prove a thing. I think.
What would I prove a thing? Like all they would do is shitpost that same meme comment at me over and over again, saying, "Oh, you think that because you live in a society you can't criticize it?" Because none of them think. Because at the end of the day, it's all aesthetic. It shouldn't take me, some random fucking midget Cuban guy, to show people like, well, hey, maybe you could just start by supporting small and local businesses. Like the fact that I would even have to say that is fucking pathetic.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can. Yeah. Did you see where I was coming though with the, like, your opinions are going to change as your position changes, as like realistically
course.
How you're able to
For
follow
sure.
it changes. Like when you were talking about that Mike from CCP guy being homeless, I didn't give you a bunch of shit about that, but like that's my situation right now, and so it's like, you know, when you say something like that, like it hurts me. It probably hurts other people, but like,
yeah. Well, if it makes you feel better, I wouldn't be happy to see you homeless, but I would laugh at him for being homeless. So I'm sorry for you, or I don't think you deserve it. That other guy can go fuck himself, though. But sure.
Sure, but I guess what I'm saying is like, I have a principle there, but I didn't feel the need to like voice it or to do that necessarily. And I'm saying that like making these decisions is just like what life is. Like you're constantly choosing like what to express and what not to express based on like what your environment allows. On the Twitch environment, you feel like these people could definitely represent their positions 100% because they have this unique freedom that the job enables them. And I would agree with that, you know? And I think that there is a lot of truth to that. But
have you heard the there's some edgy fucking quote like the only condition that must exist for evil to prevail is for men to maintain their neutrality or some shit like this. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you have principled positions, but as soon as it gets a little bit hard, you dump those. Like those positions are never good. Like the only way that society moves forward is by people standing up and being like, hey, I don't like this particular thing, or hey, I don't do this. And now while I don't expect everybody to do it, content creators like me are uniquely in positions where we can. I can actually endure a great deal of social stress because my job isn't reliant on any of these things. I can come out and say, I love trans people, I love black people, this is right, wrong, or whatever, and I don't have to worry about an employer firing me or any shit like that. And I make a lot of money, so even if a lot of people don't like me or whatever, that's fine. It's okay. Like, I have the ability to do that. Nobody else seems to care about that, though. Like, it's just the aesthetic. So like
Well,
this
and
idea that like you
that's
have
important.
principles, but then you dump. I don't know. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I guess I see that as like an important principle, like to be pro-trans, to be pro-gay people, to support, impoverished people. I think all of that is important. I don't think those are principles that you could, fall back out of.
Sure. Well, what about being homophobic? Because a whole lot of people fell out of those principles as soon as Pete Buttigieg started to gain a little bit of steam after Iowa. That was another like fucking eye opener for me, where I was like, "Holy fucking shit, this is like unreal." And I get this fucking Neanderthal-esque dumb fuck on a podcast trying to defend to me these pictures of a guy getting raped by 6 other guys that they tweet saying like, "Oh, this is Pete Buttigieg right now," trying to make these arguments. Oh, well, actually, this tweet was about fascism. LOL. Like, no, unbelievable. No fucking
and your
way.
audience and I appreciated your criticism of it. I just
Yeah,
worry
but-
that you won't continue to make those criticisms.
Yeah,
if you
because
do
that
this.
criticism didn't matter. At the end of the day, nobody actually gives a fuck in any of their communities and
No,
any
I
of the
can
broader
see that.
communities. The only thing I have to show for it is a few million more cells that are being added onto the fucking tumor growing inside my brain when I call stuff like this out. Like, there's no point in doing it, and it comes at like great like cost to myself is what it feels like.
You make so much progress with so many people. Like, on the same note, you talk about how people are messaging you and telling you that like they've changed their positions on radical stuff precisely because you've been consistent about talking about these things this way. I think like figuring out what it takes, like, because I guess it depends on what you want out of this. Because on one hand, we're talking about the audience size, and on another hand, we're talking about de-radicalizing people, and on yet another, we're talking about meeting this definition of like a principled person. And I think like they're all very, very separate, and they all have to be like handled separately, but they seem to be in this amorphous blob because you want to go 0 to 100 on the, giving up the principle thing. I'm trying to figure out where that's coming from. Like, what part of that is it? Like, if it's the principled man take, then sure, I would advocate for changing your definition of like what a principled person is. I think realistically, a mature and principled person is somebody who grows over time, that they realize that in certain situations, certain things are going to prevail and others are not. And that for like what I determine to be the greatest good that I can make out of this situation, I make choices on like what I'm going to do. And I'm going to give some ground in some areas and I'm going to gain ground in others. And at the end of the day, it's me making an educated choice about, how I'm balancing that out, what the arithmetic there is.
Yeah,
because you can still advocate all the things you believe in and just tell people. Like, remember when we talked about how you're okay with the private language stuff, but you can make caveats and be honest with people about how that actually reflects in its application in your life. Because for some people, if they hear you give the principled take and they feel like, but I don't live by that, or I can't live by that, or this or that, it can be super helpful to tell them that like, but the way that this plays out in reality, you might have to give this up here, or you might have to eat shit here. And, that sucks. And I would encourage you to like, put yourself in a position where you can be more of the person that you think you ought to be, like what you're, doing with your platform and what you're doing with, saying what you think is right because you're in a position where you can do that and you feel obligated and you follow that. And it frustrates you that other people don't do that, sure. But I think it's frustrated you this entire time that everybody's been like that the alt-right people grift, that these people believe this, that these people say this, that these people turn on this. But the constant there is that you've always made the effort to not be that because you recognize how awful it is. And if you've grown so tired of that you're reconsidering it, I would say don't reconsider everything. Just consider how you can change this one little part to still be this principled dude that everybody appreciates the opinion of on the platform. Like even Hassan or these other people that may like get in a drama with you or disagree with you or whatever, they did come from a place of great respect for you. And I bet that they still do have that, because in other clips I see of them, they do say that.
I totally disagree. I think that you have a far more optimistic view of people than what reality is, I think, in general. Maybe my view might be too pessimistic or too cynical, but I know for a fact that your view is way too optimistic.
Okay, so I won't extend it to the streamers. I'll keep it on the people that I know, which are going to be the audience members. I think the audience members do appreciate your effort, and they do see like
not of the other audiences. I would say you're even more wrong.
Well, of the other audiences, maybe not.
Yeah, so I have sections of my audience that I think maybe respect my opinions. I'm not sure how many just follow along because they're just my audience and they'll say whatever. Like, so for instance, like I've argued against like ableist language for a long fucking time, and after like a week ago, like honestly, after the Karen shit, I completely stopped giving a fuck. So I call some people retarded now, and like a surprising number of my people, my audience, are now calling people retarded, like pretty instantly. So it's like I don't even know.
Because like everybody else, you have just follower people, and I think you're criticizing other people for like allowing those follower people to like do these shitty things and whatever. I don't know. I think you can allow them to do that without engaging in the behavior yourself, because you realize that your position in your platform and your principles and how you have to follow those is different than the lives of these other people. That for some people their life is so shitty and whatever that they're going to be these kinds of people, but that you don't have to be that kind of person, and that you pride yourself on not being that kind of person, so you can, contrast yourself to the other people. And that,
sure, but like at some point, like that contrast doesn't only matter if that contrast only appeals to like 2% of viewers, like of like the total, I guess, like collection
of people.
Adjust
it a little bit, right? I just don't think you need to overhaul the whole thing, and I don't even know what that would look like. Like, I honestly think you would still follow in with a lot of the same principles that you had before, even if your behavior is different. Like, you might just be okay with being toxic, but at the end of the day, like, you still believe in the principles that you touted on stream. The difference would be that your content just doesn't reflect those principal things that you would wish that other people would adopt.
Yeah, I guess.
I just feel like that's sad. Like, I appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but like, this is like what a chat room looked like instantly after I say something that's like a bit edgy. Like, what? Like, Jesus fuck! Like, people will go nuclear like this, like so quick. And these aren't even like the content creators themselves. These are like entire other audiences. Like at this point, like fuck. Like, why the fuck do I even care? Like, why is we're looping in this conversation, but.
What did you say to trigger this?
It was the Hassan go back to Turkey comment because of his comments about being deported in the past or whatever. And it's like, holy shit. Like, we're like, immediately, like, you're talking about like 0 to 100. And it's like, what the fuck is the point at all? Like, Jesus.
Yeah, the same way that there's people in other chats that start making racist comments about people when they say something they disagree with. Like, I feel like they're just picking the thing that they know will upset you and they're harassing you.
I totally disagree. I
disagree with
what you're saying, that like people just pick what they want because they know that it upsets a person. People say it because they genuinely feel it. I totally disagree. You have this idea. I think that what you said was true of the internet maybe 15 years ago or maybe 10 years ago. So like, this is really weird, but it used to be so long. Wait, how old are you again? Or approximately? You don't have to say exactly.
I'm like 23.
Okay, so I'm 31. So a long, long time ago, a lot of people don't know this anymore on the internet. A troll on the internet, a troll was somebody that said something that they didn't actually believe, but they just say it because it gets a rise out of people. That is an ancient fucking concept. Those people don't believe that, don't exist anymore. Now, when you look at places like 4chan, like the politics board, these aren't like trolls. People genuinely believe this. Or when you go on to the Donald or Chapo Trap House subreddit or any of these extremist places, I'm like, these aren't full of trolls. These people genuinely believe these things. When you go on to Twitter, these people aren't trolls. When they say this, they know it's going to upset. Like, oh, I just say that Joe Biden is sundowning and has fucking amnesia and fucking Alzheimer's. Oh, I just say that shit because I know that it upsets the Democratic establishment. No, people actually believe this shit. And I think when people say these things of me, that I'm either like a capitalist bootlicker, that I hate my kid, that I rape children or whatever, I think people actually genuinely believe these things. I don't think that they're just saying it to troll or because they think it gets a rise in them. I think people genuinely believe it. Because a lot of the places where they type this stuff to each other are in forums where they don't even know that I read. They're like in totally insular places where they don't even know that I'm there. Like, they're just talking amongst themselves. So it might be screenshots out of other Discords or like other subreddits that people don't know that I visit or whatever.
Like you said before, that people find like community in, touting beliefs that they don't personally hold, or that like their beliefs just reflect what their group ideology expects of them.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's the thing here too, that they know that in this chat, if I make fun of Destiny, if I say this thing, then like everybody will agree with it or it'll be funny.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like at that point, like nobody believes anything for real anyway. Like most of these people, if I corner down most of these people and I talk to them for like 5 minutes, they'll buckle immediately. Like, oh, I didn't know that about you. Or, oh, like that is total bullshit or whatever. But like, who cares at that point? Like, Is that supposed to make me feel better? That the people that all think that I'm a pedophile online, well, if they had 5 minutes in a room with me, they wouldn't think that. Like, is that not supposed to be like a great consolation to me? Like, oh, well, they don't actually know this about me. They just think it right now, but I could convince them otherwise if they gave me some time.
Does it not help you like separate yourself from the opinion? Because for me, it personally does. But if it doesn't for you, that might be a personal
Fuck no.
thing.
Just like I don't think it helps a black person if he meets a racist fuck that's like, oh, well, after 5 minutes of talking to you, I don't think blacks are subhuman anymore. I don't think that makes the black guy feel better. Like, oh, a lot of people in America that vote against things like welfare or want to ship me off back to fucking Africa, well, they're not actually super horribly racist because if they talk to me for 5 minutes, they'd be chill. I don't think those people are like cool with it because the people that are hating them are stupid about it rather than being more informed.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get what you're saying. That's not helpful because ultimately the problem is that you're facing all this harassment. Ultimately, the problem is that people are doing this, right? And so it doesn't really give you any benefit to say that, like, well, if we ask them 2 or 3 questions, then that falls apart. Then it doesn't. That doesn't really help the fact that they're doing it. Or the experience of it.
Yeah, of course. But this is how we treat all hatred in society, right? Just because somebody, the intent doesn't really matter, right? It's the effect. More, and a great example of this is like, so this is one of the reasons why, for instance, I don't like it when people meme on the internet about people anymore. Because what happens is that somebody might type some shit on a forum, 95% of people are in on the joke and it's funny, a couple like randos walk in and they don't know what's going on, and then like 2 months later, well, like 50% of the people in there know they're memeing. The other half kind of go along with it, but they're not sure. And then like 6 months later, there are people around the internet reporting this stuff, repeating this stuff verbatim, and they didn't actually ever know it was a meme. It's unironically true. Have you ever heard of
That's the same reason I worry about your tweets.
Yeah, sure, but like my point, the whole reason behind that shit is that if everybody else is doing it, it seems like there's no reason not to.
But you see this problem.
But no, what you don't see are my problems. You are delegitimizing and erasing every problem that I have, and you're pointing to the potential problems that exist from what I'm doing now. What I'm trying to communicate to you is that every single negative outcome that could happen as a result of me making inflammatory tweets, I already experienced that more than any other human being on the planet, save for other like A-list, B-list, C-list celebrities or other like large internet figures. Like, I already get every single possible downside. I get downsides that you can't even imagine. Okay, I already get that in regards to the things I say online. People that are posting on forums trying to find out where my kid's mom lives so that they can like go visit my family and shit in another state. Like, I already have that happening to me. Or people that like make these insane charges about like things that I believe or send me like detailed messages about how they're going to rape and kill my kid. Like, I already have all of that shit happening. So when you come up and tell me like, well, Destiny, if you make these inflammatory tweets, people are going to attack you for being racist. Actually, okay. Like, it already happens. The only difference is that it's frustrating when it happens now because like, well, fuck, I don't think I believe these things. Whereas if I was just memeing along with it, like, well, fuck it, say what you want. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care about any of these positions anyway. Like,
so you don't think it would get worse?
No, I don't. I really don't. No.
Okay. I didn't know that before, so that's.
Oh, sure. Maybe that's important context.
Turning the gears in my brain.
Sure. Like, I already get like pretty big tweets about me that will sometimes go like, fuck. Like, even in the last Kotaku article where I was criticizing, Dr. Disrespect about spreading 5G conspiracy videos or whatever. And the guy, I know the fucking journalist because I have a relationship with him, Nathan, I think is the guy's name that wrote the article on Kotaku about it, still found it necessary to put in quotes or put in parentheses, Destiny, even though he's known for having like an extremely problematic view on language. He still put that in that same fucking article. Like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Like, this is not even remotely related to this, like, 5G conspiracy. Why would you write that? Why would you even include that? Like, shit, like, fuck, dude. And these are, like, mainstream publications. I lost an interview with Andrew Yang because BuzzFeed wrote in an article. Well, I don't know this 100%, but they canceled the interview that I had with him several months ago before he got bigger in the presidential nomination cycle, where BuzzFeed published an article, and they said that I was, like, a racist, hateful person, basically. And I lost an interview with him because of it. Like, fuck. Like, well, at that point, like, I'm already paying. And I'm, like, one of the most, like, SJW left-leaning people, like, in the fucking world. Like, by most standards across most countries, I'm incredibly socially progressive, right? I'm a borderline gender abolitionist. I don't believe in fucking traditional gender roles. I think that not gender, but also sex is like a relatively arbitrary social construct. Like, I am so far left, and I still get like nailed for being like racist and hateful and shit. It's like, well, fuck, like, holy shit. Like, if it's at that point, like, damn, what the fuck is the point? Like, why would I get attacked from all angles, like holding these positions? Like, it's such a waste of time. Like, I can't imagine it being that much worse, is essentially what I'm saying. I'm unloading a lot on you. Sorry.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to take like a really long walk tonight, and I'm honestly gonna think about a lot of what you've told me. I mean, like talking to other Twitch people, it's been the same way. Everyone has their different reasons for doing this, and like to give like maybe some insight on like my personal philosophy. I'm okay with what people are telling me as long as I understand their perspective, and that's where I draw lines, which is going to be different from other Twitch people, I guess. So like, if I can understand how somebody arrived at a conclusion, and how if I was like born into their body or in their circumstance that I would succumb to those same things, then I'm okay with it. And so hearing this from you, I feel like I am there, where I do understand why you're this way, and it's different from why I assumed. Because my assumption is that this is all out of emotion, and it is, but it's a different emotion than I thought. This isn't just that you're upset with people. This is like, you're really tying this a lot to the harassment that you get, the threats to your child, and
Well, I mean, it's basically the idea that like it's kind of hard for the other, like aside from actually showing up at my place and trying to murder me, like it's pretty hard for the other side to escalate at that point. Like I can't think of what is like next. So it's like when you tell me that, well, what about these negative repercussions from doing inflammatory tweets? It's like, yeah, I already get all of that times 100. So like it's not a big argument against doing that, I guess.
And then you generalize like the internet or these large swaths of like internet people as the perpetrators of that. And
yeah, I think because I think a lot of them play into it. Yeah, like really hardcore. If it's convenient for them, like they do. Yeah. Like when somebody's if people, like multiple people on Twitch notice me, where their community all calls me a gusano, which means worm in Spanish, which refers to every white Cuban that exists in the United States is only here because they oppose socialism in the past. Yeah, like when those people's communities doing it, and then they call me like, oh, Esteban, like, we all know that guy, whatever. That's like really fucking weird. Like I'm white as fuck. I've never been like racially attacked in my whole life, and that's a weird fucking feeling. That's some super feels weird, man. But they like play into it like just as hard as their community does, and it's like, okay, well, fuck it. Like at the end of the day, then I guess who the fuck really cares? Wait, are you still there? Damn, it was too much. Even for him on the call, he couldn't handle it.
Oh, sorry, I'm on push to talk. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, I'm really, really sorry about that.
Did your computer crash?
Okay.
If you're talking, I can't hear you.
I'm gonna think more on this.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my laptop like ran out of battery. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. I'm really sorry that you go through all this harassment.
No,
and if
it's not
that's
good.
honest to God, what's driving a lot of this behavior,
Mm-hmm.
I can understand and empathize with why you're doing it. I don't know if that's the best solution. I don't know if it accomplishes what you want to accomplish, but I would have to think about a better approach to like having this conversation that's built around that.
Sure.
All right. I'm sorry for again that you go through this.
No, it's not your fault. It's
I'm gonna
okay.
think more on it because
Sure.
obviously, like you said, I'm new to this too. So I'm still learning a lot of why people are doing these things, and it seems like maybe I'm focusing on the wrong part of it. I think maybe targeted harassment is like the bigger issue here, and that if we got rid of or started tackling that, maybe, I don't know, I'm gonna have to definitely think more on this. But I appreciate the conversation.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool.
Is there anything from the last talks or anything else that you wanted to go through?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, thanks for hearing me out. And again, I'm terribly sorry that, people treat you this way, and just know that I'm going to be thinking a lot about that, and I'll reach.
No problem. Make sure you say a prayer for me, okay?
I honest to God will. And I just hope that you consider, at least in part, the people that you might upset or the people that might feel harassed just by you echoing what other people are doing.
Sure, I'll consider it.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
All right.
Good night.
I love everybody. Be careful. What's up, my dudes? This is the part of the stream where I'm supposed to cry and get like fucking $10,000 in donations. But to be honest, fuck all of you. I probably hate most of you motherfuckers anyway. I've died too many times in this world. This world is cursed. Fuck. Oh shit. Have fun. See you later, bud.
I forgot. Book Smarts. I forget to
Oh
shout
yeah,
it
plug
out.
your shit. Go for it.
I'm Book Smarts on Twitch. I honestly forget to do this stupid plug all the time, and it feels hella cringy. But I talk about optics and rhetoric and taking a more empathic approach to argument and to understanding other people's perspectives, so that, like Destiny says, you can actually get down to the meat of like why people believe things and not the surface level arguments they present to like win debates or anything like that.
Mhm.
All right, awesome. Sorry.
All right, have a good one, man. I'll see you later.
Bye.
How much you and Chad raised for Doctors Without Borders? That was a long fucking time ago. It was about $32,000. I know because I had to pay taxes on all of it because I used H&R Block to use for fucking taxes that year. I never made that mistake again. The only reason I know so much about taxes is because after that charity stream, I got so fucked by the IRS, I learned how to do them myself. Fuck that shit.
I have been a socialist for a few years now, and hearing about all this makes me reconsider. If I am right, feels weird, man. Sorry, the LARPs act this way. Maybe I am LAR per myself?
It's all good, buddy. How long did it take you to learn how to do your taxes? Honestly, you could probably learn most of it in a couple days. It's not really that complicated. Even my 1120S filings for my business aren't really that complicated. You just have to make sure you know what to read about. Like Google around.
Please do a Dr. K Part 2 bonus meme live on national twitchtube.tv.
Why don't you hire someone? Oh, I do now. Now I have a guy that does it. It's not worth it for me to do it on my own anymore, but
Destiny became the void in this debate. Memes aside, love you and your content, Steven 3.
do you know all the tax loopholes? Not every loophole. I know a few from my income level. The two big ones are forming an LLC with an S-corp declaration to avoid payroll taxes. And then the second one are like investment accounts that are open to you as owning your own business as well, like SEP IRAs and
I
shit.
may be poor, but I appreciate your martyrdom. Love you, man.
Thanks, bud. Those are the only two good loopholes that I know for my income level. There might be others, and I just don't know about them, but... Oh, and applying for the PPP. Is there a good way to dodge taxes on inheritance? I don't know anything about that. I've never read it before.
Lot of rich cis white gays here. Feels weird, man. I go to Equinox sometimes to measure reactions, and you know who stops me. Not the beautifully sculpted cis gay men, overwhelmingly white. It's the janitors and cleaners, almost all of them Latino. They stop.
I remember that story. Yeah, dude, this Latino janitor came up to me and he was like, "Bro, I love Bernie." Holy shit. And then all of the Latino janitors came out and started clapping and crying as they all lifted their shirts and revealed their Bernie Sanders turtlenecks or fucking wife beaters or whatever. I don't want to make... This isn't all about Hassan. I shouldn't make it all about... That's like been my most recent frustration lately, but this is like a... Do you know any corporate tax means? Probably not. I don't do much. I'm an S-corp, so... Most of the like C-corp, like big corporation stuff, I wouldn't know anything about.
You're not white, but you never beat Ultra Nightmare, and the icon is getting stronger.
Yeah, the icon of sin grows stronger. Oh, God. I don't... Listen, I love you, Vivian. I don't need messages from people who are like, "Oh, I feel so bad, blah, 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 blah." I'm not accusing you of doing it. You might or whatever, but like I hear all the time about how people feel bad about this, and then the next fucking day they're off talking shit. I really don't care. The problem that I have is with like it's like the fucking human condition, not like what any individual actor has or what any individual person does. I appreciate the sentiment, I guess. Not really, actually. I'd be lying. I don't really care that much. If you don't do it, I appreciate that a lot more.
I miss the old Steven debate. The cons. Steven friends with Hassan. Steven cool with the left. Steven? I appreciate all the shit you do, my dude.
The perfect ending to this conversation would be
Last week took part in some of the local riots with the goal of harm reduction.
Nice.
You inspired me to do that, as cringe as that might sound.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate it.
You do have the ability to do good with this community. Love you, buddy.
I love you
Chat,
too.
stop posting dono derps to me.
The ultimate meme would be if Booksmarts went on Twitter tonight and was like, just had a conversation with Destiny's defense of his racist actions.
Know,
that would be
the only part that's changing how you deliver your rhetoric being more inflammatory? Are you still going to show us your persona thought processes? I like that part of you the most.
No, I'm not gonna like abandon politics. I just thought about like starting to care a lot less about certain social positions, since it seems like nobody cares about any of this anyway, and it's like such a worthless like endeavor. I say worthless endeavor, but that's really mean. What I mean to say is that like it's an endeavor that nobody else seems to care about.
Hello, this is Wolf Squad.
I think they're worthwhile endeavors.
I need everyone to know that I wasn't banned for my comments about League of Legends. I believe I was banned for information that will lead to the...
Uh-oh.
I love you. I hope you feel better, my guy.
I love you too, bud.
Thoughts on the Emiya situation, Peppa Hands?
Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Both of those people are fucked. Unleash the Sushi memes? Well, I said I never like release personal information unless somebody else did it first. I feel like if I break that precedent, then other people won't trust me. Did the trap guy ever respond? I tweeted at him, but just hint at it. Well, I mean, like the larger thing is that like, so me, Sushi, and Melina had a giant falling out after Texas. A few, like within the week after.
Hey, Destiny, I feel like someone should tell you that having that conversation that you just had was super fucking inspiring all on its own, and that I really want you to stay.
I hope you've inspired yourself.
Optimistic, or at least don't think that it's a lost cause. Please accept these $5 in solidarity with your current strife, Steven.
Thanks,
Bonus
bud.
meme. Can I get Abathurs in chat? I have a second round of my job interview.
Wasn't that over Minecraft? No, it had nothing to do with Minecraft. That was like totally not true.
I don't want to suck your dick too much with this, cause I get the feeling you don't like people buttering you up, but you're pretty cool, my guy. Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing. How much money have you made this month? How much so far this year?
I'm not even sure, my dude. I have to go tally it up. Probably millions, though.
Sorry about midlife crisis. Can I get unignored?
Who said that? Oh, Polecat. What happened in Texas?
Love you, Steven. Psych. Bonus meme. Fuck ye and Pepe. We wide Bebo happy.
I forgot now. Fuck. Sorry, the donut threw me off. Thanks, Frostburn. I love you, buddy. Imagine we're doing a...
When I was close to killing myself because I was ashamed of my sexuality, watching you confidently dress down every asshole on the internet who mirrored the people that made me.
Does
feel
this
that
Texas
way
thing have
helped
anything
me.
to do with why Melina was upset during the Dr. K discussion? Probably. A lot of our interactions with third
Hey
parties.
Destiny, I know you're going through a really hard time, right? I just want you to know that I am here for you and I love you.
Thanks, buddy. I love you too.
Are you going go back on Train's podcast?
Yeah, probably in the future, I guess. Chundle, thanks, buddy, for your heartfelt donation. I love you, buddy. Hold on.
I just told a lefty on Twitter that they are white in solidarity with you, Ducker Z. Here's $5 that I once spent subbing to OnlyFans accounts, Coomer.
Cool. Thanks. OnlyFans is fucking expensive, my dude. Holy shit. Who do you sub to on OnlyFans? I don't have money for that. What I do is I make funs with the OnlyFans girls, and what they can do is they found out is they can give you like free like year subscriptions or lifetime subscriptions. That's all I do.
I understand why you're abandoning your principles online, but it's why I watched your content for so long. I am worried about this shift.
Thanks,
People
bud.
are insane. You keep me grounded.
What were we just talking about?
Long time lurker. Love you.
Love you too, bud. Oh, why Melina's upset. Hold on.
What type of porn do you watch?
Amateur blowjobs. It's the best type of porn.
Destiny are people with really inelegant principles, such as the principle to do whatever feels right at any given moment, just as bad as people with no principles. I don't have any hard principles, B. Just keep donating Pepe mods.
Pepe mods. I don't
Hey
even know what I'm talking
Destiny, I
about
just want to say thank you for the content you push out.
Thanks.
My dad didn't like me growing up, plus that I am gay doesn't help with a lot of my self-confidence. You're like a cool internet dad to me. Love you. Do you still love Mike?
No. Okay, I'm muting donations. Don't donate or it's going to get muted. Don't sub. The Dr. K Melina thing, so I, over the 31 years of my life, I forged out a relatively low view of people. So intrinsically, I typically don't trust anybody. I expect that most people at any given point in time is probably going to try to fuck me over. And I'm pretty aware of all of that. Like I go to decent lengths to like make sure that like my shit is like relatively in order. And I'm pretty paranoid about most of my interactions with people. It might seem that way. It might not be. What was I talking about? Oh, that's just what I assume. Generally, most people usually take advantage of, like, I think, if I try to be nice to somebody, almost every single time it gets, the Denim's recording. I actually sent that Denim's recording. Oh, that's like a good example, actually. I sent that Denim's recording to a few people, but what I did was I loaded that recording into Audacity, and I cut off like 1 to 7 seconds from every single recording, so that when I sent it to somebody, I wrote down in a notepad, like, what length of the recording I sent to each person, so that I knew that if it ever got leaked, I could figure out, like, who in my friends is ever leaking shit. That's like an example of, like, shit that I do because I don't really trust people that I interact with. I still have that notepad on my desk saved, so if you ever leak that recording, I'm gonna fucking know it was you. The thing about like Melina though is that Melina is like 21, and Melina is super like trustworthy of like most people. Like Melina has very high views of people. So when we can't they edit the recordings I have now? They could. There's a lot of things you can do to recordings to see like who has what particular thing though. That's just like one of like 50 million different things you could do. So Melina's problem is that when I interact with people, when the relationships get fucked, I don't care. Like all of it rolls off my back. Like, me and Melina have been with probably a decent number of people by now that have burned us pretty fucking hard. So, like, our Arianina, like, encounter, the last thing in Vancouver was fucking horrible. The falling out that we had with Sushia was, like, pretty horrible. The Denims and Iman arc was like pretty horrible. But for me, like, I don't care. Like, at the end of the day, like, I expect everybody to be insane and to go crazy and to whatever. I don't really give a fuck. But for Melina, it has like a really big negative impact on her, because now, like, Melina, Caterina, yeah, although we didn't ever have a sexual relationship with her, by now, like, everything that like, now Melina has problems, though, when she talks to people, when she deals with people, because she doesn't know if those people are just using her to get to me. So, for instance, it's possible that there have been girls in the past that we've, like, been involved with sexually or non-sexually that have pretended to be close to Melina because they just wanted to get closer to me. And then it's possible that some people are just, like, really fucked and will, like, try to fuck us over. And that has a really negative impact on Melina. So that's something that, yeah, that's, like, a big problem that Melina's had in all of our, like, 3-related shit. Whereas for me, like, I'm older. I don't give a fuck about most people. I'm whatever. I don't care. That's the Melina Dr. K related shit. What happened to the Caterina bridge? Oh, nothing. Caterina didn't necessarily do anything horrible to me. I kind of wonder sometimes if I was a stepping stone to, like, other big streamers. She would just lied to me and Melina about everything she was doing, which is kind of weird, but whatever. Is it an age thing or a personality thing? I used to think it was an age thing, but I don't think it was. I used to think that, and it actually really bothered Melina for a while, because she's like, oh, well, I'm literally 20 when we started dating, which is really fucking young for anybody I've interacted with. And I told her that a lot in the beginning. I was like, listen, man, like, you're young as fuck. Like, I don't know if you're fucking crazy or not. You might be. But, like, we've interacted now with so many people, some of who are, like, well into their 20s, that are also fucking crazy, or some people that I've interacted with that are, like, 31, 33, that are become fucking crazy. And now I wonder a lot. Now I wonder a lot if just, like, it has nothing to do with age or whatever. This has to be with your clout and influence. There's no way this is a normal thing. Maybe. Even girls that I meet off of Tinder, though, like, end up having, like, these, I don't know, dude. The humans are fucking crazy, dude. And there's, like, so much shit that I've learned over the past few years. Like, I remember there was a girl that I was super close with that I met off of Tinder. This girl was so cool. This chick fucking drove cookies to my house, or to my apartment that she baked once. She left for me at the front desk. Fucking awesome chick, okay? We got along super well. We had, like, explicit conversations about, like, hey, like, you're cool with us being just sexual. We're, like, everything is fine. We're chill. Like, and she's like, oh, yeah, like, I'm happy with this, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is cool. Was this the movie girl chick? Yeah, she was super. She was, like, one of the only friends that I'd made in LA that was, like, outside of the streaming shit. And I love non-streamer friends. Jesus fuck, I love out-of-industry people. And she ended up, like, losing her fucking mind when I started dating Melina, because she lied to me she had a massive fucking crush on me. And I guess I was just too naive to think, like, oh, well, maybe she is cool with our arrangement. She wasn't at all. When Melina showed up, she fucking went crazy and fucking hated me and blocked both of us on social media. I was like, oh, okay, well. How did you meet? Oh, that was literally just a girl I met on Tinder. Check Sushi as chat logs here. Why? Do you make many friends anymore? Not really, no. I don't think so. Why do you like non-streamer people more? I just like getting to meet people, like, on my own terms. Like, it's really weird when you meet... This sounds so, like... I feel like I'm Kanye West rapping right now, or Eminem or whatever. But it feels really weird when you meet somebody and they know every single thing about you. And they already know, like, all of your, like, oh, I saw all your YouTube videos, like, blah, 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 blah. Like, to be fair, like, it's not, like, bad. Like, I meet a lot of people that are streamer people or that know a lot of me. That's, like, that's still cool. It's still fun meeting. I don't mean to say I hate these people. But, like, every now and then it's cool to just, like, meet somebody who has no idea, like, who I am or what I do or any of this shit. Like, I think that's nice. Why don't you have an issue with Peach at all? Or you don't have... No, Peach is actually super cool. Peach is one of the only people that I've met that we've gone for more than a couple months for that we have, like, no issues with. I have to reflect a lot. That's another thing that's fucked Melina up too, is because we have to go back and we have to analyze a lot of our three people relationships. I say relationships, not really they're a type of relationship, but not like romantic. But like, well, she has to look back because Melina's like, I don't understand how like all of these things have gotten so fucking crazy. And for like, it seems like we're not doing anything horrible. And like, that's a hard one because we've been involved in a lot of 3 related stuff that has just gone fucking crazy for no fucking reason. Like the Ari and Nina shit. When me, Melina, and Nina were in like Reno, that was a really awesome experience. Nina is like kind of a particular person, but like I like strong personalities. I like people like that, even if she is a bit of a cunt. I like that. I like women that like other people. Like that's a total fucking bitch. I love that shit. Because I like people that have strong personalities. But like we spent like 3 or 4 days together in this like hotel, and it was super awesome. Went to a big massage parlor. We walked outside. We went swimming and shit. Like we had all sorts of fun. Yeah, and then in Vancouver, like everything got so crazy. It's like, what the fuck is happening? And it seems like we have like so many of those interactions with people. And this is one of the reasons why I say like I don't care about like I don't care what people say. Like all I care about at the end of the day is how you act, because people say so much, and I have to interact with people for some time before I finally like understand like, okay, like this is the type of person you are. Like now I see it, because I can't listen to anything you tell me. I have to see how you act in situations. Did Ari and Nina ever get around to paying Melina for that stream that they did together? Yeah. I'm technically not supposed to talk about this because they quote unquote made me sign not a DNR, an NDA about it, but I don't give a fuck because it's totally unenforceable. But she basically said like, oh, like I'll pay Melina, but you have to promise to never ever say my name on stream again. I was like, okay, sure, whatever. I'll sign your shit, pay her. The lawyer that she had draft up the lawyer that she got to draft up the I keep wanting to say DNR. The NDA was actually her dad, who's not a lawyer. I don't know if she knew that I forgot, or she thought I forgot her name or whatever, but like it was just dumb. But whatever, yeah, Melina got paid. Yeah, everybody in chat said that I was being stupid when I assumed that Melina would get paid. But the reason why I knew Melina would always get paid is because like I know like pretty life-destroying information about her that if I were to leak to the right people would literally be the end of her life. That's when it like, and I know everyone in chat, like I couldn't really say it at the time, but it was pretty frustrating that people in chat just assumed that I thought that she would pay up for Melina. But like I have like, there's no way. Like I know for a fact that she was going to pay Melina. That was never not going to happen. Like because of the things that I know about her, which was really irritating to deal with for chat. But yeah. This is super old. 2017, 2018 means whatever happened to that one chick who was a poll icon and tried to sue you because she said chat doxed for university. Oh, nothing happened with her. I thought I tried to sue her. There was some law firm that I went through because I wanted to sue her. I just wanted to destroy her life. I never thought I would actually win the case. But the people that I was talking to were very much on a different page than me. And it got like really uncomfortable having those conversations. Because like, I even shipped him like a $10,000 retainer. I was like, listen, like, I want to take this girl to court for defamation. And they were like, okay, well, like, we're trying to think about this, sir. So we looked into this girl a lot. She seems like she has like a lot of mental problems. This is probably going to be like a pretty bad look for you. And I was like, yeah, I know. I'm cool with that. I legitimately like want her to not be able to pay the court costs and for her life to be ruined. And they were like, okay, well, so we think that it wouldn't really look too good. And like, I kind of got the vibe that wasn't what they were all about. So I was like, okay, well, after like 3 months of back and forth, I was basically like, okay, well, give me my retainer back. I guess we're done. Thanks for your services or whatever. That guy, the owner of that law firm, actually emailed me, I think 1.5 years ago, in response to something I said online. He was like, oh, we worked with you a little bit in the past. If you ever need help, let us know. I did something online that was really big, like a year and a half ago, that I guess a lot of people looked at, and he thought it was cool. I don't remember what it was about, though, but... what did that poll girl say that made you want to sue her? Oh, she said that I was giving out her phone number and spam calling her. And she posted 4 phone numbers that had called her. They were telemarketers. I called every one. Like 2 didn't go to a number, 2 were telemarketers or some shit. She was like, I don't think you could ever prove defamation because I'm a public figure, but I could destroy her life, like financially at least. But I'm guessing that like most lawyers probably aren't cool with that because it's like pretty fucked up, which it is fucked up. But like, man, at this point. Does that really bring you any satisfaction to like ruin somebody's life? It seems pretty petty. Well, in my position, it's all you got, my dude. I guess. Don't you technically select for crazies because of your lifestyle? That's possible. Maybe I do. Yeah, it's totally possible. What do you think are some of the common poor character traits between those people that broke up those past relationships? Like the people that me and Melina have been with threes with? And if I don't know. It's entirely possible that like personally, I'm drawn towards really eccentric people. Like I really like people that aren't completely within the normal mold. People have memed at me for comments that I've made online about it, but I legitimately, this sounds like so pretentious, and I understand that, but like I'm talking to 6,000 people. I'm probably relatively unique, okay? There's got to be something, right? I can't talk to like super normie people. Like, oh yeah, bro, like every Friday I go to like the bar, and then on Saturday I watch like reality TV with my friends, and then like, yeah, bro, and then like that's what I do for my whole life, and that's everything. And it's like, that's cool if you do that, that's fine. But like those kinds of people, I can't. I just like, I get so bored. Whereas if you get some girl that tells me like, oh yeah, like I used to sacrifice cats when I was a kid, and like every Friday and Saturday I go down to this forest and I just close my eyes and pray to Satan or some shit, like you're fucking crazy, but that's so much more interesting to me. That's some crazy fucking shit. And I want to go with you on Saturday to see like what fucking demonic goddess you fucking pray to. I'm just fucking interested. It's probably not a good personality trait, but it's just for whatever reason, like I'm way more drawn to that kind of stuff. It's so much more like I like to talk to people who I feel like my mind doesn't encompass every fucking thought they could possibly have. And it's actually, but one of the goals that I've explicitly made this year, because last year I was talking to so many different people, so many girls, so many guys, were like, whatever. And this year I've made a conscious effort where it's like, I'm going to talk to way fewer people, but I'm going to try to focus more on like a few people, rather than like talking to so many people. These are super first world problems. Most of you guys are antisocial as fuck and probably can't relate as much. I'm not trying to make it sound that way. I'm sorry. Most of my like emotional like detachment issues or whatever are probably relatively insular or unique to me. I don't mean to. Technically, anytime I talk about any of this, it always sounds like humble brags. So this girl that me and Melina were fucking at the same time, like, was so, like, she did this weird shit. Like, it's not, like, all of it sucks because all of it sounds like humble brags. I don't necessarily mean it to be that way. But technically, sometimes even acknowledging that something is a humble brag is in and of itself a humble brag, because it's like, you know that that's something that you want to brag about, but you don't want to sound like a douchebag bragging about it. But what you could do is you could brag about it, and then you could say sorry for it being a humble brag. So the humble brag was actually saying something that you knew you would have to call out as a humble brag, right? It's like 2 layers of fucking irony. Like it's one of those things. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I can never tell like what's real in terms of human interaction anymore. Actually, a lot of people will ask me that, where a lot of people ask me questions like, how do I know that you're not just going to fuck with me, Steven/Destiny? Like, how do I know? It's like, well, I don't know. But like, if you were to figure that out, I would never tell you, right? I always get confused. People ask me questions like that, like, oh, how do I know you're not going to try to fuck me over or whatever? It's like, well, if I was, I wouldn't tell you. So why are you asking me this question, right? If I was going to fuck you over, asking me this question is a perfect opportunity for me to spin a tale about why I would never do it. This could be one of them right now. Me acknowledging that I could be lying to you could be an attempt to lie to you, and you wouldn't even know it. Like, why are you asking me this? Like, yeah, I don't know. All those interactions, like, they're probably just looking for reassurance and feeling insecure. Yeah, I can't deal with that at all, though. People always say that. They say that, and I try to understand that, but I don't. I don't know. It doesn't work that way for me, and I have a hard time understanding why somebody else gets reassured by somebody saying something to them. It's really hard for me to get. I don't empathetically feel that at all. I have to like very much like cognitively think that out. Like, oh, well, if I say some words to this person, they're going to feel more reassured, I guess. But like, it sounds like it's a really weird way that people work, I think. Have you told the Bella story? I've told as much of the Bella story as I'm ever going to tell. I think with Bella, like, I got like super obsessed with Bella for a little bit, which I think a lot of people do, but I was like super, super into her. She didn't want to commit to a relationship, and then I felt like really burned by a few of those interactions. More or less, that's what happened or whatever. Affirmation therapy is a real thing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I give this caveat like a million times when I talk to people. Everything that I say, even though it feels like a lot of these things are loaded, I'm not judging any of these things. Some people need words of affirmation. I don't like getting them. It feels awkward to me. Like when people are like, oh, you're so handsome or whatever. It's like, okay, like, yeah. I mean, I figure like you probably don't think I'm hideous. Otherwise, why would you be here? And I have hard times like giving compliments. It's really hard. Like the first time like a girl like fucking sends me nice pictures or whatever, like, yeah, damn, you got a really nice ass. But like to continually compliment a person like after that, it's really fucking hard for me to do. It feels like I have to remember to do it. Like, okay, I need to say these compliments to these people. At one point I had like a spreadsheet where it's like there are these 4 people that I know and I need to say these compliments to them every day. But I stopped that because it was too much to keep track of. Because it feels like that's like people do that to each other where they like, oh, like you have to say like, oh, you like you or you're pretty or check up on whatever. I can't do that. Like for me, like the way that I view it is like, yeah, this might be actual autism. I'm sorry. We're going full mask off. Like the way that I see how other people feel about me and the way that I try to demonstrate. So if you ever want to know if I'm super crushing over a person or if I'm in love with somebody, it's you measure it in how much time I'm willing to spend with somebody. That's number one. If you want to know how I feel about you, like if I've ever had a conversation with you off stream or if I've ever hung out with you in real life or like if I'm willing to dedicate like some number of hours like playing games with you, doing stuff or whatever, like those are like important measures that I have in terms of how I feel about a person. That's the number one way that I measure it. In terms of like telling somebody like, oh, I love you, you're so pretty, blah, 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 like I don't care about any of that shit. I don't care if someone says it to me. I'll say whatever. I don't give a fuck. But you measure it in terms of like how much time am I willing to spend on you. That's how I usually measure it. And then for other people, I usually measure it in terms of like, will you ever go out of your way to do something for me that might even like take a little bit out of you, but would you actually like stick up for me in some particular case? Actually, ironically enough, okay, I'll leak a little bit of memes. I don't know if I said this on stream before. One of the only people in my life, super, 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 super rare, one of the only people I've met in my life that has done this for me was actually Melina. When we were at like a steakhouse thing, me and Melina and Sushia and a whole bunch of other people, I think Lycan might have even been there, everybody after this was going to a birthday party that was hosted by Novaru. And I found out through the grapevine that after initially being invited to this birthday party, that I got uninvited because that Aphrodite or whatever, that guy was going to be there, and Novaru was worried that there'd be drama. And it's like, well, okay. Personally, I think that's kind of shitty. Like, I legitimately remember, like, sticking up for you on stream, and I kind of, like, burned some bridges almost with, like, the Mizkif house over how they treated you and shit. Not because I'm trying to simp or whatever, but, like, I genuinely did believe that was the right thing to do at the time. Damn, and I got disinvited from your birthday because you're worried about drama? Like, that seems like kind of a shitty thing. But, like, whatever. Okay, I don't really care. But I remember that after the dinner, when we were trying to figure out, like, where to go, somebody suggested we could either go back to Rekful's place or we could go to that birthday party. But I couldn't go to that birthday party because I was disinvited, so I would go back to Rekful's alone, and then like Melina and Sushi and everybody else would go to the birthday party. And I remember that Melina actually said that she didn't want to go to the party because she thought that I got disinvited, and that was really rude. And that's one of the only times in my entire life, I think, where somebody else has actually like stood up for me or like done something nice for me in a way that's like that's like actually a nice thing to do. That actually is like I actually bumped her up like so many points because she did. I never ever would have expected. I expected that she would want to go to the party, and I wouldn't hold it against her. Like if she did, like it sounds like a fun time or whatever. I genuinely expected her to just go and whatever. I thought that was super nice. But it's super 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 rare that anybody does that. And generally, usually if I extend an olive branch, usually if I try to like be helpful to somebody, usually I end up getting fucked for it. And it's actually really annoying. We'll burn a bridge tonight. This might be a burned bridge. I don't know if it will or won't be. It might be. One of the big fights that Melina and I say big fights, one of the problems that me and Melina had was that we didn't get to spend much time on our own before we left for Sweden. And then we got cut off from each other for like 3 months because of all this coronavirus shit. When I went to PAX East, I was having a private conversation with Emiya, and Emiya was like in a really, really, really bad state because she said that her boyfriend had like been crazy and there was like crazy shit going on. And I remember that I told Emiya, I was like, hey, like I think one of the best things to do if you're like having problems, like get out of the house, like go somewhere. And I invited Emiya to crash with me and Melina in PAX East. Now, regardless of whether or not you want to say whatever coomer shit, I've never had a sexual relationship with Emiya my entire life. Never, ever. And I don't plan it. I'm not like trying or whatever. There are girls that I do try with or whatever, and I'm open and honest with that. Never with Emiya. Not because I don't think she's attractive. She's hot as fuck, whatever. But that's just not the kind of like relationship we have. But I told Emiya, I was like, hey, like, if you want, you can come and crash with me and Melina for the weekend. I'll get like a 2-bed fucking room. You can like go to PAX East, hang out with people, get your mind off shit. And I remember that I did that. I paid for the room and everything. And when I got there, my impression was that, so I'm giving up like a few days that me and Melina have to ourselves, and Melina later like got upset at me for. And when I got there, Emmy had already had her fucking boyfriend over at the hotel, and she did it for the entire weekend. Every time I went back to the hotel for something, when I went in, her and her boyfriend were in my fucking hotel room. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't sign up for this. Like, I literally went out of my way to like get you like out of Austin. You could come hang out with us for a weekend, or even go hang out with other friends. I don't care, but like just have a place to like stay or whatever. And like, fuck, why the fuck would you do this to me? Like, for no reason. Like, I'm getting like, oh God, I don't want to like burn every bridge, but I have had people always think that I'm like this really super evil fucking person, but I actually like, I think I'm really, really thoughtful to the majority of people in my life that I've had interactions with. Like, I usually go out of my way to like try to be helpful or do things for people. And almost every single time I've gotten super fucked for it. Like, I always say things like, I don't trust anybody or everybody's blah, blah, blah. But like pretty much like every time I've like tried to be, like nice to people or try to do something, I usually always get like super fucked in the end for it. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, it happened with Atlas and Denims too. Yeah, true. Hafu and Steel were two people that I've interacted with in my career that I think like genuinely reciprocated and helped me with stuff. I really appreciate that. I don't really interact with them anymore ever, but yeah, Hafu and Steel were two people. Didn't you try to fly to Florida to hang out with Bad Bunny? Oh yeah, when Bad Bunny had that bad interaction with that fan. Yeah, I messaged Bad Bunny and I told her I would either fly to Florida to hang out with her for a few days, or she could fly to, I think I was still in Nebraska at the time, if she needed a place to stay. But she found another mod or some shit, I don't know, so. It's the circles that you run in, streamers, content creators, YouTubers, etc. This includes the people who orbit these kinds of people. Yeah, it might be people who orbit them too. That was one of the things. Oh, this fucking horrible bitch broke up with her boyfriend, so maybe they don't care as much, or maybe they do. I don't know. I don't care. When me, Sushi, and Melina were at Rekfuls, I think I might have told this story already. Rekfuls had a girl there who also lived there, who was fucking crazy. This girl, when me, Melina, and Sushi got back to the apartment one of the nights, she had taken every single thing out of the room and thrown it into the fucking hallway. And like, we walked in and it was like, okay. And they started talking about like, oh, like, I don't know why you guys were sleeping in our room. They'd already said we could. Like, oh, we had to disinfect all of the fucking sheets because everything, there was like cum on everything. There were condoms all over the floor. It's like, firstly, I don't use condoms. Secondly, we didn't fuck or do anything in your bed at all. I think that's really weird and disrespectful. I don't do that. If I wanted to fuck somebody anywhere, I would go to a hotel. I don't need your fucking charity. Okay. I make plenty of money on my own to get a nice ass fucking suite. If I want to fuck some bitches in a hotel room, I don't need your shit ass fucking bed to do it in. Like, everything about that encounter was so fucking disgusting and so disrespectful. I'm like, are you fucking crazy? And this girl is like, the thing that I hate the most, that I hate myself for, is that when we first got there, Melina was so upset at this other girl, and she was like being a little bit rude towards her, and I was telling Melina to chill out because I hadn't seen yet that she'd thrown all of our shit into the hallway. It wasn't until later that when I walked in and I was like, wait, what the fuck? And then I realized why Melina was so fucking irritated at that other girl, because she'd thrown all of our shit on the floor. Like Sushi's laptop, like Melina's charger, her phone shit. Like, oh my God. Was she a Twitch streamer? No, she wasn't. And I had like we had a decent relationship with this girl. Like, I talked with her a lot, like the first day or two. Not sexual at all, but just like people we would talk to or whatever. Do you think Melina was a bitch towards Mutin on that one leak stream? Why do you think that was? No, I don't think Melina is ever trying to be mean towards people. A lot of people have trouble with the way that Arisan has this problem too. V has this problem too. A lot of girls that I know have this problem where it's really, really hard to be a little bit mean as a girl and not come off as just a massive fucking cunt. It is so hard to do it. Almost every girl that I know that has a relatively strong personality, like, has problems with like, how can I be like a little bit edgy with my humor and not sound like a massive bitch cunt? It's so hard for girls to do it. Yeah, so like Melina tries it sometimes, but like, it looked like. I mean, if you look at it, it looks like Melina literally just came in and started shitting on Mutin. But if you're not like part of our community, like if you look in from the outside, like, oh, I'm going to turn on this guy Destiny stream. Oh, he's queuing games with a guy called Mr. Mutin. Oh my God, he just made fun of him for feeding in his lane. He's watching clips of him all day of him feeding. He's coming into Discord to shout at him to stop watching videos on stream. He said he has a small dick and he wants to fuck Dumpster Truck. I don't know who that is. Like, and then Melina comes in and she's like, wow, Mutin, just curious, like, do you have an audience that's not Destiny's? Like, oh, that comment seems to fall in line with like everything else that's been said on stream. Like, it doesn't seem like that extreme that like when Melina says it. But, like, obviously, like, because I have, like, a deeper relationship with Mutin and all of us know what's going on, like, we know, like, well, what are the lines that we can or cannot cross, you know, in terms of, like, how we should insult each other. And Melina just didn't really know that was something that was, like, a really touchy topic. Mr. Mutin seemed really mad. Yeah, he probably wasn't really mad, but it was probably, like, really irritating to hear, especially from Melina, for a lot of contextual reasons. So, I don't fault Mr. Mutin for getting mad, but I also don't fault Melina for saying something that was, like, kind of pointed in a bad way, because, like, she's just trying to, like, fit in with how we joke with each other, you know? I think it's because it's kind of opposed to the general view we get of Melina being all mystical and kind and nice. Well, it sucks that, like, people can't be insulting and be mystical and kind and nice at the same time. Like, I am fairly confident that if you ask any person I've ever hung out with in my entire life, they'll tell you that I am literally, and I know it sounds like I'm jerking myself off, and it's something saying, but I'm one of, like, the most thoughtful, considerate people you'll ever spend time with ever. Like, ever. Like, legitimately, yeah. But if you listen to me online, people are like, no way, like, this guy insults people all the time. He's a horrible fucking piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. But it's, like, the same thing with, like, other people in art, too. Like, Melina can be, like, a nice and kind and whatever person, but maybe she wants to come on and, like, insult people as, like, because she sees everybody else doing it and kind of wants to fit in. So it's a really hard position to walk, I guess. Do you have any hope left for future relationships? Maybe. I don't know. I keep saying that if this one doesn't work out, I'm going to be single forever. I said it after Eris. I'm saying it after Melina. Like, if me and Melina break up, I don't think I'll ever find somebody that can handle me. Because I'm a very particular, obnoxious type of fucking person. And I understand that. I totally get that 100%. I'm very difficult to deal with. I mean, I'm not necessarily against that, but. Random question: do you think Hassan was generally a good dude overall? And you like, I don't want to like. I feel like every stream, like, I don't want it to like all become about Hassan. It's really weird. I don't think Hassan is like a horrible person or anything. Man, I could probably say a lot of nice things. You ask me on MDMA. We should do an MDMA stream sometime. No, I would say too much nice stuff about everybody. I want to do that. I just think Hassan has like a certain audience. He knows he gets it by playing up a certain image. I don't know if he actually believes or cares about any of the shit he talks about, but I don't think he's like an evil, horrible person. Do you have any non-streamer male stories? These seem to all be about women, because I love women, okay? Because I'm a fucking coomer at the end of the day. I can't help it. But the two friends, like Mr. Moon and Dan, have been pretty chill. One of the things that I like the most about how I've gone about streaming is I feel like I really like my community. Like, at the end of the day, whereas most streamers are all talking to each other, I can go in and talk to my community. I really like that. I didn't like it once everything in chat started to get clipped and sent to LSF. That was really shit. But yeah. Has Dan ever fucked you over? I don't think Dan or Mr. Moon have ever fucked me over before. I don't think they would. I would hope not. Man, that would be so sad. That would be a really sad day if that were to ever happen. The only time Dan has ever fucked me over is when he sits inside our fucking Rust base and doesn't mind for mats at all. He just sits there all day and is lazy. But that was a long time ago. We've put that behind us. Or when Mutin ints in my league games and he loses his mental top. Are your bridges with Pokemon fine now? Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, I complimented her on her voting thing. And she seemed to be reciprocal. It's hard to tell. Like, this is something that, like, a lot of people that deal with me on a personal basis, I project a lot. I always say that other people project and it surprises me, but I actually project a lot too. I think everybody projects. My negative moods last me 6 hours, 12 hours tops. If I have a relationship problem, if somebody did something that pissed me off, if we got into a fight, 99% of the time, what needs to happen is, like, I just need you to leave me the fuck alone for 12 hours And then when I see you next, I'll hug you, I'll love you, it'll be cuddly, it'll be cool. We're fine, okay? Some people are very, very much not like that, where they hold grudges with them for a long time. And I think that's most people. So, like, if me and Melina have an issue, Melina is very much a solve it or let it fester person. So, like, I'll be like, just fuck off for 12 hours and I'll be good. And then when I come back at the end of the 12 hours, I'm perfectly fine. And she'll be in the worst state possible because she thinks that I've been, like, contemplating, like, I'm breaking up with you and I'm done, like, over that 12 hours. But in reality, I didn't really care that much. Whereas, like, Melina is, like, super dwelling and ruminating on it the entire time. Or, like, I've noticed that, like, a lot of people are like that sometimes where, yeah. Now, this isn't, like... I have to give this. I hate that I have to give this caveat. Everything. I'm not saying that how I do things is right, or how other people do things is wrong, or there's good or bad. But I'm just saying this is how I process things. Other people do things this way. Like, yeah, this is just how some people are. Did you have a falling out with Devin? No, I don't think so. We just don't interact as much anymore. Do you think sometimes you get burnt because you insist on judging people for yourself and not listen to reputations? Like Emiya, Tsuchiya, Ari, Nina were pretty known pieces of shit already, but you somewhat defended them until they burnt you personally. I like to give everybody a chance. I see so much stuff that's posted about me on the internet that is so far removed from reality. I don't like to judge other people based on what I've seen posted on the internet about them. And usually when I meet that person, even if I don't like them for some reason, it's usually for a better reason than what's being posted online. Usually there's like a reason. So for instance, for like Emiya, I don't think at all. I would be confident when I say this. I don't think Emiya is like a racist, hateful person at all. I think that she's like got some weird mental shit going on. But like when people post shit that like she's like a secret alt-right, I don't think that's true at all. I don't think that's remotely fucking true. So like I might have like falling outs with people, but it's not usually for the same reason that people publicly hate them. And yeah, I don't know. Why do you have so much trouble cooking chicken breasts? Listen, I cook them flawlessly now. We'll do another cooking stream. There's shit that I needed to learn about. Here's what I learned. You want to know what the thing is? Here's a life tip for you guys, okay? I didn't know this because every house I've had before this, and even my other apartment has a flame stove, and this stove is it's an electric top. Now people always say like, "Oh, electric is worse," but well, I mean it's all heat, right? So here's what I found out about electric stoves that I didn't know before. Okay. If this is our on button, okay, or this is like off up here, and if this is high and this is like medium. Okay? Electric stoves are just like showers. Okay? What that means is that everything past here is scalding fucking hot and you will literally fucking burn your oil in your pan. And everything down here is like your eggs aren't cooking. This is I don't know why I didn't think this was true, but like because I looked this up online later because I've tried to like fry a variety of things on my stovetop now, right? I can't cook eggs on medium, or I can, but they'll sit there fucking forever. They'll sit there forever to fry. It's insane. But remember with the grilled chicken I had, I was like, oh, okay, like I'm gonna turn this up like pretty hot because I need to get the pan hot, and I threw that on there, and that thing like fucking flash burned. I was like, oh shit, like I can't, right? But there's this sweet spot on my stovetop where it's like it's not quite up here, but it's like around here where I cook it, and it cooks like pretty well. It's not super cold, but it's also not like insanely incinerating the fuck out of it. And because I started to look at some online because I don't know if it's a shitty stove or if I'm a shitty cook or if I just didn't understand something. But apparently a lot of people online have also complained that like for the coil electric stovetops, that once you turn them up to like very high, the heat gets like fucking out of control, and that's like a pretty common complaint. So yeah, I guess this is this is the chicken fan. We'll do another cooking stream or whatever. Fuck it. Would you actually hate someone for only being racist? I mean, it super depends on how their racism is, I guess. If it's like somebody that I queue like online games with and we never talk about politics ever or whatever, then nice one, Kodali, Joe Mama. Then maybe it would never come up. But I mean, it depends on the extent of our relationship. Do you feel like Mr. Moon has a perverse incentive to not burn your bridge because of the fan base crossover? Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I would hope that at this point he's comfortable talking to me about issues he has, but... Please admit at least that cutting the pieces up first is preferred for stir fry. Your technique would be fine for a pan-seared chicken breast. I don't know. I mean, the last ones that I fried, I think I fried 3 last time, and they all fried perfectly fine, like on a lower heat setting, and then also with a lid for my pan. Like, they cooked all the way through, and they were perfect. They were like golden brown on both sides, but it was just using like a much lower heat setting with a lid on the pan. It seemed to work like way better. Like, I didn't have to cut it up at all first. But I don't know. Do you miss the worldview you had at a younger age / compared to the older or the colder opinions that you have now? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Twitch streams are getting DMCA strikes now. Jagabeg, Michaela, who's in here with DMCA for clips from 2019 or earlier. For 50 Cent, Ariana Grande, Cake by the Ocean. Damn. Bonus tip that I used to... Oh, I don't care about cooking chicken anymore. Do you still talk to Ice? Paul? Not at all anymore. I just haven't seen him. I mean, I imagine we could talk if one of us messaged each other, but I don't have any... I just don't have a connection to him. Now that Lily's out of D&D, are you going to have more court-mandated playdates with her? Maybe, I don't know. She seems like she's really into Valorant, and like her, she's got like her little group of friends right now, so... Wow, official name is a tier 4 sub. Pound the breasts out next time, buddy. Fuck that shit. I don't have time. Some people will get like rollers to like flatten the chicken breast. I ain't got time to do that shit. Okay, fuck that. Do you care about people saying sorry about things they did to you? No, I don't actually care about apologies at all. I never have and never will. Like, if somebody does a wrong to me when they're in a perfectly sober state of mind, I figure they knew it was wrong at the time, but it was just a calculation on their part that they could do it, apologize for it later, and it'd be okay. So I don't really care about apologies. Just don't do it again. Is usually what I care. What are the axioms of your moral framework, and do you think it would ever be convinced out of them? We'll do meta ethics later, my dude. Would you give Bad Bunny a second or third chance? I've thought about it, but unfortunately, there are some people whose interactions I've had with them have made it almost impossible for me to like ever have another interaction with them again and not know if they're only doing it because they're trying to get like some level of popularity out of me. I had like the I have like a little receipt sheet that I keep now so that when people try to gaslight me about like what people have said, that I like have a record of this. So like for Bad Bunny, like I have like a pretty big rap sheet of like pretty fucked up shit she said about me. Like Destiny's a clout chaser, says I'm a despicable person. Like she said, like, so like with this much shit, like it's kind of hard to say. Sorry, I do like a lot of things. I'm sometimes a little bit autistic. I'm sorry. I know that like I joke about it sometimes, but like interacting with humans is really tough for me. You don't understand like how much of a concentrated, deliberate effort I have to make in order to like deal with the normal humans. It drives me fucking crazy. But with Bad Bunny, like that's somebody that like has said so many questionable things about me where it's like I don't know like if I could ever trust you coming to me again for an interaction. Like it feels like you'd only be doing it because you want like an audience at this point. Like that's difficult for me. Yeah. Maybe it's not so much being autistic, but it's more just like in this line of work, like people will deny what they've said so often. And I feel like usually the mental characterizations I have of situations is usually pretty accurate. So when people tell me that didn't happen or happened a different way, or audiences start to tell me, sometimes even my own, I have to, it's good to have like clips that I can watch to like evaluate like if I was being actually honest or not. Whatever happened to DMC Redgrave? Did he literally leave because of Atlas triggering him and Eve? I'm trying to remember if that was the final straw. I always liked him. I thought he was cool. I don't think that I personally ever had a big falling out with him. I think it was just over Eve shit. I think that we were moving all of our shit from different systems because our corporation was relocating, and And as a result of that, we had to contract stuff to some friends that were running super carriers to get, no, not super carriers. No, cargo. What did you call the cargo ships? What were they called? It wasn't super carriers. They were called something else. Where are my Eve bros at? Oh, jump freighters, JFs, yeah. We had friends contracting stuff to JFs. I think DMC, I want to say he had stuff that he needed jumped out of some system, and Atlas either said, like, you have to pay for it, or I'm not doing it because it's too far unless you pay for it, and DMC, like, told him to suck his dick, and he would never pay money for him or some shit. And then, like, that was, like, he never got his stuff jumped to the other system, so he just quit playing, I think. It was something like that. Who was your oldest friend and in real life friend? Maybe Kyle, although I don't interact. Oh, Kyle's in chat. Hi, Kyle. Kyle's definitely, like, my oldest friend from, like, school. Kyle and Chris are my two in real life friends growing up. They would have been my closest friends. And then from, like, the streaming world, or who I've met past that, that's, like, still in my life, like, really actively today, I'd probably say it was Eris in chat or whatever. It's for sure. Yeah. Oh, honestly, you didn't do yourself any favors by being a streamer when it comes to social interactions? Maybe, but I think in a lot of ways, I think, like, I can excel. Like, it doesn't really, like, these types of, I have a lot of negative interactions with people, and they usually don't, like, accumulate or weigh up on me like they do with other people. So that's, like, I would consider, like, my lack of social interactions has been, like, a unique strength in this field, and that, like, I can burn through a lot of bridges or a lot of people or whatever, and I don't, like, have massive emotional breakdowns over it. I want to know what happened with the Joe story. Are you talking about something real? Or are you talking about Joe Mama? Oh, never mind. I know the Joe story. Never mind. I know what you're talking about. Never mind. That's the one for the graves. Joe Mama. Good one, Kodily. That's a graveyard one, because I'm going to fuck your dead mom in a video game. Are you sort of glad you got some backlash from your community for faltering on your principles, or would you rather just follow... I don't even know at this point, to be honest, my dude. Do you ever feel guilty for using people or guilty for not having any guilt? So one of the things that I've said in the past, was this a couple years ago? I think I said that after my last relationship, before Melina, one of the things that I said was, I'm going to try to be completely open and completely honest with every single person that I talk to from now on. Like, I am going to be super honest about how I process things, about how I feel about things. I'm not going to try to, like, usually, like, because I have, like, a lot of underlying things, usually I can package these up and I can put them together in, like, a more human way. And then when I present it to somebody, like, it comes off as, like, being, like, really sweet or, like, really cute. I love spending time with you. Like, it makes me feel so good to spend time with you. Like, I'm so happy when I can see you, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's, like, a very human way to say things, right? But, like, generally the way that I view it is, like, I know that there is a certain set of things that I do that makes it so that you enjoy spending time with me. I do enjoy spending time with you. And as long as we both exhibit said behaviors, like, both of us feel better doing it. It's a really good interaction. Like, I don't think that the way that I think about it is that far removed from how normal people process it. I just think that, like, it's just another thing that I consider with all my relationships with people. Now, like, even though I say that, it's not like people have taken that, even in my personal life, like, some people take that as though, like, I manipulate people, or, like, I'm trying to make people do things that they wouldn't otherwise do by lying. Like, that's not true at all. Like, I'm incredibly open and honest with almost every fucking person I talk to now. Like, there were definitely some behaviors that I had maybe a year or two ago that were maybe a little bit, like, I'm going too far in some ways, but, like, for the most part, like, I'm usually, like, really, really, really open and honest with people. But because I do that, then sometimes if I get into an argument with somebody, like, they'll throw at me. They'll be like, "Oh, this is what you mean when you say you're just transactional. You're just trying to use it." It's like, no, that's not at all what I meant. That's fuck. Like, why did? And then at some point, I'm like, fuck. Like, maybe I should just lie about, like, a lot of these inner processes and go back to, like, packaging them in a very, like, human, palatable way so that it's, like, feels good or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Do you feel like tripping has exacerbated these autistic tendencies you have? No, I don't think so. Not at all. Richard Lewis story went? I don't think there's anything else to tell about him. What advice do you have for someone like me who is well on his way to being very famous and wealthy? I don't know. Good luck, my dude. You can do it. Do you have any advice on not bringing in emotions when debating? I mean, like, there are just, I wish that there were like I could say like, oh, you just have to have the God tier mindset. Like, I bring emotions into debates sometimes, and I might not realize it at the time. Usually the most important thing you can do is to evaluate your arguments after the fact. And I do this a lot. I do this so much because I'm really worried that like one day I'll wake up and I'll be like, oh shit, I was so stupid in this argument. I was just really emotionally against, like, in all actuality, I think that the majority of Yasuo players in real life are really well socially adjusted and aren't incels at all. I just hate Yasuo players. Like, it's not logical, right? Whereas I actually am very logical in my hatred for Yasuo and Zed mains. The two tricks that I know of, the quote unquote tricks that I know of, is that one is, you should always be able to argue the other side convincingly. Like, you should know all of the arguments for the other side. And then two, you should be able to ask yourself, what would it take me to convince me out of this opinion or to make me change my mind on this? And, you know, if you can't do both of those things, if you can't do the former and answer the latter, then something is wrong. And you should be afraid of that. That should scare you a lot. So, like, for the Tara Reid thing, I can understand the arguments that even a singular woman accusing Joe Biden should be taken seriously. To discredit her based on her character could discredit all rape victims, especially sex workers, based on their character. That, like, there are arguments going on there. I don't think there are very many good ones left because of everything that's come out about her, but, like, I can see it. And then, like, in terms of, like, what would it take you to convince Joe Biden is a rapist, you know? If other, like, credible people came out and were corroborating this story, or if, like, a sexual harassment complaint were found, if other women came out and said that, well, actually, Joe Biden did molest me or rape me, then I would be like, okay, yeah, like, yeah. Like, there should be something like that for everything that you believe, I think. Or is there something to be said about the fact that a lot of political junkies strawman arguments making their own positions worse? I mean, it's just something that people do. With that being said, would you say prep for a debate is crucial, like basically just doing due diligence of research? Yeah, I try to if I know a topic going into it, yeah. Are you and Fantano cool? I'm pretty sure Fantano hates me. Was there any drama with Lux Bunny, or did that just fizzle out over time? Nah, no drama there. Wait, why do you say that? Wait, guy who said that. Wait, why do you say that? You know who you are. Wait. Type the answer. You said something about it. Wait, did I? Wait, I don't remember if I actually talked about this before. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't actually know. You said her boyfriend didn't like her hanging out with you, I thought. No, that was... Believe it or not, that's actually been multiple people. But that wasn't actually Lux Bunny. I don't want to say anything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Something about someone you used to talk to. Yeah, no, that wasn't Anna. We're moving on from that, I'm sorry. How's the offline TV bridge standing? I think I'm in good regards to most of those people, I think. Would you ever do content cop style videos on people? No, I just don't really care that much. Do you think you could repair the bridge with Nick Fuentes? Your first original conversation was very friendly. The impossible bridge. Could I be friendly with Nick Fuentes? Almost for sure. The guy's probably desperate for some sort of like olive branch, but I would never. No, fuck that. What were the cool things that Hafu and Steel did for you? I think both of them tried to get me involved in things that they were like being offered sponsors for. Most streamers are incredibly protective about like money related stuff, and they'll never ever ever give you a hand up unless they think they have something that they can get out of it. Most of them will fuck you out of money given the opportunity to. Hafu and Steel are the only two people in my entire life that I think that have ever presented me with like, hey, like if you want to be involved in this sponsored project or whatever, you can make money for it or whatever. Did Wreckful fuck you over? The worst thing that Wreckful has ever done to me is like focus on like other people, or that's really weird to say. Wreckful has never intentionally fucked me over before. Never. I don't think. When Wreckful gets like really fixated on a person, he'll like tune other people out of his life sometimes, and there have been times where that's been a little bit weird, but Wreckful's never like fucked me over before. The worst thing's ever done is fucking with you while tripping alone on shrooms. No, that's, I mean, that's, yeah. Did you ever meet or interact with Hafu's boyfriend, Hotshot, or Hearthstone Dog or whatever? I don't know. Yeah, he seems like a cool guy. We haven't talked too much, but he seems fine. You stream a lot. When do you think about this stuff / do self-reflection? Usually when I drive. Usually driving is like the best time for me to think about things. I don't know why. I'm in the zone. I got my music playing. I have like a singular task. Maybe because it's impossible for me to be distracted by something. It's really hard for me to concentrate in my house because I usually have my phone in front of me, or computers, social medias. I could be doing emails, Discord messages, Twitter, subreddit checking, or looking at other communities. A million things I could be doing at any point in time on my computer that I always am doing, actually. But when I'm driving, I can't really do those things, so I usually just think a lot. What's the worst instance of someone fucking you under instead of over? Good one. Is there a juice story around Bella? Everybody keeps asking about Bella. Not really. It's just it didn't work out because of commitment issues. There's nothing really to say. Gladiator wants to come to an echo chamber destiny. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. Do you ever think aloud when you're alone? No, I don't. Some people do, though. My ex-wife does that a lot. I always thought that was really interesting. I could listen to her talk to herself in the bathroom and stuff. I thought that was really crazy. Not crazy, like it's interesting to me. Has doing MDMA changed your sober emotional state? Not really. I think I can remember what it feels like to be on MDMA sometimes, which is really nice. But I've tried harder over the past year to show people that are important to me that I think they're important to me. One of the most common complaints that I got in my life before this year is that people that are close to me, that I have a very high opinion of or high regard of, feel like I hate them. A lot of people actually feel that way. I notice that when I talk to, either if I'm like meeting a new girl from Twitch or whatever, or if I'm like talking to another streamer, like usually the first people say, oh wow, like I thought you fucking hated me, or I thought that like you were like so mean, or that you blah blah blah. So that's like something I usually have to work. And then even people that I know for like a decent length of time are like, oh, like I thought you just didn't like me at all. And I was like, well, if that was true, like why would we spend all of our time doing this or that? Like, but that's just because that's how I usually show affection towards people. Is if I'm willing to like dedicate any measure of time to them. Yeah. Do you think it's your ego that lets you burn bridges? I'm not like I mean, like, when I'm in the heat of an argument, I think I'm like I can get egotistical, maybe. It's possible. Sure, I mean, I'm sure anybody can. But, like, outside of, like, actual arguments, like, I think I'm, like, relatively grounded. Like, I think I have a pretty realistic assessment of my strengths and weaknesses. I think I have a pretty realistic assessment of, like, where I stand on most things. Yeah, I don't know. Did you ever have a threesome with a male viewer and his girl? It was arranged on stream, and you even sent dick pics to compare. Oh, that one guy? No, we didn't. That fell apart. I've never had a male-female stream. Or, not stream. Male-female threesome before. Maybe someday. Honest to God, I'm sorry to say, but guys are creepy as fuck. They're so fucking horrible. Holy shit. Girls also might be creepy, too. Maybe they just don't get socially enforced as much. But goddamn, dude. Dude, if you can just be, like, a decent fucking, like, human being male, you have, like, such a leg up on so many other people out there. But then again, girls also suck shit at, like, picking out, like, non-creepy guys, and then they complain about it afterwards, so it's hard to say. What's creepy about them? I think that the biggest problem that a lot of guys have when it comes to girls is they treat sex is basically like a game, and there's like a competition to get to it, and the only thing in between you and the sex is the girl. So rather than like sex is like this collaborative, so like when I'm talking to somebody, right, sex is like a collaborative thing that I think both of us will enjoy, and both of us are like walking through the maze together to get there. Like that's the goal, right? Hopefully you enjoy your time with me enough, I enjoy my time with you, and then hopefully we like reach an area where you're comfortable enough, and then we share this experience together, and it's fun. That's how I view it. A lot of guys view it as like there are certain things I need to say, certain boundaries or buttons I can push, and certain things that I can do to make this girl get over herself so that I can fuck her. Like that's usually like, that feels like the thought process that a lot of guys have. And even in like my guy experiences and like any of my gay experiences or bi experience, I don't know what you'd call them, like most guys have been insanely fucking pushy, and it is fucking creepy as fuck and horrible. And I could totally see myself, like if I was a girl, like holy shit, like this would actually be scary. But as a guy, I usually just get really fucking irritated. But Destiny, girls don't even like sex. Yeah, I don't think that's true. Actually, here's my ultra-ironic take. In my life, I'm being careful not to generalize, although I'm about to make a big generalization. Most of the girls or even guys that I've met in my real life that are hypersexual online are actually incredibly asexual in real life. And most of the quote-unquote non-sexual cute people or whatever that I meet online are usually the most sexual people in real life. Like that's for some reason that tends to be the case. Now that might not always be true, but that's like a pretty interesting observation that I've made. Yeah, which says a lot of weird things about how I view like a lot of like sex work or sex industry people now. I'm generalizing a lot. I don't like that. I don't want to say that like everybody that's in sex work hates sex or anything, blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying that like for oh my God, dude. One thing that I hate about life is that like, oh God, there's a quote that I know, and I'm so scared that it's going to end up being true. I try not to avoid things for the sake of it, but it's the quote that like, if you grow up, as long as you're not, I don't know the exact quote, but it's like anybody that's not a liberal growing up is heartless, and anybody that's not a conservative in their older years is an idiot. It's something like that. I hope that's not true, because I still very much consider myself a lefty, liberal, progressive, hardcore. I hope that doesn't turn out to be true. But there's one super stupid meme quote that I heard when I was young, and I'm like, this quote is so fucking stupid. And then like in my middle age, or no, when I'm young, it was like, oh, this quote is so true because it's so based. And then when I grow up, I'm like, okay, this quote is so stupid. This is not true. And now that I'm older, I don't know. And it's the quote that everything is about sex except sex. Sex is about power. And I don't actually know anymore. I don't know. I'm not sure. I kind of wonder. Because like I genuinely really like sex. I really enjoy it. I super enjoy it. And there are a few people that I really enjoy it with. And I like having new sexual experiences because I might find new stuff. And that's it. Like for me, like that's just it. Like it's like, that's it. I like the experience. And a lot of people will say the exact same thing that I just said. They'll say, oh yeah, I love sex. But they don't. They actually like, they like the idea of fucking a lot of people. They like the idea that they were able to fuck somebody. Like it was like a conquest. Like I fucked that bitch. Hell yeah, I fucked her. I'm so happy. Or they like the idea that they can tell people like, oh yeah, my body count, you know, a little north of 250 maybe. You know, what am I going to say? Or like I fucked 7 girls. Like that's like, it actually is. That's been like really, really weird to me. Discovering that. Because I always assumed, this is another projection thing. I always assumed like a lot of people were just like ultra-sexual people. Or like everybody is like, but yeah, I don't know. And I wonder about that quote. Like, everything is about sex except sex is about power. I don't know. It seems like really dumb, but it's true. Men never brag about sex actually feeling nice to them. It's just ego boosting how hot okay. I might drop, this might be the least true take in the world, okay? But like if me and Melina are talking about like sex, if she asked me like, oh, like did you see that one girl that night? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, oh, like how was it? my response is always going to be like, oh, like, we did this or that, and I really liked this or that. Like, that's generally our conversations. Or if I ask her, like, oh, like, you slept with that guy or whatever last night, like, what did you like? What did he do? What was cool? You know, what do you think I can do? Like, usually it's like, oh, I like this or that or that. A lot of people, when you ask them, like, how was that sexual experience? Or how was that sex? How did you feel about that? Usually the first response is, oh my God, dude, this sex was awesome. She's so fucking hot. And I'm like, when that's like usually the go-to, it makes me wonder, like, I don't even know why the fuck you pursued that experience. Or I don't know, like, what you got out of it. It feels like what you got out of it is like way different than what I normally get out of like a sexual experience. Now, the 50th caveat that I'll give again, not to say that that's good or bad, or there are bad approaches to it or whatever. Like, that's just like the general, yeah, it's just like a weird feeling I get. Why do you think climate change is generally not an important issue to even Democrats? Because it's a long-reaching issue that it takes a multidimensional approach, and the effects aren't felt immediately, so it's really hard. Aren't you afraid of STDs when hooking up? I used to be, but not really anymore. Most of them like aren't a big deal. Like chlamydia and gonorrhea, you go to the hospital. If you have it, you get a shot. It's gone in a week. It's fuck it. HIV is not like a real thing in the Western world, unless you're like very, very, very unlucky. I don't know. I just don't really care that much. I mean, like, I get tested pretty normally, and usually the people I am with, I hope, get tested pretty normally. But I mean, yeah. A lot of men do that, but a lot of women make sex a game/reward. That's true, yeah. So everything about sex is so shitty, dude. I hate the way that society views it. It's so annoying. And both sides fuck it up so hard. And everybody plays counter to their interests. I get more mad at men for it because I think men are generally in the dominant position when it comes to sex right now. So if they would just fix their behavior, I think a lot of women would fix theirs as well. But like both sides perpetuate it super hard right now. And it's just really fucking annoying. Like, I've legitimately been with girls before who, like, I'll kind of, like, mess around a little bit while we're in bed, and, like, they're, like, not really doing it. They're not, like, into it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's cool. I go to sleep. And, like, legitimately, like, the next day, like, they'll tell me, like, that Louis C.K. skit. They'll be like, dude, like, why didn't we fuck last night? I'm like, I don't know, you seem, like, not into it. And they're like, oh, yeah, come on, man. Like, if you would have went, like, a little bit more, like, I would have, like, yeah. And it's like, the fuck? Like the meme, like, I'm just supposed to rape you on the off chance that, like, that's what you want. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of, like, gamified shit for that. Or, like, I've unironically, like, I know girls that are, like, I don't care if somebody doesn't text me back immediately. I'm bad about that, too. So, like, there are people that I know that I have active relationships with who, like, if I send them a message, they might not respond until the next day or whatever, which is fine. But I know people who consistently will, like, take a long time to respond, and I find out why. Like, oh, yeah, like, I don't respond to any text for at least 6 hours because I don't want to come off as, like, clingy. I'm like, what? That makes you seem even more clingy. What the fuck? I don't know. What's your take on how tech has affected in real life relationships? I feel like things have become a bit toxic at times. Yeah, I don't know how we ever lived. Honest to God, I don't know how we ever lived in the past without it. Like back in my days, you would go like a whole day basically without talking to your girlfriend. But nowadays you have to be like in constant fucking contact. You have to be in super constant contact or people will lose their minds. The idea of like leaving girlfriends on read or boyfriends, I guess, on read for like a day is like unconscionable. That's like unbelievable. If you do that, you're fucked. Whereas like back in my day, like texting sucked. I mean, people texted, but like it was more like a, oh, cool, this person texts rather than like this is a requirement of having a functional relationship. You know? What's your type when it comes to guys? Just not super fat people. Honestly, that's it. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be ableist, but I don't really have a type. I don't really hook up with many guys. It's been a long time since I did last. Guys suck at on fucking Grindr too. You can like take all this effort, dude. Like fucking like. To be fair, girls suck too. So if I had more experience with guys, maybe it'd be different. I don't know where my Grindr bros are at, or if girls are in chat, but like you can type out like this huge fucking sexy message to a guy, and he'll respond with like you'll do like 2 or 3 or 4 lines, and the guy will be like, "Cool, want to come to my place, suck my dick?" ? And it's like, what? Really? Or like you'll type out like some long tried shit, and the guy would be like, "Yes," and he won't even put like a smiley face at the end for me. Like, what the fuck? Fuck that shit. That's probably my number one trigger when it comes to trying to like talk sexual with guys or whatever. And it's like, this might sound dumb, but I think that like, I don't know if this is true all the time. I hate sexting. It's so shit. Yeah, not everybody does, but I feel like sexting is like a really good indicator into whether or not somebody will be good in bed or not. Like in my opinion, like being good in bed is just a sign that you can like empathize with how another person feels. So like if I'm doing something to you, does it feel good? This actually might be one of the reasons why I like sex so much. This sounds like super unhealthy, but maybe one of the reasons I like it is because it's one of the few times in my life where I feel like another person is like taking care of me in a way that's like totally selfless. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I like sex. But like I feel like in sex, like it's a good indication of like this is like an interaction that you're having with somebody. Can you understand like what their body is feeling right now? And can you do things in response to that? And like sexting is oftentimes like that as well. Like sometimes when you sex with somebody, sometimes they're like really responsive, or they like ask questions like related to what you like, or they do things like in response, like they're like very responsive. It's like, oh, I bet this person is somebody that's like really good in bed. Like I can tell. And then another time, like somebody will like not be responsive at all, or they're just like, they don't really say much, or like they're only like fixated on themselves. And you're like, oh, like, this person probably, like is pretty selfish in bed. And usually when I followed those out to like how they end up in bed, usually it holds to be like fairly true. Like usually it's like pretty accurate. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably not always true. I mean, I've met people that I thought were really good in bed that didn't like sexting at all. So I mean, like, yeah, like Melina doesn't like sexting at all. Like not generally. But I feel like we like click pretty well sexually. What do you think about moaning? If you're a guy, you should make more noises. That's like universally true. Every single girl I've ever talked to appreciates that. And that's the number one complaint. Like, there's another like, man, dude, you other guys make it so easy for people like me who are like, I think I'm like decently average in terms of how I look, but there are like really easy things that you can do in bed that other girls love you for. Super easy thing is if you're a guy, especially if a girl's like riding you or blowing you, like make a little bit of noise, like moan, tell her it feels good. You instantly have a leg up apparently on like 90% of guys out there. Like just don't make any fucking noise at all. And generally like girls hate that. And like if you empathize with, like I feel the same way. Like sometimes like if you're going down on a girl, like you can start like finger blasting the fuck out of a girl and she'll just be like laying there. And like maybe like you stop and you're like, hey, like how are you feeling? And they're like, oh, it felt really good. Like keep going. It's like, oh, well, I don't fucking know. It's not like I've got a fucking printout from your asshole telling me that like this feels good. Like I need some sort of fucking response here. Like what? Like yeah, like yeah. So yeah, noise is always good. Something that bothers me in porn is that the guy's a fucking mime. Sure, some guys have. Usually, some guys are very weird. I could bring up examples on stream because I have some videos saved that where the guy is like, but I mean, like any type of noise is probably okay in real life. I say that with a caveat, but how awkward is it when the other person has their eyes closed during sex? It happened to me 2 times. Ooh, that's something that I'm super torn on. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm generally like an eyes closed person. Sometimes they're open a little bit, but I think it's really awkward to like stare at somebody while they're fucking you. That's just, maybe that's like an eye contact problem I have. Like normally I can maintain eye contact with people I talk, but like when somebody's like on you, you're like, I don't know, dude. That's like, it's really hard for me to do that. I don't mind like looking at their body or looking around at stuff. Is okay, but then sometimes you feel like you're I don't know. That's a lot for me to handle. Okay. Your take on socks? Wearing socks while fucking is weird. I had an I'm not gonna say who, but I had an interaction with a girl. I don't know if she had like a secret massive foot fetish or what, but she was ultra weird about socks. Like if she came out of the shower and we were about to like have sex, she'd be like, hold on, like I need to put socks on. Like I don't want you to like see my feet at all. And I'm like, that's like really strange. Like I've seen like there are people that are like that, and I know that Trainwreck says weird shit about that too. That's I don't know. Like some people are totally V. No, V is like really chill about most things. But like yeah, like some people are like really weird about that. I don't know. But like the funny thing is, I usually hear the opposite from like, or at least when I was growing up, at least I used to hear more that girls would complain about guys that would fuck with all their clothes off except for like ankle high socks or whatever, and it would just look like really weird when guys would fuck like that. I don't know. You look like an alien kind of, but I don't know, maybe. Tips on Skype sex? I don't know, dude. I don't do. Video sex is really awkward for me. So, okay, Miasmus asked a million times, what's your craziest Catholic school story? I don't have any crazy Catholic school stories. There's not like anything super crazy there. How do you deal with liking someone who doesn't like you back? Move on, broski. You're fucked. If there's one life lesson that I've learned, it's that dealing with things like rejection, there is literally only one thing that helps with any of that. There's no coping mechanism. There's nothing else you can do. The only thing that helps is putting time between you and the interaction you've had with that other person. That's the only thing that'll help. It feels impossible at the time. Like it feels like it sucks in the beginning, but like every day will hurt a little bit less. It'll peak like a week in. No, not even. It'll peak like 2 or 3 or 4 days in, where you're like, oh God, I just want to send them a message. I just want to see how they're doing. Maybe we can just be friends. A week after, you'll be like, it sucks. 2 weeks, it'll be like, yeah, it's still pretty shit. 3 or 4 weeks will go by and it's like, yeah, it's kind of shit. I can't believe I felt that bad about it. And then a couple months, depending on how much you like the person, it'll either be a dull ache, it'll go away forever, or it'll be a scar you carry with you for the rest of your life, depending on how you felt about them, I guess. Do you ever get ideas from dreams, like compositions or solutions to life problems? Recently, over the past few months, I've had some pretty crazy dreams that have challenged some of my beliefs. I think I've had 2 dreams like that I've talked about on stream. 3 dreams, I guess, but I've talked about all of them before. One was the Water City, the other was the schizophrenic guy, and then the other was like the killing somebody in Call of Duty and waking up with sleep paralysis. What happened with the Water City? I mean, I do this, and you guys have got me doing this in real life, okay? Where I'll tell close friends the same story over and over again. And I don't know if they just think I'm crazy, because I verified one of these people. I was like, do I ever tell you the same story a lot? And they're like, yeah, you've told me this story like 3 times. I'm like, oh, fuck, because I'm so used to doing it on stream. I can go over these again, but I don't know how many people have heard these versus how many haven't. I know that there are like new viewers sometimes. All right, color me rerun Andy. We're entering our 46th loop. What? Oh, the three weirdest dreams I've had. Oh, the first dream. In the first dream, I was part of an. Okay, so there were like storms that ravaged these cities, I guess, or every city. We lived in like New York City, or I guess it was some city with a lot of skyscrapers, and there were different like tribes of people that lived in every building, and you can't go outside because all of the whole city is flooded, and it's like stormy and dark outside perpetually, but people live in these buildings. And what happens is that like every week or every day or every year or something, the water would rise a little bit, and like as the water rose, you would have less resources because you'd have less floors to like farm and do stuff in the building, and so some people would need to die. So I was part of the group of people that was tasked with helping all of us move upstairs. So what would happen is we would get an order. Every single time the water levels were to rise, we would have to go downstairs and kill like 10% of the people that were left so that there'd be enough for everybody like going up floors. And I remember that like ideologically, this seemed like incredibly immoral to me. And I remember asking like I don't know if he was the leader of a group of people, I was like, hey, like this is like really fucked up. Like, why are we killing these people? And then the guy posed the question to me. He's like, well, what's wrong with killing them in their sleep? The water could rise. We'll have them starve later or drown. But if we kill them in their sleep, they basically never know what's even happening, right? We kill them instantaneously. They don't feel any pain. They're sleeping anyway. Like, it's not like they're going to know when they're sleeping if they wake up or not. And I didn't have an argument for him when I responded to that. It was really hard for me to respond to that. And when I woke up, it like hardcore made me reconsider my position on pro-life. That like if somebody's not having a conscious experience, it's hard to say whether or not ending the next one is good or bad. So like for a fetus that doesn't have a conscious experience yet, like, well, who cares if you abort it? It's not like it doesn't know one way or another. Like, even if it was a human, it wouldn't know. But it also means maybe you could kill sleeping people, too. That's a really, really, really hard one. That made me, like, dramatically reconsider my view on abortion. And now I fall, like, 48-52. Like, I fall on the side of being, like, pro-choice at the moment because of that, as weird as that was. The second one, I think I had this one a little bit after my second accidental ego death. And I started to have, like... just because those experiences are so like mentally altering. The second dream that I had was I was like a schizophrenic person. No, not schizophrenic. I had DID, dissociative identity disorder would be what it would be called. I had multiple personalities, but I knew I was crazy. Okay. So I was aware that I had like 3 or 4 different lives. And I managed them all. Like I had different outfits for each of my personalities. Like I had different jobs for each of my personalities. And like it was okay. So like in one personality, like I went to a store and I worked as like a gas station, or it might have been a record store or a gas station owner. In another store, or in another personality, I worked at another store. It was like a record store, gas station. In the third personality, I researched bees, I think, for like that infected people's homes or that like infested people's homes. I think something like that. I was like a biologist researcher, something weird. I don't remember. It was really weird. But but I was totally aware that I was fucking crazy. I knew that I had multiple personalities, but like I managed it well. Like, okay, cool. Like I have multiple personalities. Like I just need to make sure that like for tomorrow the B guy has his research ready, and that would be okay. And I'd be totally into multiple different personalities every day. Each of my 3 personalities fell in love with a different girl that came into the areas that I worked, and the weird thing was that the girls that were into me were into different personalities than the ones that fell in love with them. So for instance, like when I was like the music shop like employee, I super fell in love with like this alt scene girl. This is like the one that I remember the most. And she was super not into me. She blew me off. She said I was a fucking loser for working at a store, that I was like whatever, super asshole, really bitchy, really fucking rude to me. But on the personality day where I was on the personality day where I was the bee researcher, if I was like hanging out in that music store, the alt scene girl was super into me. She's like, oh my God, like growing up, I loved bees. I think it's so cool what you're doing. And I would like talk to her, but like I didn't have a huge crush on that girl, like as that personality. I just didn't feel anything for her. And I remember at the end of this dream, it was when I was in the gas station persona and I interacted with that girl again, because I think she came into a gas station. She treated me like shit there too. I remember thinking that I thought it was really funny that I had multiple personalities and I interact so differently on every day with everybody because of my different personalities, and I was crazy. But every single girl that I had a crush on was the exact same way because they had totally different personalities depending on who they were interacting with. But I was the one that was crazy, and all of them were considered like perfectly sane. And that was like a really weird thought. I don't know why. This was like a really weird dream, and I woke up like taking that away from me. And I just thought it was like a really, I don't know if there's like, I don't know if necessarily there's anything like profound there. But I just remember that like really irritated me in the dream where I thought I was the crazy person, but all of these people are so different depending on who they're interacting with. It was like really fucking weird. And then the third weird dream that I have, I've been talking with Dan, I think, and somebody else where I memed a lot about sleep paralysis. And I don't remember, this was like a normaler dream, way shorter. I was just running around the superstore killing people. And I remember that I shot some dude completely dead. I blew his head up completely. And all he had left was like his fucking like the base of his like brain stem. And all I remember thinking was that, oh yeah, an Aristo, yeah. And all I remember thinking was like, man, I just blew this whole dude's fucking head up except for this little part of his brain. I wonder what his conscious experience is like right now. I wonder what it would be like to feel that. And as soon as I thought that, I woke up, but I woke up and I had sleep paralysis, and it was the scariest thing in my life. Not as scary as the mushroom trip, but it was super scary to experience it. It was very, very short, probably like 3 seconds, but I thought I was dead. And the scariest part was I always figured like if I had sleep paralysis, at least I could see what was going on, but my eyes were closed and I couldn't open them. So I woke up, but I couldn't move my body at all. And I had the experience of like, holy shit, I feel like I'm kind of like on my shroom ego death where I'm totally disconnected from my body. And then I started to like hyperventilate super hard. But after like 2 or 3 seconds, like I woke up and I could move. And it was like, oh my God, it was so fucking terrifying. That's the only time I've ever had sleep paralysis, literally my entire fucking life though. And it's never happened before. Have you ever slipped when you're about to fall asleep? Yes. Any girl that I've ever been with ever can tell you that as soon as I start to fall asleep, they can usually tell because sometimes my body will like jolt a little. I guess. I don't remember it all the time, but apparently that happens. It's like super common where like I'll like shake or whatever, like I'm about to fall asleep. I'm not usually aware of it, but I've heard people tell me that before, so I'm assuming it happens a lot. Yeah. It feels like you're falling, but then you're just like, yeah, it happens. So, very rarely I'll like wake up from like I'm almost about to fall into a deep sleep. The hardest thing that I get is everything ties back to my shroom experience, which I hate because it poisons a lot of our thoughts. The hardest thing, have you ever tried to like audit your thoughts or to be aware of yourself as you fall asleep? If you try really hard to do it, it's really hard to do it and you can't do it. And it's so fucking frustrating. Like as you're falling asleep, the whole time you're thinking like, okay, I'm aware of my thoughts. We're going to watch ourselves fall asleep. But then eventually, like, you'll notice that, like, you're off into some shit. And you're moving through, like, I don't know if I would say, like, states of awareness or something. Or, like, your conscious experience is different. And then eventually you, like, come back. And then it's like, ooh. And then you're like, fuck, I'm awake. Fuck, what happened? Where did it go? And you, like, completely lose it. It's like, fuck. Because I don't think you can, like, be aware of your whole self moving into sleep. But that's, like, really, it's, like, really frustrating. Yeah. Dan's worried to look up what sleep paralysis is because apparently that can possibly induce it or something. That wouldn't be surprising to me. I hate it, but sometimes I get anxiety now. And I kind of wonder if the only reason I get it is because I had it for a little bit after shrooms. And anxiety sucks. They're actually having my little bouts with like mental illness has caused 2 dramatic shifts in my thinking. One is sometimes when I listen to people talk about mental illness, I don't know if my experiences are very unique with it, or I don't know if people have no fucking idea what the fuck they're talking about. It is absolutely insane to me. Like, anxiety is a really good example. And I want to be very careful when I talk about this. This might not be like maybe my experience is different. Maybe it's not anxiety. Maybe it's whatever. But like we listened to that meme song, that Alan Watts song, where it's like, sometimes we worry about, hold on. Can we?
Inside your head.
I think he does in this song, doesn't he? Is it on Overthinker?
I am worried.
Oh no, it's this. It is this. It is this. I was right. I hear descriptions like these given pretty often. 1 second.
And then you think, can I observe the thinker?
Not this part.
Thinking the thoughts.
Okay, and then.
So, I am worried. And I ought not to worry, but because I can't stop worrying, I'm worried because I worry. And you see where that could lead to. That is what we call anxiety.
Like, I hear, like, a lot of weird, or I don't want to say weird, but I hear, like, a lot of descriptions like this, like, oh, like, anxiety is where, like, you feel, like, super stressed out about everything that happens during the day, or, like, oh, my God, like, anxiety is, like, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, my experience with anxiety, and again, I want to be so careful to say that, like, this might not be everybody's experience, but, like, my experience with anxiety is that for some reason, on some days, I just feel like I have, like a pressure in my chest that comes from nowhere. And it is always there, and it won't go away, and it makes me on edge about a lot of things. And it's not like I'm thinking about being anxious, and I'm worried about, it's nothing. There's no thought at all. My day could be going perfectly well, not a horrible thing has happened, nothing is going on, but for some reason, I just, like, I have, like, like it feels like somebody has, like, their hand on my back, and somebody's just, like, pushing into my chest. And I get that feeling every now and then. And I feel like if there's something causing it, it's like I don't want to say subconscious, it's such a memey word, but there must be like a pattern of thoughts that aren't immediately obvious. Like, I don't think for me, it's not just because, like, I'm worried about something or because I'm, like, anxious about something. Like, I wish it was that, because then it'd be so much easier to deal with. Same thing with, like, when I get into, like, disassociative, or same thing when I worry about panic attacks. And again, I worry that this only happened because I've had them. So now I know what it feels like when one might be coming on. Like, nothing sets off a panic attack for me. It could be totally fucking random. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, wait, what was that? Oh fuck, wait, is that a panic attack coming? Like, oh shit, I don't know. Wait, oh no, it is. Hold on. Oh shit. And it's like out of nowhere. But it's not usually in response to something. It'll just be like a thing. I don't know, it's so annoying. The only thing that's ever helped me for stuff like that, I'm giving this one tip because I've heard it given before, and it worked for me. I don't know why. Some people say, like, control your breathing or whatever. None of that helps. If I'm starting to have a panic attack, I tried that the last time I did weed. If I start to have a panic attack and I try to control my breathing, I go into one because I like, if I try to control it, I feel like, oh fuck, I'm not getting enough. I'm not controlling it well enough. Usually what works for me is you find a spot on the wall and you just stare at it. And that it actually super fucking grounds me out. I don't know why. If I just, like, it can be nothing. It just spun on the wall, just like, okay. And it super duper duper grounds me out. I don't know why. Yeah. I read that sleeping on your back increases chance of sleep paralysis. Works for me, kind of fun. Oh, that's interesting. When I had sleep paralysis, I was sleeping on my back. I think I also had just taken a nap, too. It was like a 2 or 3 hour nap. But, yeah, I don't know. Weird. Is that a panic attack? Maybe you think it's one, but it's something else, Destiny? Oh, it's possible. I mean, you never really know if it's a panic attack if it doesn't happen, right? Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's not. Do you remember more of your dreams when you sleep less? I don't know anything about that shit. I don't know what causes it. Sometimes I'll take like a 25-minute nap, and in that 25-minute nap, I'll have a really fucking, like, vibrant dream, like really vivid. Like, I'll remember it like in 25 minutes. I didn't even think that was possible. I don't know. Have you ever had a nightmare and tried to kill yourself when you realize you're in one? It sounds like so memey, but like most of my dreaming is generally lucid dreaming. And usually if I want to wake up, usually I can just wake up. Like sometimes dreams are like so fucked that I realize I can't do anything to get out of it and I'm not enjoying it. And I'll be like, yeah, this is dumb. Like I'm waking up now. Like, bro, this shit is fucked. honest to God, the idea of being trapped in dreams, like when people say like they can't lucid dream, that sounds fucking horrifying to me. For whatever reason, I'm pretty sure I've always lucid dreamed, or the majority of the time I do. The idea of being like trapped in a horrific experience sounds so bad. I don't know, dude. That sounds like some fuck shit. Oh my God. What is your experience with disassociation? Every time I have a bad panic attack, after that, I get either incredibly derealized or incredibly disassociated or incredibly depersonalized, whichever one of those words you want to use. But I think it all ties back into my mushroom shit. Basically, the idea is that after things happen, I get like a very eerie feeling that everything around me is not real and that I exist. Whatever space I exist in is the only space that exists in the world, and everything in my life is like a fabrication or whatever. It's very weird to explain and very stupid, but I'm pretty sure it's like flashback to mushroom trip shit. Do you feel like your ability to lucid dream takes away from the possible meaning of your dreams? It's possible. In other ways, maybe that some meaning still exists. So for instance, somebody brought this meme thing up. I have a lot of dreams about sex, which is cool, I thought. And then somebody brought up that like, oh man, dude, like I dream about sex, but I never actually get to have it in my dreams. Like something always stops me. And I actually thought back, and actually that is 100% true. I've actually never, ever, ever fucked somebody, eaten somebody out, gotten a blowjob, or ever in any sex dream ever. There have been a lot of dreams where I've gotten really close, but every single time something comes up to interrupt it or stop it. Which, that's really weird. Maybe that means something? I don't know. But like, yeah, that's like really, really, really weird. I'm like a dream virgin. Yeah. Any dream virgins out there? I've also never had a wet dream in my entire life either, which is really weird too. A lot of people describe anxiety like that, but I feel that mine has to do with certain actions that I'm afraid will fuck up, like Ultra Doubt that literally stops me from doing whatever it is, like talking to a cashier or calling my parents on the phone. It really sucks for the last one because it can take me weeks to do my own. Yeah, that sucks, my dude. I feel like having more... Man, dude. I feel like I know I've talked about this before. Whatever. One of the things that has scared me the most about like the... about like mental illness related stuff is that like my experience in life is that if this is the content of our psyche, this is if all of this is our psyche, this is like our conscious experience, and then this is like the subconscious or unconscious experience that plays into it. So this might be like hormones or like lack of sleep or some dumb shit like that. I don't know. And I always figure that, like, sometimes this shit can fuck you up. And you have to, like, you have to, like, work. Like, you got to do this hard to, like, stop this shit from fucking you up, okay? Because it will if you're not careful. But this is not. I don't think that's my experience now. Now my experience feels more like this. Like, what it actually feels like is this is whatever the fuck is going on underneath. And here is, like, what you can think about. I think I've said this before on stream. I would consider myself to be the most confident person that I know. Sounds like I'm bragging. Whatever, I don't give a fuck. I legitimately am a very confident person, and it comes off to most people I talk to. And I don't think like a super ego heavy way. Like I'm just a relatively confident person. I think not relative. I'm very confident. That being said, I had like 2 to 3 days where I tried to look up the symptoms afterwards, but it would be what I would best describe as a GAD, a general anxiety disorder. So it was like extreme feelings of like despair and self-doubt coupled with extreme feelings of realization. I don't know how to put this into words. You know how like when you learn about like space-time, how 3 dimensions of space are like placed onto one plane, and space-time is like the curvature of that space, and you can kind of think about it mentally, but you never really see it or whatever. For me, like for my limited experiences of like GAD, I think what it felt like was that like all of humanity exists on some layer, and you are at the bottom of a hole, and the rest of humanity is just like totally inaccessible. You can't, like, they can't hear you. They can't, like, some of them can, like, look down at you and kind of feel bad for you, but you are totally and completely cut off from everybody else. Nobody can help you out. Nobody really understands, like, what the fuck you're feeling, and everybody else is just, like, going on like a totally different, like, level of existence, and you are just stuck down here, and it is so fucking horrible. I remember that, like literally, and I don't know why this lasted for like 2 to 3 days for me. But like the impression is that like you like, in my state of mind now, I'd be like, well, you can think your way out of it, do positive things. But the problem is that like at the time, you're kind of like robbed of your agency. So for me, like now, like what I would say is that like, oh, well, like if you're like feeling depressed, if you have like problems with motivation or whatever, like just get out, go do some work, and like eventually like you'll turn around. But like the question like that I would have in this state is like, well, why would I bother? Like, well, don't you want to be happy? Like, not really. Like, why? Why would I even care? Like, it's not even possible, and I know it's not. Like, no. Like, why would I want to be happy? Why would I want to go out? Why would I want to do anything? And it's like the idea that like, I remember in this time, I'm sure it's on my old phone. Like I started sending texts to Rachel saying like, hey, like I'm going to sign over Nathan to you. Like I'm a horrible influence in everybody's life. Like I shouldn't interact with you guys at all. Like blah, blah, blah. Like I was in like, it was an impossibly horrible state. Like I can't believe how fucked my mind was. And it's like this idea that like the scary thing is that every thought that you have up here, it comes through this filter first. Like it's filtered through this. So like your own mind is like poisoning your thoughts before you even get to perceive them. Like it would be like trying to like, it's like trying to sweep the floor of like a mess, and like every broom you're given is like already like soaking wet, so it like doesn't work or something. I don't know, like it's hard to explain that thought of like there is something deeper inside your mind that like every time you get a thought, like it's already poisoned before you can even process it. And it's really shit. I don't have any of these problems now, thank God. What caused him to think like this? I really don't know. That's like the scary thing, is that like nothing like brought this on. Well, I think it was my first really big shroom trip. Like it happened like 6 months after, where I started to run through a couple of these like really weird psychological things. And then one day it just went away. I don't know why. It only lasted literally for like 2 or 3 days. If I could tell you how to solve it, I don't know. I do know that like, I've said this before. I do know that during this time, I completely changed my stance on like psychiatric drugs. Before I would always say that like, oh, like SSRIs, like, well, the research says they're good, blah, 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 blah. If I ever had to take a fucking pill, I would never fucking do it. I'm never going to change who I am or take a psychiatric fucking pill to reprogram my mind. I just won't do it. Now, other people should, but me, I'm not going to. But being in this state, I would have taken I would have electric shocked myself out of this shit. 100% without a second fucking thought. If you would have offered me a pill, a shot, anything, I would do anything to get out of this, like a million times over. So I'm a lot more sympathetic now towards like people that have those problems, and towards like psychopharmaceutical treatment. Psychopharmaceutical, I think is the word, right? Have you ever experienced derealization or something similar, where nothing feels real and kind of feels like a dream? Yes. I think that like this is something that I figured out about myself, and I've done this through 2 really big mushroom trips. I hate to say that because it feels like drugs taught me something, which I don't ever like to admit, but it might be true. My biggest fear about everything not being real, and maybe some of you, if you think deeper, maybe this will be the reason why you have the same thing. My biggest fear about everything being real is that, or unreal, is that if everything is fake, that means that it's a projection from either my mind or somebody else's mind. But the scariest thing is that if that's true, then none of the people that I'm interacting with are actually other independent people. And that's a reality that I'm not capable of living with. So I realize, like, by extension of that the most important thing in my life, even if my relationships are relatively limited, are having some sorts of interactions with other real life people that are choosing to interact with me. Yeah, that's something that I kind of like. But then the downside of that is that I have like massive fucking death anxiety now, but Do you think being a streamer constantly interacting with thousands of people on a daily basis that you know nothing about might be behind some of these mental issues? No, I think probably more the mushrooms. I think. Why do you think that fake reality is a bad thing? At the end of the day, isn't it still your reality? Did you listen to anything I just said? Do you ever have panic attacks where you think you're about to die in the next moment? My first one was like that. Holy shit. But then my subsequent ones, I don't know, what does it feel like? It just... The only way I can describe it, and I'm going to use a word, but like if you've never... The biggest problem that I have when describing the feeling that I have with panic attacks is the most likely thing you are to relate it to is usually adrenaline-related stuff. But for me, adrenaline is exciting. Like, I want to do something. If like a truck is going to merge into me and I'm about to die, like that is a feeling of excitement. Not necessarily good or bad, but just like, holy shit, like I'm fucking wired and I'm fucking ready to go. Holy shit. Like that's usually like what an adrenaline feeling is to me. But for me, like a panic attack has nothing to do with that. A panic attack is the phrase that I've read that I would use is like an impending sense or a sense of impending certain doom. Like that's it. Like it's not like an exciting thing you're going to take an action against. It's just like the absolute 100% knowledge that you are about to be fucking dead and there's nothing to do about it. And you're not excited or ready to do anything. You're just having a panic attack. Yeah, I don't know. It's, that's how I feel about it. But yeah. Can you explain your death anxiety? Do you feel sad or worried to go? I don't even know how to begin. I guess like the scary thing about death anxiety is I'm about to bring up a lot of like weird like immaterial things that I didn't previously believe in. Is that so, man, wow, a lot of this is going to sound like a lot of spiritual mumbo-jumbo that I would have thought was really stupid a few years ago, so bear with me. I don't know how likely it is that our conscious experiences are tied to our body in ways that are, like, completely material, and when we die, we're gone, but that's just because I literally can't even conceive of that, right? We can't, to conceive about being in a state where you can't conceive of anything is really hard. Like, what does it feel like to be asleep? I don't know. What does it feel like to be dead? I guess that times infinity, but I don't even know what that feeling is, and I don't even know what infinity is, but those two things combined are what, like, death is. So it's like, it's really hard to imagine what death is like, and then there are also, like, there's a lot of scary possibilities behind that like could be really shit. So for instance, this conscious experience could be an experience that you're having from another world where you're plugged into a machine. Maybe the reason why you have that experience is because that world fucking sucks. And then when this life ends, you're going to wake up from a dream in another world and you're like, oh fuck, like I'm back here and everything that I had that was good, that I loved, that was precious to me in that other world is like totally fake. Fuck. That would be a really shitty feeling. The idea that you could be unplugged from your conscious experience and then you would just float in a void into perpetuity, that would be the rest of your existence, like an infinite amount of time, an infinite stretch of time floating as nothing, no eyes, no ears, no taste, like is a very like unsettling feeling as well. And if that was the reality after our lives, we wouldn't know it. We'd have no way of knowing it. Yeah, I don't know. Like those are things that I guess these are really stupid thoughts. They're not like very logical or reasonable, but they're like now they bother me a lot when I think about it. Ugh. You are worried about the unimaginable. Just be happy that you are a real person, that you are happy. Not many get that. I mean, that's an easy thing to say, my dude, of course. How do you feel God? I don't feel God or anything like that at all. Do you ever get accused of asking too many questions when trying to understand someone's thought process? I always get accused of being disrespectful for questioning my dad when I ask to do stuff. I try to understand why he asks it done this way. It annoys me. For parents, if they don't want you to ask questions, it's usually because they're immature and they just want you to unquestionably follow their authority. They're asshole parents. Do you think guilt could weigh on you in any way? This is how most of my anxiety manifests. No, I usually try to think of like, I think if you've wronged people in the past, I think if you've exhibited certain behavior that's really shitty, the best thing you can try to do is like change it up and move on. Like I think that like, I think in my early 20s, I think I was intentionally manipulative of a lot of people that I talked to. And then I think in my mid 20s, I was accidentally manipulative to people I talked to. And now I try to be like super open and blunt and aware of like how I interact with people so that I don't like mislead people or lead people on or like do shit like that. Like I try to be like pretty good in most of my interactions. And I think like that's important. Like if you feel like you've interacted poorly with people in the past, like instead of like don't feel guilty about it, like just learn a lesson and try to like change how you interact with people moving on. I think that's important. The fact that your name is Destiny has fucked me up when I'm having solipsistic thoughts. Yeah, me too, bud. Have you ever fallen asleep on stream? I don't think so. I think I might have one time. I think it was around the time I was casting my Destiny tournament. I think I was up late. I don't even remember why, what was going on in my life, but I was super stressed in that time period. And then, yeah, I think, or no, I don't think it was that. I think I was supposed to cast a tournament with Sheth or something, and I almost slept through it. Something like that. Do you ever give thoughts on In Control's death? Yeah, In Control's death was really shit. What a shit way to die. He turned his life around so much, and then he got Game of Thrones. Like, yeah. Have you ever had someone close to you lose themselves to a mental illness? Arguably one person that I've interacted with now, I suspect highly of that happening. And then my mom has Alzheimer's. I don't know how that's going to affect me as that progresses. But, yeah, I don't know. Otherwise, I mean, like, I've dealt with people with, like, depression and stuff. I can only deal with so much of that. Like, I have my personal limits, but... I really feel like your 20s are a lot more formative and change you as a person, a lot more than teenage years. Did you have a similar experience? Yeah, I mean, I think I'm constantly changing. I mean, just like, I don't know. Like, be aware of what's happening in your life. If you have bad outcomes, if you're having bad outcomes in life, like, you should reflect on situations and find out if you can do something different. When it comes to, like, my political views, I'm very left-leaning, very liberal, very progressive, very SOCDEM. When it comes to like my personal advice views, like personal things that I tell to personal people or personal ways that I live my personal life, I'm very much a like, you have to own everything in your life and you've got to deal with it and nobody's going to help you with anything. Like you have to take ownership of every single thing that you have and you have to exert whatever amount of influence you can over it because nobody's going to do anything for you. I'm a really narcissistic person though. Like a lot of you guys probably have like good families that'll help you with shit or friend groups or whatever they're going to be with shit, but like, yeah. But for the most part, like you be self-sufficient as much as you can be. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe it's good to have support groups. I don't know. Said Vega, I see what you're saying. I love you, but I don't want to argue about Conjure's experience right now. Do you ever have the anxiety that you have a set of behaviors that you'll come to regret later down the road, or do you try not to pay mind to that possibility? No, I always try to be mindful of like behaviors that I'm crafting that could influence me in the future. That's why I try to ADS more instead of like hip firing. Is there anything you've said to a person that you wish you could take back? That's a hard one. I mean, like I've made mistakes in my life, but I think I've learned a lot from them. So like, I mean, there are some mean things or bad things I've said to people that I wish I wouldn't have, but I mean, I don't know. That's kind of a weird way to look at things. Have you ever had periods in your life where you felt like you lived in extreme constant discomfort? Not really, no. Sometimes when I have certain fights with certain communities, I'll go through like weeks sometimes of like being on like an edge, being like a little bit of tension, but not like, generally I'm a pretty happy, content person when I wake up usually. How much would you say streaming affects your mood? I don't know. I think it's had a pretty positive impact on my mood. I usually like streaming. I usually like it a lot. So, how do you categorize the stages in your life? Do you contextualize it in any sort of pseudo-narrative at all? Probably like streaming and non-streaming, I guess. That's been like a pretty big differentiating point in my life. But like a lot of things lined up with that, like moving a lot, having a kid, new relationships, like a lot of stuff changed in my life around that point, I would say. Going from, I would say pre and post parents being like upper middle class to being financially destitute, changed my outlook on a lot of things. Pre and post my parents living with me versus living with my grandma, and then pre and post living on my own. And then pre and post casino, or like these would be like the major arcs, periods of my life, and then streaming onward, I think. What are the thought processes, like patterns you go through to fall asleep so easily? I wish I could tell you. I don't know. Like right now, I'm pretty tired. If I were to go and lay down in my bed, I'd fall asleep in like 4 or 5 minutes, as long as I'm not on my fucking phone. Do you ever look back on past relationships? Yeah, all the time. Yeah. Steven, there's a note from the outside world. Nice, good meme, dude. Hey, trying to wake up from a coma. Good meme, dude. Would you consider getting a tattoo? Nope. I don't know if you ever did a sleep stream. Would you be worried about saying slurs while dreaming? Not really. It's actually like I very, very, very rarely do. Like, people assume that I say like slurs all the fucking time off stream, and I don't. It's actually like super rare. I don't know. How did I end up cleaning carpets? Haha, good meme. Apparently I can carry conversations while I sleep. Maybe that's the next big thing. Oh, I do that so much. I have to warn every person that I'm with about that. If I am asleep and you try to get me to do something or wake me up, I will say or do like 12,000 IQ, whatever the fuck I need to go back to sleep. Like, you could come in and be like, hey, like, are we going to go somewhere today? And I'm like, I don't know. Where do you want to go? And I won't even know. I'm like, oh, well, we were going to go. And it's like, don't we have to do that first? I'm like, yeah. It's like, okay, we can go after. Well, how are we going to get there? Oh, we'll fucking call an Uber from that Uber place. And then we'll go after that. We can come. We'll be there for 2 hours. Okay. And I'll like wake up like 3 hours later and they'll be like, hey, you said we were going to whatever. And I'm like, no, the fuck I didn't. I'm not going to fucking shit. What the fuck? I didn't agree to that bullshit. Like, what are you talking about? You explicitly said we were going. You gave me the fucking time. I was like, I don't remember saying shit to you, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of my face. You literally said, like, I don't remember shit. I have to tell it to every person, like, because I've had legitimate fights before with multiple girlfriends that get very upset that apparently they got me to agree to a whole bunch of shit. And I'll be like, listen, you can't say shit to me when I'm fucking sleeping, because I will say whatever the fuck I need to say to get back to sleep. So if you ask me any fucking question, I'm going to respond in whatever fucking way. And it's going to be bullshit, okay? You can't hold me accountable for that shit, all right? Fuck you. It's not fucking fair. And you have to, if you truly want me to be awake, you have to go really hard. Like, you would have to get me to wake up, get me to walk out of bed and like walk to another room. Then you can leave me alone, okay? But like, if you get in bed with me and I hug you and blah, 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 or if you like get me to like sit up for a minute, that doesn't mean shit. I could be completely fucking asleep still, or I won't remember shit. And then as soon as you walk, like and I remember like I could even do that. I'd be like, okay, let me pick my phone up so this bitch leaves me alone. Like, oh yeah, are you awake, Steven? Yeah, I'm getting up in like 5 minutes. I'm just going to check my emails. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Hold on, I'm just responding to the sponsor. Like, okay. And then they walk out of the room and it's like absolutely back asleep again. 100%. Holy shit. or I would tell them to do things that for some reason, for a long time, they thought might work, but I knew when. I'd be like, oh yeah, I'll wake up, don't worry. I'd be like, you're gonna go back to sleep. And I'm like, no, turn on the lights, I'll be fine. I'm like, okay. And they'll turn on the lights and I'll be like, okay. Like, good night. I don't know why, dude. Rip. Have you ever wasted a day of your life on autopilot, like not really remembering anything that happened? You're just going through the motions, and an entire day or week has gone by, and you have no real concrete memory of what took place. I would say that working feels that way. Yeah, I would say that like working my jobs felt that way, especially carpet cleaning. Man, you want to know what the worst shifts are in the whole fucking world? You want to know what the worst shifts are? It's not doing a double. It's not working a 16-hour shift, okay? Because you get paid for those. The worst shifts in the world are when you get called in to work from like 1 to 5. Those 4 hours destroy my entire day. I'm not going to wake up at 8 a.m. to fucking hang out with a friend. I'm not going to go out at 10 or 11 because then I got to go into work at fucking 1 o'clock. And then by the time I'm off at 5, I got to go home, get into my work clothes, get showered and shit. And now it's like fucking 6 o'clock and it's like, fuck, like it's kind of late. Like, I don't know if I want to. Oh my God, dude. Like 1 to 5s ruin a whole day. And you only get paid for 4 fucking hours of work. 4 hours of work for your whole fucking day shot, dude. God, that's so irritating. Or like 2 to 6. Like those part-time swing shifts is like so fucked. Oh my God, dude. Three to 11 fucking blows. 1 to 5 isn't bad. 3 to 11 is fine. 3 to 11, that's a full-time shift, and you got time to hang out like at noon. You can meet a friend at like 11, 11:30, and like hang out for like a few hours. Go home, get ready for work, 2:30, leave, and then get ready for work. 3 to 11 is like manageable, and it's a full 8-hour shift at least. Like. I brought this up on stream before, and apparently it's not as common as I thought. Did nobody else have to do fucking work study where you stay at the end of your school day for like 2 hours and you do like janitorial work to pay for your for your high school shit? Are there any other private school members that did that? Dude, that was the worst. Because you had to do like 200 or 300 hours of work, I think, for work study. And like you only could work 2 hours a day. So you were doing it like the whole school year. So your school day was always like 10 or 11 hours long. Because you would get into school. My school started at 7 a.m., and then I was in work study until about 5:30 p.m. every night, I think. 5 or 5:30, I think. It would depend on the day. They made you do that for high school? Yeah, because my parents were really rich when I went to high school, when I started going to high school. And then they got very not rich when well, they were never rich. They were like upper middle class, but then they quit all their work and they lost everything. And then I had to pay for my, for my high school shit. How do they lose their money again? My mom was doing a daycare. Man, we're retelling all the lore. Let's refresh ourselves. So my mom did a family home daycare was the name of the business, where she had anywhere from 10 to 14 kids at a time at the house, 24/7. And one day, my parents were usually, like, my mom is, like, standard Hispanic, like, super friendly towards everybody, loves everybody, blah, 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 like, really nice. My mom had an issue where one of the kids pulled down the pants of one of the other kids or something. Some stupid shit. These kids are anywhere from, like, infants to, like, 6 years old or 10 years old sometimes. 4-year-olds, 5 they do stupid shit sometimes. Like, this wasn't unheard of. But, like, if this happens, obviously my mom has to tell, like, hey, like, tell a parent, like, hey, just so you know, one of your kids was involved with another kid where we pulled down their pants during, like, playtime. We can't have this. It's not good. After she told kids' parents that, those parents contacted Child Protective Services to come to my mom's house, telling them that my mom had been molesting kids or whatever. And CPS did a full investigation of everything, and obviously my parents, to my knowledge, never did anything like that. I don't think my parents ever involved in anything like that. Everything was fine, but my mom was, like, so nervous after that interaction that she quit daycare completely because she was so scared of losing her kids if anything like that ever happened. But the problem was that we had no income, so everything, like, completely fell apart. So we got foreclosed and kicked out of a couple houses, lived with a wonderful slumlord for a while. Lived with my grandma in her retirement apartment bullshit for my last 2 years of high school. Like, yeah. Do you miss school? I miss the optimism that I had in school. I didn't realize how fucked everybody was. I thought that there were a lot of fucked people, but as you grew up, people unfucked themselves. How did your classmates treat you for work study? I don't know. I was always kind of, like, on my own anyway. I had, like, a lot of okay relationships with people. I think I was pretty funny in high school. So, like, I got along with most people because of that. Like, I had a lot of friends that were, like, wrestlers and football players, and then all the kids in band, obviously, and then kids in classes. Like, I got along pretty well with people because I think I was pretty funny. What year did you lose optimism? It was when I started working at McDonald's. The more contact I had with adults, the worse my opinion became of them. So McDonald's was a huge eye-opener. I've never been treated like such shit in my entire life. And then after McDonald's, working at the casino for a while, made a lot of adults I'd just be fucking embarrassed to be seen with. Disgusting fucking human beings. Scum fuck of the earth. And then working carpet cleaning was just a shit everything. Yeah. How come you aren't angry with your parents for all that you had to go through, especially your dad? I mean, like, I don't know. This seems like there's no point of being mad at your parents. I mean, like, if your parents, like, killed you or some shit or beat the shit out of you, probably. I don't think my parents were ever malicious in what they did. So it's whatever. I mean, I think that I fostered, like, a really independent mindset that's helped me a lot with streaming. I think if I was, like, a normal, well-adjusted person, I don't think I could do what I do streaming. I don't think anybody would have survived in my position doing politics. Did your sister ever pay you back your $10K? Nope. I don't lend my family any more money. My mom guilted me into doing that too. But it's whatever. She ignored me on Facebook. Rip. Whatever, dude. Have you had a high school reunion? Nah. What was the most racist, bigoted thing you'd ever seen in your life? One time when I was at the gym, this is back when I worked out more, like in 2015 or 16, I remember. Some white guy came up to me when I was at the water fountain. And, he was at the water fountain. And as soon as he got up and left, he looked at me and he looked behind me and there was like a black guy. To be fair, this black guy was really fucking annoying, okay? But there was this black guy and he looked at me and he was like, N-words, right? And then he left. This guy that he was talking about, oh my God. Okay. This gym had one power rack. And every Friday night, this motherfucker, this guy could squat. Yes, hard R. He hard R'd it. I was like, holy shit. This fucker could deadlift 615 pounds or some shit. He was doing like 5 or 6 plates. Like the bar was bent. He was huge. However, he would do like 1 or 2 sets of deadlifts in the power rack, okay? You don't need to deadlift in the power rack, okay? He would do 1 or 2 sets in the power rack, and he would take like 25 minutes between his fucking sets, and he would just walk around the gym talking to people. And I'm like, you can deadlift anywhere else in the gym. The gym is your canvas. Go deadlift somewhere else. That's great. You can deadlift fucking 6, 7, 8 plates. Good for you, dude. I don't give a fuck, okay? I just want to squat. I can't do it out here, okay? I'm not going to fucking power clean my fucking squats. Go the fuck out. Deadlift over there. Go in the corner. There's even a fucking barbell over there for you to do it. God, that guy is fucking annoying. Every time I walked in the gym and I saw him, I was like, oh, well, we're not doing half a workout tonight. Bye. You fucking leave. What were your biggest pet peeves in the gym? People that leave dumbbells everywhere are disgusting fucking humans. This is like a little, I don't want to say OCD because everything says that, but like people that rack their weights like in the incorrect places. Why are you hanging up your 45s with a 2.5s go? What the fuck is wrong with you? Put them where they're supposed to go. You're strong, dude. I just watched you quarter squat. Let's be real. I just watched you squat, okay? 225, okay? Good job. Or bench 225. You're strong enough to lean over and put the 45s back where they go, motherfucker, okay? You got those muscles. We all see you using them, okay? Put the fucking weights back, lazy fuck. Or people that just take all the weights and they set them on the floor. Like, you just might as well leave them on the bar at that point. Like, now it's even more work to pick this shit up. Fuck, dude. Ugh. When people drop their weights after each set, if people that deadlift, you drop it, it's fine. I don't give a fuck. That's fine. I haven't been at the gym in a while, but if you squat to failure like a sick cunt, you shouldn't be able to re-rack weights. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Even if you have to deload it at the end, you can still rack the weights, okay? Unless you're squatting to failure 25 pounds, okay? Fuck off. Shut the fuck up. Have you seen the game Satisfactory? No. Or yeah, I have. We played it a little bit, but I just didn't care that much. Fucking people that do circuits and use up like 4 spots. I never ran into those people. The only people that did like circuits usually did like the machines. There are always those people in the gym that go to every single machine and do like 5 reps at every single machine. And they do like, they've done the same weight for the past like 6 years. But hey, I mean, they're still like doing something. That's good. But like, yeah. Most people at the gym are ultra super friendly, in my experience. Like, a lot of people might be like intimidated, but like you could walk up to any dude benching and ask him like if like a bench is like, if all the benches saying like, hey, can I work in or whatever? Is that cool? Like, can we trade? Like, most people will be cool with it. If you want somebody to spot you, unless it's for squats, usually like most people will be chill. Like, most people do it like, yeah. How did you become so articulate / have high verbal intelligence? I really don't know, my dude. In some ways, this sounds so autistic. I don't mean it to sound that way. I don't know how many of these experiences are relatable. So sometimes it sounds like I'm just saying things I don't know, it's weird. But I feel like in a lot of ways I have to spend a lot of time figuring out like, how do people function, and then like what do people say to make people feel certain things, because I don't necessarily have the same responses to a lot of things people say. And then as a result of like having to like learn that and like cognitively understand that, I think it like helps me like phrase things a little bit easier for people to understand. So like one of the things that I said earlier was that I'm trying to be less manipulative of people. One of the problems that I've had over the past few years is that like if I'm talking to people, especially girls, like I know that there are certain things that you can say that make people feel like really, really, really happy. And I think some of the problems that I've had, maybe even with Mimi and Melina, is that when I say certain things to people, it leads them on. Even if I explicitly say like, hey, like I'm not like super romantic, there are certain things that you can say that makes people like really, really, really like you. Now, usually like I want to say this because I want you to really like me because it makes it easier to like for us to like have fun and do things. But like now when I look at it more, I'm like, okay, well, hold on. Like maybe I'm like hijacking some shit in this conversation in a way that's like kind of irresponsible. Maybe I shouldn't say certain things because it makes people think the wrong thing or whatever. But I think that like, I don't know, maybe because a lot of these things, it feels like they don't come naturally to me. Yeah, I don't know. I think thinking about it a lot has helped me like verbalize a lot of it. Yeah. Examples. I don't think I want to give any. I'm sorry, I'm not going to. This all sounds like PUA shit. I don't really want to get into it. But there are certain things that I think that there are certain ways that you can act towards people and certain things that you can say to make people really, really, really like you in ways that aren't fair if you don't feel that way. And I think unintentionally, I think I've done that to people quite a bit. And I try not to. I try to explicitly not do that anymore. It's something that's like really, really, really bad. Yeah, but I don't think we're gonna like get into that. Yeah, being like nice cock, bro. Do you ever hold back what you say? You said that you told Melina before, I don't know what the future will hold, or something like that. It feels like most people who react negatively being told that. Yeah, it's something I have to deal with. I don't know. Any internal monologuing going on? Do you find yourself running down convo trees in your head at all? Yeah, all the time. I have like a huge internal monologue, I think, quite often, yeah. Did you know some people are incapable of that? Yeah, we've learned this recently. It's pretty weird. Share the secret techniques. I'm going to die a virgin. Honestly, the number one technique that you can have for dealing with people is like listen to what they say and try to respond to what they say in ways that make it clear that you've heard what they've said. That's like the number one trick. It sounds really boring, but like I can tell you from the number of girls that I've interacted with that I've had really positive experiences with, most of you guys set the bar incredibly fucking low, and it's pretty fucking pathetic. So that's all I got to say. Set the bar low in what way? And then like most of you like suck at having conversations with people. Do you intentionally do the opposite in terms of like trying to have good conversations with people? Yeah, I think so. But like there's like a million different like, there are like little tricks that you can do to like have better conversations with people. We've brought up like almost all of these in the past. Like, somebody in chat can remember. I don't remember. If you want somebody to feel like they've had a good conversation with you, like, ask them questions about themselves. People love talking about themselves. Every conversation is an opportunity for somebody to share information about themselves. If you ask people about their job, about what they want to do, ask them questions related to what they ask you is usually really good, or tell you. So if somebody says something like, oh, like, well, what did you want to do growing up? Like, oh, I really wanted to be like a teacher, blah, 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 blah. Instead of after that being like, oh, cool, well, what do you do now, right? If somebody says something like, oh, like, I wanted to be a teacher growing up, like, oh, why'd you want to be a teacher? What happened with that? And it's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Like, following like chains of conversation like that, usually like people love doing that. People love the opportunity to explain stuff like that, and they get a feeling that you are very invested in them, very motivated in them if you're asking questions about things that they tell you, right? If we can reach a point in a conversation where I can ask you a question that nobody's asked you before about something that you've just told me, that's like a very, very good conversation in that person's mind, because now they feel like the other person is super invested in something that they're talking about with another person that they don't even know that well, right? That you come away with like, oh wow, like I've never had such a deep conversation with anyone before. And literally it's just like, all I'm doing is listening to you, asking questions about what you're telling me. It's very fucking easy. This is something that is Very, 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 very easy to do. But like, there's not like a red pill shortcut for this. Like, what it is just listen to somebody, be interested in what they're saying, and ask them questions about what they're telling you because you genuinely want to know. That's the easiest way to do it. Like, it's very hard to fake genuine interest. Well, no, it's not. But like, you shouldn't be faking genuine interest because that's a dick move, and because you probably suck at it if you've never done it before. Like, genuinely, if you just like go into it with the mindset of like, okay, I want to learn a little bit about this person. Let's go in with the idea of like, I'm going to try to learn as much as I can, right? Asking people questions about this stuff is really good. Eye contact is really important. If you're talking to people and you can never look them in the eye, I think it's bad. I don't think a lot of people realize this. It's also hard to balance it because if you stare at somebody the whole time, it's bad. But here's something that I've said before on stream. Every single person, everybody in the world has really, really, really pretty eyes. Everybody does. Whatever kind of eyes you have, they're beautiful, okay? Whether they're, even if they're brown, you know, like everybody has brown eyes or whatever, or if they're blue or green or what, or hazel or whatever, everybody's eyes are beautiful. Look at people. It means a lot. Like when you look at them, it demonstrates that you like are communicating with them. I'll give this piece of advice, even though I don't do it and I suck at this, and it's a consistent complaint that I get because I suck at this. But if you're meeting a new person, at least, I will do this with new people, do not ever, for the love of God, even if it's for a brief moment, do not ever, ever, ever look at or pick up your fucking phone. You kill any sort of chemistry or connection you have with a person. If they're in the middle of telling you something, this is what it's like, okay? You're engaged. I'm talking to you. Oh my God, you're understanding me. You're listening to me. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. I'm busy right now. I don't have time for your bullshit. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. All right, I'm done. What were you saying, you stupid fuck? That's what it feels like. It is a horrible, even if you tell them, like, oh, wait, you know, like, hold on, okay, all right, okay, yeah, all right, okay, yeah. Like, if you absolutely have to check your phone, wait for, like, a natural pause in the conversation, like, oh, blah, blah, this is what I want to do, and that's why, oh, okay, that's cool. I gotta check my phone for 1 second because I'm supposed to like meet a friend or my dad is dying of cancer or some shit. Like, you can do that, like, or whatever if you have to, but never in the middle of like something they're saying or whatever. Dude, oh my God, picking up your phone and looking at it is like such a horrible, horrible fucking thing to do to somebody. It is, even if they don't say it or even if they don't realize it, you are destroying your impression in their head of you. How do you deal with people who are really closed off and don't want to talk about themselves? I have never met a person like that in my entire life. Everybody that I've had a conversation with generally is willing to open up about themselves and talk about themselves. Almost everybody. I can't think of an example where somebody hasn't. Unless they like don't like me, in which case then we're not talking anyway. Another one, this is like, I always mention, I think these three. This is the eye contact thing, asking people why. And then another one that is like really, really, really good. This is called a callback for comedians. But if you can make a joke in a conversation that references a unique piece of information that somebody told you earlier in the conversation, then that's such a good, if you can incorporate prior things they've told you into the conversation, like into your current conversation, is like really, really, really positive as well. That's super impactful. It makes it feel like you've not only that you've listened to what they've said, but that you've actually integrated the information. Like, that's so impactful. Yeah. Like most of these things, are usually just like, be like a decent person. Don't like stare at somebody's boobs or something. Don't get caught doing that. There's plenty of porn at home. I don't know if you guys do that, but. Do you feel like that works on you when people ask you questions about you and your life destiny? Yeah, usually, but it's very, very, very rare. Most of the people that I talk to don't seem to care much about me. It's very, very rare that somebody asks me a question. I usually notice it when people do it. And I mean, even I enjoy it too. Even if I know that somebody's like trying to work me over, or even if I know that like, well, I have a really good impression of this, and this is why it still feels really good. Like I like talking about myself just as much as anybody else does. Yeah, I think Abraham Lincoln or somebody had that trick where anytime you meet somebody, try to remember one piece of information about them and bring it up the next time that you see them. If you meet somebody, especially like for a second date or third date, like if one of the things I bring up is like, oh yeah, like my little brother is like into video games or blah, blah, blah. Like maybe the next time you see her or whatever, like, oh, like, hey, what's up, blah, 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 blah. Like, oh shit, like Fallout 5 just came out or whatever. Has your brother been playing that shit a lot? You said he was into games, right? If you can like make a reference like that, that's also like a really, really, really good, like, oh, holy shit. Like you remember like specific shit I told you in my life and you're like, ask me questions about it. It's like really positive, yeah. Is there ever a good answer for something like tell us one interesting fact about yourself? I don't know. I don't like things like that. I think it's boring. Or I don't know. I never know how to answer questions like that. Does it ever feel weird to invest a lot in a convo/relationship and you feel like that person likes you back but doesn't invest in the same amount? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes people just suck at conversations. I've had girls that do this weird thing. It's so weird where like, we'll have so I'm usually really good at picking up on when somebody's interested in me versus when somebody's very not interested in me. So like I'll have conversations with people, with girls where like I'll ask a question like somebody like somebody will tell me like, oh yeah, like I really like this game that you like. I was like, oh cool, how do you feel about it? And they'll give me like a 3-paragraph response, like a really healthy, like, damn, okay, cool. And then like I'll like engage back or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually like they don't respond to like the last thing that I say that was like obviously a question, and they like don't respond. And that's like really weird. It's like, oh, maybe they got busy or something. That's cool. I can wait a day or whatever. Maybe like 2 or 3 or 4 days go by and they never respond or whatever. And you're like, oh. And then I'll like send another message like, oh, hey, what's up? How you doing or whatever? Like anything interesting? And then like we'll have another chat and they'll give like really long responses and then they like disappear again. And it's like, oh, you get like mixed signals like that sometimes. I don't know. It's just weird sometimes. It happens. Have you ever heard of Dale Carnegie? Yeah, that's one of the few books I ever read was How to Win Friends and Influence People. What do you open with when you talk to someone for the first time? If you ask questions about people, usually there's an infinite amount of stuff to talk about. Like, oh, like, what's up? What do you do? Oh, I work at a car factory. Work at a car factory? Damn. How long? Is that what you always wanted to do? No, I really wanted to go to school to be a fucking zoologist. Why is that? I really want to fuck animals. Fuck animals. Damn. How old were you when you wanted to fuck animals? I knew ever since I was 17 and I watched a Sailor Moon episode with the cat. I wanted to fuck that cat. I was like, oh, wow. You like a lot of anime? Like, you can literally, like, if you ask one question, usually you can, like, go off into whatever random fucking topic if you just, like, follow it down. Like, usually you can. Sometimes you get horny and you want to message and then you get bored and can't continue the convo. I guess. Any tips on improving your conversational speech patterns or vocal quality? I don't know. Don't interrupt people. That's important. Let people finish their thoughts. I guess. I don't know. People say, like, don't say or don't say like. In casual conversation, I don't know if that matters that much. How do you frame conversation to be romantic rather than just friendly? I usually try to breach the subject with humor, generally. But a lot of it is just, oh man, I hate this answer. In real life, a lot of it is just like fucking vibes. But that's a shit answer. I don't know. Like, there are people that I'm with that I just get like ultra fucking physical vibes from. Like, yes, like definitely. And then there are other people where it's like, nah, probably not. That's such a shit answer. I'm sorry. I feel like, I wonder if I've ever been super wrong about this. I feel like there are people. I feel like that like. I feel like when I'm talking to a girl, I feel like that there starts to be like, oh, this sounds so lame. There are certain ways that they laugh or look at you where it's like, this person is definitely into me. I 100% can tell. I wish I could tell you how or why, but there's just like somehow you just like know, like you're laughing like a little bit too much, or like this, like you're giving me like these. I can definitely tell. Like I don't know, like I don't know how to explain that though. Like very physically engaging. Not like they're necessarily touching you, but this is one of the reasons why I got so disappointed when I argued with that Gains for God or whatever the fuck guy on that podcast who's like, oh no, like online interactions are basically like they tell you a lot about a person. Dude, I like I've said this a million times, I'll say it again. You get 2% of a person online. Like you miss out on so much not seeing a person in real life. Online interactions aren't real. They're barely anything. They are so not real. Like interactions like in person, like in human, include so much more is being conveyed. It doesn't exist online. Talking to people online versus IRL, is there a difference or not? I feel like I can understand someone a lot more face to face. Yeah, for sure. Are there people you talk to online that you wouldn't hang out with in real life? I don't know. I think most people I talk to, I think I'm usually pretty chill with. Any tips on how to make big life choices? I'm trying to decide whether to continue with aerospace engineering or go into finance. I can't help you with those, my dude. I get a lot of emails asking for like big life advice like that. Like that's... I mean, like, I might be able to help, but I would have to know so much more about you and so many more personal pieces of information. Like, holy shit, it's almost 2 a.m. I think I started really late today because I've barely been streaming 10 hours. What is something people do commonly that makes you instantly lose respect for them? The worst thing that you can ever do is to be overbearing or super clingy or really possessive. I think that those things are like huge turnoffs that will instantaneously completely shoot somebody's interest in you. You have to be super careful with that. And it's not really fair sometimes, but like 100% that will like can destroy your interest in somebody or their interest in you. Is if you're like too clingy. Like if they don't... And especially if you get like rude about it too, I think it's like really bad. Explain what that looks like. So sure. So maybe somebody messages you and they're like, oh, good night, blah, 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 blah. And let's say that you fell asleep earlier, you forgot or whatever, and you responded. Let's say that you wake up the next morning like, oh, hey, like, how are you doing today? And the person is like, oh, so you're talking to me now. Like, especially if this is like a person you like don't know, and you're like, what? When you get like shit like that, and it's like, that like that shit like that will just like, okay, yeah, I don't know. I just think it's kind of funny that yeah. Okay. I need to go to sleep, okay? I might not be super toxic online. Maybe this is just a short phase. I'm just shut the fuck up. How do I mute myself? I don't want to hear myself. I don't want to hear myself. Where's the mute button? Okay, close call. I might just be really angsty this week, and then we'll be okay. We'll see. I gotta host Trainwrecks so he doesn't think I fucking hate him. I don't know if he does or not. Alright. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, mappuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my duderinos. I will catch you guys next streamerino, okay? Click the raid button, guys. We're at 3,000.